Chapter 1053. The most handsome young man. The armored centipede opened its enormous jaws, failing to capture its prey. And then its fierce eyes fixed upon a target 1,000 meters away. To its astonishment, the quarry had been rescued by the very individual who had previously encased it in ice. With a roar, the armored centipede surged forward in pursuit. The members of the Gun Intent Sect, witnessing the rescue of Yue Ying, breathed a sigh of relief. "You fools, what are you dawdling for? Flee at once!" shouted Xiang Chen, clutching Yue Ying. Snapping back to reality, the group quickly began their escape. The Gun Intent Sect appeared remarkably united, having trained together since childhood. Their bonds ran deeper than those of typical sections. Yue Ying felt a flush of discomfort coursing through her body, as if flames were igniting within her, compounded by the severe injuries she had sustained. She glared at the young man with the peculiar growth on his forehead, who had just saved her life, feeling no gratitude towards him. How dare he hold her with those filthy hands? "What are you staring at? I just saved your life," Xiang Chen retorted, a hint of annoyance in his tone. "Remove your dirty hands." Yue Ying shot back furiously. Had she not been poisoned and injured, she would have struck him with a punch. "Huh, you asked for it," Xiang Ergo chuckled, releasing his grip. Yue Ying let out a startled cry as she was abruptly dropped from midair. "You despicable, shameless scoundrel," she exclaimed, yet, just before she hit the ground, Xiang Chen reappeared at her side, catching her once more and propelling them both forward. "You told me to let go, then you call me a scoundrel. Should I hold on or not?" "Being a good person is tough," he teased, maintaining his light-hearted demeanor even amidst peril. Perhaps it was not merely the influence of Ba Gu. He might have been a flirtatious spirit all along, merely unveiled by Ba Ji's discovery of his true nature. Yue Ying's chest heaved as she gritted her teeth, her beautiful almond-shaped eyes glaring fiercely at him. Meanwhile, the armored centipede barreled through the forest like a tank, uprooting ancient trees and clearing a path. While Xiang Chen jested, he channeled his vital energy into Yue Ying, safeguarding her heart. He sensed that she had been struck by a lethal poison, one that was exceedingly vicious. Without protection for her heart, Yue Ying's cultivation would not endure beyond a mere incense stick's duration. Although he needed to employ acupuncture to dispel the poison, there was no time for such measures. "Die!" Yue Ying suddenly swung her head, colliding it forcefully against Xiang Chen's forehead, striking his painful bump and causing him to yelp in agony, tears nearly spilling from his eyes. "Are you trying to kill me?" Xiang Chen scolded, delivering a sharp slap to her backside. This fellow, in his attempts to take advantage, had held her in a manner that allowed her to strike his injury. Suddenly, a wave of scorching air surged behind them. The armored centipede, enraged, unleashed a torrent of searing purple venom from its maw. Purple venom splashed forth, igniting the towering tree in a blaze of violet flames. Alas, two fleeing disciples of the Gun Intent Sect were struck by the venom. Their vital energies corroded, and they were instantly engulfed in purple toxic fire. As they ran, their anguished screams echoed, and in mere moments, they were reduced to nothing more than bloodied skeletons collapsing to the ground. However, this onslaught primarily targeted Xiang Chen. With a swift movement through space, Xiang Chen embraced Yue Ying and vanished, teleporting a kilometer away, leaving the torrent of purple venom to spray into the void. Through rigorous study, he had learned to wield spatial power, enabling him to teleport multiple times over short distances. Long-distance traversals could extend beyond 10 kilometers, but excessive use would quickly deplete his energy. "Curse you, you pestilential wretch. Do you truly believe I cannot deal with you?" Xiang Chen's expression twisted into a ferocious grimace as a plan took shape in his mind. "To the disciples of Gun Intent Sect, take your leader and flee. I will divert this beast," he bellowed to the fleeing sect members, subsequently casting Yue Ying away. Yue Ying was enveloped in a protective aura of his celestial energy, ensuring his safety for the time being. "Ah!" he cried as Xiang Chen hurled him toward the disciples of the Gun Intent Sect. They halted in their tracks. A disciple of the Heavenly King leapt forth to catch Yue Ying, casting a glance at Xiang Chen, whose once humble demeanor now radiated with formidable grandeur. "Brother, the Gun Intent Sect shall remember you. Leave your name for future remembrance." The young man who caught Yue Ying continued his flight. "Remembrance? Spare me the theatrics. As for a name, what need is there for one when one acts as a hero? Simply call me the dashing and unrivaled champion of the universe." As Xiang Chen spoke, he brandished his dragon hunter bow, altering its aim. Drawing it to a crescent, he unleashed a volley of 7 arrows in a swift barrage. The 7 shafts of light whistled through the air, piercing towards the armored centipede with great ferocity. Farewell, you illustrious and most dashing brother. Until we meet again. The fleeing group maintained their swift pace. Upon striking the armored centipede, the arrows detonated with thunderous roars, yet the creature's armored hide proved formidable, leaving only shallow marks. Nevertheless, one arrow found its mark in the creature's still healing eye, which was the size of a calf. With a resounding explosion, a gaping hole was blasted through, shattering half of its eye. With a pained roar, the armored centipede thrashed about, its remaining eye locking onto the fleeing Xiang Chen. Come, you scoundrel. Chase me. Feast upon my flesh. Authentic celestial wolf meat, with the exquisite flavor of the three-legged golden crow, a dual sensation of juicy richness, lingering delight, without the bother of stuck teeth. Xiang Chen scoffed as arrows continued to rain down, their frequency rivaling that of a machine gun. In response, the armored centipede retracted its eyes into its body, encasing them with its armor, leaving only one unscathed eye. The arrows rained down, only managing to inflict minor inconveniences upon it. Undeterred, it pursued, intent on hunting down the individual who had thoroughly enraged it. As Xiang Chen noticed it being drawn in, he promptly led it in another direction. His intentions were not driven by a selfless desire to sacrifice himself for these individuals, but rather, he had devised a strategy to deal with this creature by enticing it with the body of the ancient monstrous insect. Ha ha ha. Come, come, chase after me, little darling. And if you catch me, there will be flesh to devour. With a hearty laugh, Xiang Chen swiftly darted through the forest, with the armored centipede pursuing him relentlessly, crashing through one towering tree after another in this ancient woodland. Chapter 1054. The misstep of Ergo. Amidst the ancient grove, one could witness colossal trees being ruthlessly uprooted. A gigantic purple centipede, measuring over 100 meters in length, rampaged through the forest like a colossal armored train. In its wake, a figure soared through the air at an astonishing speed. Xiang Chen had transformed into the moon-swallowing celestial wolf, reaching the peak of his velocity. However, the armored centipede's speed was equally fearsome, relentlessly pursuing him, occasionally unleashing vicious attacks. Yet, the moon-swallowing celestial wolf always managed to evade by shifting through space. In the depths of the forest, a battalion of crocodilian warriors was encamped at the foot of a great mountain. This battalion consisted of around 70 to 80 crocodilian warriors, with more than a dozen being at the Heavenly King level. Suddenly, the ground began to tremble, causing the warriors to rise in confusion. What is happening? Furrowed a 30-something humanoid crocodilian of the 6th Heavenly King level as he stepped out from a tent. Soon, they beheld a cloud of dust rising in the distance, startled birds taking flight, and trees being toppled. With a thunderous crash, a terrifyingly large centipede leaped into the camp as a flying wolf soared overhead. This is bad. A monstrous insect. Prepare for battle. The crocodilian warriors were struck with panic, and their commander roared, instantly transforming into a battle-ready state. Without any interest in preying on others, the armored centipede unleashed a torrent of purple venom. This venom rained down upon all the warriors of the battalion. The warriors cried out in agony as the venom engulfed them, their bodies igniting in purple toxic flames. Within mere breaths, the crocodilian warriors were reduced to nothing but bloody bones, corroded by the venomous fire. Even the commander of the 6th Heavenly King realm let out a harrowing scream, his body ablaze with purple flames, as his skin and muscles began to dissolve and rot. After enduring for just a few breaths, he too was reduced to a mere skeleton. In an instant, the entire battalion of crocodilian warriors was annihilated. The terrifying nature of the fully unleashed armored centipede is evident here. The demise of these crocodilians was, of course, a deliberate ploy by Xiang Ergo. In this area, within a radius of several hundred miles, there were no other souls. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf extended its perceptive abilities to scan the surroundings, and then, with a flash of light from its claws, it summoned an ice crystal swordfish and a vial of medicinal powder. The vial was crushed, and the powder scattered across the ice-glass swordfish. Subsequently, a large bottle of liquor was applied over it. The moon-swallowing wolf seized the ice-glass swordfish and came to an abrupt halt. "Come on, darling, come feast upon me," it sneered, gazing at the swiftly approaching wholly armored centipede. With a roar, the wholly armored centipede lunged, its myriad of mandibles snapping open wide. The moon-swallowing wolf flicked its claws, hurling the over 10-foot-long ice-glass swordfish into the gaping maw of the creature. In an instant, the centipede bit down, causing the moon-swallowing wolf to vanish. The ice-glass swordfish was crushed in the jaws of the wholly armored centipede. Delicious. The centipede's eyes gleamed as it swallowed the morsel whole. Meanwhile, the moon-swallowing wolf reappeared a kilometer away, now brandishing another fish. Ha ha, aren't I generous? Come on, have another. It produced another ice-glass swordfish, crushed another vial of powder, and tossed it out again. Once again, the wholly armored centipede bit into the ice-glass swordfish, crushing and consuming it. Over the course of feeding it 4 fish, the moon-swallowing wolf had utilized 4 vials of powder and 4 bottles of the Millennium wine. Finally, the wholly armored centipede began to sense something amiss. A wave of dizziness washed over it, fatigue settling in, its head spinning. This fish is quite intoxicating. Its massive body, akin to a mountain, began to slow. Eventually, it came to a halt, collapsing heavily to the forest floor, its great form lying motionless. The moon-swallowing wolf looked on with a cold smirk. For vials of divine elixir, for bottles of millennium wine, even the ancient emperors would succumb to me. Silly creature. Did you think my fish was so delectable? Transforming back to its human form, the moon-swallowing wolf descended, landing before the wholly armored centipede. The centipede's imposing presence was breathtaking up close. However, for Xiang Chen, it was no cause for concern, even in its largest wolf form. He stood over 30 meters tall, and compared to his light moon giant Kuan, this wholly armored centipede felt like a mere younger sibling. Dozens of them together would only match the size of the Kuan. Shall I slay this wretched creature for a fine meal, or would it be wiser to bind it as a servant? Xiang Chen pondered, gazing at the drugged wholly armored centipede. Suddenly, the centipede's eyes flared back to life, emitting a thunderous roar. With a forceful exhale, it unleashed a torrent of purple venom that splattered over Xiang Chen. Ah! He screamed in anguish as the venom enveloped him, igniting his body in purple flames. In a flash, the wholly armored centipede fell into unconsciousness once more. However, Xiang Ergo fared far worse. Ah! Xiang Chen cried out, clutching his face as his flesh began to sizzle and dissolve. The skin on his body was corroded, a terrifying sight as he transformed into a being of flames. His scalp melted away, hair and eyebrows falling like ashes. The surface of his skin turned to toxic liquid, rendering him a gruesome spectacle. I was careless. Xiang Chen roared in agony, swiftly closing his eyes to endure the pain as he sat cross-legged. No, the skin around his eyelids had completely dissolved, causing his eyeballs to protrude grotesquely, presenting a truly horrifying sight. Within him, a surge of rejuvenating essence immediately diffused and permeated his entire being. The muscles, which had been rapidly disintegrating, instantaneously transformed into a state as solid as ancient glaciers, significantly slowing their rate of dissolution. Yet, the poison persisted, gradually eroding Xiang Chen's flesh and bones, inflicting agony akin to 1,000 cuts. Gritting his teeth, he let out a low growl. His lips had already begun to dissolve, exposing his teeth in a terrifying manner. His visage was utterly disfigured, as if it had been corroded by powerful sulfuric acid. However, the venom of the sacred armored centipede was 1,000,000 times more dreadful than concentrated acid, capable of dissolving steel in an instant. The violet flames enveloping Xiang Chen remained unextinguished, yet a greenish luminescence emerged to counteract the purple fire. Rejuvenating scripture, devour for me, Xiang Chen roared within, exerting all his strength to operate the scripture in an attempt to absorb and refine the terrifying toxicity. However, as he attempted to consume it, the rate at which his body dissolved accelerated once more. His fingers and head, areas with less flesh, began to dissolve, exposing bloody bones. Xiang Ergo is swiftly transforming into Bone Ergo. Chapter 1055. Tenfold vitality. The fleshless regions had dissolved to reveal bone, a sight most alarming. The poison of the sacred armored centipede exhibited astonishing destructive power against flesh, yet its lethality against bone was comparatively mild. Xiang Chen's ivory-like bones gradually emerged. With a mighty roar, he transformed into a celestial wolf, his flesh enhanced manifold. However, in this form, the majestic appearance of Xiang Ergo was utterly obliterated. The silver coat of the moon-swallowing celestial wolf shed and vanished, leaving him bloodied, resembling a skinned dog, while his once beautiful silver wings turned into bloodied, plucked appendages. Transforming into the celestial wolf diminished the destructive capacity of the purple toxic fire significantly, and the rate of dissolution slowed considerably. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf, in its form, ravenously absorbed and refined the poison coursing through him. Within the celestial wolf's body, the rejuvenating essence surged forth continuously from his organs. Typically, this essence resided within his organs, capable of merging with his blood or entering his spiritual reservoir. Nevertheless, Xiang Chen usually concealed it within his organs, enabling him to stabilize his injuries even when his heart suffered a lethal blow. He was an amalgamation of a warrior, a tank, a mage, and a supportive healer, termed simply as hanging wall. As time inexorably passed, the celestial bodies shifted. A single day in this realm felt longer than 2 days in the outside world, a phenomenon influenced by the time regulation and the operational velocity of the stars in this world. This meant that while 2 years might have elapsed here, 4 or 5 years could have passed in the southern barbarian continent. This also elucidated one of the reasons the army of the Batian sect was reluctant to enter this realm prematurely. Entering would entail a commitment of 4 to 5 years of military resources, which would be a challenge given the substantial upheavals requiring support in other significant external battlefields, rendering them unable to extricate themselves. The so-called assessment serves, among other purposes, to allow individuals like Xiang Chen to act as vanguards, exploring the conditions of this otherworldly realm, identifying perilous regions, discovering mineral deposits and energy sources, and determining the most suitable points of entry for future endeavors. This exploration is conducted at the peril of the disciples' lives. As the crimson clouds enveloped the heavens, the sun rose in the east and set in the west, marking the passage of another day. The moon-eating celestial wolf had become a grotesque figure, its flesh and bones indistinguishable, and its sharp fangs protruding menacingly, while its mouth had corroded away. Amidst the agonizing torment inflicted by the corrosive fire, Xiang Chen found himself nearing a state of numbness. On the 5th day, the exterior flesh of the moon-eating celestial wolf had nearly vanished, exposing a majority of its skeletal structure, even revealing its pulsating heart and digestive organs through an energy membrane. Yet, the toxic flames enveloping it began to wane. By the 8th day, the venomous fire of the sacred armored centipede had completely extinguished. On the 10th day, only the skeletal remains and internal organs of the moon-eating celestial wolf persisted, sustained solely by the primordial energy of the returning heaven. On the 12th day, a powerful surge of emerald light erupted, radiating outward as energy levels soared, escalating to the 8th and then the 9th realm of the Lingxiao stage. As the energy surged, the wolf's body glowed vibrantly with hues of emerald green. Surrounding it, hundreds of towering ancient trees within a 10-kilometer radius exuded life force, their essence transforming into green luminescent specks that converged upon the moon-eating celestial wolf, integrating into its being. Meanwhile, these colossal trees began to wither and dry, their leaves transitioning from verdant green to yellowed decay. As the moon-eating celestial wolf absorbed this energy, veins of flesh began to sprout from its bones, resembling a web intricately woven around its skeletal structure, forming an extraordinary network of runes. Subsequently, its body birthed even more resilient and tenacious flesh cells, imbued with a vitality nearly tenfold that of their predecessors. These cells proliferated rapidly, splitting, doubling, and multiplying at an exponential rate. With each division, visible strands of flesh emerged along its bones, akin to creeping vines, coalescing into substantial muscle mass. The muscles began to envelop the skeletal frame, gradually enveloping the moon-eating celestial wolf's bones, rendering its form more robust and well-rounded. On the 13th day, the flesh fully enveloped and strengthened, giving rise to tougher skin, from which lustrous silver fur sprouted. By the 14th day, a majestic celestial wolf had been entirely restored, though a prominent lump remained atop its head. At that moment, an overwhelming surge of primordial energy erupted like a wave of light. In a thunderous roar, the returning heaven energy surged to nearly 10 times its former strength, breaking through to the realm of freedom. The returning heaven scriptures ascended to this newfound state. Xiang Chen had thus become a legitimately recognized 6th-tier alchemist, a formidable practitioner of the medicinal arts. With a resounding boom, the yin and solar true pills trembled and expanded. The moon and sun's true essence expanded simultaneously, refining the accumulated blood and spiritual energy of Xiang Chen. he ascended to the 9th level of the Ling Xiao realm. The realms of the 10,000 demon holy canon and the 10,000 demon sacred arts also reached the pinnacle of mastery. From destruction comes rebirth. Great suffering begets great opportunity. The moon-eating celestial wolf opened its eyes and rose to its feet. It let out a roar, its resounding howl sweeping across the heavens and earth, as beams of moonlight cascaded down, flooding into its being. The moon-eating celestial wolf transformed into a human form. With long silver hair, exquisitely chiseled features as if sculpted by the cosmos, sharp brows and starry eyes, a nose like a suspended gallbladder, red lips and white teeth. With a gentle upward curve at the lip line, exuding a hint of mischief and allure, undeniably handsome. A prominent bump adorned its head, resembling a malignant tumor. Stubbornly persisting atop Xiang Chen's head, impervious even to the divine healing essence of a medicinal king. Subsequently, the silver hair transformed into black silk, altering Xiang Chen's appearance. His previously enchanting visage became that of an ordinary handsome youth, his dark golden eyes reverting to black, assuming the countenance of Tang Yu. Xiang Chen stretched lazily, expelling a breath of turbid air as his bones cracked and popped. Feeling a vitality tenfold stronger than before, a smile crept across his lips. In his palm, strands of purple poison coiled and morphed into flames of toxic fire. This poison was lethal enough to slay a king-level warrior upon contact. This suffering was not in vain. Xiang Chen retracted the poisonous flames, instinctively touching his head. Ouch! How could this bump refuse to subside? He grimaced in pain, feeling as if he could weep without tears. With his current formidable healing essence, a king-level warrior could strike him with a blade, and he could stand unmoving, making it a challenge for the assailant to inflict harm. Yet, this bump remained unusually resilient, resistant to all attempts at healing. Who, for the love of heaven, struck me so painfully? Could it truly contain some profound essence? As Zhuge the Plump suggested? Chapter 1056, Terrifying Legacy Crack. Just as the words escaped his lips, a bolt of lightning descended from a previously clear sky, striking Xiang Chen. Ah! Xiang Chen screamed, instantly charred into a blackened figure, his hair standing on end. Why am I being struck again? Did I curse you? Ergo seethed with rage, glaring at the heavens. Crack! In the next instant, thunder roared again. However, this time Xiang Chen was prepared, utilizing spatial movement to appear a kilometer away in an instant. The lightning struck empty air. Huh, I was ready for you, Xiang Chen sneered. Yet, in the blink of an eye, his expression darkened. The surrounding space felt as though it had been locked, and he suddenly sensed an overwhelming celestial pressure bearing down upon him, rendering him immobile. Then, with a thunderous boom, a bolt of lightning struck from above. Within the light of the thunder, cries of agony echoed. Heavenly Father, I was wrong. Ergo ultimately capitulated, humbly apologizing. At that moment, the terrifying celestial pressure vanished, and the lightning dissipated. Xiang Chen lay on the ground, a bitter smile on his face. Why does the universe always seem to conspire against me? As I pondered the origins of the large bump on my head, it suddenly struck me. Could it truly be that the heavens themselves had dealt me this blow? Xiang Chen muttered to himself, gingerly feeling the painful swelling atop his cranium. It throbbed as persistently as ever. At last, he managed to calm his turbulent thoughts, focusing intently as his spiritual essence surged into the lump, probing it with meticulous care. However, the flow of true Yuan power yielded no effect. Attempts to clear the meridians proved futile in alleviating the swelling. This predicament must be resolved. The constant mockery from others for bearing such a conspicuous blemish was unbearable, not to mention the pain that rendered it a glaring weakness. With great diligence, Xiang Chen continued his exploration, immersing his consciousness within the depths of his being, yet he uncovered nothing amiss. His physical body appeared unharmed, and the meridians were intact. How could this be? What could possibly cause such a protuberance? The plump fellow had mentioned that this swelling contained the essence of the Tao. Could it truly harbor some profound meaning? Rubbing his chin thoughtfully, he waved his hand, summoning intricate runes that coalesced before him, manifesting a mirror of ice suspended in the air, reflecting his image with crystal clarity. Gazing into the frost-laden surface, he beheld the pronounced swelling at his hairline, its size and shape reminiscent of a fist imprint. A sudden realization struck him. He felt as though a veil had lifted. With a surge of intent, he unleashed a thunderous force from within. Boom! A torrent of profound essence erupted forth. Revealing the might of his fist intent, an overwhelming manifestation of fist intent at the pinnacle of transformation. Xiang Chen's fist intent radiated with formidable power, imbued with a spectral quality, coalescing into the form of an ancient dragon elephant. This magnificent creature stood upright, its head resembling that of an elephant, adorned with a long trunk. Its body cloaked in dragon scales and crowned with fearsome horns, an embodiment of the dragon elephant fist. As this force surged into the swelling atop his head, an awe-inspiring thread of essence was released. Thunder rumbled ominously, and in an instant, the sky was rent asunder by flashes of lightning. As though the very fabric of reality was torn, the ground beneath Xiang Chen's feet began to fracture, creating vast chasms that spread outwards for miles. Just a single thread of fist intent had caused the earth to crumble over an expanse of dozens of kilometers. Astounded, Xiang Chen stood speechless, witnessing this extraordinary spectacle. In the depths of his mind, a magnificent vision emerged, a boundless realm filled with colossal figures towering thousands of miles high, exuding an aura of unimaginable terror in staggering numbers. Among them stood a solitary figure clad in black, exuding an air of aloofness and cold grace, gazing defiantly at the titanic beings before him. As these towering entities regarded the man, they trembled in fear. With a single punch, the man obliterated the very fabric of existence. The earth disintegrated into dust, and the sky shattered, revealing gaping voids in space. Countless formidable figures vanished in an instant under the weight of that singular blow, disintegrating into mere fragments. The heavens and earth lay desolate, devoid of all existence, leaving only a vast, inky void, seemingly engulfing the entire solar system and devouring stars. This was indeed an extraordinary sight, as if a gaping chasm had been carved out of the galaxy. Xiang Chen, gazing at this spectacle, felt his jaw nearly drop in astonishment. The punch he had once created, without the chance to name or perfect it, seemed to have manifested in this moment. The solitary figure, exuding an air of defiance against the boundless emptiness, spoke calmly. Yet, within this realm, nothing remained, only the remnants of obliterated galaxies. Xiang Chen observed this fragment of information within his consciousness, uncertain of to whom this enigmatic man was addressing. Subsequently, the vision faded, the illusory image dissipating into points of light, coalescing into a dark sigil. This sigil abruptly merged with Xiang Chen's soul, imbuing it with numerous arcane and incomprehensible patterns along with a diagram depicting the flow of meridians. This was the essence of martial arts. Xiang Chen discerned that the diagram illustrated the circulation of energy points within the fist. Could it be the technique employed by the man in the vision? Overjoyed, he realized that such a profound secret lay hidden within his own being. Yet, a chill swept through him. This faint yet overwhelmingly potent martial intent had been lurking within the bump on his head. Were it to erupt, he would be utterly annihilated. At that moment, the bump upon his head vanished mysteriously. Who had bestowed this martial legacy upon him? Why him? Who was that man? After the initial exhilaration, Xiang Chen quickly regained his composure, delving into contemplation. There is no such thing as a free lunch. The power of that punch had surpassed all his previous understanding. A single galaxy, countless stars. Under the might of that punch, millions had perished, leaving a vast hole in the cosmos. Such power was beyond articulation, akin to the hydrogen bomb of a bygone era. Yet even that could only be likened to a star merely expelling gas, insufficient to obliterate celestial bodies unless in vast quantities. And that man, what an astonishing feat! With a single punch, he had ruptured a galaxy, extinguishing millions of stars. It was almost surreal, as if divine. How perplexing it was. In his eyes, Xiang Chen must have seemed no more than an ant. Why would such formidable martial arts be bestowed upon him? A sense of unease gripped Xiang Chen. This martial art carried an immense weight. Perhaps, as a mere mortal, he held no value to such a powerful being. Maybe it was merely his handsome visage that led to this opportunity, he mused. Grinning, he expressed his gratitude to the mysterious benefactor, clarifying that he had not sought this gift, but it had been thrust upon him, absolving him of any potential consequences. Inherent in his optimistic nature, he chose not to dwell on the matter further. With a respectful salute to the void, he graciously accepted this legacy. Chapter 1057. A punch that moves mountains and rivers. Xiang Chen's focus returned to his own body. Within, the true essence of the lunar and solar elixirs swirled like the convergence of sun and moon, radiating waves of surging vitality and magical power. Two streams of true essence operate independently, undisturbed by one another. At present, the cultivation of the 10,000 demons' sacred law has ascended to the 9th heaven of the Lingxiao realm, with its power surging to double that of the previous 8th heaven. Upon breaking through to the next level, one may enter the vast domain of the carefree realm, becoming a formidable figure of the heavenly king or demon king caliber. Meanwhile, the returning true essence has already transcended into the carefree realm, possessing an exceptionally potent combat capability, not in explosive energy, but through the application of poison. The purple poison flame of the sacred armored centipede has been mastered by me, seamlessly integrated into the assault of the azure sky poison hand. Those within the carefree realm who fall victim to this poison are doomed to perish. Thus, I have acquired yet another formidable trump card. Xiang Chen felt elated, for the azure sky poison hand is indeed a lethal technique. He seldom employs it, as its use guarantees death. Even if he attempts to rescue the afflicted, the slightest delay renders it nearly impossible to save them, truly malicious in nature. He decided to practice this punch technique to gauge its power. His focus remained on the recently acquired legacy of this martial art, standing before the colossal sacred armored centipede. His mind was entirely absorbed in the intricate patterns of the punch technique's legacy. Although the creature lay in a deep slumber induced by 4 bottles of millennia-old intoxication, the aura of menace it emanated deterred any living being from approaching within a kilometer radius. Understanding the essence through qi, leading form with qi, virtual spirit peaks strength, creating something from nothing, harmonizing the 5 elemental energies to balance yin and yang, inflicting damage upon the heart and lungs, causing harm to the liver and intestines, obscuring the essence, leaving one in a daze, as the 3 burn with the soul soaring. Yin and yang initiate the gathering of the 5 elements, then comprehend the cycle to transcend to the heavens. As the martial arts incantation silently resonated within, Xiang Chen, aligning with the patterns above, summoned the forces of the lunar and solar energies within him, transforming them into streams of symbolic power flowing through his meridians. In an instant, the forces of yin and yang surged through his veins, bringing a painful sensation. Symbols entwined around his arms, one embracing yin and the other embracing yang. Beneath his feet, a yin-yang taiji diagram materialized, suspended as he stepped into the yin with his left foot and traversed the yang with his right. This punch evoked a sense of profound familiarity within his soul. Surprised, Xiang Chen found himself enveloped in an otherworldly manifestation of the punch technique. An inexplicable sense of recognition washing over him, as though he had practiced it before, a familiarity resonating from the depths of his being, devoid of any obscurity. Taking a deep breath, he leaped into the air, his fists swelling with power, and if he did not release this punch, it felt as if his arms might explode. Indeed, they swelled to double their size and continued to expand. With a fierce intent, Xiang Chen stepped into the void of yin and yang, his body propelling downward with a resounding thud as his fist struck the unyielding earth. Boom! As his fist descended, a terrifying black and white shockwave erupted forth, radiating in all directions, the force of the punch surging like a tempest. Simultaneously, an overwhelming intent of the punch enveloped the surroundings, channeling the forces of heaven and earth. This punch transcended all, embodying the essence of a sovereign punch. Bang, bang, bang. The hard, ancient ground shattered once more, fracturing and collapsing as if dozens of missiles had rained down simultaneously. The dust swirled violently, and with a tremendous roar, the ground within a 5-kilometer radius sank, several meters deep. The colossal, unconscious, wholly armored centipede was jolted back hundreds of meters by the sheer force of a single punch. Astonishing, Xiang Chen gazed, dumbfounded, at the power unleashed by his fist swelling and the runes fading away. The might of this blow surpassed the pinnacle of the Lingxiao realm by several magnitudes. The ground here was composed of thick adamantine rock, making such destruction exceedingly rare. This martial art, I had only executed 2/10 of its essence, yet my arms could barely withstand such power. Mastering it to perfection would enable me to obliterate an entire city with a single strike. Xiang Chen was internally astounded. However, in comparison to that enigmatic powerhouse, this punch felt akin to an ant's kick. When juxtaposed with the memory of that mysterious man-s punch, Xiang Chen's elation diminished significantly. When would he attain the ability to shatter stars? At that time, what would imperial authority, conspiracies, or celestial sects matter? With a single blow, they would all meet their demise. This martial art was astonishingly formidable, yet that man claimed it bore no name. Perhaps I should christen it myself. How about calling it the Heavenly Burial Fist? Consequently, this particular strike could be termed the Mountain and River Burial. Damn it, once perfected, even the heavenly Tao would be laid to rest beneath my fist. Thus, it shall be named the Heavenly Burial Fist in my thoughts, a name I kept to myself. Secretly chuckling at the heavens. Damn it, if you keep striking at me without reason, the day will come when I shall send you off with a single punch. Wait a moment, could this punch have been a gift from the heavenly Tao? If it were indeed bestowed upon me, would I still bury it? Forget it. I frequently berate that celestial thief. How could he possibly grant me such an opportunity? Yet, should it truly be his gift, I would have to leave him with 10 bumps on his head. I would not quell my inner resentment without delivering a proper beating. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen then realized that his Taiyin and Yang Tru Dan had diminished by half. This martial art consumed an immense amount of true essence and magical power. He sighed inwardly, shaking his arms, which were still sore, and turned his gaze toward the holy armored centipede. You vile creature nearly caused my demise. Had it not been for my elder brother's protective power, I might have fallen victim to your treachery. I cannot quell my hatred without giving you a proper thrashing. With a curse, Xiang Chen transformed into a towering figure, over 20 meters tall, wielding the colossal dragon-quelling battle blade. He leaped into the air, unleashing a furious roar as he brought the blade crashing down upon the head of the holy armored centipede. The clash reverberated through the air, a sound akin to metal striking metal, echoing across a 10-kilometer radius, accompanied by a powerful shockwave. Yet, the holy armored centipede merely bore a shallow mark from the strike. Utterly unfazed, its defenses were too formidable. To slay this beast, it would require the intervention of a sovereign from the ancient Fourth Realm. How infuriating! I cannot even defeat you. Xiang Chen's arm tingled from the impact, and the immense body of the centipede staggered back, crashing to the ground with a resounding thud. Well, I had intended to refine you into a potent elixir, but given your impenetrable armor, it would take months to subdue you. I shall spare your life for now, keeping you nearby to torment this wretched creature slowly. With a sigh, Xiang Chen sheathed his blade. He landed atop the holy armored centipede's head. Standing upon its massive mandibles, his gaze fixed upon its dimming eyes. Return to the heavens, sacred goo curse. In his dual orbs, a drop of crimson gold blood unexpectedly overflowed, igniting and consolidating magical power, transforming into a golden talisman. A single drop of Xiang Chen's vital blood. Upon detaching from this drop, he felt an immediate fatigue as if he had endured 10 sleepless nights, indulging in desires relentlessly. This sacred return goo curse is a powerful method from the sacred return scripture that governs the control of entities transcending one's own realm. To command demons, there exists the demon command spell. To control beasts, the beast command heavenly spell. The essence of this insect species diverges from these two primary systems, resulting in distinct incantations. The sacred armored centipede possesses a cultivation far superior to his own, requiring his blood as a catalyst to enhance the spell. Chapter 1058. The next evolution, the spell transformed into a 6-star patterned seal, imprinted within the colossal eyes of the sacred armored centipede. The eyes serve as windows to the soul's ocean, being the closest to the spirit. Within the sacred armored centipede's spiritual sea lies a soul cluster enveloping the spectral image of a centipede, representing its very soul. The overwhelming power of a millennium of intoxication does not merely numb the physical nerves, but also ensnares the soul. The soul of the sacred armored centipede lay immobile. In slumber, the incantation settled upon the lunar membrane surrounding its soul. As the lunar membrane continually dissolved and succumbed to corrosion, one might liken the lunar essence to an eggshell, coalescing a vast reservoir of spiritual energy, serving as a protective layer for the soul. Had the sacred armored centipede been awake, its lunar essence would resist the incantation's encroachment, preventing it from nearing the soul. In such a scenario, Xiang Chen would have to engage in a mental duel with the centipede. Yet now, the opponent's lunar essence resembled a stagnant pool. The goo curse seamlessly integrated into the lunar essence, swiftly branding its imprint upon the soul. A primal roar emanated from the soul of the sacred armored centipede, thrashing about. As the tumultuous spirit stirred, Its massive form also writhed, causing the ground to tremble. Xiang Chen stood resolute before its eyes, unwavering, continuing to exert control over the incantation. The spell, akin to a seed of a great tree, took root and sprouted instantaneously, with tendrils penetrating the soul of the sacred armored centipede. The creature's thrashing gradually subsided as the goo curse commandeered its spirit, although it remained in a state of unconsciousness. Xiang Chen exhaled deeply, his weary form collapsing upon the giant pincers of the creature, drenched in sweat, gasping for air. Having depleted a portion of his vital blood, he now felt exceedingly weak. A thought crossed his mind. He needed sustenance. Manifesting a mysterious ancient cauldron in his palm, he summoned a surge of spatial power, conjuring a large ice-glass swordfish from the void, which gazed around in bewilderment. The ice-glass swordfish served as Xiang Chen's strategic rations, with thousands of live fish nurtured within the ancient cauldron, including creatures at the level of the carefree realm. With a swift motion, transforming into a werewolf, Xiang Chen's claw pierced through the body of the ice-glass swordfish, his maw, lined with sharp fangs, devouring it whole. The 2-meter-long fish, comparable to a great white shark, was consumed in mere moments. After indulging in several ice-glass swordfish, he ingested a self-crafted elixir to replenish his expended vital energy, then meditated to restore his essence. 2 days later, the sensation of being utterly drained dissipated, and he felt invigorated, as if he could transform into a whirlwind at the mere sight of a beautiful woman. Upon his recovery, a vial appeared in Xiang Chen's hand, an elixir to counteract the effects of a 1,000-year intoxication. This divine antidote acted swiftly, yet its potency waned just as quickly. Currently, the primary influence over the sacred armored centipede was still the effects of the 1,000-year intoxication. He cast the antidote into the creature's gaping maw, and then channeled his celestial essence to refine it into a surge of medicinal power that permeated the sacred armored centipede's being, dismantling the lingering effects of the intoxicating substance within its body and soul. After a moment, the centipede's enormous eyes, larger than those of an entire bull, ignited with a crimson glow, signaling its return to consciousness. It regarded Xiang Chen with a series of hisses, its massive tail swaying gently. The creature's gaze now reflected only reverence and submission, embodying an unparalleled docility. It had become Xiang Chen's pet. The potency of the incantation instilled a profound awe within its very soul, compelling it to obey Xiang Chen's commands without question. Even a command to self-destruct would be followed. Such is the tyranny of the controlling arts. There exists no equality, only absolute command and submission. You little pest, your pursuit of me was rather pathetic. Now, go and strike that great mountain 200 times as a form of self-punishment, Xiang Chen instructed, pointing towards the towering peak nearby. The sacred armored centipede emitted a pitiful sound, akin to a child being reprimanded by its parents, and crawled over to the mountain, striking its head against the rock with a series of thuds that sent tremors through the formidable structure. To its surprise, the act became increasingly enjoyable, creating fissures in the mountain's surface. Stop, stop! Enough of this mindless banging. It's futile, and your exoskeleton is too resilient to feel pain, Xiang Chen quickly interjected, halting the excited centipede. Let us give you a name. With your flamboyant purple hue, you shall be called Purple Jester. Remember this scent, recognize these individuals, and upon encountering them, eliminate them. Do not forget to collect their heads and energy cores for me. He gazed at the colossal sacred armored centipede, producing the corpse of a crocodile man in his hand. The centipede nodded in understanding, its massive tail thrashing in excitement, indicating its determination to fulfill the task. Go forth. I shall summon you when needed, Xiang Chen commanded with a wave of his hand. The sacred armored centipede, resembling a moving jungle train, turned and rumbled away, obediently seeking out prey as instructed. Xiang Chen approached a nearby heap of bones, still dripping with blood, around 70 to 80 remains. These were from the crocodile man squad that he had previously lured into the clutches of the centipede. Such an opportunity for merit was too valuable to overlook, and Xiang Chen began to gather the remains. In terms of his mission, he had already exceeded expectations. His purpose in the Batian sect was to mingle among the elite, and the core disciples were vying for 1,000,000 merits, a contest he intended to join. The corpses he collected could be exchanged for approximately 200,000 merits. The accolades had yet to be secured. The handsome lad still needed to strive for success. After tallying the merits, Xiang Chen sighed. He surveyed the surrounding ancient forest, which had withered from absorbing the essence of the flora, and with a firm step, unleashed a small reversal technique, releasing a verdant glow that spread across the earth. In an instant, the ancient forest spanning 10 miles revived, with the withered shrubs and flowers regaining their vitality, and the yellowed leaves transforming into a vibrant green. The strength of environmental preservation is renowned, and the names of Yin and Huang are celebrated. The essence of the heavenly scriptures lies in drawing from the earth and returning to it. He then inhaled deeply, his senses extending across a vast expanse, as he searched for the presence of his siblings amidst a myriad of mingling scents. "Ah!" Xiang Chen exclaimed, his olfactory senses sharpening for further investigation. In the blink of an eye, he transformed into a three-legged golden crow and soared into the sky. Now at the 9th level of the Lingxiao realm, mastering the balance of yin and yang. It was time for him to seek out the bloodlines of the demon clans within the 5 elements, aiming for a breakthrough in the sacred art of 10,000 demons. Among the 5 elements, the 5 sacred beasts reign supreme within the demon lineage. The eastern sacred beast, the ancient azure dragon, is the sovereign of the dragon clan, known for its wood affinity, with water as an additional attribute. The western sacred beast, the god of slaughter, the white tiger, embodies the essence of metal. The southern sacred beast, the infernal vermilion bird, harnesses the power of fire. The northern sacred beast, the black tortoise of the north, gathers the essence of water. The central sacred beast, the Qilin, child of the earth, represents the earth element, with metal, wood, water, fire, and earth as supportive attributes, embodying all things. Within the demon clans of the 5 elements, these 5 beasts stand at the pinnacle. Should I first seek the attributes of metal and water, I could directly extract blood from Xiao Bai and Turtle Sigh. However, their realms are not significantly higher than mine, and my need for bloodline energy could pose a grave danger to their lives. As for Xiao Bai, I cannot bear to harm him. Although he is pure blood, he is still a juvenile, and moreover, he is the reincarnation of Ro Air. As for Turtle Sigh, his bloodline has not fully evolved, being only half-blood. Using him would mean draining him entirely, and alas, I cannot bring myself to stew him. Thanks to the kind-hearted cat for the unblocking, and gratitude to the brothers for their support. Many have remarked that this book diverges from the style of Shura. Indeed, it is different. Both Xiang Chen and Mu Feng share similar traits. I have penned 3 books, and if they all bore the same style, it would lack excitement. 10,000 Demons combines humor with fervor, interspersed with many modern references, aimed at providing readers with a light-hearted escape amidst the pressures of life and study. If one is not fond of the darkly comedic and fervent style of 10,000 Demons, I invite you to explore the works of my fellow authors, such as Dao Realm World, War God Rampage, and Eternal Emperor, which are quite substantial in length, each author possessing their unique voice. I have consistently sought to evolve while maintaining my foundation. Though some elements remain unchanged, my protagonists often lead a group to defy fate, conquering until the end, banding together to claim the world, which distinguishes my approach from that of many authors. Chapter 1059. Encirclement at the Gun Gate. At this moment, Sigh, the ruler of all water spirits in the Great Chu, suddenly felt an inexplicable chill within. He was unaware that just a moment ago, Xiang Chen had nearly contemplated turning him into a turtle soup. Little Hong on Tianyang Island in the East China Sea possesses the bloodline of the vermilion bird. Yet despite my assistance, she has only achieved half-blood status and is not the strongest infernal vermilion bird. Relying on her might also cost her life, alas. She is one of our own, making it all the more difficult to proceed. That fellow Long Yu, too, possesses an impure bloodline, and his evolutionary state is far from sufficient for my advancement. Thus, he is of no use to me. The 3-legged golden crow let out a sigh, lamenting his own excessive compassion and kindness. Bah, a shameless scoundrel. Which of the 5 elemental sacred beasts might grant me a taste? Ergo mused, flapping his wings and soaring into the distance. Before him lay a narrow mountain stream, several meters wide, with water flowing serenely amidst a nearby encampment. Within this camp, over 500 individuals gathered, all belonging to the Gun Intent Sect, which had also united various scattered factions. Inside one of the tents, a woman with a purplish complexion and blackened lips lay beneath layer upon layer of fiery feather quilts, beads of cold sweat forming on her brow. This woman was Yue Ying, Although her heart meridian was safeguarded by Xiang Chen's revitalizing essence, preserving her life, the sinister poison remained unmitigated. Though the venom was not as potent as toxic liquid, being merely an accompaniment of the saint-armored centipede's malevolent aura, its effects were still formidable. Nearby, a woman from the Gun Intent Sect diligently wiped the sweat from Yue Ying's brow. The noxious miasma was excruciating, creating an internal heat, yet an external chill. Her soul felt unbearably tumultuous, while her body was inexplicably frigid. Little bamboo, has that shameless little thief returned? Yue Ying murmured, her eyes half closed. Senior sister, you have asked that 32 times already. He has not returned. However, that fellow is truly loyal. Had he not drawn away the saint-armored centipede by himself, we would not know how many of our brothers would have perished, replied the girl known as Little Bamboo. The shameless little thief, Yue Ying, was in a daze. Her speech unclear, likely cursing Xiang Chen. Little Bamboo, how is senior sister? A man inquired from outside the tent. This man was none other than Yue Ying's entrusted protector, the one tasked by Xiang Chen to ensure her escape. Yue Ying, having lost her combat capabilities, was currently in the hands of this man, who was at the 3rd level of the Xiaoyao realm. He was the strongest among the disciples of the Gun Intent Sect, named Yu Pingyun. Still the same. The fever shows no signs of abating. Junior brother Liu has prescribed more medicine, but it seems of little use, alas. Little Bamboo sighed, covering Yue Ying with the quilt and placing a cool cloth on her forehead. If only we can care for senior sister well. If we could escape this damned trial, Master would surely save her. Yu Pingyun lowered the tent flap. Outside the encampment, shadowy figures were stealthily approaching. Amidst the ancient forest, humanoid figures clad in scaled armor drew closer to the camp. Their eyes glimmered with dark, golden vertical pupils. The crocodilian tribe. Moreover, their numbers were considerable, exceeding 1,000, representing a formidable half-regiment. Observing the camp several kilometers away, they did not charge immediately. Your Highness the 17th Prince, we have encountered a substantial catch this time, proclaimed a robust man of the crocodilian tribe, his eyes glinting like cold stars, his brows as if painted. His presence was immensely powerful, revealing him to be a formidable opponent at the 7th level of the Xiaoyao realm. Beside him stood a youth clad in purple, with a visage of striking pallor. The young man exuded an air of cold elegance, his sharp features framed by deep-set, obsidian eyes that shimmered with an enchanting hue. His thick brows, regal nose, and haughty lips all proclaimed an undeniable nobility and dominance. This youth bore an uncanny resemblance to an ordinary human, his eyes devoid of any serpentine characteristics. He was the 17th prince of the crocodilian clan, Tuoba Xinyan. In a chilling tone, Tuoba Xinyan commanded, 1st Battalion, flank from the left and right, 2nd Battalion. Maneuver to the rear to cut off their escape. 3rd Battalion, follow my lead and await my order to attack. Understood. Several members of the group immediately dispersed quietly. The crocodilians possessed exceptionally keen senses and often detected humans before being noticed. Surrounding the camp, dozens of disciples from the Gun Intent Sect stood vigilant. Unbeknownst to them, a larger contingent of crocodilians stealthily encircled their position. Once this assessment trial concluded and they entered the Batian sect, the thought of indulging in a month of revelry was tantalizing. How I longed for it. One disciple of the Gun Intent Sect was engaged in idle chatter with a companion. Although his companion was young, he was puffing away at a long pipe, exhaling clouds of smoke. With a toothy grin revealing his stained teeth, the companion jested, "A month? Don't let those seductresses drain you dry. Aren't you pursuing junior sister Cuehua? What is taking so long? Enough. It's disheartening to speak of. Cuehua actually favors that scoundrel Yang. Why am I not as appealing?" Before he could finish his lament, a streak of arrow light shot towards him in an instant. However, his reflexes were remarkable, and he instinctively thrust his spear to deflect the projectile. Boom. The spear struck the arrow with lightning speed, resulting in a violent explosion. He staggered back, while his companion shouted, "Who goes there?" Suddenly, the ground erupted as 2 figures sprang forth from beneath, their blades slicing through the air. With a gruesome sound, blood erupted as the 2 were cleaved in twain. Following this, a throng of crocodilians surged from the forest, unleashing a barrage of arrows into the clearing, the sound of whistling projectiles filling the air. Thud! A disciple of the Gun Intent Sect was instantly pierced through the skull by an arrow, meeting a grim fate. Enemy attack. Prepare for battle. The crocodilians are upon us. In an instant, Chaos engulfed the camp as numerous disciples unleashed their true essence, raising their spears to counter the incoming arrows. Amidst the cries of agony, 70 to 80 members were struck down. Kill! Roar! At that moment, a multitude of figures charged from the surrounding woods, crocodilians howling as they descended upon the camp. Some transformed into their battle crocodile forms, consumed solely by the thirst for blood. Damn it, what are the sentinels doing? Yu Pingyun's expression darkened as he brandished his spear to fend off the rain of arrows, shouting, "Do not engage in prolonged combat. Follow me to break through. Kill." At this juncture, they found themselves entirely encircled by crocodilian warriors, closing in from all directions, even from above. "Second brother, this is dire. We are completely surrounded." A voice of panic rang out from one of the disciples. "Cursed crocodilians, protect senior sister. Everyone, follow me to break through towards the east." Yu Pingyun brandished his spear and charged eastward. The other disciples of the Spear Intent Sect, while fending off assaults, converged with him in a desperate bid to break through. Chapter 1060. Let me showcase my slaughter. The 17th Prince, Tuoba Deep Abyss, unleashed the formidable true essence of the 7th realm of the free and unfettered realm, manifesting a shadowy specter behind him, an entity resembling a man with a crocodile's head, wielding a massive black battle axe. This specter, a bloodline manifestation of the crocodilian royal family, was the Dark Divine Crocodile Spirit. The Dark Divine Crocodile Spirit concentrated its immense power and cleaved downward with its axe. A thunderous black axe light sliced through the air like a bolt of lightning, tearing into a group of defending disciples of the Spear Intent Sect. Cries of agony echoed as over 10 disciples were mercilessly slain by a single blow. Tuoba Deep Abyss surged forward, a claw erupting with a sharp radiance, enveloping and ripping through his foes. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 5 claw lights streaked through the air, targeting a Tianwang of the Spear Intent Sect. The Tianwang thrust his spear, generating a flurry of spear shadows to counter the claw strike, yet all were obliterated. "Ah!" The Tianwang of the Spear Intent Sect shrieked, his insides violently torn asunder. His body hurled to the ground, breathing shallowly. The scent of blood ignited a frenzy within me. Tuoba Deep Abyss cackled wickedly, stepping into the air and sinking his claw into a man's neck, draining his lifeblood. Once the man was reduced to a husk, Tuoba Deep Abyss turned his wrath upon another Tianwang. The disciples of the Spear Intent Sect were besieged, and soon, over 100 lay dead, the scene utterly horrific. "Beasts!" Yu Pingyun's eyes blazed with fury as he thrust his spear toward Tuoba Deep Abyss, who had just slain another of his junior brothers. However, a 6th realm crocodilian Tianwang swung his blade, effortlessly deflecting Yu Pingyun's strike with overwhelming power. "You think you can ambush our prince? Die!" The 6th realm crocodilian Tianwang sneered, launching a relentless barrage of strikes that forced Yu Pingyun into retreat, his cultivation insufficient to withstand the assault. With a piercing sound, a sharp edge breached his defenses, ripping through his flesh. Yu Pingyun cried out in agony, his chest split open, his innards exposed. "Your head shall be mine." The crocodilian Tianwang jeered. His next strike aimed directly at Yu Pingyun's skull. Just as the blade descended, a chilling spear light surged forth, carrying an astonishing intent. Whoosh! The spear struck the crocodilian Tianwang's chest with blinding speed, sending him hurtling backward. "Senior sister." Yu Pingyun gazed back at the crowd, spotting Yue Ying. Her complexion turned ashen, and she nearly collapsed, having just unleashed a life-saving shot. "Human!" The crocodilian Tianwang bellowed in fury, wrenching his spear free from where it had nearly pierced his heart. In an instant, he transformed into a battle crocodile state, his power surging dramatically. A claw, radiating cold light, lunged at Yu Pingyun, who struggled to rise despite his injuries. Whoosh! 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 At that moment, 7 arrows whistled through the air. Boom! 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 The 7 arrows erupted against the crocodilian's claw, splattering blood and flesh. "Roar! Who dares?" The crocodilian Tianwang howled in rage. However, 7 streaks of arrows surged forth in rapid succession, relentlessly striking from behind. Bang! Bang! The protective magical force surrounding the crocodile king shattered under the onslaught. With a piercing sound, 2 arrows struck his eyes, causing them to explode in a spray of dark crimson blood. Another arrow brutally struck below, obliterating his lower head. The crocodile king let out a harrowing scream as he collapsed, his colossal body convulsing, destined for demise. Then came another wave of blinding golden light, crashing down upon another crocodile grandmaster who lunged at Yue Ying. Boom. The grandmaster was instantly obliterated, reduced to mere fragments and ash, without even a cry escaping his lips. Thunderous fury unleashed, a blade of lightning descended from the heavens, mercilessly cleaving through 8 crocodile warriors with anguished cries. Amidst the radiant glow, a young man with black hair and eyes, strikingly handsome, descended with a sword in hand, cleaving through 3 crocodiles with a single stroke. Yue Ying recognized him with delight, exclaiming, "Handsome lad, you are still alive." With a mighty punch, Xiang Chen sent forth a force that resembled a dragon and an elephant, propelling 3 crocodiles away. "I told you to call me the universe's most dashing lad. Sister Pingxiong, it has been too long." 3 disciples of the Gun Intent Sect, who were protecting Yue Ying, glanced at him weakly, one muttering a curse at the shameless thief, yet feeling an inexplicable sense of relief. "All disciples of the Gun Intent Sect, gather in the sky and converge towards me. Do not hinder my display of skill," Xiang Chen bellowed, continuously slashing through the approaching crocodiles. The disciples were momentarily taken aback, but continued to fend off the crocodile assault. "Unbelievable, how infuriating," Xiang Chen fumed, his frustration palpable as he saw their lack of response. "Get up there and fight. Rally towards me, you shameless rascals." In that moment, the weakened Yue Ying mustered all her strength to shout. Upon hearing her, the disciples sprang into action, soaring upward while engaging in battle, making their way towards Xiang Chen. "You scoundrels, I am not a shameless rogue." This time, Xiang Chen's anger intensified. Nevertheless, he soon stepped forward, ascending into the sky, roaring, "Holy armored centipede, unleash your wrath." With a resounding boom, the earth trembled. Suddenly, the ground erupted, and a colossal figure emerged from below. A massive purple centipede, over 10 meters in diameter and more than 100 meters long, emerged with a blood-curdling roar. It opened its gaping maw, devouring 2 or 3 dozen crocodile warriors in a single bite, reducing them to mere morsels. The sudden appearance of the holy armored centipede shocked everyone present. The giant insect-hunting demons, it was here. Curse it, how could this monstrous creature be here? The faces of the crocodile clan members turned pale. Many had previously encountered the holy armored centipede and had fled for their lives. "It's that beast." The Gun Intent Sect members were equally astonished, recalling their own devastating losses at its hands. "Damn it, how did this vile creature arrive here?" In the distance, Tuoba Deep Abyss's face also paled. 17th Prince, we are in trouble now. The expressions of those around him darkened. "What? How has this fellow returned?" The severely injured Yue Ying trembled in fear. The sacred armored centipede roared, sending the surrounding crowd into retreat. In a swift strike, it seized over 10 crocodilian warriors and devoured them whole. The area was densely populated. Xiang Chen shouted, "Do not let it feast on you. Unleash your full power. Eliminate as many as you can." As he spoke, his celestial energy erupted, enveloping the disciples of the Gun Intent Sect who were gathering nearby, their legs trembling with trepidation. The disciples indeed feared the sacred armored centipede. While they could still contend with the crocodilians, this creature was an overwhelming force against them. With a fearsome roar, the sacred armored centipede opened its massive jaws, unleashing a torrent of purple venom that engulfed a vast area. Chapter 1061. The prince's poison. The emergence of the sacred armored centipede left everyone astounded and terrified. Suddenly, a deluge of purple venom spewed forth from its maw, drenching a throng of crocodilians. The venom sizzled as it made contact, causing the crocodilians to ignite in purple flames, their bodies corroding under the toxic assault. "Ah, save me." In an instant, over 100 individuals were drenched in the venom, their anguished screams echoing chillingly. Within mere breaths, more than 100 crocodilians were reduced to grotesque, bloodied remains. The disciples of the Gun Intent Sect hovered above, trembling beside Xiang Chen. "Your Highness, we must retreat. This sacred armored centipede is beyond our capabilities," a formidable warrior from the Tuoba Abyss exclaimed in alarm. "Damn it, how could this abomination appear here?" Tuoba Abyss gritted his teeth, his blood-red eyes fixed on the colossal sacred armored centipede. They had encircled the disciples of the Gun Intent Sect, only to have their plans disrupted by this unexpected menace. The sacred armored centipede shrieked, charging towards a group of warriors, its numerous legs propelling it forward, piercing through the bodies of the crocodilians and dragging them towards its gaping maw. The crocodilian ranks were utterly shattered, and a multitude of them retreated in panic. Retreat! Tuoba Abyss roared, his unwillingness overshadowed by the necessity to withdraw. A horde of crocodilians began to flee, while the sacred armored centipede, invigorated by the chaos, surged forth, dispatching over 100 more warriors without regard for the disciples of the Gun Intent Sect, pursuing them relentlessly. We should flee as well. A disciple of the Gun Intent Sect stammered, his face pale with fear. Flee. This sacred armored centipede is now under my control. Those seeking glory, follow me as we hunt. Xiang Chen declared, propelling himself through the air and landing atop the sacred armored centipede, much to the astonishment of those around him. What? This fearsome creature has been subdued by him? How is that possible? Did he summon it? The disciples of the Gun Intent Sect were struck with disbelief, their expressions reflecting sheer astonishment. Goodness, this handsome fellow is truly remarkable. How did he achieve that? The severely injured Yue Ying, equally incredulous, turned to the weakened Yue Ying beside him. Senior sister, shall we pursue? In Yue Ying's gaze, hesitation flickered as he proclaimed, they have slain so many of our brothers. We must seek vengeance upon these crocodile men. Very well, brothers, let us join the dashing lad and eradicate the crocodile kin. Yue Ying bellowed, rallying over 300 warriors to pursue the fleeing crocodile race, instantly reversing their roles. Whoosh, 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 standing upon the head of the sacred armored centipede. Xiang Chen relentlessly released arrows from his dragon-hunting bow, each bolt whistling through the air with lethal intent. Bang, bang, bang. A few kilometers away, the fleeing crocodile warriors fell one after another, pierced and lifeless upon the ground. Xiang Chen resembled a mobile artillery platform, his grand bow functioning as a rapid-fire cannon. The prowess of the dragon-hunting bow was astonishing, for now, the arrows he loosed possessed a force comparable to that of a master archer at the 3rd celestial level. In their relentless pursuit over a distance exceeding 10 kilometers, the crocodile men who perished at his hands numbered nearly 90. Meanwhile, Yue Ying was voraciously consuming souls, her power steadily rising, now reaching the 3rd tier of the Ghost King realm. Who was that individual? Why did the sacred armored centipede refrain from attacking him? Could it be that he had summoned this creature? Tuoba Abyss gazed at the pursuing sacred armored centipede and spotted Xiang Chen atop its head. Damn it! Archers, cover me. I shall slay that boy. Perhaps then I can rid myself of this sacred armored centipede. Tuoba Abyss roared. Your Highness, allow me to go. It is too perilous. One of the crocodile kings nearby hurriedly cautioned. Tuoba Abyss gritted his teeth. No, I have never endured such humiliation and failure in my life. I must kill that boy. Provide me cover. With that, he let out a fierce roar, instantly transforming into his battle crocodile form. The black war crocodile surged forward, wielding 2 ebony sabers. With a sweeping motion, Tuoba Abyss charged towards Xiang Chen, his twin blades creating a lethal curtain that sliced through the incoming arrows. The other crocodile men halted their retreat, retaliating with a barrage of arrows aimed at the sacred armored centipede. Yet, the colossal creature did not flinch, the arrows merely clattering against its massive form, inflicting no harm. However, Xiang Chen lacked such protection, deftly evading the arrows that rained upon the sacred armored centipede. At that moment, Tuoba Abyss let out a thunderous shout. Propelling himself through the air, his dual sabers cleaving through, unleashing 2 sharp arcs of black light that extended for dozens of meters. The might of these strikes rivaled that of a master at the 9th celestial level, their power terrifyingly immense. Xiang Chen's expression shifted immediately, taking control of the sacred armored centipede. With a resounding crash, the massive tail of the sacred armored centipede rose to shield Xiang Chen's head, its hindquarters coiling upward. Clang! Clang! The twin blades struck the sacred armored centipede, leaving only shallow marks as the blade energy erupted. The colossal tail then lashed out, striking Tuoba Abyss with force. His face paled as he was violently hurled away. Fist buries mountains and rivers. At that moment, Xiang Chen seized the opportunity to strike while the iron was hot. He stepped forward, the dual forces of yin and yang manifesting, his fists enveloped in radiant runes, his arms swelling instantaneously as he surged forth, delivering a devastating punch. Boom! The fist seemed capable of shattering mountains and rivers, entombing an entire realm, with a force akin to the surging currents of the Yellow River and the Yangtze. A terrifying punch, far exceeding the realm of Lingxiao by more than tenfold, erupted and struck the recently propelled body of Tuoba Deep Abyss. With a spurt of blood, Tuoba Deep Abyss, caught unawares, was sent flying, his bones cracking under the impact, fissures appearing throughout his frame. Your Highness, a crocodile man, King Xiaoyao, was taken aback. At that moment, 7 arrows of light whistled through the air, aimed at Tuoba Deep Abyss. With a piercing sound, the first arrow penetrated Tuoba Deep Abyss's body. However, he managed to crush a jade talisman, conjuring a circle of black light to envelop him in protection. Boom, boom, boom. The subsequent arrows struck the black shield, exploding without breaching it, yet the force of the blast still sent Tuoba Deep Abyss reeling. He was caught by a crocodile king, who swiftly began their escape. While Tuoba Deep Abyss emitted a series of pained cries, from the shattered region of his chest, a surge of purple venom had already infiltrated his body, indicating he had been poisoned. Indeed, who was Xiang Ergu? With a name as ominous as Tahiyai, it was impossible for his arrows to be merely physical energy attacks. They were imbued with venom, making a hit a certain death sentence. After pursuing for several kilometers, the assailants fractured into scattered groups and fled. Xiang Chen, alongside the sacred armored centipede, had vanquished over 300 crocodile men, including 13 kings and several masters, garnering a remarkable 40,000 military merit points. With previous kills included, his total now reached 600,000. Chapter 1062. The unashamed villain having eradicated a batch of small teams, Xiang Chen allowed the sacred armored centipede to hunt independently, summoning it only when necessary. Meanwhile, he collected the bones of the fallen, amassing accolades for his exploits. When he encountered members of the Gun Intent Sect, they regarded him with expressions of gratitude and reverence. Haha, handsome lad. Thank you, thank you. Yue Ying laughed heartily, supported by others as he approached. Yet, this laughter nearly caused his intestines to spill from his wound, prompting him to hastily push them back in and seal them with his true essence. How splendid it is to vanquish demons and uphold justice. To aid the righteous in their plight has always been our creed. Xiang Chen waved dismissively, unperturbed, exuding an aura of righteousness, embodying the spirit of a gallant hero. A good person indeed, handsome lad. I, Yue Ying, have seldom bowed to anyone, but you are an exception. Indeed, the handsome lad is a true hero. Such valor. The surrounding members of the Gun Intent Sect expressed their admiration. However, Xiang Chen's next words revealed his true nature. If you truly wish to express your gratitude, esteemed friends, I would not refuse offerings such as the 9th grade spiritual herb, Fushin, or a millennium-old Ganoderma. Haha, what splendid weather. Indeed, second senior brother, look at this sky, so blue. There's even a bird flying. Instantly, the disciples of the Gun Intent Sect ignored him, scattering and changing the subject. Unashamed villain. At that moment, Yue Ying was also carried over, casting a weak glare at Xiang Chen. Hey, Ping Xiongjia, still alive, are you? Would you like me to rescue you? Xiang Chen replied with a playful smile, placing a hand on Yue Ying's chest, unleashing a surge of verdant energy that enveloped them both. Yue Ying was taken aback, astonished to witness the gaping wound in his chest miraculously regenerating flesh at a visibly rapid pace. No. Yue Ying gritted her teeth defiantly. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly. Had I not safeguarded your heart with my power, you would have met your demise long ago. Now, call me Brother Tang and I shall heal you. Dream on, shameless scoundrel. Yue Ying seethed, her breath coming in sharp gasps. Ahem, Master Sister, I believe there is a misunderstanding between you and this handsome brother. How about we all remain calm and become friends? Yue Ying coughed a few times, his wound now healed, attempting to mediate. He placed a hand on Xiang Chen's shoulder with familiarity. Handsome brother, our master sister possesses a sharp tongue but a tender heart. If you can heal her, I will be at your service, ready to brave any storm for you. Xiang Chen, initially teasing, was not averse to providing assistance. He sighed, very well. I shall grant this brother a favor. Let us carry the fair sister to the tent, where I will tend to her poison. I do not require your help. Yue Ying remained obstinate. The little Zhu from the Gun Intent Sect had already carried her into a nearby tent. Handsome brother, do you need my assistance? Little Zhu inquired. If this lovely sister could bestow upon me a token of affection, I believe my healing prowess would exceed expectations. Xiang Ergo jested, leaning closer to her, brazenly soliciting a kiss. Little Zhu was momentarily stunned, then blushed, realizing his intentions. You're such a rascal, handsome brother, but for the sake of my sister, I can oblige. With that, little Zhu planted a quick kiss on Xiang Ergo's cheek before shyly retreating. You brazen, despicable rogue. Yue Ying's eyes blazed with fury at the sight. Humph, you stubborn and unreasonable sister of the Gun Intent Sect. Now it's just the two of us. Let us see how I shall punish you. Xiang Chen grinned wickedly, a surge of true essence radiating from him, forming a barrier. What do you intend to do? Yue Ying's expression shifted as she noticed his sinister smile. A solitary man and woman in a room. Sister Ying, what do you think I might have in mind? Xiang Chen sat beside her, playfully tilting her chin with his finger. You scoundrel! If you dare touch me, I will kill you. My people are outside. Yue Ying's eyes widened in alarm. They cannot hear you. I've set up a barrier, Xiang Chen replied with a smirk, pressing a finger to a pressure point on Yue Ying, rendering her completely numb and immobile. He then began to unfasten her clothing. You monster, don't do this. Get out. Yue Ying screamed, her fury intensifying as she saw him unclothe her, exposing her skin, marred by shades of purple from the poison. No need for theatrics. I'm merely using acupuncture to expel the toxins, Xiang Chen reassured, pulling out a set of spiritual needles, meticulously inserting them into her meridians. Despite his flippant words, his technique was precise and earnest. Yue Ying's protestations diminished as she bit her bruised lip, watching him intently. Gradually, the toxic blood within her meridians began to seep from her pores. At that moment, she felt Xiang Chen's claw resting upon her smooth abdomen. Just as she was about to utter a rebuke, she beheld a surge of emerald light erupting from his hand, as strands of the returning heaven true essence flowed into her spiritual reservoir. This force, entering her body, was remarkably cool and comforting. Yue Ying, whose exterior was chilled while her interior burned, could not suppress a soft moan of relief. The returning heaven true essence, entering through her spiritual reservoir's energy gate, circulated through her meridians. The toxic power within her body was absorbed by the flowing true essence, and the sensation of pain diminished while feelings of comfort and lightness began to prevail. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's hand pressed against her chest. Just as Yue Ying was about to express her indignation, he applied pressure with his palm, infused with true essence. With a splutter, Yue Ying expelled a mouthful of toxic blood, and the heat in her heart instantly eased. Yue Ying's previously dusky skin gradually transformed into a delicate, rosy hue, radiating beauty. Is my poison cured? Yue Ying inquired with delight. Indeed, it is, Xiang Chen affirmed with a nod. However, Yue Ying's expression darkened instantly. This shameless rogue was audaciously gazing at her chest. Alas, what a pity that it is so flat. Sister Ping, would you like me to use my medicinal skills to stimulate it? I guarantee a miraculous transformation in a month's time. Definitely a 36, Xiang Chen teased, a playful grin upon his face. Get out of here. Yue Ying seethed with indignation. Very well, ungrateful woman. After saving your life, one might expect some gratitude, he replied, rising and preparing to leave. Your acupoints will unlock themselves shortly. Scoundrel, give me back my clothes. Yue Ying angrily bit her silver teeth, shouting in humiliation. Xiang Chen promptly assisted her in dressing, his hands wandering far too freely. Upon exiting the tent, the disciples of the Gun Intent Sect awaited anxiously outside. Handsome, how is our senior sister? Yu Pingyun inquired hastily. My intervention was merely a trivial matter, Xiang Chen replied, arrogantly smirking while touching his nose. Haha, you're impressive, handsome. I admire you. Who would have thought your medical skills were so extraordinary? I'm not one to support walls. I only support you. In this battle, the Gun Intent Sect suffered grievously, with nearly 200 members lost to ambush and slaughter. Had it not been for Xiang Chen's timely rescue, they might have faced total annihilation. By the way, handsome, did you truly subdue that giant centipede? How did you accomplish such a feat? That creature is terrifying. Yu Pingyun probed again about the sacred armored centipede. Xiang Chen spun tales of grandeur. After drawing its attention, I battled this wretched beast for 300 rounds. While fighting, I enlightened and guided it, ultimately moving it with my noble character, compelling it to submit to me. Some individuals are indeed chosen by fate, like myself, transforming the impossible into the possible and the decayed into the miraculous. The surrounding crowd fell silent, incredulous at his self-aggrandizing narrative. They understood that Xiang Chen was fabricating stories, undoubtedly employing some undisclosed method to tame the sacred armored centipede. However, since he chose not to divulge the truth, they did not press further with their inquiries. Just then, a wave of chilling air swept over them. Senior sister, beware. A sudden urgency surged through the air, and in the blink of an eye, Xiang Chen evaded the impending threat. A shadow of a gun pierced through the spot where he had just stood. "Damn it, you reckless sister. Are you trying to kill our savior?" shouted Xiang Chen from a kilometer away. Yue Ying had regained her composure, brandishing a battle spear, radiating murderous intent. "Shameless thief. How dare you be so presumptuous? Prepare to pay with your life," she bellowed, preparing to charge forward. "Senior sister, no? Senior sister, the handsome brother is our savior. Indeed. He has saved us twice, and you twice as well. How can we repay kindness with animosity?" The members of the Gun Intent Sect rushed to restrain her, grasping her arms. "Look at you, you ungrateful sister. Your junior brothers and sisters are far more reasonable and grateful than you, you heartless woman." Xiang Chen couldn't help but curse from a distance. "Brother, hold your tongue. Senior sister, do not hold the handsome brother accountable. The previous events were surely a misunderstanding." Yu Pingyun and others attempted to mediate between them. Yue Ying glared at Xiang Chen, her teeth clenched, but ultimately lowered her weapon, letting out a cold huff. "No good deed goes unpunished. With your temper, who would dare marry you?" Xiang Chen remarked as he stepped aside, preparing to start a fire for cooking. "What is it to you? I certainly want to marry you," Yue Ying retorted, unable to refrain from cursing back. "Marry me? I wouldn't want you even if you begged. All that's left is your foul temper. Shameless thief. Enough, you two. Can't you coexist peacefully?" After a while, a bonfire was lit in the camp, and Xiang Chen began grilling fish, the aroma wafting through the air. The members of the Gun Intent Sect were busy gathering the deceased's remains to be taken away for burial, and the atmosphere was somber. Until the enticing scent of grilled fish permeated the air, only then did a group of people drool and gather around, eagerly watching Xiang Chen eat. He was not one to be stingy, pulling out several hundred ice-glass swordfish, grilling one for each person. This is delicious. What kind of fish is this? I've never tasted such exquisite fish before. Brother handsome, this must be the ice-glass swordfish from the ice cloud, right? I had no idea it was this tasty." Indeed. The ice-glass swordfish is a top-tier ingredient. It's best served as sashimi, but with my exclusive recipe, grilling it is also quite delightful," Xiang Chen said while gnawing on a piece, casting a glance at Yue Ying, who sat alone in a corner, rubbing her battle spear with a cloth. He approached her with a grilled fish in hand. "Sister Reckless, would you like some?" he offered, presenting the fish before her. "Humph, as if I would want it." Yue Ying scoffed, yet her throat involuntarily twitched. Despite your words, your physiological response is quite honest." Xiang Chen chuckled, placing the fish beside her before walking away. The irresistible aroma of grilled fish continued to waft through the air, and Yue Ying struggled to resist eating. "I will patrol the area," she said, rising to take her dragon tongue spear and leaving, casually taking the grilled fish with her. Meanwhile, many thousands of miles away, in the encampment of the crocodilian clan, the 17th prince, Tuoba Xinyan, lay on his bed, convulsing, violently expelling toxic blood. Nearby, several celestial beings continuously channeled their energy to suppress the poison. However, the toxicity was too overwhelming. Their efforts were in vain. With a violent heave, Tuoba Xinyan expelled a mouthful of black blood mixed with internal organ remnants, his breath dwindling to its lowest ebb. "Your Highness," a crowd around him cried out in despair. "Inform Brother 15, instruct him to avenge me. That human thief must be slain." Tuoba Xinyan bellowed, expending every ounce of his strength. With a resounding thud, his head fell back, resting helplessly against the bed, his pupils dilating as the light of life extinguished. Prince 17. Cursed human thief, my crocodile clan shall not rest until this vendetta is fulfilled." The camp of the crocodile clan was engulfed in lamentation. After 2 days at the Gun Intent Gate, Xiang Chen took his leave, determined to seek out his lost brethren. The violent spatial turbulence had scattered them to unknown corners, so far that even the Wanli transmission talisman could not reach them. His sense of smell proved futile as well. Relying solely on the vague instinct of his bloodline, he could only approximate their direction, lacking clarity on their precise whereabouts. "Brother Tang, words cannot express my gratitude for your life-saving grace. Take care," Xiang Chen said, clasping his fists in farewell. Yu Pingyun and the others returned the gesture. "Though the mountains may shift and the waters may flow, as long as we persevere until the assessment concludes, we shall surely meet again. We will still be comrades then. Please take care. The 100 resolve pills I bestowed upon you can save your life. Remember to take them if poisoned." Suddenly, A beam of spiritual light shot towards him. Xiang Chen reached out, gazing at Yue Ying, who stood aloof and turned slightly in his direction. Transmission Spirit Jade, what is your intent, Yingzi? He inquired playfully. The Gun Intent Gate is clear about its debts. You have saved us twice. I shall repay this kindness. If your life is in peril, do not hesitate to contact us. Even if we cannot save you, we can at least retrieve your remains, Yue Ying replied with icy pride, gripping her spear. Xiang Chen laughed heartily. Ah, but Peng Yun has already gifted me one of these. You need not repay it. This is a 9th grade Spirit Jade, capable of communication over 90,000 kilometers. Huh, you must take it. What if Sister Ying finds herself lonely in the night? I could regale her with tales to ease her solitude, Xiang Chen teased, accepting the jade. Leave quickly, was all Yue Ying could muster in response. By the way, I must let you in on a secret. When I treated you with the needle to dispel the poison, I secretly employed that formidable needle technique. You shall see its effects in a month, guaranteed 36. Xiang Chen laughed skyward and departed. Despicable, shameless scoundrel, may you perish. Yue Ying glared at her chest, which indeed had slightly swelled, and in a fit of rage, she pursued him. Sighing, the onlookers could only shake their heads at the antics of the two, who must have been enemies in a past life. Chapter 1064. The Devious Woman After bidding farewell to those at the Gun Intent Gate. Xiang Chen soared alone into the vast ancient forest. He set his course southward, as previously agreed upon with his siblings. They would all venture in that direction. Although the expanse of this extraterrestrial battlefield was immense, comparable to 2 or 3 states of the continent, progressing in a single direction would eventually lead to their reunion. Along the way, Xiang Chen vanquished several monstrous insects and ancient beasts that dared to attack him. He also sought out the crocodile clan, dispatching any solitary members he encountered. In the depths of the ancient forest, he stumbled upon a massive tribal settlement of the crocodile clan, home to thousands. Evidently, the crocodilian tribe has begun to seize this extraterrestrial battlefield, evolving into a colony. Such a tribe, even Xiang Chen dared not confront alone. Halt! Suddenly, a commanding voice resonated through the woods. Swish, swish, swish. A group of individuals raced through the forest, soaring amidst the ancient trees. At the forefront of this throng was a young woman, adorned in a yellow gown, her beauty somewhat striking, albeit modestly so. Behind her, over a dozen humanoid figures pursued her relentlessly. How dare you? Do you know who I am? I am Lu Yuan of the Celestial Talisman Hall. And I am the first prodigy, Lu Kai. She spat with gritted teeth, casting a scornful glance backward. I care not who you are. Dare to slay my brethren and steal the Xiaoling fruits we painstakingly obtained from the vicious beasts, and you shall face death. It matters not if you are a princess in this desolate place. The assailants continued their relentless pursuit. Among them was a king of the carefree realm, with the others being formidable masters of their craft. Yet, the young woman possessed merely the cultivation of a grand master. You ruffians, it is merely 8 Xiaoling fruits. How dare you chase me so vehemently? Once I locate my brother, I shall annihilate all of you. Lu Yuan seethed, her hand sweeping forth as she conjured several talismanic lights, launching them toward her pursuers. Clearly, these individuals had previously suffered at the hands of such talismans, promptly evading or countering with their own assaults. Boom! The talismans detonated, unleashing thunder, flames, and icy arrows. The force was formidable. At that moment, Lu Yuan spotted someone ahead, her eyes sparkling with hope. Senior brother, save me. Senior brother, I have finally found you. She flew forward and clung to Xiang Chen's arm. He furrowed his brow, taken aback by the unexpected embrace of this unfamiliar woman. Senior brother, there are those pursuing me. You are the strongest. Please hold them off for a moment while I summon the others. Lu Yuan implored, before breaking free and continuing her flight. Soon, her pursuers caught up. Halting before Xiang Chen, evidently having overheard her words, they recognized that he was allied with her. Brat, your junior sister dared to pilfer our treasures. Attack. Kill him, and then pursue. Barked the leader, a young man clad in blue, a king of the carefree realm. Kill. The group echoed, unleashing a torrent of powerful energy assaults. Caught off guard, Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and deftly evaded. Boom. The assaults erupted, shattering several ancient trees. However, Xiang Chen had vanished, only to reappear 2 kilometers away, instantly materializing behind Lu Yuan. Feeling a presence behind her, Lu Yuan turned, startled. You. When did you appear behind me? Her expression shifted to one of alarm, her eyes suddenly glinting with malice as she summoned a talisman of lightning to strike at Xiang Chen. Yet, Xiang Chen's hand moved swifter. Buzz! A blade of light swept through his palm, the dragon's edge appearing in an instant. Lu Yuanyuan let out a piercing scream as the meridians in her arm and wrist were violently torn apart, a gaping wound erupting with blood, rendering her hand utterly useless. The talisman she had summoned dissipated instantaneously. Junior sister, you brought this calamity upon yourself. Bear the consequences. Xiang Chen remarked coldly as he seized her arm and delivered a merciless knee strike. Lu Yuanyuan coughed up a mouthful of blood, her cultivated power shattered by the impact. Grasping her, Xiang Chen hurled her towards the group pursuing her. Gentlemen, this person is of no concern to me. Do as you please, he declared, indifferent to her plight, showing no mercy simply because she was a woman. Although Xiang Chen had a penchant for the fairer sex, he adhered to a certain standard, finding amusement only in those like Yue Ying, who possessed a fundamentally kind heart. He harbored a deep-seated aversion to women with venomous hearts, particularly due to his past encounters with Lin Lian. This woman, upon their first meeting, had plotted against him without cause, and her earlier attempt to strike him left him with no inclination to show leniency. You little beast, I will remember you. Lu Yuanyuan glared at Xiang Chen with venomous intent before being flung away. She regained her balance, only to find herself encircled by more than 10 assailants. That brother over there was misled by this woman. I ask for your understanding, the young man in blue, a disciple of the celestial wanderers, addressed Xiang Chen with a clasped fist. Among all disciples, I am the most audacious, yet I take pleasure in aiding others. Xiang Chen shrugged nonchalantly. Meanwhile, Lu Yuanyuan clutched her injured arm, her eyes filled with malice as she glared at the surrounding men. They seek to steal our treasures and murder my brothers. Brothers, slay this wretched woman. The young man in blue shouted in anger. Kill. The others immediately launched their merciless assault on Lu Yuanyuan. Clutching a jade talisman, she activated its runes. With a swift motion, she enveloped herself in a yellowish light and burrowed into the ground. The jade talisman emitted a resonant boom, unleashing a terrifying force akin to that of the ninefold celestial realm. Lightning crackled violently, striking down upon the advancing attackers, engulfing a vast area in its fury. The sound of thunderous explosions rang out as the assailants were caught off guard, their cries cut short as they were obliterated into ashes by the lightning. This is bad. The young man in blue's expression shifted drastically as he retreated, only to be struck by a bolt of lightning, his protective barrier shattering, leaving him charred and flung to the ground. Remarkable. This woman possesses such powerful lightning talismans. Xiang Chen observed from a distance, astonished. Out of the 15 pursuers, 11 were instantly annihilated, while 4 others, though at a distance, were grievously injured, writhing on the ground amidst the crackling electricity. At that moment, Lu Yuanyuan emerged from the earth, surrounded by the glow of her earth-escaping talisman, coldly surveying the fallen attackers. Deserved, she sneered. Approaching one of the incapacitated men, she ruthlessly stomped down on his head. With a sickening crunch, his skull shattered, sealing his fate. Lu Yuanyuan cast a glance towards Xiang Chen, her eyes still brimming with resentment. However, she refrained from attacking him. She could not discern the depth of his strength. Chapter 1065. The Carefree Spirit Fruit. 7th Update 22. Xiang Chen had just severed one of her arms with such swiftness that it left her at a loss for how to respond. Wretch, despicable creature. The Carefree King, struck heavily by a bolt of lightning, lay on the ground gazing at Lu Yuanyuan with eyes filled with venomous hatred. His name was Mu Quan, a formidable figure at the minor celestial level of the Carefree realm, a genius hailing from a certain state of the continent, accompanied by a group of family disciples to participate in the assessment. After arduous efforts in defeating a fierce beast guarding the spirit tree, he had not anticipated that this woman would stealthily pilfer their spirit fruit. You waste one of my 9th-grade thunderstorm talismans, and you wretches deserve to die. Lu Yuanyuan approached him, lifting her delicate foot to stomp down on Mu Quan's head. Bang! However, her foot did not land on his head. It was intercepted by another foot. A young man clad in a white robe with black hair and eyes had blocked her strike. Lu Yuanyuan's expression shifted as she coldly inquired, "What are you doing? I was in the wrong earlier. Do you still wish to intervene?" Xiang Chen replied with a wicked smile, "Whether I intervene or not depends solely on my mood. If I find you displeasing, is that reason enough?" Lu Yuanyuan's face darkened as she slowly retracted her foot, suppressing her inner fury. I shall spare him this once for your sake. She turned to leave. While Mu Quan looked at Xiang Chen in astonishment, bewildered that someone would come to his aid. Xiang Chen, with a dispassionate tone, commanded, "Stop. Did I permit you to leave?" Grinding her teeth, Lu Yuanyuan warned, "Do not overstep your boundaries. I possess powerful talismans. If provoked, we all shall suffer." Xiang Chen seized Mu Quan and, utilizing a surge of true essence, propelled him several hundred meters behind him. He gazed at Lu Yuanyuan, a smirk playing at the corners of his mouth, revealing a wicked grin. "I believe you have pilfered something of great value from someone, if I am not mistaken. An 8th grade spirit fruit, known as the carefree fruit. It is now time for some black market dealings. Hand over the treasure, and I shall let you go." Fury ignited within Lu Yuanyuan, yet she quickly contained her anger, replying, "Very well, I shall give you half." With that, she summoned a radiant light from her storage ring. Lu Yuanyuan raised her hand, the item poised to launch towards Xiang Chen. Whoosh! Yet from the ground, a blinding flash of a blade surged forth, severing her arm. The Lonke demonic blade had ambushed her from the earth. Uft! Blood erupted as her jade-like arm was mercilessly severed. "Ah!" Lu Yuanyuan shrieked in horror, stumbling back as her right arm was completely severed. The brilliance in her hand exploded, transforming into an immensely powerful fireball that incinerated her arm into ashes, engulfing the area in scorching flames for dozens of meters around. Lu Yuanyuan's beautiful eyes widened in terror as she watched Xiang Chen approach, filled with dread. How could his blade be so swift? To play tricks with me, you are still far too inexperienced. Xiang Chen advanced deliberately, the palm-sized Lonke demonic blade twirling in his grip. Will you surrender the treasure willingly, or shall I claim it from your lifeless body? With a chilling sneer, he inquired. His murderous intent palpable, his methods of black market dealings were not new to him. This time, even if his opponent was a woman in the realm of cultivators. Who cares about gender when it comes to interests? Are you not afraid of retribution from my heavenly talisman's hall? Lu Yuanyuan's face contorted in agony as she sealed the blood from her severed arm with her true essence. "Oh, it seems I have no choice but to silence you permanently and erase all traces." Xiang Chen replied coldly with a smirk. "No, wait. I can offer you something." Lu Yuanyuan's expression shifted dramatically as she realized she was confronting a truly ruthless individual. With a swift movement of her crimson lips, a beam of spiritual light emerged, a storage ring, soaring directly towards Xiang Chen. However, Xiang Chen's true essence intercepted it mid-air, preventing the storage ring from approaching him. His formidable spiritual awareness penetrated the ring, revealing a trove of treasures within: spirit stones, medicinal pills, women's garments, and 8 lustrous, translucent fruits radiating an astonishing aura of spiritual energy. The Lingxiao fruits, also known as the Lingxiao or the carefree spirit fruits, were 8th grade spirit fruits, growing on a Lingxiao tree aged 8,000 years, bearing fruit once every century, having absorbed the essence of the tree's spirit for millennia. The energy within a single Lingxiao fruit could propel a person of the Lingxiao realm into the carefree realm, underscoring the fruit's potency, and serving as an exquisite material for crafting the 8th grade elixir, the carefree pill. However, alongside these treasures, there existed a plethora of explosive talismans, half-activated and ready to detonate. This woman, indeed, harbored malevolent intentions. Should he approach the storage ring, the talismans would surely inflict severe harm upon him. Xiang Chen scoffed, then with a swift gesture, he distorted the space before him, extracting the 8 Lingxiao fruits directly from the storage ring. His spatial talent allowed him to retrieve items from a distance. He possessed the ability to manipulate space without disrupting the surrounding environment, enabling him to extract items even within a confined space. How did you accomplish that? Lu Yuanyuan gazed in astonishment at the scene unfolding before her. He had managed to extract the items without even touching her storage ring. Xiang Chen smirked. Had I taken your storage ring, the talismans within would have detonated, and I would either perish or be grievously wounded. Lu Yuanyuan's countenance darkened. Realizing her intentions had been unveiled, she indeed aimed to kill Xiang Chen, ensuring that if she could not possess the treasures, no one else would either. If you wish to avoid being silenced, I suggest you remain still, Xiang Chen stated coldly as he turned to approach Mu Quan, channeling a surge of restorative true essence into the latter's body. Miraculously, Mu Quan's injuries began to mend within mere breaths. Shocked, He examined his body and rose to face Xiang Chen, expressing his gratitude with a bow. Thank you, brother, for your timely intervention. Xiang Chen waved his hand dismissively. These 8 fruits rightfully belong to you, and as my reward for saving your life, I believe it's only fair to claim them, don't you think? No objections. The debt of gratitude for saving my life cannot be repaid with mere treasures, Mu Quan acknowledged, though a pang of reluctance lingered within him. Yet, the man's strength seemed formidable, and despite the Lingxiao realm aura he exuded, one could never ascertain if he was merely masking his true prowess. By the way, where did you procure these fruits? Xiang Chen inquired further. We journeyed from a direction where, approximately 600 miles away, there exists a spirit Xiaowu tree. At that location, we discovered 8 ripe fruits. Additionally, there were 2 peculiar birds. My brothers and I managed to divert the attention of these strange creatures and devised a plan to slay one of them. However, upon our return, we found that the ripe fruits had all been stolen by that woman, who had also killed our comrade left behind. As Mu Quan spoke, he couldn't help but cast a resentful glance at Lu Yuan, who wore a similar expression of animosity. The spirit Xiaowu tree, a precious spirit tree capable of bearing fruit, must not be wasted. A glimmer of excitement illuminated Xiang Chen's eyes. The spirit Xiaowu tree bears its fruit once every century, a weight arduous for ordinary folk. Yet, within the ancient cauldron, the laws of time are so extraordinary that a century could pass in mere years. Suddenly, the air was pierced by the sound of whistling swords, and figures rushed forth. Ha ha ha, you are doomed. At that moment, Lu Yuan burst into laughter, revealing a sinister glint in her peach blossom eyes. Yuan. From the depths of the forest, streaks of sword light surged forth. Each beam bore a figure standing upon flying swords, traversing the ancient woods. Tianluan, I am here. Lu Yuan shouted. Xiang Chen looked on as no fewer than 70 sword cultivators descended, landing before Lu Yuan. He recognized these individuals as disciples of the Hengshan sword sect. Leading them was a strikingly handsome young man clad in azure robes, his stature as upright as a sword. Zhao Tianluan, the younger brother of Zhao Tianxian. The chief disciple of the Hengshan sword sect, ranked among the top practitioners of this group, having achieved the 3rd level of the Xiaoyao realm. The Hengshan sword sect has always maintained an excellent relationship with the Tianfu Hall. Zhao Tianxian, the chief disciple of Hengshan, and Lu Kai, the chief disciple of Tianfu Hall and Lu Yuan's elder brother, are close friends. Yuan, you are injured. As Zhao Tianluan approached, he noticed that Lu Yuan's arm had been severed at the forearm. His expression changed instantly, and he rushed forward with concern. Tianluan. Lu Yuan fell into her beloved's embrace, unable to suppress her sobs. Yuan, how did you sustain such injuries? Who did this? Zhao Tianluan held her tightly, filled with anguish, and immediately produced healing elixirs for her. Lu Yuan's eyes, filled with venomous resentment, turned towards Xiang Chen. With some effort, she lifted her severed arm to point at him. It was him, Tianluan. This little bastard cut off my arm and attempted to kill me. Tianluan, avenge me. Her gaze was a mixture of bitterness and grievance. Zhao Tianluan's sharp eyes instantly resembled 2 gleaming swords directed at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen appeared unperturbed, unafraid of such troublesome matters. You little bastard, how dare you sever my girlfriend's arm? I will dismember you. Zhao Tianluan roared with fury. At that moment, the disciples of the Hengshan sword sect spread out, encircling Xiang Chen and Mu Quan. Mu Quan's expression grew serious as he activated his true essence, prepared for battle. My brother, I have implicated you in this, he gritted through clenched teeth. It is not your fault. I brought this trouble upon myself, Xiang Chen replied calmly, hands clasped behind his back. Do these individuals truly believe they can retain him? I fear they lack the capability, even though the saint-armored centipede is no longer present. Among this group, there are 5 kings at the carefree realm, with Zhao Tianluan possessing the highest cultivation. Brother Zhao, how can a mere ant at the Lingxiao realm compel you to act? Allow me to assist in dispatching him, sneered a disciple from Hengshan, whose cultivation was at the 9th level of the Lingxiao realm, as he unsheathed his spirit sword with a resonating hum. Be cautious. This fellow is formidable and exceedingly swift. I can barely react, quickly warned Lu Yuan. Haha, Sister Lu, as disciples of the sword, we have never been lacking in speed or strength, with a single strike. I am unrivaled among those of the Lingxiao realm, boasted the Hengshan disciple with great arrogance. Rest assured, Imoku's prowess is also formidable within the Lingxiao realm. Moku. This brat is not worthy of my involvement. Please ensure he is thoroughly dismantled, Zhao Tianluan remarked coldly, hands behind his back. Against Xiang Chen. He was not compelled to issue an order for a collective assault. Prepare to meet your fate, kid. Moku advanced step by step, releasing waves of powerful sword energy, reaching the pinnacle of a grandmaster in the Lingxiao realm. And not far from being a king. To serve as a pawn for others often comes at the cost of one's life, Xiang Chen stated indifferently. Hey, who are you trying to intimidate? Swift sword technique, kill. Moku's face contorted with rage as he suddenly lunged forward, his sword moving with such velocity that it resembled a flash of white lightning, piercing directly towards Xiang Chen. This strike was indeed exceedingly swift. Xiang Chen did not evade, but rather gazed at the incoming blade, halting just 3 zhang away. Whoosh! The sword pierced through Xiang Chen's form, the blade's light passing through. However, Xiang Chen's body transformed into a dissipating shadow. Your speed hardly qualifies as swift. Xiang Chen's voice suddenly erupted in Moku's ears. Thunderous. Following this, hundreds of blade lights enveloped Moku in an instant. Xiang Chen appeared 10 zhang behind him, his hand poised in a slicing motion. Moku's expression turned to one of terror as torrents of blood erupted from his body. Boom. Subsequently, he was utterly obliterated, completely disintegrated. The ground was littered with fragments of flesh, as he had been cut down by no less than several hundred strikes in an instant. Incredible. How could this be possible? Exclaimed Moku in disbelief. Junior brother Mo, I have not claimed invincibility in the Lingxiao realm. I wonder from whence your confidence is derived, Xiang Chen remarked, shaking his head in lament at the remains of Moku. This scene caused the countenance of the majority of Hengshan's sword sect disciples to shift dramatically. Zhao Tianluan's smile froze in an instant, for he could barely discern Xiang Chen's previous strike. Damn it! The surrounding disciples of Hengshan's sword sect glared with intense hatred. I will slay him, roared a king of the carefree realm from Hengshan, instantly launching his sword, which surged 3 zhang in a vibrant green light towards Xiang Chen. Boom! Just then, a diamond sword, seemingly merging with the earth, erupted from the ground, piercing through the feet of this individual. Thud! Before the carefree king could approach Xiang Chen, this exceptionally sharp sword pierced through his body. His eyes widened in fury, and the diamond sword vanished, replaced by a slender white claw grasping his foot, pulling him away from the earth. Something lurks beneath. Brotherly. In this scene, the disciples of the Hengshan sword sect were struck with terror, hastily taking to the skies. A voice, clear and childlike, suddenly emerged from the depths of the earth, declaring the presence of tenfold gravity. The surroundings trembled as a powerful magnetic force of the earth intensified dramatically. Oh! Under the influence of this force, the disciples of the Hengshan sword sect, at the pinnacle of the Lingxiao realm, were violently pulled down, their bodies crashing to the ground. The earth transformed into a quagmire, which erupted with a terrifying devouring force, compounded by the amplified gravitational pull, dragging them into its depths. Only 4 members of the Hengshan sword sect remained, including Zhao Tianluan. Within the mire, agonizing screams echoed, blood surging forth and staining the mud. Those who were pulled down were pierced by diamond swords forged from the very power of the earth. What monstrous creature is this? Show yourself, Zhao Tianluan bellowed, hovering 3.5 zhang above, striking down at the mire with his sword. Boom! The mire exploded, a gash several hundred meters long carved into the earth. Mu Quan looked on in disbelief, utterly bewildered by the unfolding events. Kuan Ling, hold off on your meal for a moment. Play with these individuals first. I wish to witness the prowess you have attained after your evolution, Xiang Chen remarked casually, hands clasped behind his back. Understood, master, came the youthful voice of Kuan Ling. As a surge of ominous energy accompanied by the earth's force erupted from below, and a figure emerged from the ground. Chapter 1067. Complete annihilation. What kind of demon are you? Show yourself. Zhao Tianluan, cradling Lu Yuan with one arm, struck the ground once more with his sword. The expressions of the other 3 sword kings were grim. In an instant, so many of their comrades were in peril, and they had yet to discern the nature of their adversary. Mu Quan, standing behind Xiang Chen, was equally astonished. Suddenly, a massive figure materialized from the mire. The sludge coalesced into an enormous form, taking on a diamond-like texture, morphing into a 10-meter-tall roaring stone bear. This diamond bear exuded an overwhelming force of the earth, and emanated an aura at the king level. Interesting, Xiang Chen mused, slightly taken aback. Recognizing that this diamond bear was indeed a manifestation of Kunling, who had condensed the Earth's energy into this formidable entity. Master, Kunling has awakened two powerful abilities, gravitational manipulation and diamond transformation, came the youthful transmission from within the diamond bear. Excellent, your training has not been in vain. Go forth and let them witness your might, Xiang Chen encouraged with a smile. Roaring, the diamond bear unleashed its massive paw, imbued with tremendous strength, aimed at Zhao Tianluan and his companions. Demon, meet your end. Zhao Tianluan and the others unleashed their formidable sword energy, sending sharp beams of light toward the diamond bear. However, these strikes merely carved shallow gashes into the bear's exterior, failing to reach the core of Kunling within. A thunderous blow landed upon one of the first-tier Sword Kings. With a resounding crash, the protective sword aura released by the Sword King was shattered, causing him to spit blood and retreat, sent flying by a single slap. The diamond bear roared, exhaling a beam of sword light. Lacking sword energy, it was nonetheless incredibly sharp, a solidified diamond sword. In an instant, this blade pierced the body of the Sword King, who let out a wretched scream as the diamond sword penetrated his chest, pinning him to a tree. Yuan, take care of yourself, Zhao Tianluan said, releasing Lu Yuan and, alongside another second-level Sword King, charging towards the diamond bear. Yuan's body was propelled backward, retreating several thousand meters. Sensing danger, she immediately fled. The second-level Sword King's sword erupted with resplendent golden light, sweeping towards the adversary. Clang, clang, clang. The sounds of metal clashing echoed as deep gashes were carved into the diamond bear's body, sending debris flying. The diamond bear retaliated with a powerful swipe, shattering the attacking sword light. The second-level Sword King, with graceful movements, struck fiercely at the diamond bear, aiming to cleave it in two. However, from the mud below the diamond bear, a surge of muck erupted, enveloping the second-level Sword King in an instant. Diamond transformation, with a series of cracks. The mud underwent a material change, solidifying into hard diamond, ensnaring the second-level Sword King. Beast, meet your end. At that moment, a sword aura descended upon the diamond bear like a bolt of lightning. With a whoosh, the sword light spiraled downwards, brimming with the formidable energy of a perfected realm. Boom, boom, boom. The blade struck the diamond bear's head, causing it to explode, the force continuing downward to its neck and chest. At that moment, a beam of spiritual light shot from the diamond bear, landing on the distant ground. The light transformed into a child of about 8 or 9 years, with earthy yellow skin and sharp little fangs at the corners of his mouth. His eyes were a ghastly white, with only a glimmer of gold in his pupils, devoid of any life force. It was Kunling. Boom. As the diamond bear exploded, Kunling's aura dimmed, clearly having expended a significant amount of energy. Little demon, it is you who causes trouble. Kill. Zhao Tianluan exclaimed in anger, directing another sword light towards Kunling. Do not treat me as heir. At that moment, Xiang Chen finally made his move. He stepped forward, intertwining runes with a single palm, enveloped in azure-purple flames. The medicinal level recovery essence erupted. Azure Sky Poisonous Hand. With a thunderous clap, Xiang Chen unleashed a torrent of toxic energy, coalescing into a massive azure-purple fiery palm. Bang! With this strike, the sword energy was obliterated. Following that, the palm crashed against Zhao Tianluan's protective sword aura, shattering it. Zhao Tianluan was forced to retreat to evade the force, yet a small flame, the size of a thumb, landed on his arm. Hiss! Instantly, his entire arm began to dissolve and burn. Zhao Tianluan screamed in agony as the toxic flames consumed his arm. Flesh and blood corroding, the poison spreading throughout his body. It's poisonous. He was resolute, biting his teeth as he struck his sword against his own arm, severing it at the shoulder, a valiant act of sacrifice for the greater good. Zhao Tianluan was no match for him. It was time to escape. Lu Yuan, taken aback, immediately crushed a talisman, enveloped in earthy light, and silently sank into the ground, fleeing through the earth, abandoning her boyfriend without a second thought. The mountains may shift, but the waters will flow. This grudge will be avenged by the Hengshan sword sect, Zhao Tianluan declared fiercely, turning to flee on his sword. If one does not eradicate the roots, the grass will regrow. Do you truly believe I will allow your escape? Xiang Chen sneered, his body radiating a verdant glow as he stepped forward, enveloped in a swirl of talismanic light, merging with a grand tree. Wood escape. This was the wood escape technique from the sacred scripture of reversal, if one were to categorize it. The sacred scripture of reversal belonged to the life and wood elemental arts. Zhao Tianluan soared through the air on his sword, his expression darkening as he grit his teeth, pouring medicinal powder onto the wound of his severed arm. This damned brat, if I do not avenge this grudge, I swear I shall not be human. Zhao Tianluan roared as he finished applying the powder, shattering the vial in fury. I am afraid you shall not have that opportunity. At that moment, a figure suddenly burst forth from the ancient tree before him, wielding a massive heavy sword. Whoosh! The strike was as swift as thunder. Zhao Tianluan, caught off guard, widened his eyes as his head was cleaved from his body. The headless corpse, sword in hand, crashed against the ancient tree. Thud! The sword embedded itself in the tree, while the headless body fell to the ground. The moon charm transformed into black mist, devouring Zhao Tianluan's soul. Xiang Chen descended, sheathing his sword, and retrieved a storage ring from the fingers of the fallen. Upon inspection, he discovered it contained 5 or 6 dozen severed heads of crocodile men, amounting to a staggering 70 or 80,000 in battle merit, along with some spirit stones and medicinal pills. This sword, however, was a fine 8th grade weapon. Xiang Chen removed the spirit sword embedded in the tree. Little White, consider this your treat. He tossed the spirit sword into his Qinquan ring, destined as a morsel for Little White. Meanwhile, the team from the Hongshan sword sect suffered near total annihilation. The calamity of beautiful women was not a phenomenon exclusive to Xiang Chen. Chapter 1068, The Spirit Drifting Fruit Tree. Summarizing the catalyst of this incident, it boiled down to Lu Yuanyuan's reckless actions, using Xiang Chen as a shield against Mu Quan and his companions. Who could have anticipated that Xiang Chen would suppress her? Only for the woman to summon her boyfriend for aid, leading to their utter destruction? The harsh reality of the cultivation world is evident. Had Xiang Chen lacked strength, Lu Yuanyuan's betrayal would have cost him his life. This woman exhibited a ruthless decisiveness, abandoning her boyfriend to save herself. Truly a reflection of the saying that birds of a feather flock together, yet in times of crisis, they scatter. The man was affectionate, while the woman was devoid of loyalty. Xiang Chen noted that Lu Yuanyuan's aura had already dissipated hundreds of miles away. Yet, this act had undoubtedly offended both the Hongshan sword sect and the Heavenly Symbol Hall. He could only hope for fewer repercussions in the future. As Xiang Chen pondered, the devouring sky evil vine consumed Zhao Tianluan's remains, and he returned to the location of the earlier Kunling battle. As Mu Quan gazed in astonishment, the Kunling, resembling a child of 7 or 8 years, devoured the corpses of the Hongshan sword sect disciples, converting their essence. You may, too, indulged in the consumption of the soul moon. Demons are inherently creatures of slaughter, amidst mountains of corpses and seas of blood. Having feasted on so many souls and carcasses, it is certain that Kunling and Yu Mei would experience a significant breakthrough. All the spiritual swords belonging to these individuals were collected, serving as treats for the little white tiger. With such a plethora of 6th to 7th grade swords, and even an 8th grade sword among them, the white tiger's evolution to a realm of freedom was inevitable after such a feast. It could absorb the essence of the spiritual artifacts, transforming it into its own metallic essence, the power of the white tiger. Of course, it also consumed humans, though Xiang Chen seldom allowed it to do so. Upon Xiang Chen's return, Mu Quan's gaze towards him shifted completely, filled with reverence and fear. The celestial realm? Away with the celestial realm. The terror of this man's cultivation and power was at least at the 4th level of the Heavenly King. Brother, I am profoundly grateful for your life-saving grace. I apologize for any previous offenses. Mu Quan deeply bowed to the returning Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen smiled faintly. This can be considered a serendipitous encounter, Brother Mu. May I trouble you to lead me to the location of the spiritual fruit tree you discovered? Of course, but I must warn you. There is a formidable beast lurking there, a powerful bird whose strength is quite terrifying. My brothers and I barely managed to slay one with a trap previously. Mu Quan replied. Xiang Chen's lips curled into a smile. There is no need for concern, Brother Mu. Simply lead the way, and I will not require your assistance. Nonsense. If my brother needs help, I shall certainly cooperate wholeheartedly, Mu Quan asserted. After tidying the scene, the two set off towards the location where Mu Quan and his companions had previously discovered the Shaoling fruit tree, heading generally southward over a distance of more than 600 miles. Before them stood a towering tree, nearly 1,000 feet high, with a trunk diameter comparable to that of a skyscraper. Its canopy spread over an expanse of 5 to 6 kilometers, adorned with white leaves that, from a distance, resembled a colossal white umbrella, while the overlapping leaves appeared akin to delicate snowflakes. On one of its massive branches rested a nest, measuring over 20 meters in size. Within this nest resided a gigantic bird, measuring over 10 meters in length. This creature resembled a colossal pterosaur, adorned with a dense array of red feathers and crowned with a fleshy crest. Exuding an aura of ferocity, a fire-feathered pterosaur at the third level of the celestial realm. It was currently pecking at the corpse of a companion. Also a fire-feathered pterosaur, which had met its demise. Fierce beasts never waste sustenance. Should a mate or companion perish unexpectedly, they consume each other's bodies, absorbing the vitality of their flesh and blood. The magnificent spiritual Xiaoling fruit tree bore hundreds of Xiaoling fruits, predominantly green, which would take nearly a century to ripen. While some had already begun to show a pale white hue, yet would still require another 20 to 30 years to mature. The Xiaoling fruit tree, also known as the spiritual Xiaoling fruit tree, only bears fruit after maturing for 8,000 years, a rarity classified as an 8th grade spiritual tree. Should it surpass the 10,000-year threshold, it might even evolve into a celestial tree. This fire-feathered pterosaur acted as the guardian of the Xiaoling fruit tree, protecting it while also consuming the ripened fruits for its own cultivation. Initially, there were two creatures. One was lured away by Mu Quan and his companions, who set a trap and killed it, leaving the fire-feathered winged dragon to consume the remains of that unfortunate beast. Brother Tang. That creature is the guardian of the Xiaoling fruit tree, a fearsome avian entity with power that likely rivals that of a 5th-tier human king. Mu Quan and Xiang Chen, situated several kilometers away, utilized their spiritual senses to investigate this fire-feathered winged dragon. It is an ancient beast of the fire-feathered winged dragon lineage. Xiang Chen squinted slightly, realizing it was a flying beast with innate abilities comparable to those of celestial beasts. In this dimensional plane, time has been delineated into ancient, medieval, and modern epochs since the dawn of sentient life. The ancient era, though the longest, merely spans billions of years, and we have only just emerged from the near-ancient period. The remote and primeval times are far more extensive, and this starry realm has not existed long enough to witness such epochs. Thus, when Xiang Chen encountered the holy armored centipede, he was taken aback, as it belongs to the primeval era, a species that vanished billions of years ago. Of course, occasional temporal distortions may cause ancient and primeval beings to manifest in this timeline. He had previously encountered a primeval creature, the malevolent raven of calamity. The fire-feathered winged dragon, while a creature of the ancient era, is not the most formidable. There are beings even more powerful, such as the wind god winged dragon, which is akin to divine beasts. Brother Mu, I am grateful for your guidance. I can handle the ensuing matters alone. By the way, here is your reward. Xiang Chen produced 2 spiritual Xiaoling fruits as a token of appreciation. It would be inappropriate for him to monopolize the benefits when Mu Quan had lost so many brothers and led him here. Aware of Xiang Chen's implied dismissal, Mu Quan hesitated before accepting the spiritual fruits, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Brother Tang. I hope to see you at the heavenly sect after the assessment. Farewell. With mutual bows, they parted ways. Mu Quan departed alone, his silhouette fading into the ancient forest, having come with 20 companions and now left with only himself. The path of cultivators is long, fraught with the inevitable farewells of life and death. Within 100 miles, there were no others to be found. The fire-feathered winged dragon, I shall come to engage you in battle. I have yet to feast upon an ancient creature. Once Mu Quan had left, Xiang Chen grinned wickedly, his body transforming and expanding. Golden feathers, resilient as an 8th grade spiritual artifact, manifested around him, radiating brilliance. 7 solar halos enveloped him. And in this moment, he was akin to a deity birthed from the sun. His head morphed into that of a golden crow, and his form became a majestic and noble golden crow body, a 3rd claw emerging from his abdomen. With a piercing cry, a massive 3-legged golden crow, over 10 meters in size, emerged, exuding a terrifying aura. The power of the sun was contained within, for otherwise, its scorching radiance would ignite a conflagration in the vicinity. The crow's cry echoed through the skies, sharp and challenging. The 3-legged golden crow soared through the air, covering several kilometers in an instant, breaking free from some of the earthly laws, spiraling at an altitude of several thousand meters. Chapter 1069. The Assault on the Demon King. This shrill cry was laden with provocation. Within the makeshift dwelling atop the spiritual Xiaoling fruit tree, the fire-feathered winged dragon's brilliant red eyes sparkled with intensity upon hearing the sound. With a powerful flap of its wings, it stirred up a searing gust of wind and took to the skies, responding to the approaching golden crows with a piercing, metallic cry. It issued a warning to the three-legged golden crow, urging it to depart immediately. However, upon sensing the essence of the crow's blood, its gaze transformed into one of insatiable greed and bloodlust. Fire-winged dragon, come forth and witness who reigns supreme in the skies. The three-legged golden crow sneered. Articulating with human-like speech, the fire-winged dragon flapped its wings, instantaneously transforming into a blazing streak, its speed shattering the 30-fold sound barrier, far outpacing the average celestial sovereign. Its claws, sharp as shattered gold and stone, lunged directly at the three-legged golden crow. The crow, enveloped in sunlight, charged forth as well, its speed matching that of its adversary. The two colossal forms collided, their claws grappling fiercely. However, the claws of the fire-winged dragon viciously tore into the golden crow, sending sparks flying as feathers were ripped apart, yet the crow remained unscathed. The crow's talons also struck the dragon's body, its feathers equally resilient, yet one claw, infused with immense solar power, rend through, cleaving stone and metal alike. Blood erupted forth as a gash was torn into the fire-winged dragon's body, staining it crimson. The dragon let out a pained shriek, before unleashing a surge of formidable malevolence. A cataclysm of flames erupted, akin to a volcanic explosion, sending the three-legged golden crow hurtling backward. 7 absolute burning suns. The crow was propelled thousands of meters away, as golden runes coalesced around it, forming 7 suns of immense size. Go! With a powerful flap of its wings, 7 blazing suns shrieked forth, hurtling towards the fire-winged dragon. The dragon let out a mighty roar, gathering flames in its maw, which transformed into a colossal fire column that swept outward. Boom, boom, boom. The incoming golden suns collided with the fire column, exploding into a surging sea of golden flames. At that moment, the three-legged golden crow surged through the flames, appearing above and diving downward, its ethereal blade morphing into a sharp, swirling aura that slashed downward. 15 blade-like talon strikes enveloped and descended. Splat! Splat! Crack! The fire-winged dragon howled in agony as gashes were carved into its back and wings. The three-legged golden crow's talons fiercely struck its back, landing atop its massive form, while simultaneously unleashing a concentrated beam of fiery energy from its beak. Boom! This blaze struck the dragon's head, causing a tremendous explosion that showered the ancient forest in blood. Its body crashed into the forest floor, snapping numerous branches as it fell. A ring of fire spread, igniting the surrounding ancient trees. In this avian duel, the three-legged golden crow emerged victorious. The crow tore into the fire-winged dragon's back, extracting a fiery red crystal from within its body. A beast crystal core, containing the vast majority of the beast's power. The three-legged golden crow seized it, swallowing it whole, transforming it into a surging torrent of searing strength. The crow then transformed into a colossal wolf-like form, as the Qianquan ring shimmered, causing a spirit pot to expand from 1 zhang to 10 zhang in size. Bring forth the pot. Heat the oil. Blade light intertwined around the fire-winged dragon's form, severing feathers one by one. After the feathers were thoroughly dried, a breath of true solar fire was exhaled, incinerating the delicate down to ashes. The entrails were extracted, and the blood was drained. The fat of the ferocious beast in the enormous cauldron was bubbling, releasing steam. Star anise, cardamom, bay leaves, cinnamon, and whole garlic cloves, along with a plethora of auxiliary medicinal herbs, were tossed into the cauldron to sizzle. Subsequently, the entire colossal fire-feathered dragon was immersed into the pot. The sizzling oil crackled enticingly, and the aroma of fried delicacies filled the air as the fire-feathered dragon underwent deep frying. An hour later, a monstrous giant, towering like a building, sat amidst the forest, clutching a giant, golden-brown, crispy-skinned dragon, reminiscent of fried chicken, and began to voraciously devour it. With each bite, large chunks of tender, flavorful meat were torn away, the essence of vitality mingling with the medicinal energies, filling his belly. A new dish was added to the culinary repertoire of myriad beasts, deep-fried dragon. Once satiated, Xiang Chen arrived before the enormous Ling Xiao fruit tree. Fear not, dear tree, for I shall not harm you. I will relocate you to a better environment for your cultivation and bestow upon you great fortune, aiding your transformation into a spirit. The towering golden crow humanoid reassured the tree. He then transformed into a celestial wolf, expanding to his maximum size of 20 meters. With the strength of the ghostly gods, the celestial wolf bellowed, merging with the formidable power of the moon enchantress Ghost King. With a thunderous roar, his 20-meter frame swelled again, reaching a terrifying 40 meters. The celestial wolf embraced the Ling Xiao fruit tree and, with a powerful stomp, unleashed a cataclysmic force. Rise, he commanded, as his might erupted, slowly uprooting the colossal tree over 2,000 meters tall. The massive roots were pried from the earth, causing the ground within a 10-mile radius to tremble as if an earthquake had struck. With a resounding roar, the celestial wolf continued to uproot the tree, dirt cascading down in a stunning spectacle. At last, the tree ascended 200 meters into the air, its roots writhing like countless giant serpents, seemingly sentient. Below, an ancient cauldron appeared, emanating a powerful spatial devouring force, morphing into a Tinjong black vortex, warping time and space. The gigantic celestial wolf and the towering tree were drawn into the ancient cauldron. Within the cauldron's realm, the starry ground was filled with an abundance of medicinal herbs, many already ripe, radiating astonishing spiritual energy. Numerous spiritual veins released an incredibly dense aura, nurturing Xiang Chen's medicinal plants. There was also a layer of icy cloud space, inhabited by numerous ice-glass swordfish, serving as Xiang Chen's rations for battle preparation. Suddenly, a celestial wolf and a giant tree materialized in the void. This shall be your new home, Xiang Chen proclaimed, casting the giant tree towards the earth with a mighty throw. The Ling Xiao fruit tree landed, its roots immediately burrowing into the soil, growing into the largest tree of the land. Satisfied to see the Ling Xiao fruit tree settled here, Xiang Chen nodded approvingly. Upon my return, I shall have Tuan provide it with some organic fertilizer. It should hasten the ripening of its fruit. It is time for me to strive for the realm of the Demon King. He felt the essence within his blood and flesh surging powerfully. Realizing that failure to break through would be a squandered opportunity, he transformed into a golden crow, soaring away from the ancient cauldron's space. Ascending to an altitude of several thousand meters above the ancient forest, refining the surging essence of blood and flesh. Waves of solar true fire erupted, enveloping his body in a radiant sun, suspended in the heavens, emanating an overwhelming solar power that radiated in all directions. Chapter 1070. Discovery of the celestial mind. As the celestial bodies shifted and time flowed swiftly, it had been 2 months since the disciples entered this extraterrestrial battlefield. A brief span compared to the 2 years designated. However, in this realm, the duration stretched far longer than the nearly half a year that had elapsed in the southern barbarian continent. Stay away from me, you fat fool. Being with you brings nothing but misfortune. How many times have we been chased now? You are the one talking nonsense. Grandmaster Yue Ying, you wretched soul. I was once in alignment with the heavenly path. Ever since I met you, misfortune has plagued me, especially with Brother Chun. I've never seen anyone more unfortunate than him. Nonsense. Our Brother Chun is blessed. It's only because of you that misfortune has struck. 2 figures darted through the ancient forest, bickering as they flew. One was a flamboyantly dressed figure in a bright red robe, known as Wang Ying or Wang Xiaoji. The other was a portly Taoist, his rotund form stretching his robe to its limits, named Zhuge Feilong or Zhuge Yuan. These 2 unlikely companions had unexpectedly crossed paths. When the space became unstable and chaotic currents erupted, they had been swept together to this location. Boom. Behind them loomed a massive bear, towering at 60 to 70 meters. Its purple fur shimmering with the aura of a formidable beast king, the Earth Purple Bear King. The 2 transformed into celestial wolves, fleeing at great speed, with Zhuge Feilong humorously emitting golden lightning from his rear as he flew. The Earth Purple Bear King pursued them for 600 miles before finally relenting. Grandmaster Yue Ying, I've finally shaken off that Earth Purple Bear King. Wang Xiaoji glanced back at the now distant beast, breathing a sigh of relief. Wait, Zhuge Yuan suddenly halted, exclaiming in surprise. Why are you stopping, you fat fool? Wang Xiaoji turned back to look at him. Hold on. The magnetic field of this place is extraordinary. Zhuge Yuan responded, his gaze fixed on the ground beneath them. Extraordinary? What is so special about this ragged forest and these dilapidated mountains? Wang Xiaoji retorted, exasperated. You wouldn't understand. I, the Taoist, need to delve into the mysteries of the earth's veins. Zhuge Yuan shot him an irritated glance before descending. He landed amidst the mountains and forests, producing a round disc that resembled a compass, adorned with intricate patterns of yin, yang, the 5 elements, and the 8 trigrams, complete with a pointer. Zhuge Yuan closed his eyes, cradling a mystical disc in one hand while forming intricate hand seals with the other. He then stepped into the rhythm of the yin-yang bagua, murmuring incantations. In every corner and direction, each possesses its own essence. The essence of yang travels with the wind, while the essence of yin flows with the water. The principle resides within the essence, and the essence is confined within form. The energy of heaven and earth. I command as the central force. All things in the world revolve around me. Open. With a powerful shout, a fissure appeared in his brow, revealing a rotating eye that emerged from the crack, his heavenly eye. This divine eye shimmered in a golden hue, inscribed with enigmatic patterns. Streams of golden runes surged into his mystical disc. The disc descended into the ground, radiating an expansive aura of the 5 elements and bagua, enveloping the surroundings. Zhuge Yuan sat cross-legged, harnessing his power. This masterful conjurer had adeptly summoned his divine energy. Wang Xiaoji, witnessing Zhuge Yuan's meditative state, grumbled under his breath while producing a moon-white spirit sword, his eyes radiating vigilance as he scanned the environment. Moments later, the bagua light emitted by Zhuge Yuan began to retract, and the mystical disc reappeared in his palm, its needle distinctly pointing towards a specific direction. A look of elation surfaced on Zhuge Yuan's face as he sprang up with unexpected agility, delivering a playful slap to Wang Ying's head. Brother, we are about to strike it rich. Ha ha ha, there is a celestial vein indeed. Wang Ying, taken aback and baring his teeth, was about to exclaim a curse but quickly inquired in astonishment. A celestial vein? You discovered a celestial vein? Indeed. In that direction, within 1,200 miles, there lies a celestial vein, and it is undoubtedly of the Taiyin level. By the boundless celestial authority, how peculiar is the geomagnetic energy here? Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, his joy palpable. What a grand discovery. Let us hurry. Wang Xiaoji, filled with excitement, grasped Zhuge Yuan's collar and soared towards the indicated direction. Calm down. I have also detected numerous biological magnetic fields gathering. It's the crocodilian race. Zhuge Yuan gently pried Wang Ying's hand away, taking his time to float leisurely. How many are there? Wang Ying queried. Zhuge Yuan replied, under my perception, there are at least several thousand. Though most do not possess formidable strength, there are at least a few hundred above the master level, with no fewer than 20 heavenly kings. Such a multitude. Wang Ying's enthusiasm waned significantly at the revelation. With so many, it's just the 2 of us. How can we manage? Fear not. We must first investigate. Such a ley line must harbor great treasures. We cannot squander this opportunity. If necessary, we shall gather our brothers to seize it. By the boundless celestial authority, may fortune smile upon us, Zhuge Yuan declared, waving his hand as his feather duster soared into the air. The 2 hastened forth, traversing the distance of over 1,000 miles in less than half an hour. They arrived at a gorge, surrounded by towering green mountains, where a crystal-clear spring gushed forth. Within the gorge, the air was thick with yin energy. Should a body be interred here, it would inevitably transform into a zombie. Numerous mines dotted the area, with dozens of shafts, each over 10 meters in diameter, echoing with the sounds of excavation. Around them, a battalion of 400 crocodilian warriors was stationed, alongside over 3,000 miners from the crocodilian race, who resided beneath the realm of Soul Moon. From a mine, machinery slowly ascended, its iron framework laden with hundreds of milky white spirit stones. Immediately, workers rushed to transport these precious stones, packing them into large crates to be taken to the storage facility. This mining site had been recently discovered by the feng shui master of the crocodilian clan, revealing a substantial deposit of medium-grade spirit stones just tens of meters below the surface. They dispatched a battalion of troops and 3,000 miners to excavate the site. Within the depths of the mine, numerous tunnels branched out, where many humanoid crocodilians wielded shovels, digging vigorously into the adamantine rock. Embedded within the layers of this rock were plentiful veins of milky white spirit stones. These energy resources were highly sought after throughout the cosmos of this star system. Used for crafting treasures, concocting elixirs, fueling spiritual ships, and enhancing one's own cultivation. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from within the mine. In Chapter 1071, titled Rooster Crowing in the Mountain Gorge of the Mine, two figures stood atop a towering evergreen, surveying the valley below. There was indeed a considerable number of crocodilians. Yue Ying, astonished, focused his keen eyes on the throng of crocodilian beings below. Among them was a crocodilian king at the 9th level of the free and easy realm, stationed with a battalion of soldiers. It seemed that these crocodilians had yet to discover the true treasures hidden deep underground. Otherwise, such a meager force would not suffice. Beside him, Zhuge Yuan also perched on the evergreen, with branches as thick as a man's thigh bending under his weight, bearing more than they were meant to. Zhuge Yuan's weight was surely more than what met the eye, surpassing 200 pounds. Yue Ying knew that when this fellow employed a technique called the Mount Tai Drop, he could crush a ferocious beast with a mere sit. Good heavens, with so many experts, how shall we proceed? Chen Gu and Tianhua are absent. Usually, they are the ones with the cleverest ideas, Yue Ying lamented. Zhuge Yuan, puzzled, inquired, who is Tianhua? Our third chief in the Yanhuang Hall. That guy is exceptionally clever. He was once a prince of the great Xiang from our former dynasty, the Chu. I have my own plans even without Chen Gu. Zhuge Yuan replied, narrowing his eyes, which were already squeezed into slits by his excess flesh. What plans? Yue Ying asked, intrigued. Heh, the limitless celestial lord. The terrain here is most suitable for setting up formations. What plan, you ask? It requires the cooperation of our valiant little chicken. Zhuge Yuan grinned mischievously, casting a glance at Yue Ying that sent a shiver down his spine. By the limitless celestial lord, I feel once again that I might be led astray by you. Yue Ying said, stepping back a few paces. Listen to me, we can. Zhuge Yuan whispered conspiratorially in his ear. Absolutely not. You're trying to use me as bait. I refuse. There are so many of them. Yue Ying retorted firmly. For the sake of the Wolf Clan and Yanhuang, you must go down, Zhuge Yuan declared, already delivering a kick to Yue Ying's backside. Ah! Yue Ying cried out, propelled down the mountain by Zhuge Yuan's forceful kick. Zhuge, you rascal, I'll get you for this. In the valley encampment below, several crocodilian warriors stood vigil atop the towering sentry posts. Within the camp, some warriors gathered around a crackling bonfire, feasting, while others patrolled the surrounding woodlands. Have you heard? The 17th prince has been slain by the southern barbarian race. How could this be? Are these humans truly so formidable? Someone capable of killing the 17th prince has infiltrated our ranks. It is indeed true. A cousin of mine serves as his guard, and it is said that our northern crocodile star is preparing to assemble a formidable force to sweep through this foreign domain and eradicate these humans, those cursed southern barbarians. Alas, we are bound to remain here and cannot partake in the hunt. Otherwise, I would seize a couple of them and tear them apart to taste their hearts. Come now, brother, the southern barbarians are not to be underestimated. Staying here may be dull, but it assures our safety. Outside a tent, a group of 10 crocodilian warriors sat together, engaging in lively conversation while drinking and feasting. Suddenly, a cry of alarm rang out. The Earth's monstrous creatures have emerged to devour the unwary. A cadre of mining workers fled from a nearby cave, their faces etched with terror. Damn it, these wretched insects. Follow me into the depths and slay the beasts. A man clad in armor bellowed, exuding the formidable aura of a seventh heaven king. Soon, a contingent of warriors assembled and descended into the mine. Thousands of meters away, in the ancient forest, a royal eagle crashed into the treetops, startling a myriad of archaic birds. Curses upon you, Zhuge Shenhan. The royal eagle muttered angrily, rubbing its sore rear from the impact. It gazed towards the distant sentry post, its sharp brows furrowing in contemplation. This valley is vast, yet the quantity of divine elixirs bestowed by Chen Gu is insufficient. Had I dozens of bottles of divine nectar, I would not be faced with such complications. Concealed within the treetops, the royal eagle observed the 2 crocodilian sentinels, its eyes glinting with cold resolve. A surge of demonic energy emanated from its form as it concealed its 9th heaven cultivation, transforming into a bat-like creature the size of a wolf. The celestial wolf clan possesses the ability to shapeshift into various forms bearing the wolf lineage, such as wolf-headed bats, dogs, and huskies. It glided leisurely toward the 1,000-meter-high sentry post. The two sentinels, with perceptions akin to radar, detected the wolf-headed bat, but paid it no heed. Perched atop the sentry tower, the wolf-headed bat hung upside down from a beam, observing the two sentinels engaged in idle chatter. Suddenly, it exhaled a plume of dark mist, which coalesced into a ghostly servant. The specter lunged toward one of the crocodilians, penetrating his body. "Ah!" The crocodilian suddenly cried out in anguish, clutching his head. "What is happening?" The other sentinel exclaimed in alarm, rushing to assist him. At that moment, the wolf-headed bat swooped down, transforming back into its human form, and thrust a sword with lightning speed. Blood erupted as the blade pierced the chest of the second sentinel, shattering his heart. The other sentinel's cries faded into a haunting silence. Remarkably, he rose once more, yet his eyes were hollow and devoid of life, emanating an aura of death. His soul had been consumed by the royal eagle's ghostly servant, leaving his body under its control. Having dispatched both sentinels, the royal eagle arranged the slain crocodilian's body against the sentry tower. It then claimed the post, casting its gaze toward the encampment nestled within the valley. The cunning individual possesses remarkable tactics, demonstrating a sharp intellect in executing surprise attacks. From atop the mountain, Zhuge Yuan observed all of Wang Ying's actions. In his hands, he held several formation flags, upon which he was concentrating intricate runes crafted from special materials. "That glutton, it's time to take action," Wang Ying communicated through a spirit jade. "All right, you may proceed, but maintain a safe distance during the operation." "Understood. This revenge shall not be forgotten once this matter is resolved." Enough of the chatter. Let us get to work. Standing atop the watchtower, Wang Ying conjured a spirit bow, with 4 ethereal arrows nestled between his fingers, aimed at a group of crocodile warriors 2 kilometers away. Swish, swish. In an instant, the 4 arrows were released in unison, transforming into beams of light that pierced through the air at 30 times the speed of sound, covering the distance in a heartbeat. The 10 crocodile warriors, engaged in patrol, were caught off guard by the sudden shriek of the incoming arrows. Boom, boom, boom. 4 heads exploded instantaneously. Enemy attack. As the remaining 6 reacted, a commanding shout echoed. Yet, another 4 arrows surged forth, obliterating 4 more heads. In less than a second, 8 crocodile warriors lay slain. The celestial moonwolf tribe, endowed with the power of the waning moon eyes, had all been trained by Xiang Chen into formidable archers, each possessing exceptional skill. Among the Yinwang, aside from Xiao Bai and Xiang Chen, the most skilled archers included a Duoya, while the other siblings exhibited comparable abilities. Enemy attack. The remaining 2 crocodile warriors had barely uttered these words before their heads were also shattered. In that fleeting moment, chaos erupted throughout the camp. "Who dares to ambush our encampment?" A man clad in blue armor burst forth from a tent, prompting over 300 crocodile warriors to rush out in a frenzy. Swish, swish, swish. Arrows continued to rain down from the watchtower, claiming the lives of another 8 crocodile warriors. The others hastily summoned their magical shields to protect their heads. Where are they? The 9-layered crocodile king immediately detected Wang Ying's presence and bellowed furiously, unleashing a tremendous surge of true essence, transforming into a beam of black light directed at him. In his hand, a serrated warblade cleaved through the air, unleashing a black blade of energy that spanned dozens of meters. Wang Ying swiftly retreated from the watchtower. The towering structure, 1,000 feet high, was cleaved in 2, exploding into fragments. Roaring, Wang Ying instantaneously transformed into a colossal celestial wolf, stretching 20 meters in size. As the crocodile king descended with another strike, Wang Ying, in his wolf form, retaliated with a powerful claw strike. Clang! The clash of claw against blade unleashed a tremendous force, propelling Wang Ying backward. Despite his transformation, he remained no match for the 9-layered crocodile king. Strike! The crocodile king swung down again, closing in for the kill, channeling the strength of the ghostly deity. Wang Ying, as a celestial wolf, roared, infusing himself with the power of the ghost king, experiencing a surge in strength. With a claw infused with the radiant essence of the moon, he tore forth with renewed vigor. Clang! This strike finally countered the king's blade, followed by a wave of celestial moonlight erupting from his mouth. The crocodilian king unleashed a powerful fist, shattering the celestial wolf's light wave. The demon race. The crocodilian king was somewhat astonished to discover it was indeed the demon race. Kill. Behind him, other crocodilian kings surged forward, a multitude of crocodilians soaring through the air. The crocodilian tribe was nothing extraordinary, merely a pack of rubbish. We shall fight again another day. The king eagle spoke with human words, mocking and deriding, before turning to spread his wings and flee. You think you can escape after slaying my brothers? He bellowed. After them. The crocodilian king, consumed by rage, tore through the air in pursuit. Stop. A large throng of crocodilians followed closely behind, nearly an entire battalion diverted by the king eagle, leaving only a handful of defenders. Zhuge Yuan silently observed. And as the king eagle drew them far away, he leaped downwards. Bagua Wuxing heavenly technique. He stepped onto the Bagua Wuxing, and a circle of formations instantaneously expanded, enveloping the area. There are still enemies. Eliminate him. The remaining 10 or so crocodilians immediately charged at Zhuge Yuan upon spotting him. Sun position, 1,000 vines. Zhuge Yuan scoffed, stepping forward as he altered his hand gestures. In an instant, hundreds of vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring and wrapping around the crocodilian warriors, completely immobilizing them. Lee position. Fire law, fire sparrow. Subsequently, a dozen blazing firebirds coalesced and surged towards the ensnared crocodilians. With a thunderous roar, the crocodilians were instantly reduced to ashes. Zhuge Yuan retracted the formation and walked through the valley. Why are there still so many? Zhuge Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing a group of crocodilian warriors deep underground, engaged in battle with an unknown life force. However, they were ensnared, and there was still time. Zhuge Yuan planted his feet firmly on the ground, intertwining a circle of mystical symbols. He then waved his hand. Swish, swish, swish. The previously prepared formation flags transformed into beams of light, spiraling into the sky. 64 flags turned into radiant beams and descended, piercing the earth and enveloping a vast portion of the valley. With the formation laid, Zhuge Yuan promptly departed from the area. Before long, a contingent of crocodilians emerged from the mine, only to be met with astonishment at the sight of their camp left unattended, save for a few corpses. Bewildered by the events that had transpired. At that moment, the squad that had pursued the king eagle returned. 900 miles away, a silver celestial wolf landed amidst the forest, with over a dozen arrows embedded in its rear. Zhuge the sorcerer, may your ancestors be cursed. The king eagle exclaimed in exasperation. Oh, my dear little flower, how unfortunate it is that I was struck here. Zhuge the sorcerer. I must have drawn the short straw to encounter such a cursed being. At the crocodilian camp, the commander inquired, what transpired? Where were you just now? How did so many of our brothers perish? The captain of the squad that had gone to eliminate the monsters responded, don't even mention it. We encountered a demon wolf that ambushed the camp. I led my men in pursuit, but that beast escaped with remarkable swiftness. The crocodilian commander scolded, demon race. Such occurrences are rare. He then asked, by the way, how many more monsters are approaching from below? This time, 8 heads appeared, and over 20 miners perished. The deeper we excavate, the more monstrous creatures seem to emerge, replied the crocodilian captain. Suddenly, the ground trembled violently. In an instant, 64 beams of white light surged skyward, enveloping the entire valley. What is happening? A few hundred crocodilians were taken aback, gazing at the abruptly rising beams. Subsequently, intricate magical patterns began to emanate from the earth. A tremendous chill erupted from below, sweeping through the mine, as torrents of frigid air surged upward, cloaking the valley. In an instant, the flowing streams within the valley froze solid, as this extreme cold engulfed all. Not good. The formation. Quickly, we must leave this place. The crocodilian commander shouted, preparing to ascend into the air. However, amidst the intertwining magical patterns above, an abundance of cold air cascaded down from the sky. He was swiftly enveloped by the icy current, a layer of frost encasing his body, as an unstoppable chill surged within, freezing his blood and flesh. With a resounding crash, he transformed into a crystalline statue, plummeting to the ground. Oh no! Panic ensued in the entire camp, as everyone scattered in all directions. Yet, the chilling wave surged forth, freezing all, whether they were at the Heavenly King realm or the Ascendant realm, into ice statues. An 8th-tier advanced formation. The prowess of Zhuge Yuan's formation mastery was indeed terrifying. The cold engulfed the valley, transforming it into an icebound chasm. Hundreds of crocodilian warriors became lifelike statues. Their expressions varied, most reflecting terror. The oppressive cold blanketed the valley, encasing trees, flowers, the earth, flowing streams, and the mine in ice. Goodness, what terrifying power! The returning King Eagle gazed in astonishment at the scene. Zhuge Yuan chuckled with satisfaction, saying, "This is nature. This is an 8th-tier advanced formation, the 8th-tier Coldine formation. I can now wield one of the strongest formations, combined with the unique chill of the celestial vein here, freezing all beneath the heavens since time immemorial." Chapter 1073. A great fortune awaits. Wang Ziyage Chicken stared at the icebound valley, his heart filled with awe. This was the power of one individual obliterating an entire crocodilian camp. The might of this formation is simply overwhelming. Wang Eagle couldn't help but exclaim. Indeed, this is the power of the natural order. All life is insignificant before the path. To clarify, this is called a formation, not a magical array. A formation? A magical array? What's the difference? Ziyage Chicken was somewhat bewildered. At that moment, the sweeping cold gradually retreated into the underground burial formations, as the two descended leisurely. Zhuge Yuan patiently explained, the distinction is significant. A magical array is one that uses itself as the cosmos, forming patterns with magical energy, thus having limited power. In contrast, a formation connects the patterns and foundation to the power of a specific realm, yielding immense strength. The potency varies based on the foundation laid by the arranger and the guiding force. Beneath us lies a celestial vein, and the flags I set up serve as the foundation, channeling part of the vein's power into the force of ice. What about our Tianling clan's shattering wolf battle formation? Is it a formation or a magical array? Ah, that formation of divine caliber, utilizing human essence as its foundation, channels the celestial powers of the stars to enhance itself. Zhuge Shingun, for the first time, I find you quite impressive. Why not impart your knowledge of formations to me? Little Chick grinned as he wrapped his arms around Zhuge Yuan's neck. Hee, you're far too foolish. You won't be able to learn, Zhuge Yuan replied, releasing his grip. Nonsense. How could someone of my unparalleled intellect fail to learn? Come on, don't be selfish. We're brothers now. One teaching me cost you your life? If you truly wish to learn, bow down and call me master, then abstain for a century. You old fool, get lost. I'm not learning anymore. Who would want to? Shingun knows formations too. I'll just have him teach me. The two playfully bickered as they entered a valley where the cold had gathered. The valley had transformed into an ice gorge, with lifelike ice sculptures of crocodile beings. Little Chick stood before one ice sculpture, waving his hand and grinning, but received no response. He then transformed into a celestial wolf, opening his mouth wide and devouring an ice sculpture as if it were a popsicle, crunchy and refreshing. Zhuge Yuan observed the wolf consuming the ice sculptures and shook his head. Don't just stand there, eat. The texture is delightfully cool and crisp. The celestial wolf glanced at him. Chun Gu said that to grow stronger, one must rely 3 parts on effort, 3 parts on gluttony, 3 parts on opportunity, and 1 part on wealthy benefactors. If you don't eat, how can you grow stronger? The thought of the undigested remains within the crocodile beings made Zhuge Yuan lose his appetite. You cursed fool, now you've ruined my appetite. Nevertheless, Little Chick showed no mercy, crunching down on each crocodile ice sculpture. Seeing him relish the treat, Zhuge Yuan couldn't resist transforming into a fat wolf to partake as well. However, once he took a bite, he found it utterly delectable and couldn't stop. It indeed tasted splendid, akin to enjoying a popsicle. The two celestial wolves feasted on the crocodile ice sculptures, completely devouring hundreds of them, accumulating an unimaginable essence of flesh and blood. This entire camp of crocodiles had been consumed by the two wolves. If refined, their power would increase tremendously, leading them into a mining cave. Inside the cave, everything was encased in ice. As they descended, they discovered icy pathways, where crocodile miners were frozen mid-swing with their shovels. Alas, Zhuge Yuan, look at the calamity you've wrought. How many lives have been taken by a single formation? Crunch. Delicious. The celestial wolf remarked as he devoured a frozen crocodile miner. Life and death both follow a path. This is the cycle of heavenly law, survival of the fittest. The natural order of things. You cursed fool, don't justify your consumption. Zhuge Yuan retorted with irritation. Well, you managed to rationalize even your killings. The two continued down the mining path until they reached a depth of 100 meters. At this depth, there was no further passage. They had arrived at the end of the mining tunnel. The bottom was filled with indestructible rock, covered in frost. We've reached the end. Now we must dig ourselves, Zhuge Yuan stated, clawing at the diamond-like rock with the posture of a husky digging a hole. Two celestial wolves clawed and dug with a fervor, their talons as sharp as 7th-grade spiritual artifacts. The adamantine rocks could hardly withstand the fervent excavation of these two canines. Soon, a passage was hollowed out. Delving deeper into the earth, 200 meters, 300 meters, 400 meters. When they reached 500 meters, the ground suddenly gave way. Boom! The earth collapsed, and the two men let out a startled cry as they fell. Thud! Thud! Zhuge Yuan, the more rotund of the two, landed first, with Wang Ying tumbling onto him. What the devil? How did it suddenly become empty? Wang Ying cursed, gazing into the vast underground passage. His eyes widened in shock. What was this? Before him lay a cavern, resembling a nest, filled with enormous spiders, each several feet in size, their bodies black as if forged from steel. However, these spiders were frozen in place. Earth demon spiders. Zhuge Yuan squinted, identifying the creatures. These are magical insects dwelling deep within the earth. Their venom is fearsome enough to slay kings and masters. Fortunately, they are all immobilized by the formation, otherwise, we would be in dire straits. As he surveyed the cave, he counted dozens of earth demon spiders. Zhuge, how much deeper? Almost there, perhaps another 1,000 meters. Keep digging. Alas, if only Kunling were here. That fellow could excavate without effort. The two wolves continued their relentless digging, plunging deeper into the earth. As they descended, the chill emanating from below intensified, and the spiritual energy grew increasingly potent. Ah, premium spiritual stones. What treasures! Wang Ying exclaimed, unearthing some top-tier spiritual stones and promptly stowing them away. These premium stones indicate we are nearing a celestial vein. Onward. The wolves dug ever deeper, eventually reaching a depth of over 1,000 meters. Here, the spiritual energy was imbued with a quality surpassing that of premium spiritual stones, celestial energy. Suddenly, the ground collapsed once more, and the wolves fell into a larger cavern. Astonished by the sight before them, Wang Xiaoji was awestruck, then erupted in joyous exclamations. We've struck gold. My heavens, it's all premium spiritual stones. The cavernous rock layers sparkled with the luster of jade-like premium spiritual stones, illuminating the space with a brilliant white glow. The concentration of spiritual energy here was so rich it was almost liquid, with each breath filling their lungs with the essence of heaven and earth. Fool, that is the real treasure. Zhuge Yuan's eyes gleamed as he spotted a diamond-shaped crystal, over a meter long. The crystal was embedded in the cavern floor, emitting energy far exceeding that of spiritual stones, infused with an astonishing chill. Chapter 1074. Ancient divine beast. This crystal, entirely silver-white, radiated a gentle glow, which transformed into strands of lunar celestial energy dispersing in all directions. Lunar celestial crystal. It truly is a lunar celestial crystal. Zhuge Yuan quivered with excitement, his corpulence trembling. A lunar celestial crystal, blessed be the celestial sovereign. This time, we have struck it rich with this enormous piece. Taking several deep breaths to calm his elation, he reflected on the nature of the celestial crystal, an energy source 10 times more potent than spiritual stones. Just 1 pound of celestial crystal could be exchanged for 100 pounds of premium spiritual stones, making this high-quality energy perfect for breaking through realms. The celestial crystal before them is one of the rarest among all celestial crystals, known as the Tying celestial crystal, imbued with the essence of Tying. Zhuge Yuan approached it, feeling the excitement quiver within his bloodline of the celestial wolf. Surrounding the Tying celestial crystal were deposits of Tying celestial iron, glistening in a silvery hue. Celestial iron is capable of forging heavenly treasures, even divine artifacts. This particular Tying celestial crystal was formed when a fragment of Tying fell to this land, as the outer domain continent was taking shape, its energy gradually coalescing into this vein of ore. Haha, Zhuge the Mystic, we have struck gold. I adore you, Wang Ying exclaimed, jumping with exuberance and planting a fervent kiss on Zhuge Yuan's cheek. Get off, you rascal. How utterly revolting. Zhuge Yuan kicked Wang Ying away. With the Tying celestial iron and the Tying celestial crystal, we are truly blessed. Chen Gu has long desired to forge our celestial moon wolf tribe's innate treasures. Now, with such an abundance of Taiyin celestial iron and crystal, we can craft countless treasures for our brethren. Wang Ying, in his excitement, leaned in to kiss the Taiyin celestial iron, only to find his lips frozen to the metal. Whoa, Zhuge the mystic, save me. I can't move my mouth. The sight was comically absurd, with Wang Ying's lips stuck to the Taiyin celestial iron. You fool. How did Chen Gu ever decide to recruit you into the celestial wolf tribe? Zhuge Yuan sighed, rubbing his face in exasperation. You know nothing. I am the first celestial wolf under Chen Gu. Woo, stop wasting time and help me. Indeed, the most foolish of celestial wolves. Hold still. I shall use true fire to melt it. Zhuge Yuan ignited true fire in his hands. However, at that moment, a deep growl echoed from the nearby cave. Thud, thud, thud. A figure slowly emerged from the depths of the cave, emitting a low growl. Zhuge Yuan's expression turned grave as he turned to look, realizing that another creature had not been frozen. Before him stood a colossal figure, several meters in length and towering 5 to 6 meters high. Is that an ancient divine beast? Zhuge Yuan's eyes widened in astonishment. The creature before him was rotund, exuding an endearing appearance. It resembled a bear, adorned with black and white fur and unique markings. Its eyes were dark, surrounded by black fur, reminiscent of someone who had stayed awake for 10 days. Its claws were exceptionally sharp, radiating an astonishing aura. Despite its formidable presence, the creature appeared quite adorable, resembling a fluffy black and white ball. An ancient divine beast, the iron-eating beast. A panda. Zhuge Yuan's expression turned serious as he grasped Wang Ying and yanked him forcefully. Ah, my mouth. Wang Ying screamed as his lip stuck to the iron, tore and bled profusely, flinging him backward. Zhuge Yuan retreated, conjuring a magical disc beside him, his face grave as he regarded the ancient beast, the iron-eating beast. The iron-eating beast approached, its obsidian eyes glimmering as if it had spotted something amusing. Within its form, a chilling aura of the Taiyin emanated. Wang Ying, covering his mouth, wore a grave expression, for the beast exuded a presence akin to that of the 5th level of the carefree realm. The iron-eating beast gazed upon the two, then stood upright, towering at a height of 10 meters, a fortunate circumstance given the spaciousness of the cavern. With a roar, the iron-eating beast unleashed a torrent of its frigid Taiyin energy, plunging the temperature further into the abyss. In an instant, it lunged forward with its forelimbs, charging towards Wang Ying and Zhuge Yuan. Damn it, for the sake of my brothers, I shall confront you, you dark fiend. Wang Ying bellowed, transforming into a massive celestial wolf and launching himself into the fray. Harnessing the power of the spectral deities, his cultivation surged to the carefree realm in an instant. A thunderous clash ensued as the iron-eating beast's claw unleashed a terrifying force, conjuring a violent gale of cold wind. Wang Ying's celestial wolf met the onslaught with its own claw. The collision of their powers erupted magnificently. However, the iron-eating beast's strength proved overwhelmingly superior, sending Wang Ying's celestial wolf crashing against the cavern wall, shattering the exquisite spirit stone structure into a multitude of fragments. The force was a complete domination over Wang Ying's celestial wolf. With a fearsome growl, the iron-eating beast lunged, its razor-sharp claws tearing viciously at the celestial wolf. Just then, the ground beneath them began to weave a complex array, as hundreds of azure vines erupted, ensnaring the iron-eating beast in a tight embrace. Though trapped, the beast thrashed violently, unleashing a tremendous surge of raw power that shattered the vines, each stronger than iron. Kill. At that moment, Wang Ying struck fiercely, his celestial claws rending the beast's flesh. Yet, as the claws, sharp as a 7th-grade spiritual artifact, tore into the beast's hide, they merely sparked and left behind glaring embers. This creature's body was more formidable than steel, merely losing a few strands of fur to Wang Ying's assault. With swift precision, Zhuge Yuan conjured scorching flame birds that bombarded the iron-eating beast, but to no avail. The beast retaliated with a mighty slap, sending Wang Ying's celestial wolf howling in agony, crashing once more into the depths of the cave. Wretched beast, witness the might of my 5 elements dragon. With a flourish, Zhuge Yuan unleashed his most potent Taoist technique, intertwining the patterns of the 5 elements and the 8 trigrams. A magnificent, 10-zhang-long multicolored dragon materialized. roaring with a terrifying presence as it coalesced the power of the 5 elements into a devastating strike. The 5 elements dragon charged forth, delivering a ferocious impact upon the iron-eating beast, unleashing incredible might. The cavern quaked as the exquisite spirit stone floor fractured, splintering into countless shards, a testament to the overwhelming energy that surged within. Chapter 1075. A lump of glutinous rice ball. The iron-eating beast exhaled a massive wave of frigid air, forming a protective shield to withstand Zhuge Yuan's strike. Yet, under the force of this blow, the thick frost shield cracked and shattered, unable to endure. At that moment, Wang Ying, the celestial wolf, also unleashed a wave of lunar energy, striking the icy barrier simultaneously. "Break it!" Zhuge Yuan roared, transforming into a wolf, his claws grasping the law disc as he stepped forward, unleashing a surge of potent true essence. The frost shield finally succumbed to the explosive force, erupting violently and engulfing the iron-eating beast in a maelstrom of energy. The cavern trembled, and countless shattered high-grade spirit stones flew about chaotically. Wang Ying gazed at the explosion, speaking in human tongue. "Surely, this time it cannot withstand such an onslaught. My attack could obliterate even a minor celestial king in the realm of carefree transcendence. And combined with your strike, it should be sufficient." Zhuge Yuan concurred. However, as the explosive energy subsided, both men stood in stunned silence. To their astonishment, the iron-eating beast was encased in a layer of silver-white armor like steel, completely unscathed. By the infinite celestial lord, how can it be unharmed? Their faces paled in disbelief. The iron-eating beast then lunged forward with a ferocious roar, its claws slashing out. Bang! Bang! Ah! The two screamed in agony, one being slammed against the cavern wall. The iron-eating beast proceeded to pummel the 2 celestial wolves mercilessly. "Ah, Brother Bear, we were wrong. We no longer desire the celestial crystals. Please spare us. Do not strike my face." Bang! Their cries echoed throughout the cave as the iron-eating beast relentlessly battered them. Moments later, the iron-eating beast sat in the cave, one enormous paw clutching a stone stalagmite that had transformed into a high-grade spirit stone, crunching it with abandon. The spirit stone, harder than diamond, crunched loudly under its teeth, while beneath it sat Wang Ying and Zhuge Yuan, both bruised and battered. Yet the iron-eating beast showed no intent to kill. It seemed to regard them merely as toys. "Alas, Zhuge the divine trickster, we are in dire straits, no treasures to be had, and we are treated as mere playthings." Wang Ying lamented. "What are you whining about? I am the one being squished beneath," Zhuge Yuan retorted. Wang Ying turned to Zhuge Yuan, who was pinned beneath him, and asked, "What shall we do now? This creature appears to see us as its toys." Zhuge Yuan surveyed the iron-eating beast, which, in the meantime, had snapped off another spirit stone stalagmite and presented it to Wang Ying's mouth. "I refuse to eat this. Whoever desires it can have it." Wang Ying turned his head away defiantly. In response, the iron-eating beast smacked him on the head, causing him to yelp in pain as a large bump formed. "Roar! Eat!" The iron-eating beast forcefully inserted the spirit stone stalagmite into Wang Ying's mouth. Humiliated, Wang Ying was compelled to chew, his sharp wolf teeth barely able to crush the hard stone. Zhuge Yuan's eyes sparkled with a cunning idea. "Cunning fox, do you possess the sleeping powder given by Brother Chen?" Wang Ying's eyes lit up as he munched on the spirit stone stalagmite. "Indeed, I have the divine powder. Are you suggesting we use it against this beast?" "Precisely. Quickly hand it over." "All right." Wang Ying hurriedly handed a storage ring to Zhuge Yuan, who was pinned beneath. Upon receiving it, Zhuge Yuan extracted a vial from within using his spiritual sense. Grasping the vial tightly, he smashed it against the nearby spirit stone bamboo. With a loud crash, the vial shattered, its precious liquid spilling over the spirit stone bamboo. After consuming one piece, the iron-eating beast broke off another segment of the bamboo and eagerly gnawed upon it once more. The miraculous effects of the spilled elixir soon took hold, rendering the iron-eating beast drowsy. Its massive body swayed unsteadily before collapsing to the ground, unconscious. Haha, this foolish creature. Brother Chen's potion is truly effective. Akin to a miraculous elixir for nefarious deeds, Wang Ying exclaimed joyfully, quickly extricating himself from the beast's rear. The two of them struggled to their feet, sighing in relief at the sight of the subdued creature. Its formidable offensive and defensive capabilities were indeed fearsome. One could easily believe it to be an ancient divine beast, its flesh undoubtedly nourishing. Wang Ying smacked his lips. But wait, it hasn't harmed us. It would be morally reprehensible to slay it. Such a promising specimen could be nurtured into a battle beast. Zhuge Yuan halted Wang Ying, who was preparing to summon his sword. This creature is rather foolish and quite rotund, lacking any intimidating prowess. If you desire it, you may take it, but we must act swiftly. The effects of the elixir last only half an hour on humans, and likely even less on it. Wang Ying sheathed his sword. Then this fellow is mine. Zhuge Yuan, unabashed, leaped onto the iron-eating beast's head, chanting incantations as golden runes began to coalesce. Equal Dao contract, converge. He slapped his chubby hand on the beast's fluffy head, imbuing it with the radiant markings. Why not employ the beast control heavenly curse for a master-servant contract? Wouldn't that facilitate better control? Wang Ying inquired, puzzled. All beings are equal, and the Dao flows naturally, though a master-servant bond may be beneficial. It does not align with my principles, Zhuge Yuan casually explained, continuing to gather the equal Dao contract. After a duration equivalent to a stick of incense, he exhaled in relief, having completed the incantation. The iron-eating beast gradually regained consciousness, gazing at Zhuge Yuan with a look of affection, extending its large tongue to lick him. Showering Zhuge Yuan with drool. Haha, seeing you so plump, I shall call you Tang Yuan. Zhuge Yuan chuckled, patting the beast's sizable head. You are no less round than a ball yourself. How dare you criticize it? Wang Ying retorted, but then grimaced, clutching his stomach. Oh dear. My belly feels as if it might burst. I've overindulged on crocodile meat. Zhuge Yuan, I must enter seclusion to refine my cultivation. I leave the mining tasks to you. And you mustn't keep any for yourself. It must be reported to Brother Chen for distribution. Wang Ying immediately sat cross-legged, beginning to circulate his cultivation method. If you are to cultivate, so must I. I have consumed no less than you. Tang Yuan, the responsibility of mining falls to you. Do not indulge yourself. Zhuge Yuan, noticing his own bloated belly, patted the iron-eating beast's head. Both of them entered seclusion to break through to the carefree realm, while the bewildered Tang Yuan looked on, feeling bored and resorting to scratching at the mine with its large claws. Meanwhile, the 20 or so members of the Yanhuang Hall scattered in various directions, each encountering their own fortunes. Meanwhile, within the celestial rift of this foreign battlefield, a multitude of warriors from the crocodilian race began to reinforce their presence. The tragic demise of the 17th prince of the northern crocodile star continent, slain by the challengers of the trials, incited a profound fury within the crocodilian clan. They issued a bounty. Any individual capable of vanquishing the murderer of Prince Tobashin Yuan would be rewarded with a high-tier celestial martial art, a sum of 300 million spirit coins, and the bestowal of noble rank. Such an incentive was enough to stir the hearts of ancient titans, prompting many formidable practitioners of the leisurely realm from the northern crocodile continent to swarm into the foreign battlefield. 3 months later, this was a site recently ravaged by fierce conflict. Nearly 2,000 human cultivators were engaged in clearing the battlefield, with close to 1,000 crocodilians having perished. These 2,000 individuals hailed from the Celestial Talisman Hall and the Hengshan Sword Sect. Brother Zhao, our talismanic arts from the Celestial Talisman Hall, combined with your Hengshan sword techniques, are truly invincible. After the trials conclude, you and I shall surely penetrate the core, remarked a striking young man clad in a golden robe, addressing the swordsman beside him. Lu Kai and Zhao Tianxian, the two foremost disciples of the Celestial Talisman Hall and the Hengshan Sword Sect, respectively. Zhao Tianxian replied with a gentle smile, though this foreign battlefield is ruthless, my swordsmanship is advancing rapidly amidst such battles. I believe it won't be long before I comprehend the celestial sword intent and step into the realm of sword sovereigns. Lu Kai, astonished, clasped his hands in congratulations. If you can grasp the celestial intent, even if your achievements fall short, you shall secure your place in the core. Brother Tianxian, I finally found you. At that moment, a voice tinged with sorrow pierced the air, and a radiant figure descended before them. Sister, Lu Kai exclaimed with delight, embracing the young woman. Brother, I finally found you. Lu Yuanyuan choked out, overwhelmed with emotion. How wonderful. At last I see you. I was so worried during this time. Lu Kai exclaimed. But Yuanyuan, your arm. Lu Kai noticed that one of Lu Yuanyuan's arms was severed, and his expression shifted to one of shock and deep sorrow as he gently grasped his sister's empty arm. Brother Tianxian, you must avenge me, avenge Tianluan. Lu Yuanyuan wept. What happened? Who did this? Was it the crocodilians? Lu Kai inquired with a darkened expression. Tianluan, what has happened to Tianluan? Zhao Tianxian, sensing the gravity of the situation, quickly asked. I acquired a treasure, but it was seized by a cultivator from another continent, who also severed my arm. Later, Tianluan came to rescue me and was killed by this man. Brother, Tianxian, you must avenge Tianluan. Lu Yuanyuan recounted the distorted events through her tears. Both men were instantly engulfed in fury, especially Zhao Tianxian, whose eyes reddened with rage upon learning of his brother's demise. A cultivator from another continent. What is the name of this scoundrel? Zhao Tianxian bellowed. I inquired of some encountered cultivators and discovered that this person is named Tang Yu, Lu Yuanyuan revealed, producing a painting of the young man, the likeness of Xiang Chen. Tang Yu. Zhao Tianxian gazed at the portrait, a terrifying sword energy erupting forth. This individual has stolen my spiritual stones and treasures. Among them, one spiritual stone bears a mark I inscribed, enabling me to sense his whereabouts within 1,000 miles. Brother, Master Tianxian, you must avenge me and seek retribution for Tianluan. His demise was far too tragic. Lu Yuanyuan produced a golden jade talisman, tears streaming down her face. This enmity shall be avenged by the Hengshan Sword Sect. Disciples of the Hengshan Sword Sect, heed my command. Should you encounter this villain, you are to slay him without mercy. Zhao Tianxian bellowed orders to his followers while holding a scroll. By the command of our esteemed senior brother, Tang Yu declared, you dare to bully my sister and murder my brother-in-law. I shall ensure your bones are ground to dust. Anyone from the Tianfu Hall who sees this man is also to execute him. Lu Kai issued commands to all disciples of the Tianfu Hall. Meanwhile, in the vicinity of the originally guarded Xiaoyao fruit tree, where fierce beasts had once roamed, there were few other extraordinary creatures. With Kunling and the little white tiger as guardians, Xiang Chen felt at ease in his cultivation here. Suddenly, a blinding golden sun in the sky began to expand, swelling from 10 zhang to 20 zhang, releasing an overwhelming aura reminiscent of a demon king. The power of the golden sea of flames surged exponentially. As the fiery waves gradually receded, the golden sun transformed into a magnificent golden avian creature, measuring 30 meters in length with a wingspan exceeding 60 meters, regal, elegant, and ancient. The Xiaoyao realm had finally been transcended. The three-legged golden crow reveled in the newfound vigor coursing through its being. This breakthrough had taken 3 months, with each elevation and realm requiring increasingly longer periods of cultivation. However, the benefits were abundantly clear. Its solar essence and power had multiplied several-fold, resulting in a significant enhancement of strength. With the body of a sacred beast, it now felt confident enough to contend against the typical human cultivators of the Xiaoyao Ninth Heaven. With the enhancement of the Sun True Scripture, it was time to elevate the Lunar True Scripture. Otherwise, the imbalance between yin and yang would be detrimental. The three-legged golden crow mused, transforming its form into that of the moon-eating celestial wolf. At that moment, an inexplicable surge of bloodline power erupted, shattering the barriers of realm and expanding the divine space in an instant. Simultaneously, Xiang Chen's lunar true Dan swelled larger. A surge of demon king-level lunar power flooded into the moon-eating celestial wolf's true Dan from its bloodline. The moon-eating celestial wolf's body expanded to an astonishing 40 meters. Xiang Chen was left utterly bewildered. Had he truly broken through? He sensed the sudden rush of bloodline power within him. How could this be? He had yet to begin consuming the Xiaoyao spirit fruit for cultivation. What could have triggered this? Could it be that one of his bloodline siblings had broken through to the Xiaoyao realm, thereby enhancing their bloodline and inadvertently benefiting him as well? Xiang Chen speculated, suspecting this to be the reason. As he advanced, the bloodline powers of his siblings would similarly strengthen, unlocking the potential of their shared lineage. If his brethren had broken through before him, he would also reap the rewards, enhancing the majority of their bloodline, a shared glory. However, the laws of heaven are immutable. Those directly related by blood will not exceed the number of 99. In essence, the celestial wolves possessing the direct lineage of Xiang Chen cannot surpass this limit. Likewise, the descendants of other fraternal bloodlines among the celestial wolves are similarly constrained, as each direct lineage is bound by the same 99 extremes. The benefits derived from such breakthroughs tend to diminish with each generation. When Xiang Chen ascends to a higher realm, The bloodline power of the Yanhuang wolf commander under his command will experience an enhancement of approximately 70 to 80% of his own amplified bloodline strength. Conversely, the benefits accrued by the descendants of his brothers may only amount to a mere 10 to 20% increase. By the third generation, the impact of such breakthroughs becomes negligible. Nonetheless, advancements made by the second generation will still exert a certain influence on the third generation. This is the fate of the clan. The fortune of the entire celestial wolf tribe, from Xiang Chen down to the ordinary celestial wolf warriors, is governed by a celestial principle, an influence of the power of fate. This embodies the fortune of a race. Should Xiang Chen meet his demise, the bloodline strength of Yue Ying and his kin would significantly weaken or even vanish entirely. As the progenitor of the clan's bloodline, should his ancestral bloodline cease to exist, the line of successors would inevitably be severed. Chapter 1077. The true mother tiger uncertain who has achieved a breakthrough. Could it be Dawdling? The first thought that crossed Xiang Chen's mind was not of his companions, but rather the diligent efforts of women like Dawdling. Regardless of who it may be, a breakthrough is ultimately a positive development, saving me considerable time. Thus, I can persist in my cultivation of the Supreme Sun Scripture and continue to advance. Transforming into the Golden Crow form, Xiang Chen resumed his practice of the 10,000 demons sacred method. With the breakthrough of the lunar scripture achieving a balance of yin and yang, he could now resume his studies of the solar scripture. As Xiang Chen immersed himself in his training, unbeknownst to him, the number of crocodilian warriors in the outer battlefield had increased significantly due to his presence, complicating the trials faced by the disciples. It seems that our luck is fortuitous. We never anticipated encountering such a stunning human woman. A squad of crocodilian warriors gazed upon a breathtaking figure clad in white with snow-white hair, her graceful and alluring form captivating all, as they surrounded her with lecherous eyes. Xiang Chen's delicate willow-like brows furrowed slightly, her expression remaining remarkably tranquil, devoid of any panic. "Captain, once you indulge, be sure to let the brothers partake as well." One crocodilian leered. "Fear not, brothers will all have their share. Seize this woman alive." At the captain's command, 7 or 8 crocodilian warriors lunged toward Xiang Chen, intertwining their magical patterns to form a series of black nets that enveloped the woman, whose cultivation appeared to peak at the Lingxiao realm. A band of scoundrels. Xiang Chen's countenance turned cold as she swiftly materialized a sword in her hand, a black ancient sword. The sword's aura was restrained, yet when her true essence surged forth, an overwhelming bloodthirst and murderous energy erupted, transforming the charming woman into a fierce female Azura. With a single strike, she cleaved through the interwoven nets of magic descending upon her. With a resounding roar, the ethereal net of law that enveloped the surroundings was unexpectedly frozen. In the next moment, a searing golden-red blade of light cleaved through, shattering the intricate net completely. Xiang stepped forward, instantly breaking through the layers of law. As the ancient sword summoned from an alternate realm, by her celestial eye unleashed a Tianzhong arc of sword light. This light, razor-sharp and infused with a terrifying aura, swept forth with an astonishing speed akin to a startled phoenix. Slicing through the 8 crocodilians as if they were mere watermelons, their armor provided no protection whatsoever. Before they could even process their astonishment, Xiang's aura erupted forth, signaling her complete breakthrough into the realm of freedom. The presence of the Lingxiao realm was merely a facade she had donned. Ice Phoenix, Sacred Spirit. With a piercing cry, a colossal shadow of an ice phoenix materialized behind her, exuding an overwhelming presence. At that moment, her true essence and mystical energy surged fourfold, freezing the expanse for miles around. With a sword thrust into the void, a wave of true essence rippled outward like a luminous tide. In that instant, a tempest of frigid sword energy descended, enveloping an area spanning 7 to 8 kilometers around her. "Retreat!" The crocodilian leader shouted in terror, stepping back as he and his comrades hastily retreated. The other kings of the Freedom Realm followed suit, 6 of them fleeing for their lives. However, the crocodilians of the Lingxiao realm met a dire fate. The terrifying cold sword energy spread rapidly, shrouding the land. One by one, they were encased in layers of frost, transforming 70 to 80 individuals into ice sculptures in an instant. Subsequently, the ice sculptures shattered with explosive force, erupting into a flurry of sword energy. Dozens of crocodilians were instantly reduced to fragments of ice, a scene of utter horror. Within a radius of 7 to 8 kilometers, everything was transformed into a realm of ice. The 6 crocodilian kings, now suspended in the air, bore expressions of sheer dread. This woman was truly formidable. The moment they had coveted her beauty was obliterated by the chilling sword strike. Kill her! Kill her! The crocodilian leader roared, unleashing the power of the 6th tier of the Freedom Realm towards Xiang as a massive blade of light descended from above. Kill! The other 5 joined in, their thoughts consumed by the singular desire to eliminate this woman. A cold smile graced Xiang's lips, her beauty untouched by the chaos. With a firm step, her ice phoenix wings surged, allowing her to evade the onslaught in an instant. Boom! The ground beneath her was instantly shattered by 6 concurrent attacks, the frozen earth fracturing violently. Fire Phoenix, Sacred Spirit. At that moment, the second sacred spirit within her awakened, manifesting a blazing silhouette of a fire phoenix, engulfed in roaring flames. Ice and Fire Sword Song. Heavenly Transformation, Sword Lotus, activate. The fusion of ice and fire. The powers of the Ice Phoenix and Fire Phoenix merged flawlessly at that moment, coalescing into a single sword strike. The sword pierced the void, transforming into a black-purple lotus of blades, which blossomed and descended upon the 6 approaching crocodilian kings. Boom! The sword lotus detonated, unleashing terrifying waves of black-purple sword light that radiated outward in all directions. Upon contact with the circle of black and purple sword energy, the protective essence of the Crocodile King was instantaneously torn asunder, exploding like fragile bubbles. The sword's circle expanded, slicing through his form, which was swiftly torn into 2 halves. Bang! 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 The protective essences of the 5 Crocodile Kings were all severed by a single stroke, their bodies cleaved in twain. A roar erupted from the Crocodile Commander as the dark essence relentlessly surged to counter the onslaught of the cascading sword energies, yet his protective essence crumbled inch by inch. At that moment, Xiang unleashed a swift strike. The tip of her sword radiated an awe-inspiring, transcendent sword intent. With a piercing sound, the protective essence of the Crocodile Commander was punctured in an instant, the sword light surging forth, penetrating the body of this 6th-tier Crocodile King. The Crocodile Commander's eyes widened in disbelief before his body erupted violently, exploding into fragments. Only his head remained, rolling away, eyes wide with incredulity. How could this woman possess such formidable strength? This sword technique was utterly beyond the realm of mortals. Xiang sheathed her dark ancient sword with a resonant hum. Clad in white garments, her snow-white hair shimmering, she strode alone within her frozen domain, collecting severed heads, magical rings, and weapons that flew towards the storage ring on her finger. Nearly 100 crocodiles and 6 crocodile kings, all annihilated. One sword shattered the net of magic. One sword felled 6 crocodiles, one sword obliterated the squad, one sword decimated 5 kings, and the final sword established the very balance of the cosmos. In total, she had unleashed but 5 strikes. Each strike was a lethal blow, executed with impeccable precision and without any superfluous movements. Her combat prowess was truly celestial. While her man engaged in schemes, this delicate maiden wielded her 3-foot cold blade with fervent blood. Her aura concealed itself within the peaks of the 9 heavens. This marked the first revelation of Xiang's terrifying strength. Should Xiang Erge be present, he would undoubtedly be left in astonishment, perhaps even terrified to engage in romantic pursuits for 2 years hence. The figure clad in white vanished into the vast ancient forest. Any who encountered her, harboring ulterior motives due to her beauty, would soon learn from her sword the true meaning of regret. Chapter 1078. Sudden ambush in this extraterrestrial battlefield. Numerous areas remain untouched by human hands, teeming with countless ancient treasures, spiritual herbs, and even millennium-old celestial rarities. While danger lurks in every corner, those who adapt to the ancient woods may uncover abundant treasures scattered throughout. Among the disciples of the human race undergoing trials, some have even stumbled upon celestial herbs, achieving rapid advancement after consumption. Others have encountered innate spiritual treasures born of this realm, witnessing their power surge dramatically, while some have discovered rare mineral deposits, amassing wealth overnight to become billionaires. This land is fraught with innumerable dangers and endless treasures waiting to be unearthed. However, countless others have become mere corpses, remains, sustenance, or even refuse upon this earth. Of the 50,000 assessment disciples who entered, how many will ultimately emerge remains an uncertain mystery. The path of cultivation is fraught with peril, accompanied by mountains of corpses and seas of blood. One must contend against the heavens, facing tribulations in their ascension. Competing with others for resources, failure equates to becoming just another lifeless body. In this world, there exists no pristine fairy-like realm. Behind every glorious legend lie the unseemly remnants of countless lifeless bodies. Take for instance the captivating figure who, with a mere flick of her prowess, is capable of annihilating an entire battalion of crocodilian warriors. The treasures and wealth she acquires are beyond the imagination of ordinary mortals, artifacts of power, spiritual stones, and perhaps even rare elixirs and medicinal concoctions, alongside martial techniques, all constitute her bounty. The spoils left by a fallen battalion may well suffice to relieve her of any concerns regarding resources for her future ascensions. The act of slaying and plundering remains the most direct and ruthless means of amassing fortune. As time slips by like a fleeting shadow, the higher one ascends in cultivation, the more ephemeral the passage of time appears, diminishing its value. A moment of meditation may stretch into months, and a period of seclusion could extend over several years. Upon reaching the realm of transcendence, one can sustain existence indefinitely, provided there exists an abundance of celestial energy to replenish the body's vitality, even without sustenance. However, as one of the 7 desires of sentient beings, the craving for food is inescapable. Even for deities, the allure of ambrosial delicacies remains irresistible. In the blink of an eye, a year has elapsed in this foreign battlefield, where time flows languidly, while nearly 3 years have passed beyond its confines. In the span of 2 or 3 years, a mere mortal might rise from destitution to affluence or descend from glory to ruin. Yet, in the realm of cultivators, the changes are often negligible, as one may find themselves ensnared in a bottleneck, stagnant in their progression. During this period, however, significant events have transpired across the continent. The most notable of these is the Sea tribe's endeavor to wed the exquisite Princess Linglong, who, having been docile and compliant with her royal family's machinations, unexpectedly vanished without a trace before her nuptials, leaving no hint of her whereabouts. The emperor of the Daxia dynasty, incensed by his daughter's elopement, had meticulously orchestrated a deadly trap to exact vengeance upon the southern Song Sea tribe. Her flight rendered his plans utterly futile. Consequently, the Daxia Empire has initiated a continent-wide manhunt for Princess Linglong, not as a common criminal, but with the intent of locating her alive. This event stands as the most significant occurrence in the last few years on the continent. Meanwhile, in the desolate region of the south, a nation indifferent to the continental dynamics secretly fortifies its own strength, empowering its citizens and military, continuously growing in might. Over the years, the Daju dynasty has witnessed a proliferation of peculiar spiritual artifacts, all devised by a clever mastermind. Items such as white jade watermelons infused with lunar energy, corn capable of absorbing stellar power, and numerous ordinary spiritual plants, all enhanced through her ingenious modifications, have mutated into formidable celestial treasures. These innovations are clandestinely cultivated within the private domains of the Chu royal palace and circulated through discreet channels to the military and markets, their origins shrouded in secrecy. The Chuling rice remains a widely revered agricultural product within the Daju realm. However, having endured the chaos of the 6 kingdoms, the Chu state comprehends the immense significance of Chuling rice to cultivators across the land. Therefore, they enforce an extraordinarily stringent control over its distribution, forbidding any external trade. With each grain imbued with a unique biological essence, and the borders are patrolled by the Tianling division of the Yanhuang Temple. As soon as Chu Lingmi is carried beyond the borders of the Great Chu, the scent is instantly tracked and perceived, leading to a relentless pursuit by the fanged assassins. Over the years, numerous incidents of theft and smuggling have occurred, driven by the greed of both the native citizens of Great Chu and foreign cultivators. However, without exception, these individuals have all been effortlessly located by the dark web and subsequently hunted down and eliminated by the fanged assassins. The nation of Great Chu is astonishingly growing stronger at an unprecedented pace, unbeknownst to the world. The underground realm of the Yanhuang Palace has expanded, now encompassing the entirety of the Wasteland Province. Within this province, Only the prominent families in the city of Wild Capital remain untouched. While the underground dominion of over 100 secondary and tertiary cities has completely changed hands, all orchestrated by an unseen force that governs the operations of the underground world. This clandestine power is the Yanhuang Palace. With just a single command, the Wasteland province could be transformed overnight. On the battlefield beyond the realm, two figures are engaged in a fierce struggle against a formidable ancient beast. This beast is an ancient saber-toothed tiger, massive in size, measuring over 10 meters in length and towering like a building. Its claws unleash tremendous power, rivaling that of a fifth-tier monarch. The tiger's lair is surrounded by a grove, filled with golden-red persimmons that embody astonishing spiritual energy, reaching the rank of fifth-grade spiritual fruit. With a howl, Li Huan transforms into a celestial wolfman, unleashing a devastating claw strike, the force of the celestial wolf crashing into the beast. Swiftly, arrows of light shoot forth from the hands of another celestial wolfman, Gung Zhong. As he expertly fires his spiritual bow, in perfect synchronization, Gung Zhong's archery complements Li Huan's melee disruption as the tiger's eyes are struck, eliciting a series of agonizing roars. Flash! Li Huan bellows, gripping his blade with both arms. He cleaves down, the curved sword crashing onto the tiger's head, blood splattering as the blade penetrates its skull. The colossal saber-toothed tiger lets out a whimper before collapsing, its body convulsing. Haha, well done, Brother Huan. Gung Zhong laughs heartily, the tension focused on the tiger dissipating instantly. This beast will suffice for several days' worth of feasting. With all these red spiritual persimmons, we will have a feast when we meet with Brother Chun and the others. Li Huan chuckles joyfully, sheathing his curved blade. Suddenly, a sense of foreboding strikes him. Be cautious, Xiaozhong, Li Huan shouts, as he swiftly unleashes a defensive slash, radiating the brilliance of the celestial moonblade. In an instant, hundreds of magical arrows rain down upon them from the surrounding woods. Li Huan's defensive strike does not merely shield himself, it serves to protect his brother. Clang, clang, clang. The blade intercepts the barrage of arrows aimed at Gung Zhong, shattering them in midair. However, amidst the chaos, Gung Zhong manages to evade. Yet Li Huan himself is struck. 3 arrows pierce his thigh, abdomen, and shoulder, blood gushing forth. Brother Huan. Gung Zhong snaps back to reality, swiftly drawing his blade to fend off the continuing onslaught of arrows, while simultaneously unleashing the power of his moon-watching eye. Surrounding them, a multitude of figures clad in ceremonial robes emerged, the majority wielding formidable sabers, numbering no less than 700 or 800. These individuals possessed normal human pupils, the disciples of the blade-dominant sect. As they engaged the saber-toothed tiger, their focus was entirely on the battle. Under ordinary circumstances, with the perceptive abilities of the two, these disciples would have no opportunity for a sneak attack. Such swift swordplay, it was astonishing they could withstand it. A young disciple from the blade-dominant sect, slightly taken aback, gazed at Li Huan and Gung Zhong, who stood back to back, vigilant against their approach. A sense of carelessness washed over Li Huan, his expression darkening. Are you all right, Huan Ge? Gung Zhong inquired. Li Huan's countenance soured, transforming into that of a celestial wolf, as he beheld the throng of Blade Dominant's disciples. I am fine. I will not perish, he retorted sharply. Blade Dominant sect, why do you ambush us? Ah, it is you again, we meet once more. Sneered a young man with a sharp nose and a gaunt visage. He was none other than Sun Chong, a disciple of the Blade Dominant sect who had previously clashed verbally with the disciples of the Flame Yellow Hull aboard the spirit ship. Beside him stood a tall, stern-faced youth, exuding an astonishing aura of blade energy. The chief disciple of the Blade Dominant sect, Qian Zhan. It is you, Li Huan recognized Sun Chong. He, senior brother. We are fortunate to stumble upon such a vast grove of spirit fruit trees, not to mention the impressive carcass of a fierce beast, Sun Chong remarked, trailing closely behind Qian Zhan. Qian Zhan's countenance remained icy as he declared, your swordplay is commendable. Should you submit to me and serve as my subordinates, I may spare your lives. Bah! Li Huan scoffed. Our brethren of the Flame Yellow Hull only acknowledge our brother Chun. What are you to command our submission? Xiao Gong. I will engage them while you make your escape. Li Huan conveyed silently to Gung Zhong. No, Huan Ge. As brothers, we face this together. It is the code of the Flame Yellow Hull to live and die as one. Gung Zhong firmly shook his head. Enough of this banter. Your strength pales in comparison to mine. If you escape, you will merely be a burden. As the captain of our squad, I command you to flee. And your first task upon escape is to locate Brother Chun, Li Huan insisted sternly, his gaze fixed intently on Xianzhan. Disrespectful. Who will step forth? Eliminate the two. Xianzhan commanded, his hands clasped behind him, gazing imperiously at the surrounding disciples of the Blade Dominant Sect. Senior brother, I shall take this one. A disciple named Su Lei, of the same realm as Li Huan, stepped forward. Very well, Su Lei, uphold the honor of our Blade Dominant Sect. Xianzhan nodded. The young man named Su Lei stepped forth, sneering, You too, as fellow swordsmen, I shall not take advantage of you. I propose a one-on-one duel. Do you dare? Li Huan shrugged, a cold smile gracing his lips. Then you might as well prepare for a new life in your next incarnation. Arrogance. Kill. Su Lei bellowed. And with a fierce stomp, he unleashed a blinding arc of blade energy, radiant with blue lightning, charging forth with unrelenting ferocity. Celestial Wolf's might. Dragon Elephant's strength. Li Huan roared within, simultaneously drawing his curved blade with lightning speed. Boom. The clash of blade energies erupted, Su Lei's thunderous blade aura shattering upon impact. And Su Lei's expression shifted dramatically. Li Huan's footsteps danced upon the void, his speed and strength erupting in a breathtaking display as his curved blade traced an arc of moonlight. With a splatter, blood erupted, gushing forth from the severed neck of Su Lei, whose head rolled away, leaving a lifeless body to collapse onto the ground. Su Lei. Such a tyrannical force and swift speed. The disciples of the Blade of Dominance were taken aback, their expressions darkening. Is this the famed technique of the Blade of Dominance? Li Huan scoffed, stepping atop the fallen head with a cold grin. How vexing. Come at me. Another disciple of the second realm of the free-spirited path roared as he charged, wielding a slender silver blade reminiscent of a samurai sword, its light both rapid and cunning. The two clashed with a series of metallic clashes, yet Li Huan's superior strength and speed overwhelmed his opponent. In a mere 10 exchanges, the disciple's head was also severed. This sight ignited the fury of the remaining disciples of the Blade of Dominance. Suddenly, a figure darted forth like lightning, wordless, bearing a crimson heavy blade that descended with tremendous force, unleashing the fearsome aura of the sixth Heaven King. It was Xianzhan. Li Huan's expression shifted as he countered with a single swing. The collision sent ripples of energy through the air, and Xianzhan's scorching blade completely shattered Li Huan's defense, forcing him to stagger backward. Without hesitation, Xianzhan unleashed a flurry of strikes, his speed reaching its zenith, rivaling that of an eighth Heaven King. Li Huan, wary of revealing his identity and endangering his comrades, found himself struggling to defend against the onslaught. With a swift motion, Xianzhan's heavy blade struck, sending Li Huan's curved dagger flying and tearing into his half-transformed body. Bones shattered, and Li Huan erupted in blood, retreating swiftly to gain distance. Brother Huan, Gung Zhong, filled with rage, bellowed as he charged forward, but Li Huan grasped him with one hand, channeling all his strength into a throw. Gung Zhong was propelled into the southern sky at an astonishing speed, tears streaming from his eyes. You truly value loyalty. Xianzhan approached, wiping the blood from his blade. Without your weapon, how will you fight? With a grin, Li Huan replied, Without a blade, I still have my claws. The sons of Yin and Huang are no cowards. And with the strength of spirits, I shall slay. Sharp claws emerged from his hands, and with the power of the spirits, his prowess surged to the third realm of the free-spirited path. An array of claw lights tore through the air, unleashing an astonishing attack. Oh, is that the force of beastly transformation? Xianzhan marveled slightly, before unleashing a strike that shattered the array of claw lights with a scorching blade. With a roar, Li Huan released a wave of lunar light that surged forward in an instant. Xianzhan, stepping back, felt the ground beneath him cave in from the force. At that moment, an even more terrifying intent surged within him, his aura intensifying. Blade intent, reaching the heavens. The Blade of Dominance shall shatter all. Xianzhan gathered a portion of worldly blade intent and unleashed a devastating slash that distorted the very fabric of space, the scorching blade light striking forth with unparalleled ferocity. This strike was so fearsome that even a ninth Heaven King would seek to evade its edge. The crashing wave of lunar light was cleaved apart, and the blade light tore into Li Huan's chest. Chapter 1080. The rampage of Ergo, a strike comparable to the might of the ninth layer of carefree heaven tore through Li Huan's chest, leaving behind a ghastly wound. His face was cleaved open, blood gushing uncontrollably. More critically, the domineering, searing blade aura had obliterated his heart meridian. Fortunately, his half-wolf form endowed him with formidable physical strength, and his cultivation in the dragon elephant fist's body refinement technique meant that an ordinary cultivator at the 6th layer of carefree would have been cleaved in two. Li Huan felt a wave of weakness wash over him, his steps faltering as he attempted to summon his true essence and magical energy. However, his meridians had severed, rendering his true essence akin to water deprived of its conduit, unable to circulate. His body swayed, and he propped himself up with his claws to prevent falling. His consciousness blurred as he gazed at the encroaching disciples of the Blade faction. Is my journey at an end? Chen Gu, brothers and sisters. Little Huan must take his leave. His head hung low, blood flowed incessantly down his legs. This lad, having endured a strike from the senior brother, astonishingly did not perish. The approaching disciples of the Blade faction expressed their astonishment. Sun Chong stepped forward and kicked Li Huan, sending him crashing onto his back with a thud. Meanwhile, Xianzhan slowly sheathed his sword, equally surprised. This little brat has slain several of our junior brothers. Senior brother, I wish to sever his head, to subdue the arrogance of the mainland cultivators. One disciple of the Blade faction suggested. Xianzhan remained silent, leaping onto a red lantern spirit persimmon tree, plucking a fruit and placing it in his mouth. With tacit approval, the disciple approached Li Huan, raising his blade for a lethal strike. At that moment, Li Huan suddenly lifted his head and roared, lunging for the throat of the Blade faction disciple. With a sickening crunch, his wolfish fangs sank deep into the neck, clamping shut with fierce intensity. The disciple's neck was utterly crushed. Seeking death, Sun Chong bellowed angrily, bringing down his blade heavily upon Li Huan's neck. Blood erupted as Li Huan's head was severed, rolling away. The disciple, clutching his shattered neck, convulsed, evidently unable to survive. Dismember him into 8 pieces. In the void, a pale white moon expanded to a size exceeding 20 zhang, its radiance intensifying. Within the luminous orb, a silver-white moon-devouring celestial wolf surged in power. After consuming 6 spirit carefree fruits, Xiang Chen's myriad demon sacred law prowess had surged to the pinnacle of the 2nd layer of carefree, poised to ascend to the 3rd layer. However, the moon-devouring celestial wolf suddenly let out a mournful howl, spewing forth a mouthful of blood. A backlash of its bloodline striking it down, interrupting its breakthrough, and even causing a regression in power. The moon-devouring celestial wolf's eyes snapped open, feeling a wrenching pain from its bloodline source. Transforming into a human form, it became a strikingly handsome youth with flowing silver hair, more beautiful than any woman. A bloodline has vanished. How could this be? Could it be that my brother is in peril? Xiang Chen felt a sharp pang in his heart, gripped by a sudden sense of dread and unease. He immediately calmed his mind, seeking to discern the elusive bloodline that had vanished in connection with him. Xiao Huan. Xiang Chen's expression darkened suddenly. It was Li Huan, one of the 3 squad leaders among the 27 Yinhuang brothers he had brought along. To the southeast, he sensed the direction of the incident and instantly leaped onto the Dragon K demon blade, soaring through the air. Xiang Chen's speed escalated, the velocity of his sword flight reaching an astonishing 30 times the speed of sound, allowing him to cover approximately 9 kilometers in a single second, a pace nearly impossible for the naked eye to capture. Roaring, he flew for over 100 kilometers when a colossal winged dragon with sharp claws lunged at him from the sky. A creature of the 3rd realm of the carefree state, its claws, capable of shattering stone, descended upon Xiang Chen. In an instant, the Dragon K demon blade transformed into a blade of light traveling at 40 times the speed of sound, slicing through the air. With a single stroke, the massive winged dragon, spanning over 10 meters, was cleaved in 2, its blood staining the ground crimson. Xiang Chen had no time for feasting. He hurried towards the vanishing essence of the bloodline. After traversing over 9,000 kilometers of mountains and rivers, Xiang Chen finally sensed the presence of a brother. He promptly used a communication jade to reach out. Moments later, a figure broke through the air, a young man clad in black robes. Gengzhong. Chen Gu. Upon seeing Xiang Chen, Gengzhong immediately burst into tears, collapsing to his knees before him. Chen Gu, I am useless, utterly useless. Gengzhong wailed, tears and snot streaming down his face. Rise and speak. What has transpired? Xiang Chen urged, supporting Geng Zhong to his feet. With a choked voice, Geng Zhong replied, Gu, we were ambushed by the people from the Blade Dominance Manor. Gu, he fought them alone to save me. You must hurry and rescue him. Blade Dominance Manor. Xiang Chen's gaze sharpened, his voice turning icy. Lead me there. Geng Zhong wasted no time, springing forth with a pair of celestial wolf wings, guiding the way while Xiang Chen followed closely. After a while, they arrived at the previous grove of spirit persimmons. However, the disciples of Blade Dominance Manor had long since departed, and all the ripe red spirit persimmons had been plucked. Yet, as they landed, the sight before them sent them into a frenzy. Gu. Geng Zhong howled to the heavens, tears pouring forth as he staggered toward the pool of blood. Xiang Chen's eyes instantly turned a furious red, an uncontrollable rage erupting from his chest. Roaring in fury, the demonic energy surged, and Xiang Chen transformed into a gigantic celestial wolf, his terrifying aura causing the ground beneath to shatter and sink. Blade Dominance Manor. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf let out a roar that resonated for miles. There, amidst the blood-soaked earth, Li Huan's body lay in a gruesome state, torn asunder. While his head was nowhere to be found, Geng Zhong, sobbing uncontrollably, knelt in the blood, reaching out to touch the remains. Piecing together the shattered body with tears of blood streaming from his eyes, Xiang Chen approached, his legs weakened, collapsing onto the ground in silence. His visage twisted into a grotesque expression as he reached out to touch Li Huan's dismembered remains, glancing at his blood-stained palm with reddening eyes. Geng Zhong, gather what remains of Xiao Huan's body, transform into the wolf, and contact all the Yinhuang brothers. This vengeance shall not go unpunished. I, Xiang Chen, shall invoke the wrath of heaven and earth. I will use the heads of all the scum from the Badao mansion to honor my brother. Xiang Chen's command erupted almost like a roar. He then leapt forward, soaring towards a specific direction, having caught the scent of a large group of people lingering nearby. Chapter 1081. Savage Slaughter. Geng Zhong pieced together Li Huan's body, sealing it with the chilling essence of the Taiyin. Rest assured, Brother Huan, we will avenge you. Geng Zhong's eyes glowed crimson as he transformed into the celestial wolf, unleashing his lunar gaze and heightened senses. He soared southward, seeking out the other Yinhuang brothers. This marked the first death of a direct blood relative under Xiang Chen's command since the establishment of Yinhuang, igniting a relentless thirst for vengeance. Xiang Chen pursued the scent of these individuals without pause. Meanwhile, far away, a woman exclaimed in delight, I can sense it. The aura of the dark talisman I left behind. That little thief is within 1,000 miles. Over 3,000 miles away. A group of Badao Mansion disciples had encamped, numbering around 200. The disciples were divided into several factions, exploring the vast area, both to expand their treasure-hunting domain and to provide mutual support. Many were leisurely indulging in the sweet red lantern spirit persimmons they had previously harvested. After acclimating to this otherworldly battlefield, it was indeed a treasure trove, as such fifth-grade spiritual fruits could hardly be found in bulk outside of sect cultivation. One disciple bit into a red lantern spirit persimmon, savoring its sweetness as it transformed into a substantial amount of celestial energy within. The orchard was abundant with red lantern spirit persimmons, with each person receiving at least 5 or 6. Indeed, though this place is fraught with danger and hardship, it is also an excellent training ground. In just a year, my cultivation has ascended from the 5th to the 9th layer of Lingxiao. Before the assessment concludes, I am confident I can break through to the realm of Xiaoyao. However, that previous fellow was quite formidable, despite being merely at the first level of Xiaoyao. He managed to exchange blows with the senior brother. Yet, what does it matter? His group was too weak, and now they have become mere fragments of flesh. Living is what matters. The 200 or so disciples of the Badao mansion sat down to rest and converse. Among them, over 30 possessed the strength of the Tianwang realm, many having recently broken through, with almost no one below the 8th layer of Lingxiao. In a harsh environment where survival was a constant struggle, the untapped potential of wild treasures greatly enhanced the capabilities of those who remained. Suddenly, a series of explosive sounds echoed through the air as a figure materialized almost instantaneously above the encampment of the Badao Mansion disciples. 200 members of the Blade Dominion raised their heads, only to behold a young man with black hair and dark eyes, standing atop an enormous black blade. You there? Who do you think you are? How dare you tread upon our heads? Get down at once. A burly disciple of the Blade Dominion barked. "Are you from the Blade Dominion?" the young man asked, his expression frigid. "Indeed. Can't you see our insignia? Now scram." Suddenly, one among them recognized the figure. "Wait. This guy looks familiar." "Yes, he is one of those from the doomed team we dismembered." "Indeed. It is you, Blade Dominion." "Ha ha ha, Blade Dominion." The young man, upon hearing this, erupted into a chilling laughter, his gaze turning savage as it swept over the crowd below. "You wretches, for every brother you have slain, I shall return the favor tenfold. I will ensure that you all meet your demise." With that, he stepped onto the dragon's edge demon blade. The blade shimmered with an astonishing light, transforming into a streak of lightning as it descended. The disciple who had rebuked him was cleaved in twain with a single stroke, his body exploding into fragments. The others were momentarily stunned by the gruesome sight. In an instant, the young man transformed partially into a wolf, his claws sharp as daggers, extending over 2 feet in length. With a swift motion, he tore through the bodies of 2 Blade Dominion disciples. The dragon's edge demon blade returned to his hand, radiating thunderous energy as it unleashed a lethal arc of lightning that surged forward. One after another, 8 individuals were bisected, their forms obliterated by the explosive force of the blade. "You little beast, you seek your own death. How dare you slay my comrades? Kill him." At this moment, the remaining disciples of the Blade Dominion regained their composure, each brandishing their blades, unleashing powerful energy as they charged towards the young man. With a fierce roar, he transformed further, his visage becoming grotesquely wolf-like, and unleashed a beam of moonlight that swept through the air. The incoming energy attacks were shattered in an explosive display. He leapt 100 meters high, raising his blade aloft, emanating blinding lightning as he prepared to strike. Heavenly thunder, cleave. A thunderous roar echoed as a massive curtain of lightning descended, obliterating all in its path. Amidst the cries of anguish, over 20 disciples of the Blade Dominion were annihilated by the overwhelming force. "You wretches!" 8 formidable experts from the realm of leisure surged forward, their blades radiating immense might, all locking onto the young man in an instant. The blades tore through the air, engulfing him in a tempest of energy. Yet, within that maelstrom of blade energy, the young man vanished, reappearing behind the 8, unleashing a devastating arc of light from his blade. "He's behind us." "No." The 8 masters of the wandering blade were struck with terror. As they turned, the glimmer of blades had already sliced through their beings. In a single stroke, these 8 celestial warriors were cleaved in twain. "Loose the arrows, slay him," commanded a voice, and a barrage of arrows surged towards Xiang Chen. In swift succession, a deluge of arrows howled in his direction, all aimed at him. With a fierce roar, Xiang Chen's skin morphed, taking on a wolf-like appearance, and course fur sprouted. The arrows struck his form, akin to being repelled by an ethereal shield. Undeterred, he charged through the rain of arrows, cleaving through the disciples of the overbearing blade with a single, mighty swing. Thunderous roars erupted. In an instant, hundreds of blade lights blossomed, enveloping 2 to 3 dozen adversaries. The blades intertwined, and the earth trembled, ruptured as ancient trees exploded. Nearly 30 disciples of the overbearing blade were engulfed and torn apart by his stroke. "Break the ranks and sever," Xiang Chen commanded, as a formidable 4th-tier warrior gathered ferocious power to strike, wielding a blade with formidable intent. Xiang Chen, with an icy demeanor, countered with a single hand, intertwining mystical runes as his true energy surged, igniting with violet flames. "Billuotian's poisonous hand," he exclaimed, and with a thunderous clap, he evaded the warrior's strike, refusing to parry, and instead landed directly upon the 4th-tier warrior. The adversary's blade met Xiang Chen's form, yet it failed to penetrate his iron-like, semi-wolfen body, leaving merely a superficial wound. A glimmer of emerald true energy flashed, and the gash healed almost instantaneously. Not a drop of blood spilled. Tenfold vitality surged within him. The 4th-tier warrior, however, shrieked in agony, engulfed by the violet flames of Billuotian's poisonous hand, his form dissolving into a gruesome skeletal remains in mere moments. Xiang Chen flickered, evading the attacks of several celestial warriors, and then reappeared above one, descending with a crushing blow. With a resounding thud, the warrior's skull burst asunder, rendering him headless as his lifeless body crumpled to the ground. In the next heartbeat, another blade cut through, bisecting a nearby foe at the waist, the upper half collapsing with a wretched wail. How could his pace be so swift? a third-tier warrior. Having missed his strike, was struck with astonishment. Xiang Chen's agility surpassed their own. "Brother Yang, behind you," bellowed a distant warrior. Yet Brother Yang was caught unawares. A blade cleaving down from above, tearing him asunder. Xiang Chen moved like a phantom, elusive and spectral. His spatial maneuvering rendered him a godlike figure among them. Wherever he appeared, a swift stroke would inevitably claim a life. Amidst the cacophony of screams, terror, and the shrill whistle of blades, heads fell, and bodies crumbled from the sky. In a mere 10 breaths, half of the 200 warriors lay slain, with 19 powerful celestial beings among the deceased. Xiang Chen showed no mercy. Each strike was fatal, for he had come solely for vengeance. The brutality ingrained in his very being as a celestial wolf demanded the obliteration of every disciple of the overbearing blade. For only then could the seething fury over the loss of his brethren, Yin and Huang, be quelled. The madman, the god of slaughter. Let us seek out the senior brother. After over 100 members of the Blade Dominant Sect were slain, fear finally gripped the remaining warriors, prompting the Heavenly King to order a retreat. "Leave. Do I consent to your departure?" The chilling voice suddenly resonated from behind him. In a swift motion, a menacing claw descended upon his head, squeezing with tremendous force. Boom! The cranium exploded instantaneously. Ack! The remaining disciples of the Blade Dominant Sect, paralyzed by terror, scattered in disarray. "Kuan Ling, should one escape, I shall hold you accountable," Xiang Chen declared coldly. With a surge of innate power, Kuan Ling unleashed his divine ability, enveloping the ground in a hue of earthy yellow light. The magnetic field of heaven and earth distorted, and the gravitational pull intensified tenfold. "What is happening?" The fleeing disciples of the Blade Dominant Sect screamed in anguish as the sudden sensation of weightlessness overwhelmed them, dragging them down to the ground. The earth transformed into a quagmire, ensnaring 70 to 80 disciples within its depths. Meanwhile, 10 heavenly kings managed to resist the gravitational force and attempted to flee. From behind Xiang Chen, 5 sinister, sky-devouring vines erupted, shooting toward the fleeing 10. One of the second-tier heavenly kings turned back in terror, his face blanching as he beheld a massive, serpentine, blood-red vine bristling with sharp fangs, ensnaring his body. The mouth of the vine opened and closed, coiling tightly around him. Ack! This second-tier heavenly king emitted a deathly scream, followed by a gruesome scene of flesh and blood splattering as he was mercilessly crushed and devoured, leaving no remnants of bone. The same fate befell the other 4 heavenly kings, who were swiftly ensnared and consumed. 5 others witnessed this horrifying spectacle, their souls nearly fleeing in terror as they frantically fled, escaping several miles in an instant. In Xiang Chen's hand, the dragon hunter bow materialized. 7 ethereal arrows infused with true essence and magical power, pulled back to form a perfect crescent. With a piercing gaze, Xiang Chen locked onto the last 5 individuals. In that fleeting moment, the intent of the arrows and the essence of the wind converged within him, unlocking the formidable power of the 8th-tier spiritual bow. 7 stars pursuing the moon. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 7 bolts of arrow light surged forth, their speed shattering the sound barrier at 70 times the speed of sound. One heavenly king, having fled 7 kilometers, heard a thunderous explosion behind him. In an instant, his back erupted. The arrow pierced through him, cleaving him in 2. Another, without hesitation, summoned a spiritual shield to defend himself. Boom! An arrow struck the shield, the tremendous force shattering it and sending him reeling. Yet, the next arrow altered its trajectory, descending with lethal intent toward his head. No, the heavenly king felt a surge of dread, and then his head exploded. In a cacophony of explosive sounds, the 5 fleeing heavenly kings were decimated in mere moments, one of them being pursued and struck down despite having fled over 10 kilometers. Almost 200 members were utterly annihilated. Within the mire, the disciples of the Blade Dominant Sect, trapped and frozen in dread, turned pale, teetering on the brink of despair. Xiang Chen lowered his bow and coldly regarded them, saying, "You have a fragrant moment to summon all your supporters. Spare us, spare us." That lad was not slain by us. It was our senior brother Qian Zhan who defeated him, and it was Sun Chong who severed his head. The audacity of the petty thief to slaughter the disciples of the Blade Sovereign Sect is beyond comprehension. Even if you possess an extraordinary background, your end is inevitable. Our senior brother's arrival heralds your doom. You wretched creature, for slaying my brethren, You shall not escape a miserable fate. Amidst the cacophony of threats and pleas for mercy, Xiang Chen strode upon the diamond-like ground, where these individuals were petrified, leaving only their heads exposed. With a swift motion, he lifted his foot and brought it down upon one of their heads, which shattered instantly. His gaze was frigid as he proclaimed, "Your sect has ruthlessly slain my brothers without cause. Prepare to experience the agony that precedes fear and death. Call for reinforcements. Summon every last one of them. For I shall make you acquainted with despair. Do not be arrogant. We have already contacted our comrades, who are hastening to our aid. Once the majority arrives, your demise is assured." A youth nearby bellowed with a fierce countenance. Xiang Chen remained impassive, pointing a finger, and a golden beam shot forth, pointing sun. The youth's voice was abruptly silenced as his head was pierced. The remaining onlookers, terror-stricken, shut their eyes, no longer daring to utter threats, only pleading for mercy. Xiang Chen stood amidst them, hands clasped behind his back, perceiving groups of reinforcements converging towards his location, their numbers vastly exceeding those of the current assembly. After a brief interval, a sharp glimmer sliced through the air as a strikingly handsome young man clad in black, wielding a crimson blade, arrived. Senior brother, save us. This scoundrel has slain many of our brothers. Avenge them." The petrified disciples, upon sighting this newcomer, displayed expressions of relief and hope. Xiang Chen's icy gaze met that of the chief disciple of the Blade Sovereign sect, Qianzhan. Chapter 1083. The escort arrives late. The main course has arrived. As Xiang Chen regarded the newcomer, a cold smile graced his lips, though his eyes burned with hatred. Swish, swish, swish. Following Qianzhan, waves of sword light surged through the air, revealing figures riding upon blades. 90 disciples of the Blade Sovereign sect, the Wandering Kings. Behind them, an additional 600 disciples followed closely. Upon witnessing the carnage and the petrified disciples strewn across the ground, fury ignited within them. "Scoundrel! How dare you slay so many of my sect as disciples? You wretched creature, your end has come. Not even the might of the heavenly kings can save you today." The grim scene ignited their wrath. At Xiang Chen's side, several figures emerged, a pristine white tiger adorned with golden stripes and a golden scorpion, both exuding formidable auras that had reached the realm of transcendence. The white tiger had evolved after consuming numerous fine spiritual artifacts, while the golden scorpion, nurtured by Xiang Chen with ice-glass swordfish, had also attained the same realm, its venom capable of inflicting eternal damage. "You little wretch." Among the crowd, Sun Chong instantly recognized Xiang Chen, with whom he had previously argued. Though these individuals were consumed by rage, they refrained from violence. For around Xiang Chen stood dozens of disciples from the Blade of Dominance, held as hostages. "You shall pay for the lives of my fellow disciples," Qianzhan declared coldly. A cruel smile appeared on Xiang Chen's lips. "You too shall meet your demise for slaying my Yinhuang brothers. Engaging in a war of words is futile. Are all your men gathered now? Release them, and I shall grant you a complete corpse." Qianzhan gestured towards the immobilized disciples of the Blade of Dominance around Xiang Chen. "Ha, the elder brother has arrived, kid. You are doomed. Release us, or you shall receive a fitting end." They threatened. "Indeed, or after the assessment concludes, your lineage shall be investigated, and your entire family shall face extinction." The trapped disciples, now emboldened, collectively voiced their threats. Xiang Chen smirked. "Your words have already severed their lifeline. Rest assured, I do not spare their miserable lives for leverage. I simply intend to lure all of you here. For every brother you have slain, I demand 800 of your heads in retribution." With a powerful stomp, Xiang Chen unleashed the might of the divine elephant stomp. A tremendous force erupted, sweeping across the surroundings. Thud, thud, thud. The dozens of heads protruding from the ground exploded instantaneously, their bodies, once solid, reduced to mere pulp by the overwhelming power. Although the might of the divine elephant stomp could not rival the war god's tread, its ferocity was hardly diminished. "You seek death, kill him," the disciples shouted in unison, their anger igniting. "You wretched scum, you deserve 1,000 deaths." Initially stunned, the disciples of the Blade of Dominance soon turned crimson with fury. For Xiang Chen dared to eliminate their compatriots before them, leaving no path for retreat. Kill. In an instant, dozens of formidable spirit blades, infused with true essence, sliced through the air towards Xiang Chen. Boom. The ground erupted, and mud roared as it coalesced into a diamond barrier, shielding Xiang Chen. The kunling acted from below. Thud, thud, thud. The spirit blade struck the diamond wall, which groaned under the assault. Despite enduring numerous strikes, it shattered in an instant. Yet, in the explosion of the diamond wall, Xiang Chen's figure vanished. Where is he? A group of disciples cried out in alarm. Xiang Chen reappeared above the heads of 5 heavenly kings, a palm charged with purple venom ready to unleash its wrath. Billow Ocean's venomous grasp. Boom. The massive toxic palm descended upon the 5 heavenly kings, enveloping them in corrosive flames. Oh, they shrieked in agony as their bodies ignited, flesh dissolving into nothingness, reducing to blood and bones upon the ground. Brothers, seek death, kill him. As 6 heavenly kings regained their wits, they unleashed 6 blades of energy, cutting through the vast expanse. However, Xiang Chen's figure vanished once again, only to reappear above the head of a 3rd heavenly king, his blade descending with lethal precision. With a swift motion, blood and viscera erupted as the 3rd heavenly king was cleaved in 2. A thunderous roar echoed as the diminutive white tiger transformed into a colossal beast, its form swelling to 10 zhong in size. With a fearsome roar that resonated like a sonic cannon, it enveloped the multitude of over 100 individuals. Ah, my ears! They cried, clutching their ears in agony. Blood streaming from their orifices, while those of lesser cultivation found their very souls on the brink of shattering. Boom! The white tiger surged forth, ablaze with an overwhelming golden flame, its massive paw descending with an earth-shattering force. With a resounding crash, the impact shattered the protective true essence of over a dozen disciples from the Blade Master sect, obliterating their drawn blades and resulting in a cataclysmic explosion of bodies. Kill. Dozens of dazzling blade lights intersected in a furious assault against the white tiger. Yet, with a single bound, the tiger moved with the swiftness of a golden lightning strike, landing above a certain heavenly king. Beast, meet your end. This 4th-tier heavenly king unleashed his full might, a 100-meter blade light cleaving towards the tiger. However, with a mere swipe of its paw, the furious power of the white tiger shattered the blade light, resulting in a thunderous explosion that obliterated the king's arms. The tiger's claws tore through the heavenly king's body as if it were mere parchment, reducing him to fragments with a single grasp. A piercing roar erupted as a golden streak of lightning shot forth. The tail of the golden scorpion struck, delivering a lethal blow to another heavenly king. This king attempted to parry with his blade, but a sharp edge sliced through his body, inflicting a wound through which venom surged. Boom, boom, boom. The toxic force was so potent that it caused the flesh of the poisoned king to explode from the wound. The golden scorpion leapt into the fray, its massive pincers propelling 7 or 8 Blade Master disciples away. Suddenly, a blade light, reaching the pinnacle of the heavenly king's realm, surged towards Xiang Chen, a fiery red arc slicing through the air behind him. Although Xiang Chen attempted to shift in space, he was a fraction too late. A gash was torn into his back, while another assailant was sent hurtling downward by a single strike. With a wave of his hand, Qianzhan commanded his blade to unleash a strike of astonishing speed and power. Xiang Chen plummeted toward the earth, his back wound swiftly healing. Yet, at that moment, 5 or 6 Blade Kings converged upon him, their attacks accelerating to their utmost limits. Boom! The ground erupted as a monstrous figure burst forth, its arms transforming into a formidable shield that protected both itself and Xiang Chen. Clang, clang, clang. The onslaught of blade lights sparked with ferocity. Young master, Han Jing arrives belatedly to protect you. Chapter 1084. The Clash of Champions. The newcomer was a grotesque entity, resembling a humanoid monster adorned with menacing iron spikes. Standing at a towering height of 5 or 6 meters, its skin glimmered with a cold iron hue, emanating an astonishing chill and a potent metallic energy. Its arms had morphed into iron shields, successfully blocking several of the attacking blade lights aimed at Xiang Chen. The creature was Han Jing. What manner of beast is this? The attacking heavenly kings were momentarily taken aback. Your subordinate has arrived late to your aid. Please forgive me, young master, Han Jing said. Xiang Chen replied coldly, Han Jing, your timing is impeccable. Exterminate all here aside from our own. Understood, I shall slay. In an instant, Han Jing transformed into a streak of light, his shield-like arms morphing into razor-sharp blades, striking down upon the remaining heavenly kings with lethal intent. Eliminate this monster. Several celestial kings launched a fierce assault on Han Jing. their blades slicing through the air with lethal precision. Yet, these shimmering arcs of light merely sparked against Han Zheng's form, akin to striking against ancient cold iron. With a violent flourish, Han Zheng transformed his arms into blades, unleashing a torrent of slashing light, leaving the Celestial King struggling to withstand his singular onslaught. His tail, resembling a sharp sword, lashed out with such swiftness that even the keenest senses found it challenging to perceive. In an instant, it pierced the skull of one Celestial King, obliterating it completely. Han Zheng's arrival alleviated much of the pressure on Xiang Chen. Soaring 300 yards into the air, Xiang Chen faced only Qianzhan. As the others discreetly distanced themselves from the two, they had witnessed Xiang Chen's formidable strength and uncanny speed. Apart from Qianzhan, none dared approach him, fearing for their lives, as these individuals consciously evaded engaging Xiang Chen. Do you realize the catastrophic calamity you have unleashed? My connections within the Ba Dao sect extend throughout the Ba Tian sect. Even if you were to join the Ba Tian sect in the future, your actions today will ensure you meet a most dishonorable demise, Qianzhan declared coldly, his gaze fixed intently on Xiang Chen, searching for any flaw in his defenses. I care not for the might of your Ba Dao sect, nor the abilities you possess. Here, on the battlefield beyond the realm, even with the Jade Emperor's backing, you shall find no salvation. I will collect the heads of all Ba Dao sect disciples to honor my fallen brothers. You are the foremost disciple of the Ba Dao sect. Did your swordsmanship truly arise from mere empty words? Xiang Chen smirked, returning Qianzhan's gaze. This individual was undeniably powerful. He had already felt the force of that previous strike, a talent capable of transcending realms in battle. I have no intention of allowing you to live as a disciple of the Ba Tian sect. Prepare to die. With a decisive step, Qianzhan transformed into a blinding streak of light, his blade cleaving through the heavens. As he struck, dozens of slashing lights erupted, enveloping Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen wielded his blade with lightning speed, having cultivated the thunderclap sword technique to an extraordinary pinnacle. Clang, clang, clang. To the naked eye, their duel was almost imperceptible, marked only by sparks colliding in the void, waves of true essence, and sword energy erupting in explosive bursts. Their blades moved with the swiftness of lightning, their figures nearly invisible. Neither engaged in flamboyant techniques. Their swordplay was characterized by sheer speed and overwhelming ferocity, leaving no time for elaborate maneuvers. Such close-quarters combat was rare among the powerful in this realm, akin to dancing on the edge of a blade. One misstep could lead to fatal consequences. In contrast, long-range magical assaults allowed for the possibility of retreat if one could not prevail. Drawing the blade, slash. Qianzhan's strike was a culmination of numerous sword energies, executed with astonishing speed. The blade was unleashed faster than the eye could follow, a flash of brilliance eclipsing all else. In response to this lethal strike, Xiang Chen activated his moon-watching pupil to its fullest extent, capturing the trajectory of Qianzhan's blade, while his body reacted with unparalleled swiftness. In an instant, the blade swept upward with a fierce motion, as Xiang Chen wielded his sword like a masterful chef slicing through the air. The blade grazed the dragon's edge, creating a long, brilliant spark. Yet, Xiang Chen was also sent sprawling hundreds of meters away by the force of this strike. How is this possible? You, of all people, managed to intercept my sword-drawing technique at such close range. Qianzhan could hardly believe it. At such proximity, this strike could have achieved a remarkable feat against opponents of equal standing. Xiang Chen sneered. You self-proclaimed geniuses live within your own limited realms, oblivious to the fact that beyond the mountains lie greater mountains, and amongst the strong, there are those even stronger. Nonetheless, such prowess is indeed rare. No wonder you were able to slay my brethren. Today, your head shall be claimed by Li Huan's elder brother. Arrogant fool, your close combat swordsmanship may indeed rival mine, but it is merely a fragment of my true strength. Qianzhan's eyes ignited with fierce determination. Powerful blade energy surged forth from his being, coalescing into an overwhelming presence. The heavens and earth stirred with a tempest of energy, sweeping across the battlefield, as Qianzhan's strength ascended to its zenith. However, at that moment, a pained roar erupted from the little white tiger below. Two carefree kings, with identical spirits erupting behind them, revealed their spirit forms as two colossal pythons. After infusing their spirits with genuine essence, the pythons came alive, entwining themselves around the little white tiger's body. Boom! In that instant, no fewer than 20 sword kings unleashed their might, their ethereal blades striking the little white tiger in unison, causing a cataclysmic explosion of blade energy. Though the little white tiger was a sacred beast, it remained a juvenile. Under such an onslaught, it was grievously wounded, blood spilling forth from its internal injuries. Xiang Chen, too, found his focus momentarily divided. In that fleeting moment, Qianzhan surged forward, his blade slicing through the air with unparalleled speed aimed directly at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen attempted to evade, but his movements faltered, and the blade struck his chest, tearing through flesh and leaving a gaping wound. To fight me while distracted? Qianzhan scoffed, gathering his rage for another ferocious strike. Yet, Xiang Chen vanished as if by magic, narrowly evading the blow. When he reappeared, he was several kilometers away, amidst a chaotic scene where the little white tiger was under siege. Dare to harm the little white one, and you shall all perish. Xiang Chen, like a dragon roused from slumber, materialized beside the two assailants restraining the little white tiger. With a thunderous strike, he unleashed a blade of sheer lightning towards them. They were utterly unprepared for Xiang Chen's audacity to divert his attention from Qianzhan to them, and their heads were severed in an instant. The little white tiger broke free from its binds, its roar echoing through the heavens, as the essence of metal coalesced around it, manifesting a resplendent suit of platinum armor. Exuding an air of dominance, it opened its mouth and unleashed a barrage of 3 swords, each infused with the essence of countless spiritual treasures, which instantly converged upon its attackers. These 3 swords moved with blinding speed, and within moments, 6 heavenly kings found their chests pierced through. However, at that very instant, Qianzhan's blade transformed into a streak of light, piercing through Xiang Chen's chest with brutal force. Blood splattered as Xiang Chen was impaled by a blade, firmly lodged into a colossal ancient tree. Pierced through, he clutched the weapon of Qianzhan with both hands, refusing to allow its lethal aura to expand. Engaging in battle while harboring concern for his comrades was akin to courting death. Qianzhan remarked coldly, diving towards him with swift determination. You, a mere automaton devoid of emotion through your relentless sword training, cannot fathom my bonds. They are my greatest strength. Stand aside, Xiang Chen roared, his arms transforming with ferocity as he wrenched the blade from his own flesh and hurled it away, his wounds beginning to heal astonishingly. However, Qianzhan's palm strike, imbued with the essence of the supreme sword intent, descended mercilessly upon his head, wielding tremendous power. The small white tiger charged in a frenzy, yet it was too late. Heavenly moonlight wave. The ground trembled as a beam of light surged from thousands of meters away, crashing violently against Qianzhan's palm strike. The gathered sword aura was obliterated by this onslaught, the ferocious lunar energy forcing Qianzhan to retreat. Brother Chen, the little chick has arrived. A voice rang out, filled with wrath. Dare to harm my brother Chen, dare to slay my kin, let them perish. In the void, 2 figures tore through the air, their backs adorned with celestial wolf wings. One was clad in a flamboyant crimson robe, while the other, portly and dressed in a robe that strained against his girth. Followed closely, Wang Ying and Yue Ying had arrived. Their presence radiated an impressive aura. Wang Ying had attained the 3rd heavenly king realm, surpassing even Xiang Chen. Yue Ying was equally formidable, sharing the same level of mastery. Swiftly, they positioned themselves before Xiang Chen. Brother Chen, we have arrived late, Wang Ying stated, his usual levity replaced by solemnity and intensity. By the infinite celestial deity, we finally made it. Yue Ying exhaled in relief. Qianzhan furrowed his brow, coldly gripping his returning spiritual blade. Just 2 more to accompany you to your demise, he declared. Grandson, your grandfather is here to deliver your funeral. For each of my Yan Huang's brethren you slay, 100 of you shall accompany them to the grave. Wang Ying replied icily, his spiritual sword emanating blinding light, its brilliance extending 3 zhang. Brother, we have also come. At that moment, 2 more figures approached, 2 women, Zhang Dan and Tuya. Brother Chen, we have arrived as well. At this juncture, Gengzhong brought 3 more brothers into the fray. 8 of the 27 brethren of Yan Huang had now gathered. Xiang Chen regarded Qianzhan with icy determination. Do you see now, you soulless automaton? This is my strength. Qianzhan sneered dismissively. Merely a few more to accompany you to death. Can your 10, alongside 2 beasts, truly contend with our numbers? Xiang Chen replied coldly, brothers, How shall we deal with those who have slain our Yan Huang brethren? No mercy. The 8 brothers and sisters roared, unleashing waves of celestial wolf power. Zhang Dan, take the lead. Little Chick, assist the white tiger. The rest, I entrust to you. Understood? Form the 7-kill formation. Zhang Dan commanded, immediately guiding 6 others into formation. Dusu steps 3. Nandu moves 6. Unite the flames. 7-kill crimson flame armor. 7 individuals formed a formation, their energies coalescing as they gestured in unison, invoking powerful seals. In an instant, a tremendous force, akin to the 7 killing stars, descended from the heavens at a speed surpassing light, enveloping the 7. Zhang Dan, Tuya, Gengzhong, and the others were instantly clad in radiant crimson armor, their power surging 7-fold, achieving the 8th level of the carefree realm. Attack. United as one. They charged towards the hundreds of adversaries. Eliminate them. Qianzhan bellowed, wielding his battle blade with authority. In an instant, hundreds of disciples from the Blade Dominant sect sprang into action, unleashing a barrage of spiritual blades imbued with potent true essence aimed at the 7. Yet, they were an unstoppable force, deflecting the blades effortlessly, sending waves of lunar light crashing into the enemy ranks. The sound of explosive detonations resonated. As the 7's strength now rivaled that of the 9th level in the carefree realm, their assaults obliterating everything in their path. Now I can engage you without restraint, declared Xiang Chen, advancing through the air, his aura surging terrifyingly. With divine spirits and ghostly powers at his disposal, Moon Charm unleashed the strength of the 6-fold Ghost King, amplifying Xiang Chen's prowess to the 6th level of the carefree realm. How laughable! A few insignificant beings bolster your confidence so. Qianzhan's knife intent erupted, his true essence boiling forth. Blade of the 1,000 armies, break. With a swift motion, Qianzhan wielded his blade, conjuring a 100-meter arc of blade light that tore through the air, distorting space itself, capable of cleaving a mountain of 1,000 zhang. Xiang Chen merely intercepted with his sword, the dragon threshold releasing its radiant lunar blade light to meet the attack. The clash of their energies sent shockwaves spiraling outward, an explosive force comparable to the confrontation between 2 9th-level carefree realm masters. Meanwhile, Wang Ying faced his foes alone, exhaling sharply. A woo. A wolf's howl echoed through the heavens as 2 gleaming fangs erupted from his mouth, transforming into curved blades resembling wolf fangs. These blades coalesced into a rotating crescent, emanating a terrifying chill and sharpness. Radiant Moon Wheel go. In an instant, this luminous wheel became a swirling vortex, slicing through the air with astonishing speed, cleaving through the spiritual blades with ease. The sound of metal striking metal echoed as the oncoming barrage of spiritual blades was shattered. The disciples of the Blade Dominance sect barely registered the fleeting shadow of a moon before their heads were severed in an instant. The icy aura released by the radiant moon wheel instantly froze the blood and corpses, preventing any spillage. The wheel circled around Wang Ying, weaving a web of blades that ruthlessly tore apart any who dared approach, rendering their defenses utterly futile. The radiant moon wheel, the ancestral treasure of the wolf clan. With this magnificent blade, Wang Ying's prowess surged exponentially, rendering even an opponent 4 realms above him, a celestial king of the 8th layer, nearly defenseless against its brilliance. Forged from the rarest cold iron of the moon, Wang Xiaoji finally stood tall. Chapter 1086. The Blade of Azura on the other side of the battlefield. How could this be? Qianzhan gazed in astonishment at Xiang Chen, who effortlessly withstood the might of his strike. Is this truly the limit of your talent? Xiang Chen's merciless taunts disrupted his opponent's composure. Subsequently, the dragon's blade erupted with an even more formidable aura. Boom! The explosive energy of the blade shattered Qianzhan's attack, forcing him to retreat. Impossible! How have you suddenly become so powerful? Qianzhan's countenance darkened as a backlash of energy tore through his robes, revealing an astonishing 9th-grade spirit armor beneath. That is a question only the King of Hell can answer. With a sudden disappearance, Xiang Chen reappeared behind Qianzhan, unleashing a ferocious strike. Thunderous roars echoed as the blade's light erupted, and Qianzhan coughed up blood, sent flying by the force. In an instant, Xiang Chen was again in the path of Qianzhan, delivering another blow, with lightning illuminating the air, sending Qianzhan hurtling once more. He crashed violently into an ancient tree thousands of meters away, spitting blood, the tree splintering under the impact. Had it not been for the protection of his ninth-grade spirit armor, he would have been slain. Qianzhan's gaze turned sinister, and at that moment, a spirit emerged from within him. His spirit took the form of a black blade, radiating an even more potent energy, merging with his weapon. I have practiced the blade since I was 5, swinging it 800 times daily, a number that has left my mind singularly focused on the sword. By the age of 18, I was already a master of the Great Sword Sect, and at 29, I attained the pinnacle of sword intent. Now, at 38, my sword intent reaches the heavens. You are the first to compel me to don my spirit armor. With a twisted expression, Qianzhan concentrated an even stronger sword intent, warping the very fabric of the surrounding space. Xiang Chen remained unfazed, replying coolly, "May I reveal that I am merely 20 years old?" You. Qianzhan nearly lost his concentration in fury, but then grinned wickedly. "My words are not to boast of my youth, but to illustrate that you have genuinely ignited my fervor. This strike is my strongest, and it shall guide you on your journey." His heavy blade hummed, transforming into a colossal Tinzhong weapon, erupting with a transcendent crimson light, adorned with runes, as if the heavens themselves would be torn asunder by its energy. Divine technique, heavenly flame dragon slash. Qianzhan roared, delivering his strike. In an instant, a thunderous dragon's roar reverberated through the air as a searing dragon-shaped blade of energy unleashed, infused with celestial sword intent. The fiery dragon surged forth, its terrifying power capable of obliterating an entire fortress, as its blazing light surged towards Xiang Chen. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen felt his dark golden eyes blaze crimson in that moment. The blood within him began to boil, and he summoned forth a surge of blood-red energy from his palm, which instantly became overwhelmingly potent. In the realm of the dragon's blade, the murderous aura that had consumed countless souls erupted in an instant, transforming into a formidable blade energy. A horrifying scene materialized behind Xiang Chen, revealing a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, where the bodies of numerous slain disciples of the overbearing Blade Mansion lay, including those of the Crocodile Man. A tempest of murderous intent swept across the sky. In this fleeting moment, the young man's blade intent shattered the boundaries of transformation, reaching towards the heavens. The power of the surrounding 10 miles surged into his blade. This strike was that of the Azura blade technique, the Songlong break. As Xiang Chen uttered these words, he swung his blade, and this entire transformation transpired in an instant. As the mountain of corpses and blood morphed into a roaring, ancient, blood-colored wolf, the blood-colored wolf howled, tearing through the heavens, its frenzied state and bloodthirsty glow charging towards the strike unleashed by Qianzhan. Boom! The clash of the wolf against the fire dragon, two forces of blade intent collided. This Azura strike was destined to claim a life. Otherwise, it would recoil upon its wielder. As blade energies collided, the earth erupted in a cataclysm around the two, fissures spreading for miles within a 10-kilometer radius. Break for me. Xiang Chen swung once more, unleashing a surge of blood energy, amplifying the blade's intent. Bang! 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 The wolf's roar shattered the fiery dragon's strike, obliterating it meter by meter. Impossible! Qianzhan's eyes widened in shock, exclaiming in a roar. Bang! The wolf's strike slammed into him, propelling him like a cannonball, while the blade energy continued to assault his form. Crack! Crack! The 9th grade spirit armor shattered, fissures appearing all over. The flesh on Qianzhan was torn asunder, deep gashes reaching towards his innards. He coughed up blood. As Xiang Chen directed the blade's force downward, the impact of the wolf crashing into Qianzhan against the earth, booming, boom, boom. The ground erupted in a series of explosions, fracturing for kilometers and creating a massive pit. The dragon's blade descended fiercely, piercing through Qianzhan's chest, breaching the defenses of the spirit armor and embedding itself within. Xiang Chen then landed, placing a foot upon the hilt of the dragon's blade, gazing down upon Qianzhan. Impossible, impossible. How could this be? Qianzhan stared at the blade in disbelief, his eyes wide. The world knew Xiang Chen's swordsmanship as the Thunderblade, infused with speed and dominance. In truth, his most potent technique was the Azura blade technique, which he had cultivated for a long time but seldom employed. The Azura blade technique is lethal and bloodthirsty. Failure to claim a life results in self-repercussion. In this moment, Xiang Chen shed the usual frivolity of the mortal realm, embodying an innate pride and dominance befitting a born ruler. He looked down upon Xian and coldly proclaimed, "From the moment you struck my brother with your blade, this strike was prepared for you, not just for you, but all disciples of the overbearing mansion shall accompany you to the grave for the death of my brother. An eye for an eye, a slap for a punch. How mundane. You slay one, and I shall slaughter 100, so that the world may feel the pain and fear me. Tang Yu, release my senior brother, or I shall crush your brother's head until not a trace remains." At that moment, a disciple of the overbearing mansion roared fiercely. This man was none other than Sun Chang. In his grasp, he held the severed head of none other than Li Huan. Upon witnessing this gruesome sight, a surge of fury erupted within Xiang Chen's chest. "Are you seeking death?" The youth roared from deep within his throat. In the next instant, he vanished mysteriously, only to reappear behind Sun Chang, the very fabric of space twisting in his wake. Sun Chang had yet to comprehend the situation when Xiang Chen materialized behind him, the elongated claws of the celestial moon wolf striking from the shadows. With a sickening sound, Sun Chang howled in agony as the claws pierced through his back, his heart violently extracted from his chest, ensnared by the wolf's grip. In a swift motion, the claw crushed his heart, shattering it into fragments. With a fierce tear, the claws ripped him asunder, his body split in twain. A gruesome spectacle of blood strewn across the ground. The severed head, eyes wide in disbelief, could scarcely fathom the reality of its own demise. Chapter 1087. A touch of awkwardness. Xiang Chen cradled Li Huan's head, the eyes still glaring in anger, pupils dilated and devoid of life. As he held his brother's head, tears welled up in his eyes, yet he refrained from weeping aloud. "Huan, Brother Chen has come to take you home." Gently, he stroked Li Huan's eyelids, coaxing them to close. "Brother Chen, you have come." A voice suddenly emanated from the severed head, startling Xiang Chen into a panic, causing him to toss Li Huan's head away. Miraculously, the head soared back towards him, eyes wide with a mixture of surprise and intensity. While Xiang Chen stared back in astonishment, the atmosphere grew thick with an awkward tension. "Am I overwhelmed by grief? Or is this a fleeting moment of life?" Xiang Chen murmured, once more embracing the head and closing its eyes. Yet again, Li Huan's eyes sprang open. "Brother Chen, I am not dead." Xiang Chen blinked in disbelief, rubbing his eyes. "Huan, Brother Chen, what is it? By the heavens, you are truly not dead?" Xiang Chen stumbled back in shock. Li Huan rolled his eyes and explained, "Dear brother, surely you haven't forgotten. Our souls are safeguarded by ghost servants. As long as our heads remain intact and the ghost servants unharmed, we shall not descend into reincarnation. I am still alive." Xiang Chen suddenly recalled this vital detail. Indeed, after reaching the soul moon realm of the celestial wolf clan, there existed a divine ability for self-preservation, wherein ghost servants would protect the soul for a time, preventing decay or collapse. "Huh, you're alive. This is splendid news. My brother lives." Xiang Chen exclaimed joyously, laughter erupting from him as he held Li Huan's head, his spirits soaring from the depths of despair to the heights of elation. "However, it seems my body has been rather thoroughly dismantled by those rogues," Li Huan remarked, feeling the warmth of Xiang Chen's joy, his heart swelling with gratitude. For the sake of vengeance, Brother Chen had come alone to confront danger. Such loyalty affirmed that he had not erred in choosing his companions. Though Xiang Chen often exuded an air of frivolity, displaying cunning and even ruthlessness towards adversaries, his devotion to his brothers was undeniably sincere and profound. "No worries. With my brother here, a few stitches won't hinder my body. Haha, what a fortunate misfortune. Look, my brothers have come to avenge you. Damn it. You made me shed tears for nothing. Huan, stay in my Chinquan ring for now. Even if you are not dead, I shall eliminate these scoundrels to avenge you." With that, Xiang Chen first preserved Li Huan's head, then swiftly appeared before Qianzhan. Qianzhan was still pinned to the ground by the dragon's blade. His eyes were devoid of life. Though he was alive, his spirit had perished. After years of honing his swordsmanship, he prided himself on being the foremost in his realm. Yet Xiang Chen's unexpected arrival, with a lower cultivation level, shattered his arrogance. "Qianzhan, do you have any final words?" Xiang Chen asked coldly. Qianzhan gazed at him, replying, "Even if you kill me, you cannot escape death. You have slain so many from the Ba Dao mansion. Returning alive to the Ba Tian sect is impossible. I have no regrets nor fears about my actions. If that is your final word, then you may proceed." Xiang Chen lifted his foot, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Suddenly, a flying sword pierced through the air at 30 times the speed of sound, aimed at Xiang Chen. Instantly, he turned and unleashed a powerful punch, the force radiating as he struck the sword. The sword was sent hurtling back by the impact. Ah, it seems the inevitable confrontation is upon us. Xiang Chen observed with cold eyes as he regarded the approaching multitude on flying swords. Swish, swish. Streams of sword light cleaved through the sky, revealing 1,000 disciples from the Hengshan sword sect and 800 to 900 from the Tianfu Hall. Leading the Hengshan disciples was none other than Zhao Tianxian, the current chief disciple of the Hengshan sword sect. Among the incoming figures from the Tianfu Hall was a woman clad in yellow, her gaze filled with malice as she glared at Xiang Chen. Lu Yuan. You little bastard, I have finally found you, she hissed through clenched teeth. Her severed arm had been reattached, albeit in a slightly different form, clearly a result of her having taken another's hand and had the apothecary assist in the transplant. After having killed over 200 disciples from the Badao mansion, the remaining ones, desperate, felt a flicker of hope at the sight of reinforcements from one of the 7 houses. The Yanhuang members gathered around Xiang Chen, their expressions cold as they regarded the incoming forces. Their intentions are malevolent, Wang Ying remarked, returning from a successful skirmish to Xiang Chen's side. Little chick, impressive. You have even cultivated the Hao Yue Tianluan, Xiang Chen remarked with a smile. Wang Ying replied, Brother Chen, I almost forgot to share some good news. Zhuge Xingkuan and I have discovered a great treasure, a piece of Taiyin immortal crystal, along with plenty of Taiyin cold iron. We haven't finished excavating yet, and there's enough to forge Hao Yue Tianluans for all our brothers. By the way, where's Huan's head? Is he still alive? I just overheard your conversation. Little chick, do you wish for my demise? Xiang Chen's voice echoed from the Qinkuan ring. Wang Ying laughed, no way. If you die, our little squad for eating, drinking, and gambling won't be complete. Haha, brother, it's good to see you well. The squad for eating, drinking, and gambling? What are you saying, little chick? At this moment, Zhang Dan's gaze shifted towards Wang Ying. Damn it, I let it slip. Wang Ying's expression changed, and he quickly fell silent. I'll deal with you after this matter is settled. Zhang Dan let out a cold snort, his eyes also landing on the incoming individuals. Xiao Huan was temporarily safe under the protection of the ghost servants. Xiao Zhong, ensure that you safeguard Huan Ji's body. We can't afford to lose any parts. Once this is over, I still need to stitch him up. It's wonderful that Huan Ge is unharmed. No parts were lost, I guarantee it, Xiao Zhong replied, tears of joy welling in his eyes. Chenggu, we have arrived. At that moment, the other brothers from Yan Huang finally made their entrance. Haha, my squad has arrived. Wang Ying exclaimed joyfully. 11 brothers gathered around Xiang Chen. The Yan Huang hall was quickly filling up with members of Xiang Chen's group. Xiang Chenggu. From another direction, a stunning figure descended on a flying sword, accompanied by several others breaking through the air. It was Qing Cheng, along with 3 other brothers from Yan Huang. The Yan Huang hall was now complete with 26 members of the Tianlang team. Qing Cheng. Xiang Chen beamed with delight and embraced her. Sister-in-law. Haha, you look even more beautiful. Wang Ying and the others chimed in, but his remark promptly earned him a slap from Zhang Dan. Have you encountered any dangers during this time? Xiang Chen released Qing Cheng, who smiled faintly and shook her head. We can discuss what has happened later. For now, we must confront the current situation. It seems you have gotten yourself into trouble again, Xiang Chenggu. Chapter 1088. Deliberate provocation. It's not that I sought trouble. These troubles came knocking on my door. I seized that woman's treasure in a black market deal and severed her arm. Her brother is the chief disciple of the Tianfu Hall. And then there's Zhao Tianxian. His brother intervened for this woman and met his demise at my hands. How tragic. Her brother was deeply devoted, yet she abandoned her lover to flee. Xiang Chen spoke nonchalantly as he surveyed the crowd closing in. People from Tianfu Hall and Hengshan sword sect. These individuals dared to kill my disciples from the Baidu Manor, which is a direct affront to us. The 7 sects of Batian. I beseech you to lend us your strength and eliminate these mainland cultivators. A member of the Baidu Manor sought assistance from the arriving members of Tianfu Hall and Hengshan sword sect. Tang Yu, you are doomed. Release our senior brother at once. Some disciples from Baidu Manor threatened Xiang Chen to let their leader go. Brother, it was him. He severed my arm. Tianxin Gu. He is the one who killed Tianluan. Lu Yuan exclaimed with venomous hatred, pointing accusingly at Xiang Chen, wishing she could tear him apart. Lu Kai from Tianfu Hall glared at Xiang Chen with a darkened expression, coldly stating, You are Tang Yu, correct? How dare you bully my sister? I shall ensure you have no place to rest in death today. Zhao Tianxian coldly declared. His head is mine. Nearly 2,000 individuals surrounded Xiang Chen and his more than 20 companions, creating a stark contrast in numbers. The combined might of both sides' celestial realm kings exceeded 200. Xiang Chen spoke indifferently. I have no desire for bloodshed. If you have any sense, it would be wise to leave at once. Tang Yu, you have nowhere to run. Do you still dare to be defiant? Release our senior brother. The Badu Manor members shouted angrily. Let him go, let him go. Hundreds of disciples from the Ba Dao mansion roared, their momentum soaring like a raging storm. Xiang Chen gazed at the lifeless figure of Qian Zhan, impaled in the ground, and then turned his icy stare towards the members of the Ba Dao mansion. I have proclaimed that those who participated in the murder of my brethren must perish. Release him. Very well. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen drew the Dragon K demon blade from Qian Zhan's body, and in the astonished eyes of the Ba Dao disciples, the blade descended. With a sickening sound, blood splattered as Qian Zhan's head was cleaved from his shoulders, his eyes wide in disbelief. No. The soul of Qian Zhan emitted a furious roar as Yue Ying lunged forward to consume his spirit. The chief disciple of Ba Dao Mansion, Qian Zhan, had fallen. In that instant, the arena fell into a profound silence, every eye widening at the shocking spectacle. Tang Yu had actually killed Qian Zhan without hesitation. Senior brother, cried the disciples of Ba Dao Mansion, their eyes aflame with rage, taken aback by Xiang Chen's ruthless nature. You despicable thief, you shall pay for this. The disciples of Ba Dao Mansion longed to charge at Xiang Chen, but his terrifying strength rendered them hesitant. Did this fellow truly possess no regard for consequences? Qian Zhan had been slain without a second thought. Qian Zhan's master was none other than the current lord of the Ba Dao Mansion. This young man was both merciless and audacious. The members of Hengshan's sword sect and Tianfu Hall were equally startled, witnessing their renowned peer, Qian Zhan, being publicly executed. The young wretch, Lu Yuan, felt an inexplicable chill at this scene, a wave of dread washing over her. Xiang Chen's audacity surpassed her imagination. Had she been a moment slower in her escape, she too would have faced a grim fate. Xiang Chen, wielding the bloody blade, surveyed the gathering of over 2,000 adversaries and coldly inquired, whose head shall be next? Tianfu Hall's chief, Lu Kai, or perhaps you, Zhao Tianxian? Should any of you dare to lay a hand on my brothers today, I shall ensure you join the ranks of the deceased. Such arrogance. This young man seems oblivious to the reality of the situation. Despite our overwhelming numbers, he dares to utter such brazen words. The factions were incensed. Xiang Chen's words were clearly a deliberate provocation for conflict. Brother Chun, reinforcements are approaching. Will your actions hinder us? Zhuge Yuan's eyes glinted with insight as he detected a distant group hastening towards their location. Wang Ying sneered. Zhuge, you fail to understand Brother Chun. He is doing this on purpose. These newcomers are destined to be ensnared. Lu Kai and Zhao Tianxian felt their anger reach a boiling point, spurred on by Xiang Chen's taunts. What? Are you three factions devoid of courage? Is it only idle threats you can muster? Over 2,000 of you. And yet you hesitate to face our mere 20? Xiang Chen continued his provocation. So reckless, senior brother. The three factions seethed with rage, their gazes fixed upon their chief brother, awaiting his command. Kill. Lu Kai and Zhao Tianxian exchanged a glance before simultaneously issuing the furious order. Kill. This command acted as a fuse, igniting the fury of more than 2,000 individuals, all of whom surged towards Xiang Chen and his companions. Ritual talismans. The members of Tianfu Hall activated their talismans, unleashing a torrent of powerful glyphs that shot forth. Sword strike. The Hengshan sword sect disciples unleashed their flying swords, transforming into beams of light that encircled and charged towards the 20-plus figures. A horde of over 2,000 assailants surged forth, an overwhelming force that even the mightiest of ancient beings would prefer to evade in direct confrontation. Ha ha ha, they do possess a modicum of courage. However, my grandfather and the others shall not partake in this. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, unleashing a surge of spatial power that enveloped the area. Thunderous roars echoed as hundreds, if not thousands, of talismans rained down. Lightning, flames, and ice, the destructive power of various talismans blanketing the land. The earth erupted with a cacophony of explosions, fracturing and collapsing, filling the span of over 10 kilometers with the explosive energy of the talismans. Thousands of sword lights interwove across the realm, tearing the ground to shreds, obliterating the bodies of countless foes. Kill. The onslaught of talismans continued unabated, resembling a carpet bombing. Moments later, as the energy dissipated and the attacks ceased, all eyes turned to behold a massive crater spanning 2 to 3 kilometers, plunging over 100 meters deep, devoid of any trace of life. Were they all dead? Naturally. Under such ferocity, survival was impossible. Those wretched thieves were vanquished with such ease, it hardly seemed just. The disciples of the three factions murmured among themselves. Brother Chun, what are those fools discussing? They seem to believe we have been annihilated. Yet at that moment, a sharp voice of mockery resonated from behind them, prompting everyone to turn abruptly. To their astonishment, Xiang Chen and his companions stood over 20,000 meters away, mocking them from behind. How is this possible? When did they appear behind us? The members of the three factions were left dumbfounded. Just then, dozens of celestial wolf arrows whistled through the air, claiming the lives of 50 to 60 disciples in an instant. What a bunch of imbeciles. Ha ha ha, brothers, let us go. Xiang Chen jeered, leading his group as they soared away in a specific direction. Chapter 1089, Driving the Tiger and Swallowing the Wolf over 300 kilometers away. A vast assembly of crocodilian warriors advanced, numbering in the tens of thousands. These reptilian soldiers glided through the ancient forest in complete silence. At the forefront of this formidable army stood a young man atop a black dragon, which measured 70 to 80 meters in length, its scales shimmering with dark energy, exuding a presence of the eighth realm of the celestial realm. The youth upon the dragon bore a stern expression, his appearance unremarkable, with jet black hair that bore a striking resemblance to Tuoba Xinyuan. Yet, the energy he emitted was that of the ninth realm of the celestial realm. He was the 15th prince of the crocodilian clan, Tuoba Yuntian. Your Highness, we have a situation, reported a crocodilian with eyes ablaze with azure light, landing before the dragon's head. Speak, Tuoba Yuntian commanded coldly. 300 kilometers away, that group of humans is indeed heading in our direction. The crocodilian king with keen vision informed him. Oh, Tuoba Yuntian's expression shifted to one of surprise. Your Highness, these humans are truly courting death. Do they believe they can confront us directly with over 2,000 of them? Remarked a nearby crocodilian camp commander. It appears they are pursuing another group, fortuitously heading towards us. The discerning crocodilian continued to observe, remarking. Tuoba Yuntian coldly chuckled. Heaven has granted us a splendid opportunity. 1st and 2nd battalions, 3rd and 4th battalions. Encircle them from both sides and completely annihilate this group of humans. Understood. Several crocodilian commanders acknowledged, each leading 1,000 troops to envelop the enemy. The distance between the two sides rapidly diminished. 200 kilometers, 100 kilometers, 50 kilometers, 30 kilometers, each interval swiftly closing. Now release the arrows. Xiang Chen sneered, abruptly halting his movement, turning to unleash arrows at the pursuing foes. The brothers of Yanhuang halted as well, retaliating with a volley of arrows towards their pursuers. The arrows whistled through the air, traversing over 10 kilometers, striking dozens of adversaries in the head, each one letting out a wretched cry as they met their demise. Tengyu, meet your end. Zhao Tianxian, the swiftest among them, propelled a sword through the air for over 10,000 meters, unleashing a 100-meter blade of light that tore through the atmosphere. Ha ha ha, esteemed gentlemen, I shall no longer entertain you. Once again, Xiang Chen's spatial power erupted, enveloping himself and over 20 others. The space distorted, and Xiang Chen and his companions suddenly vanished. Within mere breaths, the pursuing group arrived, only to find that their quarry had completely disappeared. Damn it! These wretches, what manner of movement is this? Where have they gone? Over 2,000 pursuers exchanged glances, many of whom extended their spiritual senses in search. However, in an instant, all were left astonished. Within a 10-kilometer radius, there were only crocodilians. Kill! In an instant, the battle cry resounded, and from the ancient forest surged thousands of crocodilians, all launching an assault against the 2,000 humans. This is bad, it's an ambush. Lu Kai and Zhao Tianxuan's expressions shifted dramatically. Roar! Kill! Tens of thousands of crocodilians surged forth with overwhelming momentum, unleashing a torrent of arrows. Whoosh! 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 The sound of arrows piercing the air echoed. Even with magical defenses, hundreds of human cultivators fell. Breakthrough! Zhao Tianxian bellowed, his sword transforming into a colossal Tenjong blade, unleashing a 100-meter arc of light. This strike contained an essence of transcendent sword intent. As the blade cleaved through the air, among the dozens of incoming crocodilians. No fewer than 20 to 30 were sliced in half. Heavenly thunder talismans. Lu Kai roared, extending his arms as bolts of lightning erupted forth. Each palm-sized talisman detonated, releasing tremendous power and obliterating dozens of crocodilians with thunderous might. Roar! Among the crocodilians, a black serpentine dragon charged forth, roaring as it opened its maw to unleash a torrent of black dragon breath, 100-meter pillar of flames descending upon them. Those struck by the flames shrieked as they were consumed in fiery agony, their flesh corroding. The black dragon's jaws snapped, devouring over 10 individuals in one bite, crushing them to oblivion. Atop the black dragon, Tuoba Yuntian wielded a heavy black sword, cleaving through the air with a strike that unleashed the terrifying sword energy of the 9 heavens, effortlessly slaying dozens of humans who dared to resist. Kill. My leg. The battlefield erupted as the crocodilians besieged the 3 factions. Meanwhile, 50 kilometers away, the distorted space revealed the figures of Xiang Chen and his companions. Brother Chen, this is rather unscrupulous of you. You heartless deity, sighed Zhuge Yuan, waving his dust whisk and invoking the rebirth incantation. To speak of fairness with one's adversary is to lead oneself into a trap. Xiang Chen observed this scene with a tranquil expression. They had long since detected the presence of the crocodilian beings, and the crocodilian tribe had likewise become aware of their presence. However, the disciples from the Hengshan Sword sect, the Ba Dao mansion, and the Tianfu Hall evidently lacked the perceptive talent necessary to foresee the impending danger. As the crocodilian tribe launched their assault, Xiang Chen merely played into their hands, drawing these individuals into the fray. What shall we do next, Brother Wang? Inquired Wang Ying. Xiang Chen responded with a faint smile. Naturally, we shall let the clam and the snipe contend, while we reap the benefits. Once they have sufficiently exhausted themselves, it will be our turn to make our appearance. He then turned to Geng Zhong. By the way, Xiao Zhong, please retrieve Brother Huan's body. Geng Zhong nodded and promptly produced the remains of Li Huan, his corpse painstakingly reassembled and encased in ice. The onlookers gazed upon the dismembered form of Li Huan with a tinge of sorrow and concern. Xiang Chen placed a hand upon the fragmented body, unleashing a vibrant azure-green light as he channeled his life-giving true yuan energy. Little rebirth technique. The resonating true yuan transformed into threads of energy, surging into Li Huan's dismembered form, binding the severed limbs and torso together. As the arms, thighs, and chest were reconnected by the threads of energy, the true yuan began to awaken and invigorate the body's life force. Li Huan's head was also reattached to his neck, with energy threads intertwining, continuously infusing vitality into him. From the points of disconnection, flesh began to regenerate, knitting together, while bones rejoined and fused. Soon, Li Huan was enveloped in a radiant glow of life, his injuries mending rapidly, though Xiang Chen's true yuan was being significantly depleted. Vitality surged from the surrounding trees, which he absorbed and refined into his true yuan energy. Li Huan blinked, and after a brief moment, his body began to stir, fingers twitching. Brother Huan, how do you feel? The group gazed at him with concern. Li Huan smiled broadly. I can feel again, though having only a head is quite uncomfortable. Huh. You lucky fellow. Your body wasn't taken by a beast, they rejoiced. Brother Huan, this is wonderful. You truly frightened me earlier. The relief was palpable among them as they witnessed Li Huan's revival. Chapter 1090. Striking a fallen dog enough, you must still recuperate for a couple of days. Don't be too arrogant. Stay obediently within my Qinquan ring and watch how Brother Chen avenges you. Not a single one from the Ba Tian mansion shall escape. All right. Brother Chen, take care. Xiang Chen returned Li Huan to the Qinquan ring. The group's gaze shifted towards the battlefield, which lay several dozen kilometers away. The fighting there was fierce, with numerous strong members of the crocodilian tribe present. While the disciples of the 3 factions had been deliberately lured into a deadly encirclement by Xiang Chen, finding themselves utterly trapped and suffering heavy casualties. The combatants from the 3 factions had already sustained significant losses. Zhao Tianxian was locked in a fierce battle with the 15th prince, Tuoba Yuntian. But he was being severely oppressed, clearly outmatched by Tuoba Yuntian's prowess. Master brother, if we do not break through soon, we shall suffer grievous losses. A disciple of the heavenly symbol palace lamented. Lu Kai, his visage contorted with fury, bellowed, everyone, prepare to evade the assaults from above. I shall invoke the heavenly symbol. Without further ado, he hurled a jade talisman into the sky. Heavenly symbol, rain of fire and meteors. The talisman detonated, sending ripples of light cascading across the heavens, warping the very fabric of space. A cacophony erupted as colossal crimson meteors thundered down from the firmament. In an instant, countless meteors, indiscriminately striking friend and foe alike, plummeted from the void, each bearing devastating power and engulfed in flames. With a resounding crash, a Tianzhong-wide meteor descended upon the crowd, leaving more than 10 crocodilian warriors aghast, unable to escape in time. Boom! The meteor exploded, unleashing a torrent of violent energy that obliterated several crocodilians and a few humans in the ensuing blast. Amidst the furious detonations, both sides suffered casualties, and the encirclement of the crocodilian clan was utterly disrupted. Breakthrough. Lu Kai, evading the meteors he had summoned, led a group of survivors through the chaotic fray. One meteor plummeted towards Tuoba Yuntian, who cleaved it in two with a sword strike, the blade's radiance tearing through the rock, shattering it entirely. Zhao Tianxian seized the opportunity to escape. Good heavens, is this the might of the heavenly symbol? Such formidable power! Wang Ying exclaimed, gazing at the chaos unleashed by the meteor shower. The land erupted, meteors crashing like missiles, flames engulfing the landscape for miles, as numerous crocodilians and humans perished amidst the tumultuous onslaught. This indiscriminate assault thoroughly disrupted the battlefield, granting the three factions a fleeting chance to flee. Brothers, the opportunity to strike down our adversaries has arrived. Gengzhong, heed my command. Xiang Chen began issuing orders. At your service. Gengzhong clasped his fists. You shall temporarily take my brother Huan's position and lead 6 of our comrades to ambush the men of the Badao mansion. Understood. We shall accomplish the task. Follow me. Gengzhong rallied his squad, transforming into a celestial wolf as they surged forth. Though Li Huan's presence was missed, other brothers stood ready to fill the void. Xiao Ji, Zhuge Yuan, you are tasked with ambushing the disciples of the Heavenly Symbol Palace. Their talismans are not to be underestimated. Exercise caution. And it would be ideal to eliminate Lu Kai and Lu Yuan, Xiang Chen commanded. Hee, rest assured, Brother Chen. We will see it through. Wang Ying thumped his chest confidently. As for the rest of you, join me in ambushing the disciples of the Hengshan Sword Sect. To friends, we offer fine wine and sincerity, but to foes, we have but one principle. Xiang Chen's eyes glinted with a ruthless resolve. Exterminate. The crowd echoed in unison, their faces twisted with grim determination. Onward. Xiang Chen exuded a menacing aura, transforming into a celestial wolf as he tore through the sky. Qingcheng, Han Zheng, and the remaining brothers of the Yanhuang sect followed suit. This encirclement had wrought significant losses upon the three factions, with merely over 500 managing to escape, suffering the loss of more than half their forces. In the ancient forest, over 200 individuals from the Heavenly Talisman Palace fled in a state of disarray, employing escape talismans to aid their desperate flight. Once they managed to break free, their speed became astonishing, covering more than 1,000 kilometers. Only after they had thoroughly evaded the crocodile clan did they finally exhale in relief, landing amidst the verdant woods. Count the numbers. Lu Kai commanded. Master brother, we have lost 820 comrades, and only 232 have survived. A disciple of the Heavenly Talisman Palace lamented sorrowfully. Infuriating. Cursed the crocodile clan. Many disciples expressed their grief and indignation. Lu Kai, too, was enraged, his lips turning purple with fury. Brother, this ambush was exceedingly strange. I can't shake the feeling that we were deliberately lured into a trap by that group, Lu Yuan remarked, sensing something amiss. Upon hearing this, Lu Kai narrowed his eyes, a cold glint flashing within. Are you suggesting that Tang Yu and the others had already discovered the crocodile clan and intentionally led us into their encirclement? I believe there is a high probability of that. They may have even colluded with the crocodile clan, becoming traitors to humanity, Lu Yuan seethed, eager to cast all blame upon Xiang Chen and his companions. How despicable! If that is indeed true, and we cannot eliminate them, we shall report this to the Heavenly Sect after the assessment, and they will surely not spare them. Lu Kai clenched his fists, feeling immeasurably frustrated. I fear you may not have the opportunity, came a chilling laugh from within the forest. Who goes there? The group exclaimed in shock, only to witness 2 crescent-shaped white light wheels slicing through the air with astonishing speed. The bright moonlight wheels. these two formidable crescent wheels charged forth. And before over 30 disciples of the Heavenly Talisman Palace could retaliate, a flash of brilliance ensued, and heads were severed by the radiant blades. An ambush! The other disciples of the Heavenly Talisman Palace shouted furiously, quickly huddling together for defense. Golden light emanated from their protective talismans as a barrage of mystical symbols was unleashed towards the two crescent wheels. From within the ancient forest emerged 7 colossal, fearsome celestial wolves, each exuding an overwhelming aura, their lengths exceeding 20 meters. Beasts. Lu Kai, Lu Yuan, and the others turned pale. These wolves bore fiery armor, their demonic energy terrifying. The King Eagle's celestial wolf grinned wickedly, speaking in human tongue. You pitiful wretches, feel the true essence of terror. Kill! With a fearsome howl, the 7 celestial wolves charged forth with astonishing speed, their wings transforming into luminous shadows as they lunged at their prey. Eliminate them! Lu Kai bellowed, sending forth talismans. Boom, boom, boom. A deluge of talismans was unleashed. However, amidst the explosive energy, the 7 celestial wolves evaded most of the assault, with only a few talismans striking their bodies. Effectively repelled by the wolves' formidable fiery armor and their terrifying physical defenses, the 7 wolves unleashed a devastating wave of celestial light, obliterating the incoming talismans and sweeping through the ranks of the disciples. Ah, brother, save me! Anguished cries arose as numerous disciples of the Heavenly Talisman Palace fell victim to the onslaught of these beastly creatures. The King Eagle's celestial wolf clawed through the crowd, and more than 10 individuals were caught in its grasp, instantly reduced to mere fragments, as the massacre recommenced. Chapter 1091. Rooting out the weeds. Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Lu Quan's face twisted into a grimace as he concentrated his true essence into a talisman, launching it forth with lethal intent. The talisman erupted, transforming into a bolt of 9-fold thunder that struck towards the advancing King Eagle Sky Wolf. In response, the Moonlight Celestial Wheel manifested before the King Eagle Sky Wolf, forming a luminous barrier to intercept the thunderous assault. The explosion of thunder clashed against the Celestial Wheel, its power rivaling that of a strike from a heavenly monarch. Yet, the defensive aura of the Moonlight Celestial Wheel remained utterly unyielding. What? Lu Quan's expression changed dramatically as he swiftly retreated. Everyone, scatter and flee, he bellowed. Realizing he was no match for the horde of monstrous beasts, he immediately turned and, alongside Lu Yuan, took to the skies in a hasty escape. A series of escape talismans radiated brilliance, enveloping both him and Lu Yuan, propelling their speed to astonishing heights. Flee, in your dreams. Brother Chen will see you dead by the 3rd watch, and you shall not live to see the 5th. The King Eagle Sky Wolf sneered, standing upon the Moonlight Celestial Wheel, its wings flapping with remarkable swiftness. The colossal figure transformed into a streak of silver lightning, pursuing Lu Yuan and Lu Quan with relentless speed, matching their own. Brother, what is the origin of these wolf demons? They are far too formidable, Lu Yuan exclaimed, her complexion pale as she glanced back, noticing the relentless pursuit of the Sky Wolf behind them. I have no idea. I have never encountered such a powerful wolf demon before. Damn it, explode for me, Lu Quan exclaimed, flicking his sleeve backward, sending forth a barrage of jade light. The talismans transformed into explosive fireballs that rained down upon the King Eagle Sky Wolf. The beast dodged nimbly, but the fireballs struck ancient trees 100 meters away, incinerating them into ashes instantly. Earthly Kuan and Zhen Li's dusty heavenly barrier. Came a chilling command from ahead. A rotund wolf demon emerged, blocking their path, its claws radiating circles of runic light. With a thunderous rumble, the earth began to convulse, dust swirling as the ground itself buckled and surged toward the fleeing duo. Both were taken aback, astonished that yet another sky wolf had positioned itself to intercept them. When had it moved ahead? The ground roared as a massive earthen wall rose within the forest, solidifying into a barrier as unyielding as steel. The two, unable to halt their rapid advance, collided with the wall, blood spewing forth as they were sent hurtling backward. Ha ha ha, Zhuge Shaman, well done. The King Eagle laughed heartily as it pursued them, then brought its massive claw crashing down with ferocious force. Boom, boom. Before Lu Yuan and Lu Quan could regain their senses, the immense claw of the King Eagle struck them down into the ground, blood gushing forth. The earthen wall crumbled as the plump Zhuge wolf approached, with the king eagle descending heavily beside them, its claws pressing down upon the two. "No, don't eat me. Please, don't eat me," Lu Yuan cried in terror, pinned to the ground by the wolf's claw. "I am a direct disciple of the Celestial Talisman, Hall's master. If you dare to kill me, the Celestial Talisman Hall will never rest until we have exacted vengeance." Lu Quan threatened furiously. The king eagle lowered its massive head. Its dark golden eyes locked onto the two, letting out a derisive snicker. With a roar, it opened its cavernous maw and sank its teeth into Lu Quan. "No!" Lu Quan screamed in despair, gazing at the menacing fangs descending upon him. With a sickening crunch, the wolf's jaws closed, countless fangs piercing into him. And Lu Quan's upper body was brutally torn asunder by the sky wolf's savage bite. However, the celestial wolf did not consume him. After crushing his upper body, his lower half continued to convulse. "Brother!" Lu Yuan screamed in terror, her face splattered with blood, reduced to tears by the horrifying scene. Alas, what a delicate beauty! Weeping like a pear blossom, the celestial wolf sneered at the weeping Lu Yuan beneath its claws. "Please, spare me. I will do anything. I can be your slave. Just don't kill me, don't eat me," Lu Yuan pleaded, devoid of any dignity. "Heh, I too have a heart for the delicate, but alas, Chun Gus seeks your demise, so you shall perish, wretched one." Wang Ying pressed down fiercely. With a sickening sound, the enormous, sharp claws of the wolf pierced through Lu Yuan's body. Her beautiful eyes widened in shock as the claws penetrated her chest and neck, obliterating her organs. She convulsed once, blood gushing forth, as Wang Ying's ghostly servant devoured her soul, and Lu Yuan was utterly extinguished. "I ask you, Zhuge Shun, how did you know they would flee in this direction? To lay an ambush ahead of time." Wang Ying gazed at the plump Zhuge Feilong. This fellow was quite the match for Tang Yuan, two rotund spheres. "Alas, if I cannot even deduce this simple positioning, my cultivation has been in vain. Let us depart. The other minions are inconsequential. Best to spare them and lessen the bloodshed." The plump wolf transformed into the likeness of Zhuge Yuan. Chenggu primarily seeks the demise of these two. The others are of little consequence. "Let us go." Wang Ying turned to leave, not letting the corpses on the ground go to waste, as chicks do not shy away from human flesh. In the grand scheme of existence, it is natural for humanity to consume all things. Yet, is it truly malevolent for demons to feast upon humans? The laws of nature do not support such a notion, as it is merely a matter viewed through different races and perspectives. Humans consuming demon beasts is simply perceived as natural before the laws of the universe. It is a matter of the survival of the fittest. Meanwhile, Zhao Tianxian and his companions had fled a considerable distance, finally breathing a sigh of relief upon realizing no crocodiles pursued them any longer. "Senior brother, this time we suffered greatly. Over 700 brothers have perished." A disciple of the Hengshan sword sect lamented. Zhao Tianxian surveyed the mere 250 or 60 remaining, his expression grim. "It is all Tang Yu's doing. He deliberately led us into the ambush of the crocodiles. Tang Yu, I will avenge this upon returning to the sect." Zhao Tianxuan's grip on his sword turned pale. "There is no need to wait until we return to the Batian sect. We shall settle it here." Yet, a chilling laughter echoed from ahead. The void twisted, and a pack of celestial wolves suddenly appeared before them. The Hengshan sword sect members were taken aback, immediately on guard, entering a battle stance. "Demons!" Zhao Tianxuan's complexion darkened. But upon realizing there were only a dozen of these demon wolves, he felt a slight sense of relief. "What manner of fiends dare obstruct our path? Begone at once!" A disciple of the Hengshan sword sect shouted. The moon-swallowing celestial wolf glanced at him, its claws tearing through the air. With a resounding hum, 5 claws imbued with the essence of blades almost instantaneously shredded the disciple's body. The sword-wielding disciple, at the first level of the carefree realm, exploded into pieces with a thunderous crack. Junior brother Lu. The others, witnessing this scene, had their eyes blaze with fury. "Kill!" Zhao Tianxian bellowed in fury, channeling his true essence into a sword that transformed into a brilliant golden beam of light, soaring towards the moon-eating wolf. This strike contained a fragment of transcendent sword intent, its might capable of cleaving through 9 realms. The moon-eating wolf chuckled mockingly, stepping onto the yin-yang array that hovered beneath its feet. With a swift motion, it unleashed a claw that embodied the essence of celestial combat. Mountain and river berry. The divine power of the wolf surged forth. Amplified by the might of dragons and elephants, this punch reached its utmost potential, shattering the very fabric of space with a resounding crack. The terrifying force enveloped the sword's brilliance, causing it to disintegrate in an instant, while the overwhelming punch crashed mercilessly into Zhao Tianquan's form. Fear etched across Zhao Tianquan's face as the force enveloped him, akin to an entire mountain range colliding against his being. With a thunderous explosion, his body was obliterated into a mist of blood. In that fleeting moment, the over 200 disciples of the Hengshan sword sect stood in stunned silence. "Master brother," they cried out in despair, a chill of horror rising within their hearts. "Kill," commanded the moon-eating wolf coldly. With a ferocious howl, its legion of wolves surged forward, unleashing their power upon the hapless disciples. In a frenzy, the 200 Hengshan disciples retaliated against the onslaught of wolves. Yet, the vast disparity in strength foretold a crushing defeat. Within the span of a mere incense stick's burning time, every last disciple of the Hengshan sword sect lay slain. Among the corpses, ghostly servants began to devour the remnants of souls, while Xiang Chen, having regained his human form, surveyed the fallen with little emotional disturbance. To achieve greatness, many bones must be sacrificed, he mused. Not all were malevolent, yet alas, differing allegiances dictate our fates. The rise of one race inevitably leaves a trail of corpses in its wake. Xiang Chen was no longer a bleeding heart. Those who sought to confront him would face his full wrath. From the moment Zhao Tianquan's fate intertwined with his, it was destined that many would accompany him to the grave. In this world of cultivators, only the ruthless could establish their roots. Should he spare a life, one day, that person's true identity would be revealed, and the Hengshan sword sect would undoubtedly retaliate with ferocity. Shortly thereafter, Wang Ying, Zhuge Yuan, and Geng Zhong returned. "Brother Chen, we have completed the task," Wang Ying exclaimed with glee. "Lu Yuan and Lu Kai are both dead, though some minor figures from the Heavenly Talisman Hall managed to escape. Brother Chen, I apologize, we did not entirely fulfill our mission. About 20 from the Blade Dominion also fled," Geng Zhong added apologetically. Xiang Chen smiled gently. "No matter. Those who survive on the outer battlefield pose no real threat to us now. By the way, brothers, I have a grand gift for you and the others. Zhuge and I have discovered a celestial vein rich in lunar essence crystals and abundant with lunar cold iron. My moonlit will was forged from that very lunar cold iron," Wang Ying declared with excitement. Lunar essence crystals and lunar cold iron. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled at the revelation. "Huh, you two have indeed achieved a great feat. Where's this place? Take me there at once. I see, Brother Ji, how you have cultivated to attain the radiant moon wheel. It turns out you have discovered the cold iron of the moon. Ha ha. The material for our clan's fated treasure is finally at hand." The other brothers are equally exhilarated. "Indeed, Brother Chen, encountering me is akin to encountering a fortuitous star from 8 lifetimes. With my discerning eyes, no blessed land or hidden paradise can elude my perception." Zhuge Yuan chuckled and began to boast as well. "Enough of the idle chatter, lead me to see it." "Very well." Zhuge Yuan and Wang Ying took the lead, with the others following closely behind. After half an hour, traversing the vast ancient forest, the group arrived at the mountain ravine where Wang Ying and Zhuge Yuan had unearthed their treasure. The oppressive chill of the cold atmosphere was palpable. Upon arrival, Xiang Chen immediately sensed the unusual energy of the place. "The good stuff lies beneath us. Everyone, follow us." Wang Ying and Zhuge Yuan entered a mine, and the others jumped down after them. This was a mine excavated by the two, extending over 1,000 meters deep into the earth. Upon reaching the cavern, Zhuge Yuan dispelled the barrier, and a wave of intense cold and spiritual energy surged forth. Gazing around, one could see that the cave was filled with shimmering cold ore, piled high. Nearby, a large lunar crystal over a meter tall stood proudly on the ground. Beside the ore pile, a black and white giant bear lay sleeping, and upon sensing the presence of intruders, it immediately opened its deep, dark eyes. "What a surprise, a giant panda!" Xiang Chen exclaimed, unable to contain his astonishment. "Is this not the national treasure of the Dragon Kingdom from my past life?" "Indeed, Brother Chen, this is the ancient divine beast known as the Iron-Eating Beast. I named it Tangyuan. It possesses formidable strength and excels at mining." Zhuge Yuan replied with a grin, reaching out to pat Tang Yuan's nose. "Of course, I am aware. Had Shiyu not been unfortunate enough to have such a creature as a mount in ancient times, he would not have faced defeat." Xiang Chen could not resist approaching and stroking the creature. Unexpectedly, in this lifetime, I am able to see you again. Xiang Chen sighed. Do you know that in another dimension, your descendants have lost their divine powers, their bloodlines have dissipated, and they must resort to entertaining tricks to survive, bringing shame upon the sacred beast's name? Tang Yuan looked at Xiang Chen and playfully licked his face with its large tongue. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, Tang Yuan slapped Xiang Chen, sending him crashing into the wall with a yelp. Brother Chen, Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, what is this creature of yours? Brother Chen, are you all right? The group hurried to pull Xiang Chen from the wall. Brother Chen, I apologize. This fellow often engages in behaviors that baffle the mind, Zhuge Yuan hurriedly explained. Xiang Chen shook his dizzy head and pointed at the iron-eating beast, scolding, you temperamental creature, I merely spoke the truth. Roar. Tang Yuan retorted with a roar, then plopped down, clutching a stone bamboo shoot to gnaw on, ignoring Xiang Chen entirely. Xiang Chen decided not to engage with the creature, though it did evoke thoughts of another parallel dimension within him. The universe is boundless, with countless spaces. Within the same stellar realm, there may exist innumerable parallel worlds. With so much cold iron of the moon, it is sufficient to forge hundreds of radiant moon wheels. We must extract all of it, and, once the assessment concludes, take these treasures with us, living in the present, severing ties with thoughts of another time and space. Xiang Chen's gaze once again fell upon the batch of tying cold iron. Indeed, everyone began to excavate the formidable tying cold iron. Brother Chen, this celestial crystal has already fused with this piece of tying cold iron, making it exceedingly difficult to extract. Wang Ying pointed towards the tying celestial crystal. Xiang Chen approached, his hand gently caressing the celestial crystal, within which surged a vast amount of tying celestial energy. Although merely an inferior-grade tying celestial crystal, its value was incalculable. Let us leave this matter to Xiaobai. Xiaobai, see if you can extract it, Xiang Chen instructed the small white tiger perched on his shoulder. The small white tiger leapt down, its body elongating to over 10 feet, its claws gathering a surge of golden energy. This is the way, Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, his eyes sparkling with awe at the energy released by the small white tiger. With a mighty swipe, the tiger tore through the solid surface of the cold iron, or where the celestial crystal was anchored. Incredible. The tying cold iron here is exceptionally tough. Neither I nor Zhuge the soothsayer could budge it. Not even Fat Tang Yuan could manage. Wang Ying marveled, noting that the small white tiger's power seemed to be the nemesis of all metals. Chapter 1093. Forging the Celestial Harmony. Could this possibly be the white tiger? Zhuge Yuan asked, astonished. Oh, Fatty, you actually know of the white tiger? Xiang Chen responded, somewhat surprised, for few in this world were aware of the white tiger. The white tiger, indeed. It is one of the sacred beasts recorded in Taoist texts, the divine creature of the West, the white tiger. Upon receiving confirmation, Zhuge Yuan trembled with excitement, his corpulent form quivering as he reached out to touch the small white tiger. However, the small white tiger turned and let out a fearsome roar, causing Zhuge Yuan to stagger back a few steps. Tang Yuan gazed into the small white tiger's dark eyes with a hint of trepidation. Do not approach. Only I and Qingsheng can interact with her. Others will be met with her resistance or even aggression, Xiang Chen quickly interjected. Zhuge Yuan sighed. Truly a divine beast. Its demeanor is indeed haughty. Enough of the idle chatter. Let us commence mining and extract all the resources here, Xiang Chen declared, turning around, gripping the Dragon K demon blade, and striking the ore with force. The tying cold iron was exceedingly resilient. Even with a powerful blow, he merely created a shallow incision. Young master, may I take a piece of tying cold iron? Han Jing approached Xiang Chen, somewhat bashful. Xiang Chen was taken aback, but soon comprehended, laughing heartily. Of course. Take as much as you can mine. I trust you can consume tying cold iron, yes? Han Jing nodded. This tying cold iron is immensely beneficial for me and may lead to a significant evolution. Do not hesitate. Take as much as you need, Xiang Chen encouraged, patting him on the shoulder before returning to his mining efforts. Thank you, young master, Han Jing exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he joined the mining endeavor. His true form was that of an ancient cold iron spirit, and this tying cold iron represented the finest resource for his cultivation. After 3 days of diligent excavation, Xiang Chen finally unearthed a substantial piece of intact tying cold iron. Eagerly, he made his way to a nearby forge to craft the Haoyue celestial wheel. He retrieved an ancient cauldron and ignited a blazing fire with the sunfire crystal beneath it. Although he was not an expert in forging, the Tianyue wolf clan possessed a comprehensive method for refining their innate treasures. The creation of the Haoyue Tianluan required two specific materials. One was the teeth of the celestial wolf, and the other was the Tying cold iron, with the former being synonymous with wolf fangs. Within the depths of the mine, Xiang Chen transformed into a moon-eating celestial wolf, his formidable fangs extending 3 to 4 meters in length. Brother Chen, bear with it. As he assumed the form of the moon-eating celestial wolf, his companions morphed into celestial wolf warriors. 2 ethereal chains were affixed to the 2 prominent fangs of the great beast. Now, commanded the moon-eating celestial wolf. With a resounding roar, over 20 warriors unleashed their tremendous strength to pull on the spiritual chains, channeling all their might into the strain. A sharp crack echoed through the air. A woo. The moon-eating celestial wolf let out a harrowing cry as its robust fangs were forcibly extracted, blood cascading from its maw. The 2 fangs, each several meters long, gleamed with a jade-like luster, exhibiting intricate patterns along their surfaces. These fangs constituted top-tier materials for forging. Ouch, this is excruciating. The moon-eating celestial wolf reverted to its human form, revealing 2 gaping holes where its fangs had once been. Brother Xiang Chen is truly unfortunate, Xiang Chen remarked, shaking her head. Sister-in-law, this is still better than when I extracted my own fangs. Tang Yuan nearly knocked all my teeth out with a single slap. I still speak with a lisp. Xiao Ji opened his mouth, revealing several gaps in his gum where new teeth had yet to fully emerge, eliciting a chuckle from Qing Cheng. Among the bones of the celestial wolf, the regeneration of fangs was notably sluggish. Xiang Chen covered his mouth and approached, gazing at his 2 extracted fangs, which he enveloped in his true essence and cast into the ancient cauldron. A 2-meter piece of Tying cold iron was also thrown in. Xiang Chen settled into a meditative position, channeling his solar essence into the cauldron, igniting a fierce flame that enveloped the Tying cold iron, initiating its refinement. As the solar flame engulfed the Tying cold iron, a hissing sound erupted, accompanied by a substantial release of chilling white smoke, indicating the iron's impressive coldness. The other warriors commenced extracting their own fangs, the howls of the wolves resonating through the mine. Once their fangs were removed, each began to refine their own innate treasures, casting the cold iron into Xiang Chen's ancient cauldron. The pack of wolves huddled within the underground mine, diligently crafting their innate treasures, while on the battlefield beyond, the human and crocodilian races continued their relentless roles as hunter and prey. 2 months elapsed, and within the ancient cauldron, Xiang Chen observed the 20th batch of Tying cold iron being refined into a liquid state. This was not solely his material. It also included that of his comrades. With a firm slap on the cauldron, over 20 beams of light shot forth, and the brothers of Yanhuang promptly used their magic to catch their respective portions of cold iron. From here on, you may continue the forging process independently, Xiang Chen instructed, leaving a portion of the Tying cold iron within the cauldron. Brother Chen, your cauldron is remarkably efficient. It took me over 6 months to refine just a single piece of Tying cold iron, Wang Ying sighed. The laws of time within this realm flowed rapidly. In reality, over a decade had already passed inside. Xiang Chen observed the Tying cold iron he had refined. Even in its liquefied state, the chilling aura remained undiminished. As only the metallic essence had been transmuted, his 2 wolf fangs immediately made contact with the liquid Tying cold iron, which swiftly enveloped them, coating them with a silvery sheen. With a series of intricate hand seals, streams of silver runes flowed into the ancient cauldron, imprinting themselves upon the wolf fangs. These runes were exceedingly complex and numerous, serving as an essential component for the creation of the bright moon celestial wheel. Days passed, and after inscribing a total of 18,000 runes into the fangs, they transformed into a crystalline clarity, resembling 2 crescent moons. Bright moon celestial wheel, arise. With a decisive strike upon the cauldron, the 2 fong blades shot forth, soaring out of the mine. Following suit, Xiang Chen leaped from the cavern, ascending into the night sky above the mountain gorge. At that moment, 2 fong blades hovered beside him, humming with a deep howl, swirling around him in a mesmerizing dance, intertwining into a curtain of blades. The bright moon celestial wheel blades embodied both offense and defense. Xiang Chen channeled his true essence into them, and with a resonating sound, they unleashed an extraordinarily sharp aura, transforming into two massive crescent blades that swiftly cleaved towards a mountain peak. Whoosh, whoosh, the blades sliced through the mountain, causing it to rumble and crumble beneath their might. Merge. Xiang Chen brought his hands together, uniting the two blades into a singular, rotating lunar wheel. Its lethal edge surging exponentially, capable of tearing through the protective essence of an eighth-layer heavenly king. Separate. With a flick of his wrist, the bright moon celestial wheel split apart, reverting to two crescent forms that shrank down to the size of fangs, landing back on his dental arch as two pointed wolf fangs. Chapter 1094. Conspiring beyond the realm. Xiang Chen examined his wolf fangs, now undeniably more robust and powerful. Concealed within his mouth, they served as an excellent tool for ambushes. In the future, his attacks would inflict not only psychological harm, but also physical damage. He contemplated the bright moon celestial wheel blade hidden among his fangs, already devising ways to utilize it to eliminate adversaries. A predator's cunning thought, indeed. Xiang Chen re-entered the mine to discuss matters with his comrades. One by one, they had forged their own bright moon celestial wheel blades, significantly enhancing their prowess with this treasure. Within the cavern, tiny immortal crystals had also been unearthed. These crystals were divided into 62 portions by the little white tiger, each roughly the size of a palm, infused with an exceptionally dense essence of tine. Everyone present received a share, including Xiang, with the remainder to be distributed to the other brothers later. Brother Chen, this vein has completely transformed into an immortal vein. In a few years, it may yield more tine immortal crystals. We cannot let such a treasure slip away, Zhuge Yuan remarked. What can we do to retain it? Once the 2 years are up, we must depart. Can you truly transport the entire vein? Wang encountered. Xiang Chen remarked, indeed, this is a treasure trove. The entire battlefield beyond the realm is teeming with diverse species. I have convened this meeting to deliberate on the future layout of this battlefield. The gathered individuals turned their gaze towards Xiang Chen, who continued, my intention is to seize this expanse of the battlefield, leaving no territory for the crocodile people or the Batian sect, transforming it into our own dominion. How is that feasible? Brother Chen, that would mean opposing two formidable factions. One voiced in disbelief. Indeed, our strength pales in comparison to these titans, another chimed in. The gravity of Xiang Chen's ambitions left the assembly in astonishment. His aspirations seemed overly ambitious. Why is it impossible? I believe we can realize Brother Xiang Chen's vision. The usually reticent Xiang Chen interjected, let us not forget, the rules of this battlefield have yet to give birth to eternal laws. This implies that this starry realm repels those beyond the ancient realm of power, although we lack the foundation of ancient-level might. With the strength of the Tianlang clan in the free realm, we can certainly navigate this battlefield. Xiang Chen smiled. Acknowledging her insight, Xiang Chen is correct. To claim this battlefield, our current numbers are insufficient. Hence, I plan to return to Huangzhou to mobilize the forces of the Yanhuang Palace's Tianlang division. This battlefield can serve as both a training ground and a treasure trove for resource extraction. Brother Chen and sister-in-law are right. Indeed, with ancient-level powers unable to enter, if we can summon additional brethren, this battlefield will become our dominion. I hadn't considered that. Indeed, below the ancient realm, what power could challenge us? Brother Chen, let us proceed. With the conquest of this battlefield, our Tianlang clan will have a sanctuary beyond the continent. The assembly quickly reached a consensus. Xiang Chen rose and declared, since we are all in agreement, I shall return to gather our forces. Until my return, I entrust the matters here to Xiang Chen. During this period, refrain from provoking the crocodile people. I will summon the sacred armored centipede to ensure our safety. Understood. The crowd responded, rising and clasping their fists in agreement. With the meeting concluded, Xiang Chen transformed into a three-legged golden crow and soared into the sky. The rules of this starry realm could not constrain such a supreme cosmic beast. Having attained the free realm, he possessed the ability to thrive in the vastness of space. Free, as the name suggests, signifies liberation within the cosmos. To escape the gravitational pull of the Earth and venture into the universe, one must achieve a minimum velocity of 79 kilometers per second. This speed can only be attained by those at the free realm or above, often referred to as the first cosmic velocity. To break free from a solar system endowed with celestial bodies like the Sun, a speed of 167 kilometers per second is necessary to overcome gravitational constraints which is at least 50 times the speed of sound, a velocity unattainable even by ancient-level powers. Moreover, a king entering the 8th battlefield must adapt to the laws of this realm for a significant duration, approximately 2 years, to reach the first cosmic velocity. However, the three-legged golden crow, being a high-tier cosmic entity, naturally adapts to most starry realms. The vast expanse of the sky stretches over 800 kilometers. A golden radiance breaks through the crimson atmosphere, revealing the majestic form of the three-legged golden crow in the depths of outer space. Gazing at the resplendent cosmos, the enchanting world of stars below, and the distant celestial realms millions of kilometers away, Xiang Chen remains profoundly awed by the beauty of the universe. Throughout countless lifetimes, even the longest-lived immortals endure but a mere fraction of eternity. Yet, in the grand scheme of the cosmos, millennia are but fleeting moments. What kind of force could possibly transcend the universe, traversing the fabric of time and space? What lies at the very essence of the universe? Beyond its boundaries, do greater realms exist? The three-legged golden crow cannot help but recall the man capable of punching a galaxy into oblivion. Perhaps such a being holds the secrets of the cosmos. Shaking his head, he dismisses these thoughts and, with a powerful flap of his wings, transforms into a golden streak of light, soaring towards the southern barbarian continent, a world only slightly larger than the 8th domain's battlefield, a realm that nurtures the laws of immortality. In the vast universe, stars twinkle like jewels. A modern spacecraft, over 100 meters in length, glides through the cosmos at astonishing speeds. The vessel, streamlined in design, harnesses the tremendous power derived from atomic fission. Inside, more than 20 individuals clad in form-fitting space suits gaze out at the wonders beyond the port windows. To their astonishment, beyond their solar system exists another, complete with its own moons, an environment ripe for the emergence of life. An elderly man with graying hair and glasses exclaims with excitement, "Professor, your theories on multiple parallel solar systems have finally been validated." A beautiful woman with short hair and a snug space suit exclaims, brimming with enthusiasm. Indeed, it has been proven that beyond our own solar system, there are countless similar solar systems that may also harbor conditions suitable for human life from Blue Star. The elderly gentleman, suppressing his own exhilaration, admires the breathtaking cosmic scenery. "Look, what is that?" Suddenly, a crew member shouts, pointing at a screen. The crew turns to see a laser display showcasing a burning golden light, resembling a small sun traversing the cosmos. "Alert! Alert! Unknown cosmic entity detected. Energy level at 10,000. Blares the ship's alarm system. A being with such an immense energy level. The magnitude of this revelation sends shockwaves through everyone present. What does an energy level of 10,000 signify? It equates to the explosive force of 10,000 tons of TNT. Incredibly, such a formidable being exists within the universe. Quick, to the observation room. The bespectacled elder rushes to a chamber, followed closely by the others. In the control room, a large screen instantly displays the image of a colossal golden creature. The bespectacled elder pressed a few buttons, and the focal distance on the screen immediately magnified, revealing a striking clarity. The subsequent scene left all present utterly astounded. What they had initially believed to be a wandering asteroid completely shattered their preconceived notions. On the screen appeared a magnificent golden avian creature, measuring 40 meters in length and boasting a wingspan of 90 meters. Its head was strikingly beautiful, reminiscent of the legendary phoenix, adorned with resplendent golden and crimson feathers, and its tail featured 7 elongated plumes, while beneath its abdomen, 3 talons were visible. Heavens! What is this? Such a breathtaking creature. Could it be the fabled phoenix? The group was left in a state of shock, with an energy level of 10,000 cosmic units. The power of this being was comparable to that of a 10,000-ton bomb. The elder, gazing at the displayed figures, wore an expression of disbelief. Could this truly be the legendary sun god bird, the three-legged golden crow? At that moment, a graceful young woman exclaimed, "The three-legged golden crow?" Everyone turned to her, and the bespectacled elder remarked, "Yushan, are you referring to the three-legged golden crow from the myths of our ancestors as recorded in the classic of mountains and seas?" "Indeed, Mr. Hua," the young woman named Yushan replied. "Look, it has the head of a crow and is draped in golden feathers resembling glass. It possesses 3 legs and emits a power infused with solar ultraviolet rays. This is precisely the three-legged golden crow from our ancestral mythology, is it not? Upon reflection, the resemblance was indeed striking. Could it be that the ancient myths left by our forebears were based in truth? If the three-legged golden crow existed, might there also be divine dragons and legendary deities in this world? The group marveled at the beauty of this divine avian creature. At that moment, they witnessed the divine bird come to a halt, its enormous golden yellow eyes gazing directly at them, revealing a surprisingly human-like expression of astonishment. It has noticed us. How is that possible? We are 3,000 kilometers away, and our awareness of it relies solely on cosmic radar. The individuals stood transfixed before the screen, locking eyes with the magnificent creature. In the cosmos, the three-legged golden crow, Jinwu Chun, stood in bewilderment, equally astonished by the sight of the 100-meter-long spacecraft. He sensed an energy unlike any other, a fusion of nuclear and electromagnetic forces. A spaceship? How could this be? Could there be a technologically advanced civilization nearby? Jinwu Chun felt a pang of shock within, but when he noticed the red dragon insignia emblazoned on the ship, his heart trembled. That was the emblem of the Dragon Kingdom from his past life. A vessel from the Dragon Kingdom. In an instant, a flood of memories from his previous existence surged into his mind. It was an age of decline, dominated by technology, though some ancient myths persisted. The era of cultivation had long since vanished, and the transmission of knowledge among practitioners had ceased, leaving only modern technology such as planes, ships, and automobiles. It too gazes at us. Its expression is peculiar. Why does it convey a sense of surprise, confusion, melancholy, and nostalgia? The individuals before the laser screen gazed at the colossal three-legged golden crow, its eyes igniting a flurry of discussion. This creature might possess a high level of intelligence, perhaps even on par with humanity itself, the bespectacled elder, Mr. Hua, conjectured as he adjusted his technological spectacles. Alert, alert! In the southeast of the cosmos, an anomaly in the spatial trajectory has been detected. A meteoric body weighing 30,000 tons is hurtling towards the Tsanglong spacecraft at a staggering velocity of 300 kilometers per second, and the vessel's evasive maneuvers are insufficient to avert disaster. There are merely 10 seconds until impact. 10, 9, 8. At that moment, the ship's intelligence system emitted another alarm. The crew jolted from their stupor. Half of the screen switched to display a colossal meteor, over 100 meters in diameter, rapidly approaching with astonishing speed. Quick, activate the plasma laser cannon for interception, commanded Old Ho urgently. A hum resonated as a turret emerged from the spacecraft's upper section, unleashing a cerulean beam of light. The power of this shot rivaled that of a peak-level expert in the Lingxiao realm. Boom. The meteor was struck over 1,000 kilometers away, resulting in a violent explosion. Yet, amidst the flames, the meteor continued its relentless advance, impervious to destruction. This is bad. The plasma laser cannon cannot intercept it. The crew's expressions shifted dramatically upon witnessing this. The escape velocity of the ship was insufficient to evade the impending collision. For seconds until impact, 3 seconds, 2 seconds. The ship was locked in a chilling countdown, each second resonating like a death knell. The celestial meteor loomed ever larger, emanating a searing glow. Suddenly, a piercing howl echoed through the void, and a figure materialized, swiftly positioning itself dozens of kilometers ahead of the spacecraft, exhaling a beam of scorching light. Boom! The plasma laser cannon proved incapable of shattering the mountain-sized meteor. The moment it exploded, it was engulfed in horrific flames, reduced to ashes. The cosmic energy readings on the spacecraft surged to an astonishing 40,000, equivalent to a nuclear explosion of 40,000 tons. It was the three-legged golden crow that saved us, exclaimed Yushan, her eyes wide with joy as she gazed at the enormous golden figure obscuring their view. A collective sigh of relief swept through the crew, their backs chilled with sweat. Incredible! The light it emitted possessed the explosive power of several tons of nuclear energy, enough to obliterate a city spanning over 10 kilometers. Old Ho stared blankly at the readings. At that moment, a flash of golden light revealed the immense golden bird had arrived before their vessel, its size rivaling that of the spacecraft itself. Its colossal golden eyes peered through the viewport, startling the crew into retreat. Some were so frightened they instinctively reached to control the turret to strike at the three-legged golden crow. Everyone refrained from any rash actions. Its power could easily annihilate us. Old Ho admonished those attempting to engage the cannon. How can such a stunning creature exist in this world? Its eyes are as beautiful as golden stars, Yushan remarked, gazing longingly at the three-legged golden crow, unable to resist the urge to touch its eye through the viewport. Yushan, no, do not provoke it. Old Ho and the others retreated far, unable to suppress their anxiety at the sight. Old Ho, I sense it harbors no malice. It just saved us, Yushan reassured. Her resistance to such beauty seemingly diminished. Hello, beautiful lady. Do you hail from the Blue Star Dragon Kingdom? Suddenly, a melodious voice resonated within Yushan's mind. Startled, she let out a sharp gasp, retreating in alarm as she gazed at the three-legged golden crow outside the window. Did you just speak? Yushan inquired with astonishment. Indeed. Answer my question. Are you from Blue Star? The three-legged golden crow emitted another wave of spiritual energy. You can speak human language? How are you able to communicate directly in my mind? Yushan stared at it, bewildered. This is the power of soul projection, also known as mental energy. You have yet to respond to our inquiry. The three-legged golden crow pressed on. Yushan, whom are you conversing with? Could it be the golden crow? Elder Hua exclaimed in surprise. Elder Hua, everyone, I'm speaking with it. It can communicate directly in my mind, and it speaks our Dragon Kingdom's language. Yushan excitedly informed the group. Heavens, is this the pinnacle of science? Could it truly be theology? Is it a deity? The crowd was once again struck with awe. Beautiful lady, you have yet to answer my question, the golden crow continued to inquire. Yushan looked at it and replied, Yes, we come from another solar system. We are from Blue Star. Are you a deity? Are you the legendary solar deity, the three-legged golden crow? Indeed, Xiang Chen's heart raced with complex emotions. Blue Star, the homeland of his past life, where his parents resided, in the vast cosmos. He found it astonishing that he had the opportunity to encounter someone from his previous life as homeland. At that moment, Elder Hua and the others bravely approached to observe more closely. Indeed, I am the solar deity, the fabled golden crow. How did you come to be here? Your technological capabilities, I fear, are insufficient to traverse a solar system to arrive here, the golden crow stated. It truly is the golden crow. The myths of our ancestors are indeed real. We must have encountered a distorted spatial black hole that transported us here, Yushan responded, her expression brimming with excitement. I thought as much, the golden crow murmured, then added, Could you open the hatch and allow me entry? I mean no harm. I have visited Blue Star before. Upon hearing this, Yushan turned to Elder Hua and a robust middle-aged man. Elder Hua, Captain, it wishes to enter. It has also been to our Blue Star. What do you think, Elder Hua? The captain inquired. They were merely a space research team that had inadvertently entered a distorted spatial rift, leading them to this location. After a moment of hesitation, Elder Hua said, Let it in. If it intended to harm us, it could easily obliterate our ship. Open the space hatch, the captain commanded. With a hum, the hatch of the spacecraft opened, and the crew donned their space helmets. Then, before their astonished eyes, the enormous three-legged golden crow shrank to a mere 10 feet in size as it flew through the hatch. A flash of golden light enveloped it, and the crow transformed into an extraordinarily handsome young man, with flowing hair aflame like gold. Before him, his nose resembled a hanging gourd, and a pair of sword-like eyebrows arched into his cloud-like hair. His eyes shimmered with a golden brilliance, akin to precious gems, and a cascade of long hair, wreathed in golden flames, flowed elegantly over his shoulders, all while he donned an ancient white robe. The phrase as handsome as jade scarcely does justice to his striking appearance. He stood like a deity, his beauty rivaling that of angels, eclipsing any contemporary idols, youthful heartthrobs, or trending stars from the blue planet, who could not even hold his shoes. The men present were left in a state of awe, while Yushan, the sole woman among them, found herself utterly captivated, unable to tear her gaze away. How could such a stunning man exist in this world? Xiang Chen observed as the onlookers' expressions turned blank, and only then did they seem to regain their senses. In the blue planet, where spiritual energy was scarce, the handsome and beautiful were hardly comparable to the multitude from the southern realms, nor did they possess such breathtaking allure. He was, after all, a divine beast, a celestial wolf, and a peerless divine avian, his countenance and demeanor transcending the ordinary. In the realm of cultivation, amidst a sea of handsome men and beautiful women, it was rare to find anyone whose grace and appearance surpassed his. Ahem, greetings everyone, I am Xiang Chen. He coughed lightly, breaking the frozen atmosphere. Divine, truly divine. There are gods in this world. Upon regaining their composure, the assembly knelt in reverence, some whispering prayers to Amitabha, while others chanted praises to the infinite celestial sovereign. Yushan gazed at Xiang Chen, her expression one of infatuation. She was an accomplished astronomer, a paragon among her peers, recognized as one of the world's top 10 outstanding youths. Even the most celebrated stars paled in comparison to her indifference, yet upon seeing his visage, her heart fluttered for the first time. There is no need for such grand gestures. Xiang Chen waved his hand, and a surge of golden energy lifted everyone to their feet. This gesture prompted exclamations of divinity from the crowd. I, an old man, have studied technology for 50 years. And yet I never imagined that true deities exist, beings that transcend technology. Elder Hua murmured, a mixture of excitement and disillusionment evident in his voice. What a bunch of lunatics, is this really necessary? Xiang Chen thought to himself, feeling somewhat exasperated, before turning his attention to the relatively composed Yushan. Suddenly, he felt a slight tremor within the ancient cauldron inside him, sensing a piece of information being released. Descendant of the Azure Dragon, hidden dragon blood concentration at half measure. Xiang Chen exclaimed in surprise, realizing that this enchanting young woman bore a trace of Azure Dragon blood. He then looked at the others and detected faint traces of dragon blood within them, nearly imperceptible. Could it be that the people of the Dragon Nation are indeed descendants of dragons? He furrowed his brows, recalling certain legends from his previous life. Xiang Chen regarded Yushan, who gazed at him like a lovesick admirer, and then, with a gentle smile, inquired, "What is your name, lovely maiden?" I am sure Yushan," she stammered, blushing as she regained her composure. A name as lovely as the pure lotus emerging from the water, amidst the dim glow of countless lanterns. Might you share how you arrived in this star system? Do you possess a detailed star map? Xiang Chen continued to ask with a warm and gentle tone. Yes. Are you a deity? Yushan asked, her excitement palpable. Well, I suppose so. I consider myself a minor deity. Could you possibly provide me with the star map leading to your blue planet? Xiang Chen inquired once more. Certainly. The enchanting Yushan, thoroughly captivated by Xiang Chen, would not refuse. Absolutely not. Elder Hua interjected urgently, stepping forward to grasp Yushan's arm, pulling her back a few paces, and whispering in her ear. You must be mad. This being possesses immense power. Should he venture to the blue planet with malevolent intent, it would spell disaster for your world. Upon hearing this, Yushan was suddenly enlightened, a wave of trepidation washing over her. Indeed, if such a formidable creature were to arrive on the blue planet, it would undoubtedly bring calamity. Xiang Chen's senses were exceedingly acute, and he naturally overheard Elder Hua's words. A faint smile crossed his lips as he reassured, Rest easy, esteemed elder. I harbor no ill will toward the blue planet. Many years ago, I visited your world and became aware that you hail from the Dragon Kingdom, the most powerful nation within the Eastern Alliance. Beyond your Dragon Kingdom, there are also the Western Black Feather Nation, the Northern Snow Country, and others. I simply cannot recall the route back to the blue planet. Elder Hua, Yushan, and the others were taken aback. He had indeed been to the blue planet. Elder Hua slightly bowed in respect and replied, My apologies, Your Excellency Jin Wu, but we cannot divulge the location of the blue planet. It is our homeland, and we cannot risk its safety. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow but remained unperturbed, understanding their perspective. Indeed, with his current cultivation, he would be far more powerful than any creature akin to Godzilla if he were on the blue planet. A surge of spiritual energy radiated from his brow. Suddenly, the spacecraft erupted with alarms and sparks. Warning! Warning! The central computer system has been breached by an unknown signal. The ship blared with distress, and everyone anxiously surveyed their surroundings for anomalies. Xiang Chen's consciousness effortlessly infiltrated the ship's database, seizing complete control over its computer systems. He quickly discerned their navigational route and the identities and origins of his companions. Withdrawing his consciousness, the alarms ceased, and the disturbances vanished entirely. Turning to the assembly, he stated, Since you are reluctant to share, I shall not press the matter. However, I must advise you to return to the blue planet at once. You have entered a realm of time and space beyond your comprehension, inhabited by powerful cultivators and formidable demons and cosmic races, akin to the celestial beings chronicled in the ancient myths of the Dragon Kingdom. Your civilization is an anomaly in the face of theirs, and the forces of this cosmic realm far exceed what your blue planet can withstand. Should you persist in your exploration of this star domain, you may very well encounter peril, such as this. As he spoke, a flash of light emanated from his chinkoan ring. Instantly, the group beheld the lifeless form of a crocodilian creature before them. Do you see this? This is a member of the crocodilian race. Should they encounter you, they would undoubtedly treat you as mere sheep to devour. You must return the way you came. This is my earnest counsel, Xiang Chen warned, his words punctuated by the imposing presence of the crocodilian's exaggerated physique. In the vast expanse of the universe, do realms comparable to those chronicled in ancient mythology truly exist? The venerable Mr. Hua, along with Yushan and others, found themselves both astonished and exhilarated, as if a portal to an entirely new world had been unveiled before them. I am delighted to meet you, said Xiang Chen, presenting them with a small token. You are called Huada, are you not? You have been tormented by lung cancer for many years, and it has progressed to an advanced stage. You may have at most a year left. Mr. Hua's eyes widened with shock at these words. How could he possibly know? Before he could utter a response, a surge of verdant light emanated from Xiang Chen's palm, infiltrating his body and lungs. A wave of cool, soothing sensation coursed through Mr. Hua, as if every pore had been opened, leading to an indescribable pleasure. All the cancerous cells in his lungs were thoroughly devoured by the rejuvenating essence. What have you done to Mr. Hua? The captain and others immediately drew their silvery Desert Eagle pistols, aiming them at Xiang Chen. I suggest you lower your weapons. Your firearms are merely a tickle to me. Xiang Chen replied, shaking his head. With a flick of his hand, the captain's pistol was wrenched from his grasp, floating into Xiang Chen's possession. He cocked the weapon and aimed it at his own forehead. With a resounding bang, the bullet was fired, only to be caught between his two fingers, leaving the captain and the others utterly dumbfounded. Mr. Hua, how do you feel? Yushan quickly supported him, her concern evident. It feels wonderful, an unprecedented comfort. It is as if my lungs have been reborn, and I can breathe so freely, Mr. Hua exclaimed, gazing at Xiang Chen. Aware of his limited time left, he had sought to explore the cosmos thoroughly, which had prompted this scientific expedition. I have cured your lung cancer, barring unforeseen circumstances. Your physical condition will allow you to live another decade. Now, I implore you all, heed my warning and refrain from further exploration of this star domain. Return to your blue star immediately. Xiang Chen raised the pistol, addressing the astonished captain. I shall keep this as a memento. Suddenly, with a hum, the fabric of space twisted, and Xiang Chen vanished, reappearing moments later in the vastness of space, transforming into a colossal golden crow that soared away. My lung cancer. Has it truly been cured? This defies logic. Mr. Hua and the others gazed in awe at the retreating figure of the golden crow, their perceptions of reality irrevocably altered by the day's events. Mr. Hua, the universe is vast and wondrous. Should we continue our journey? Yushan, coming back to herself, felt a tinge of disappointment at the sudden departure of the godlike man. We must return. The warning of the golden crow is not to be taken lightly. It reminds me of my teacher's admonition to never attempt contact with extraterrestrial beings. Indeed, our civilization on Blue Star is far too fragile for the worlds he spoke of. Regaining his composure, Mr. Hua promptly commanded the ship to turn back. In the depths of space, the golden crow, Xiang Chen, continued his astonishing flight toward the southern barbarian continent, still immersed in the fleeting revelations gleaned from his brief interaction. Unexpectedly, I have managed to uncover the interstellar coordinates of Blue Star. Those individuals possess a faint trace of dragon blood, suggesting that the legends of the Dragon Kingdom from my previous life were not mere fabrications. The people of the Dragon Kingdom are indeed the descendants of dragons, indicating that the Dragon Kingdom may very well harbor the legacy of divine dragons. It appears that the myths and legends of the ancient ancestors of the Dragon Kingdom hold a kernel of truth. In ancient times, Blue Star also had a civilization devoted to cultivation, but ultimately, the stars aged, and the spiritual essence of the heavens and earth was depleted, ushering in an era of decline. Reflecting on this, I realize I may have the opportunity for an interstellar journey before returning to Blue Star. The southern barbarian continent lies increasingly nearer, a celestial realm whose expanse exceeds that of Blue Star by more than tenfold. However, such celestial realms are not particularly remarkable. A star the size of the sun could encompass millions of southern barbarian continents, and within the cosmos, there exist stars vastly greater, by millions or even billions of times. The universe is vast and boundless, One could argue that even deities are but specks of dust within it. As I approach the southern barbarian continent, I note that the area of this celestial realm occupies approximately 60% of the ocean's expanse. Just before reaching the southern barbarian continent, the three-legged golden crow transformed into my true form, restoring me to my original appearance. From the vantage of space, I observe the storm clouds over the southern barbarian continent, which are marked by 8 colossal whirlpools. These whirlpool passages can lead to the 8 provinces within the 9 regions. However, I have no intention of traversing the heavenly pathways. Instead, I transform into a radiant beam of light, plunging directly into the storm clouds. The immense gravitational pull of the star tugs at me, drawing me downward. With a thunderous crash, I penetrate the storm clouds, and powerful bolts of lightning surge from all directions to strike me. Within my body, the true Yin pill rotates, manifesting the law of thunder and converting it into the power of Yin thunder, which mitigates the force of the lightning strikes. As the bolts of lightning enter my body, they wreak havoc on my cells and organs. However, the speed of restoration through the true Yuan surpasses the rate of destruction, rendering these formidable bolts, capable of instilling fear even in the 9 heavens kings, merely a source of painful sensations for me. Of course, as a man accustomed to being struck by divine retribution, I have grown accustomed to the agony of such lightning attacks. In the stormy skies, a voice booms, "You cannot escape today, beast, submit to your demise. Feng Yun, you cowardly man, unable to defeat me, you resort to calling in family reinforcements." In the swirling storm clouds, several figures are in pursuit. A massive purple thunder eagle desperately flees, pursued by 3 figures riding flying swords, each enveloped in formidable thunderous energy. Among them, a young man and 2 middle-aged men are present. The youth possesses a cultivation level of merely the 3rd stage of the carefree realm, while the 2 middle-aged men are formidable thunder kings at the 5th and 6th stages. The thunder eagle, being only at the 2nd stage of the carefree realm, stands no chance against them. Humph, reinforcements are merely another form of strength. I shall claim your thunder pills and your soul. The young man sneers, unleashing an astonishing burst of speed in pursuit. Binding thunder technique, halt. A middle-aged man clad in purple unleashed a surge of lightning with a single strike, transforming the thunder into luminous ropes that shot forth, ensnaring the tail of the thunder eagle. Another man of the 5th celestial realm bellowed mightily, his hands erupting with electric brilliance, as a thunderous palm imprint coalesced and descended with force. Boom! The thunder eagle was struck by the imprint, letting out a wretched cry as feathers exploded into the air. Where did it think it could flee? The middle-aged man binding the thunder eagle sneered, firmly gripping the lightning rope, preventing the creature from breaking free. Young master, swiftly slay this beast and absorb its thunderous soul. Your thunder essence shall undoubtedly evolve. Very well. I appreciate the assistance of both clan uncles. Feng Yun soared into the air, channeling his true thunder essence into the lightning sword beneath his feet, which resonated with a hum and transformed into a blinding beam of lightning aimed at the eagle's head. The eagle was unwilling to concede. It gazed at the descending lightning sword with a mournful cry. Thunder rolled. At that moment, a golden curtain of thunder suddenly surged from within a mass of storm clouds, crashing into the lightning sword. Clang! The descending lightning sword was forcefully repelled by the thunderous curtain. Who dares? Feng Yun shouted in fury, scanning the stormy clouds. Whoosh! A figure descended through the air, wielding a black and crimson heavy blade, and then cleaved through the lightning rope, severing it with ease. The middle-aged man in purple and the one in white exchanged astonished glances. Before them stood a striking young man of 20, adorned in white with silver hair, whose beauty surpassed that of any woman. Master! The thunder eagle exclaimed in delight upon seeing him. Who are you to disrupt my business? Feng Yun's brows furrowed as he gripped his lightning sword, his voice icy. This individual's aura was a level lower than his own. At the 2nd level of the carefree realm, Xiang Chen replied calmly, Gentlemen, this thunder eagle is my spirit beast. Might I request you to spare its life? The 2 heavenly kings approached Feng Yun's side, who sneered, Spare you? Who do you think you are? Why should I give you any consideration? This thunder eagle has caught my eye. Kid, seeing your surging thunderous power, you too are a thunder cultivator. It would be wise to depart quickly and not disturb our young master's affairs, lest you provoke fatal consequences. The middle-aged man in purple said coldly, arms crossed. Master, you must save me. The thunder eagle hid behind Xiang Chen, This creature was the very thunder eagle Xiang Chen had encountered on his journey through the outer realms, which he had subdued. Years had passed, and it too had ascended to the carefree realm. Since you are so unreasonable, I shall not show you any courtesy either. You have 3 breaths. If you do not depart within that time, you shall bear the consequences. Xiang Chen smirked, for he was not one to shy away from confrontation. Unappreciative wretches, I shall take your heads as well. Feng Yun chuckled coldly, suddenly unleashing a bolt of lightning, his sword transforming into hundreds of streaks of thunderous light that surged forth. Xiang Chen remained still, raising a hand, and the dragon-quelling demon blade emitted a resonant hum as it morphed into a curtain of lightning, shattering all the descending thunder swords. Xiang Chen raised 2 fingers, the blade morphing into a brilliant flash of golden lightning that shot forth instantly. Splat! In an instant, blood erupted as Feng Yun's pupils constricted. A massive gash torn across his chest, exposing his innards. The dragon's demonic blade was poised menacingly at Feng Yun's throat, under the remote control of Xiang Chen. My lord. The 2 middle-aged men were taken aback, realizing their attempts to intervene had come too late. Feng Yun's face turned pale. The blade could claim his life at any moment. Master, you are magnificent, Lei Jiao exclaimed exaggeratedly from behind. Xiang Chen advanced step by step, traversing the vast expanse with ease until he stood before Feng Yun, who dared not move an inch. Xiang Chen raised his hand and lightly tapped Feng Yun's face, a wicked grin spreading across his features. Pray tell, what do you think I am? Friend, do not act rashly. We hail from the Feng family of the outer world. He is the 2nd son of our family head. If you dare to harm him, it will spell great trouble. Let us negotiate a friendship and spare him, urged the middle-aged man in purple, employing both soft and harsh words. Oh, causing trouble by harming him? Xiang Chen replied with a devilish smile before raising his palm, unleashing a flash of sharpness. Ah! Feng Yun screamed in agony as his left ear was severed. My lord. The 2 men gasped in shock and fury. Xiang Chen mockingly inquired. Now that I have harmed him, do enlighten me on how much trouble I might face? How dare you? The man in white attempted to issue a threat, but was restrained by the purple-clad man. Feng Yun, his face contorted in pain and rage, spat. You wretched brat. Do you know who I am? Yet, before he could finish his threat, his other ears suffered the same fate. I care not who you are. You are merely prey beneath my blade. Foolish one, if I can sever your ears, I can just as easily take your head. Speak another word, and I shall demonstrate my skill in separating heads from bodies. Chapter 1099. A sudden acceleration. Feng Yun had never endured such humiliation and threat in his life. You dare, what of it? Speak another word, and I shall cut out your tongue. Do you doubt my resolve? Xiang Chen scoffed as the dragon's demonic blade grazed Feng Yun's neck, causing blood to flow, silencing him in fear. Master is formidable. Master is incredible. Lei Jiao shouted in the background. Friend, do not act impulsively. It is merely a thunderbird. It is not worth this. The 2 heavenly kings quickly interjected, their tones softening. Xiang Chen smirked. When I condescended to reason with you, you acted as if your father were the heavenly Tao itself. Suddenly, the sky rumbled as thunder gathered ominously. Xiang Chen's expression shifted slightly, and he quickly addressed the heavens. Oh, heavenly Tao, I was merely making an analogy. I meant no offense. The thunder abruptly dissipated, allowing Xiang Chen to breathe a sigh of relief. He continued, now that I have drawn my blade, it seems you are all eager to soften your stance. It is time for a heist. You too, and you, hand over all your storage rings. His words darkened their expressions. Yet the movement of Xiang Chen's blade prompted them to hastily surrender their rings. After receiving them, Xiang Chen chuckled. Now, this is the attitude needed to resolve matters. He then looked at the 2 men. You shall vacate 1,000 miles immediately, and I will release him. Otherwise, prepare for the retrieval of his remains. The 2 heavenly kings exchanged glances, and the middle-aged man in purple gritted his teeth, saying, Friend, I hope you keep your word. If any misfortune befalls our young master, the Feng family will not let this matter rest. Enough of your nonsense, begone. Xiang Chen's expression turned icy as he seized Feng Yun by the throat. Wait. Don't act rashly, let's leave. The 2 were so frightened that they hurriedly retreated, then turned and vanished into the void. After a while, once Xiang Chen saw that they had traveled hundreds of miles away, he turned his gaze towards Feng Yun. Grandson, in the future, be more discreet. You were fortunate to encounter someone as merciful as myself. Had it been another, you and your companions would have been sent straight to the netherworld. Yun, filled with humiliation, bit down hard on his teeth without uttering a word. Enough, be gone. Xiang Chen gripped his dagger, shifting from a slash to a slap, delivering a forceful blow to Yun's rear. Ah! Yun screamed, soaring through the air like a golf ball struck by an unknown force, disappearing into the distance like a fleeting streak of light. Xiang Chen sheathed his dagger and turned to the Thunder Eagle, which quickly approached him, eager to flatter. Master, you were truly magnificent just now. After several years apart, Lei Yu has missed you dearly. Are you wishing for my demise? Xiang Chen smacked the bird on its head. Not at all. Since our last encounter, I have been thinking of you every day. This creature certainly had a thick skin. Less chatter, let us move back to Huangzhou. Xiang Chen, unwilling to engage in further banter, leaped onto its back. The Thunder Eagle, with a wingspan exceeding 20 meters, transformed into a bolt of lightning and soared into the air, its speed unmatched, even surpassing that of most practitioners at the 6th or 7th level of the Carefree realm. Seated atop the Thunder Eagle, Xiang Chen began to inspect the contents of the 3 storage rings. There were indeed many treasures, over 3 million spirit stones, alongside several 8th-grade Carefree pills, which were used for cultivation within the Carefree realm, each capable of providing the equivalent of a year's worth of spiritual energy for an ordinary heavenly king. Oh, and a celestial thunder pill, what a find! Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, retrieving a fist-sized blue demon pill. This pill contained a surge of thunderous power equivalent to the 2nd level of the ancient realm. Just this single celestial thunder pill was worth at least 10 million spirit stones, or over 1 billion spiritual coins. It was also the most precious item in Yun's storage ring. It seemed that this young man was quite the little tycoon. Xiang Chen hoped such fortunate encounters would occur more frequently in the future. Gazing at the celestial thunder pill, he chuckled gleefully. Yun would likely be infuriated to the point of spitting blood, as this thunder pill had cost him all his savings. He had intended to hunt a thunder beast to enhance his divine soul's power before entering seclusion for cultivation, yet all of it had inadvertently fallen into Xiang Chen's hands. Master, look, since you do not specialize in thunder techniques, could you possibly give me that thunder pill? The Thunder Eagle beneath him turned its head, nearly drooling in anticipation. Xiang Chen delivered a punch to its head. Dream on. There are no shortcuts in cultivation. Evolve slowly. As he spoke, the Dragon K demon blade appeared in his hand, its spirit light flashing as it transformed into a 1-meter-long black and red little dragon that coiled around Xiang Chen. Of course, this was not a real dragon, merely a manifestation of the Dragon K demon blade. Master, the most handsome lad in the universe. The little dragon looked up at Xiang Chen with longing. Haha, the Dragon K can indeed speak. I shall grant it to you. Xiang Chen chuckled heartily, tossing the invaluable ancient thunder demon pill directly to Long K, who swiftly bit down and swallowed it, subsequently transforming into the shape of a blade before vanishing. The most dashing master of the universe. The Thunder Eagle learned this and gazed at Xiang Chen with palpable longing. In response, it received a punch from Xiang Chen. Goodness, have some shame. You're over 100 years old and still trying to act cute. Focus on the journey. The Thunder Eagle fainted amidst the thunderclouds. In the wild state of Huangzhou, at the ancient Huang city, lies the Red Dust Winery. This winery, which suddenly rose to prominence 3 years ago, has a limited edition of the Falling Dust spirit wine and several best-selling new spirit wines that quickly dominated half of the Huangzhou wine market. In just 3 years, it established a formidable presence alongside the Tianlu Tavern. The Red Dust Winery is surrounded by over 10 miles of flourishing purple jade grapes, now ripe and glistening. At the center of the vineyard stands an exquisitely beautiful purple castle, where numerous servants are busy harvesting the purple jade grapes. Inside the castle, a sweet and charming young woman in a blue dress, appearing to be in her 20s, is intently blending spirit wines before a long row of bottles and jars. She is so focused that she fails to notice the sudden arrival of someone behind her. A drop of green liquid falls from a measuring flask into a jade jar, causing the purple liquid within to react wondrously, bubbling and releasing a copious amount of spiritual energy, accompanied by a fragrant aroma. The Lingxiao wine has finally been completed. Lu Ximing leaps up in joy upon witnessing this scene. Suddenly, a pair of strong hands encircle her slender waist from behind. Who? Lu Ximing exclaims, spinning around to elbow the intruder. Bang! Ah! Ere Guzi lets out a cry, struck in the face and sent crashing against the wall, entirely unprepared. Upon realizing who it was, Lu Ximing's surprise quickly shifts to delight, her almond-shaped eyes glistening with tears, and her gaze reddening instantly. "Oh dear, girl, your adaptability is commendable." Xiang Chen chuckled, rubbing his face as he looked at the young woman. Accelerate ahead. Chapter 1100. The Underground Emperor Xiang Chen. Lu Ximing suddenly lunges towards Xiang Chen, embracing him tightly while playfully tapping his back. With a quivering voice, she says, "You heartless one, it's been 3 years. And you finally remember to come back to see me." Xiang Chen feels a twinge of guilt, holding her soft form as he apologizes. "I'm sorry. I've been fighting on the outer battlefield all these years and had no opportunity to return. But here I am, just back to see you. And I even brought you a gift." With a snap of his fingers, a dazzling bouquet of colorful flowers appears in his hand. "Humph. A mere bouquet won't suffice to placate me." Lu Ximing pouts and playfully pushes Xiang Chen away, yet she accepts the flowers nonetheless. "Of course. It's not just these flowers. Look at this." Xiang Chen smiled slightly, waving his hand as a large chest materializes on the ground. With a resounding crash, the chest opens to reveal an abundance of fist-sized, round, exquisite spirit stones. Exquisite spirit stones. Lu Ximing gasps in delight, her eyes sparkling. These spirit stones can also be used for winemaking. Not only that, but I also have this. With a smile, Xiang Chen revealed a fist-sized white crystal. Could this energy fluctuation possibly be a celestial crystal? Lu Ximing gazed in astonishment at the object in Xiang Chen's hand. Indeed, this is the Taiyin celestial crystal, most suitable for women to absorb powerful primordial yin. "I brought it back from the battlefield as a gift for you," Xiang Chen replied with a grin. Lu Ximing's eyes glistened with emotion, and overcome by her feelings, she tilted her head and kissed Xiang Chen. He wrapped his arms around her waist in response. And as their kiss deepened, garments fell away, revealing her pure, radiant form, which glowed with a lustrous sheen, as Xiang Chen laid her gently upon the bed. With her eyes closed and hands covering her face, her cheeks flushed crimson, she dared not meet Xiang Chen's gaze, her heart a tumult of fear and anticipation, marking her first experience of this kind. "Though my attire may grow loose, I have no regrets, for love has rendered me weary." An hour later, Xiang Chen held the soft, limp Lu Ximing, resembling an octopus draped over him, gently caressing her hair while recounting his experiences on the battlefield beyond the realm. Lu Ximing listened, her emotions a whirlwind. "I never imagined the battlefield would be so perilous. Will you return?" she softly inquired, her cheek pressed against his chest. "I must return, for although nearly 3 years have passed in our realm, only a little over a year has elapsed there. My assessment is far from complete. By the way, my beloved Ximing, you are truly remarkable. I have seen numerous branches of the Red Dust Tavern along my journey." Upon hearing this, Lu Ximing lifted her head slightly and replied, "Of course, if not for the need to preserve my family's enterprise, the Red Dust Tavern would dominate the market. By the way, just as you arrived, I happened to create a new wine, infused with 8 times the spirit of ordinary wines of the same grade. It possesses a potent strength, suitable only for those above the Lingxiao realm. I have named it Lingxiao wine." "Impressive. You have worked hard these years." Xiang Chen embraced Lu Ximing a little tighter. "It is no hardship. I would gladly endure any toil for you. Brewing wine is also my passion." "Xiang Chen, you must not disappoint me. While I do not require you to spend excessive time with me, do ensure you come to see me whenever you can." Lu Ximing sat up, gazing at Xiang Chen, her eyes brimming with deep affection, which stirred a sense of emotion and regret within him. He too sat up, holding her close. "In this life and beyond, I shall never fail you. Please do not hurry away this time. Stay with me for a few days." "Of course." Xiang Chen spent 10 days with Lu Ximing, during which they indulged in each other's company, savoring meals, shopping for clothes, enjoying various delicacies from the ancient wilderness, and exploring renowned scenic spots together, dedicating 12 hours a day to her, momentarily setting aside his cultivation to fully embrace the joys of their relationship. After devoting this time to Lu Ximing, Xiang Chen finally reached out to Tianhua and Uncle Bai to come to the Red Dust Tavern. "Haha, young master. I have missed you terribly after these years." In the hall, Xiao Bai approached, dressed in white, and embraced Xiang Chen warmly. Tianhua stood nearby. "Uncle Bai, Tianhua, I have missed you both as well. Regrettably, I was unable to return and see you due to the circumstances on the battlefield." Xiang Chen and Tianhua embraced one another. after which the trio took their seats. Lu Ximing ordered drinks to be brought over. After years apart, Xiaobai had also ascended to the realm of freedom, blessed by the bloodline of the little white tiger, which allowed him to advance alongside the tiger's own breakthroughs. As for Tianhua, he stood at the first level of the freedom realm, appearing more composed and inscrutable than ever. How goes the situation on the outer battlefield? I have heard tales of the human race battling fiercely against the alien races, Tianhua inquired softly, piquing Xiaobai's interest as well. Xiang Chen briefly recounted the circumstances, before shifting the conversation to the affairs of the wasteland state. Upon mentioning the state's situation, both Xiaobai and Tianhua exchanged knowing smiles. Murong Tianhua remarked, "Speak." "Uncle Bai," Xiaobai replied, "Young master, our Yanhuang Hall has now become the underground emperor of the entire wasteland state. With 321 cities housing a population of over 1 million, and 8 cities exceeding 10 million, all are under the shadow of our Yanhuang Hall's influence. The bloodline members of Yanhuang Hall have expanded to over 11,000. Currently, there are no fewer than 30 experts at the Heavenly King realm, and with the likes of the Silver Ant Demon King among our ranks. It can be said that while the surface of the wasteland appears to be under the control of the Mo family, in reality, it is firmly in our grasp. Were it not for the presence of the Guantian Pavilion in the wasteland, we would not dare to tread lightly for fear of exposure. Otherwise, the wasteland would already have undergone a significant transformation. Such rapid development." Xiang Chen was astonished. This must be largely due to Tianhua's efforts. "Your adept management and strategic insight are commendable." Xiaobai turned his gaze towards Murong Tianhua, who humbly smiled and responded, "Uncle Bai, you flatter me. It is due to the progress made by all of you in the association that we have also experienced rapid growth and gained the capability to lay out our plans. Furthermore, with the Great Chu's formidable national power, we are provided with a wealth of reliable and exceptional talent. Haha, splendid. As long as we maintain control over the wasteland, we shall have a stable foothold on the continent, waiting until we grow strong enough to challenge the Daxia dynasty." Xiang Chen exclaimed joyfully, raising his cup in salute to the two. The three of them drank in the hall, discussing matters in the wasteland as Xiang Chen expressed his intentions to expand into the outer battlefield to secure more resources for future growth. Xiaobai and Tianhua were in full agreement, and after their revelry, they set about preparing personnel for Xiang Chen. It was not until deep into the night that their lengthy conversation came to a close. After spending half a month in the ancient wasteland city, Xiang Chen finally returned to his homeland, the Great Chu. The changes in the Great Chu were equally extraordinary. Chapter 11:01. Xiang Chen's younger brother in the royal palace of the Great Chu. The beast hunting ground that once belonged to the Shang royal family had now been transformed into a vibrant spiritual herb research base. Here, numerous exotic spiritual medicines and plant varieties were cultivated. The jujube trees bore fire-red fruits, infused with fire's spiritual energy, while the land yielded the Inyang melon, an anomalous potato that absorbed the underground's dark energy. The fields were adorned with spiritual grains and spiritual wheat among other crops. How did these variations come to be? It was all thanks to organic fertilizers cultivated in abundance, alongside certain innate techniques that had been awakened. Xiaoyu, hurry. A girl, appearing around 8 years of age and clad in a red dress, sprinted through the fields, clutching a net as she chased a swarm of butterflies. "Sister, wait for me." "Oh no, I've fallen," the girl exclaimed, her voice tinged with urgency. Behind her, a little boy of 2 or 3 years trailed along. He donned a black cotton coat, sported a small braid, and bore a cherubic face, round and plump with baby fat. His eyes, deep and dark as obsidian, sparkled with an otherworldly brightness. Upon closer inspection, one could discern that he possessed double pupils, an extraordinary trait. Though merely 2 or 3 years of age, he ran with remarkable stability and swiftness, yet he seemed to deliberately tumble down. "Xiaoyu, are you all right?" The girl hurried over to lift the boy into her arms. "Sister, carry me," he implored, opening his arms wide. With a resigned sigh, the girl acquiesced, hoisting him onto her back. In the surrounding fields, a resplendent woman clad in a flowing purple gown strolled gracefully, her gaze warm and affectionate as she observed this tender scene. Beside her stood a striking middle-aged man draped in a black robe adorned with silver wolf patterns. Towering at 8 feet, he possessed a commanding presence, with sharp brows and fierce eyes that radiated authority. "Su Qing'er Xiangwang," he remarked, a sense of nostalgia enveloping him as he observed the children. It has been 3 years. Xiaoyu has grown so much, yet I wonder when Chun'er will return home. Su Mu gazed at the frolicking Xiaowan and Xiaoyu, her heart swelling with longing for her son, Xiang Chen. Indeed, that rascal has been away for 3 years. I doubt he even realizes he has a brother so grown up now. Xiang Wang chuckled, and the couple strolled leisurely together. You have the audacity to mention that. Considering you knocked our son unconscious back then. Su Mu shot him a playful glare. Who could blame him for being so perceptive? I was merely trying to avoid an awkward situation, he replied, a sheepish smile gracing his lips as he crouched down to embrace the 2 children as they dashed towards him. Dad, when will brother come home? Xiaoyu inquired, perched on Xiang Wang's left shoulder, playfully blowing into his ear. Very soon. This new year, Xiaoyu shall finally meet your brother. How does that sound? Xiang Wang beamed with affection. Yes, tell brother I miss him. I haven't even seen what he looks like. Xiaoyu exclaimed. On the other shoulder, Xiaowan chimed in. Brother is incredibly handsome. He is the most dashing brother in the world. Then I must be the most charming little brother. Xiaoyu huffed, pride swelling within him. Their banter elicited hearty laughter from Xiang Wang and his wife, who recognized that this younger sibling had inherited some of his brother's shameless traits. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the sky, accompanied by a series of explosive sounds as a flash of lightning streaked across the heavens. Dad, Mom, Xiaowan, I'm back. The voice boomed from above even before the figure appeared. Look, Xiaoyu, your brother has arrived. Xiang Wang exclaimed, turning to see a magnificent thunder eagle descending from the sky. The colossal creature, spanning over 10 meters, landed gracefully, and from its back emerged a striking young man with flowing silver hair, exuding an extraordinary charm. Chun'er. Su Mu gasped in delight, hastening toward him. Brother Chun, Xiaowan called out, rushing forward. Mother. Chen swiftly approached, kneeling before her, bowing his head in reverence. After 3 years away, I have caused you and father much worry. Quick, rise. Let me see you. You've grown so much. How could you stay away for so long without coming to visit? Su Mu exclaimed, her heart filled with joy. Su's mother helped Xiang Chen to his feet and immediately embraced him. There have been many matters outside, but I returned as soon as I had the chance. Mother is becoming increasingly beautiful and youthful. When I glanced at her from above, I thought she was some young lady. You flatter me, Su's mother chuckled, releasing Xiang Chen, while the little Tuan instantly leaped onto his body. Tuan, why haven't you grown taller yet? Xiang Chen teased as he ruffled her hair. Tuan seemed unsure, feeling that she had stopped growing, especially as her companions had all outgrown her, becoming big kids. The mention of this made her look quite aggrieved. Haha, it's all right. Our fate is long, and you will grow slowly. Oh, astonishingly, you possess the cultivation of the transcendence realm. Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, sensing the surging power within Tuan. I don't know how it happened. This power just grew on its own, she replied innocently. Xiang Chen was left speechless. He had toiled tirelessly to reach the transcendence realm, scrambling for resources and enduring various trials. Tuan, it just grew on its own. He couldn't help but gaze skyward, pondering if Tuan might be the secret daughter of the heavenly Tao. Tuan had descended from a meteorite, and her origins were a mystery. Xiang Chen could not discern her constitution, but knew she was innately attuned to nature, her flesh infused with astonishing spiritual energy, even her urine capable of nurturing spiritual herbs. In short, Xiang Chen's family felt like a collection of oddities, aside from the dignified Xiang Wang. Su's mother was now akin to a she-wolf, possessing the longevity bloodline of the celestial wolf, making the entire family extraordinary, while her husband remained an ordinary man. Initially, Xiang Chen had bestowed his bloodline upon outsiders to establish power, but it had morphed into a bond of life and death. He altered his mother's constitution solely to grant her a more formidable force for self-protection, and the celestial wolf bloodline offered a significantly longer lifespan than that of humans. Little rascal, you haven't slacked off these past years. Your cultivation has risen so high, Xiang Wang remarked, patting Xiang Chen's shoulder with a smile. Hee. A hero's son is not to be outdone. Father, your cultivation is even higher than mine, Xiang Chen replied, his gaze now drawn to the adorable boy on Xiang Wang's shoulder. The boy's dark, lively eyes were fixed upon him. Xiang Chen instinctively felt a sense of closeness and joyfully asked, Father, Mother, this little fellow isn't. Indeed, he is your younger brother, Xiaoyu. While you were away, your mother has given you another brother. Xiao Yu, this is your brother whom you have been thinking of every day? Xiang Wang laughed. Xiao Yu? Father, your naming skills are truly remarkable, Xiang Chen said, somewhat speechless at the name. Yet he looked at Xiao Yu with delight. Are you really my brother? Why do you look so beautiful, like a sister? Xiao Yu innocently inquired, gazing at Xiang Chen. Haha, little rascal, how do you speak? Your brother is strikingly handsome, indistinguishable from either gender. Come here, let your brother hold you. Chapter 11:02. Summoning the old guard, Xiang Chen lifted Xiao Yu, unable to resist pinching his chubby cheeks. Xiao Yu reciprocated by pinching Xiang Chen's face, scrutinizing the brother he had often heard about. Father, have you had Xiao Yu's root bones examined? Xiang Chen inquired as they strolled through the spiritual garden. Oh, my heavens, so many spirit plants. Over the years, Tuan Tuan has cultivated an impressive array of them. Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at the verdant surroundings, each blade of grass and every tree imbued with spiritual essence, transforming them into spirit plants. He indeed. I am quite remarkable, Tuan Tuan, perched upon Xiang Chen's back, chuckled. Haha, I've discovered numerous spirit plants. I shall transplant them here shortly for you to nurture. Xiang Chen planned to relocate the carefree spirit tree and several spirit trees unearthed from the battlefield beyond. Xiang Wang remarked, I had little Yu assessed long ago. He possesses a natural spirit vein, just like you did in your youth. Furthermore, little Yu is exceptionally intelligent. By the age of 3 months, he could walk, leap, and even speak. Despite his tender age, he is already well versed in classical texts. So impressive. Haha, he surpasses you at that age. And I am certain my little Yu will become a renowned genius in the future, Xiang Chen laughed, playfully pinching little Yu's delicate nose. Humph. I shall be even more formidable than my brother, little Yu declared with an expression of pride, resembling a miniature mastermind. Indeed, when you grow up, you and your brother shall conquer the world together. Brother, sister mentioned you can transform into a golden sparrow and a white dog. How amusing. I wish to see you transform. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's expression darkened slightly. Those are the golden crow and the celestial wolf, not a sparrow and a dog. However, since little Yu wishes to see, I shall oblige. With that, a surge of demonic energy enveloped him, and Xiang Chen swiftly transformed into a majestic celestial wolf, cradling little Yu in one paw while the other embraced Tuan Tuan. Wow, brother is amazing. Haha, indeed. Let us soar to the heavens together. The celestial wolf laughed heartily, ascending into the sky with the 2 children secured safely, protected by his true essence. After spending a joyful time with the little ones, Xiang Chen, Xiang Wang, Su Mu, Tian Yu, and Man he gathered for a family reunion dinner. At the table, Xiang Chen recounted tales from the battlefield beyond, while Xiang Wang discussed the current state of the Great Chu. Presently, the Great Chu occupies the entirety of the southern wilderness, boasting a population of 18 billion, with a formidable military force of 9 million troops. In recent years, they have been biding their time, refraining from further aggression against other nations. Xiang Wang was aware of his son's ambitions. He too harbored grand aspirations and had been quietly amassing strength, waiting for the opportune moment to establish his own dominion over the wasteland. Unlike the Great Xia, the Great Chu is a nation of remarkable inclusivity, embracing all ethnicities, including demon cultivators. As long as they abide by the laws and do not harm the populace, the military would not suppress them. In fact, many leaders within the Great Chu's army were once nurtured by Xiang Chen himself. Qing Ming, Turtle Sigh, Long Yu, and Qing Feng, among others. Following the family feast, Xiang Chen returned to his martial king manner. In the bath, Air Guzi lounged comfortably at the edge of the tub, while the alluringly beautiful Man He, clad in form-fitting attire, scrubbed Xiang Chen's back. Man He, have you thought of your master? Xiang Chen playfully pulled Man He close, his gaze greedily sweeping over her captivating figure. As the rosy blush adorned Manha's cheeks, she softly murmured, Naturally, I missed you, my lord. You have been away for years, and I feared you had forgotten me. With a mischievous grin, Xiang Chen replied, How could that be? Today, I shall compensate you well. He playfully lifted Manha and unabashedly proceeded towards his chamber. During this period, Ergo had indeed indulged himself. After spending half a month in the Great Chu Kingdom, Xiang Chen paid visits to Qing Ming, Gui Hai, the Ant King, Yu Nu, and others, while also cherishing moments with his parents and siblings, and spent the nights in unabashed revelry with Manha. Half a month later, Xiang Chen departed from the Great Chu and returned to the ancient wasteland city. Under the silver crescent moon, a wolf's howl shattered the tranquility of the night in the ancient mountains. Within the dense forest at the foot of the ancient wasteland mountain, a multitude of figures stood silently, numbering an astonishing 10,000. These individuals were utterly silent, the atmosphere heavy with a palpable sense of repression. At that moment, figures approached from the front, leading all the gathered. Our king. In an instant, the entire assembly knelt in unison, bowing their heads in reverence. Their gazes filled with awe and devotion. Hidden beneath their hair were wolf-like ears. These were all members of the Celestial Wolf clan. Most of them were elite and loyal warriors selected from the Great Chu army, old subordinates from the founding of the Great Chu, bestowed with the Celestial Wolf bloodline and transformed by the Demon Dan. Some were also from the Yin Huang Hall of the Wasteland Academy. Beside Xiang Chen stood Tian Yu, Tian Hua, Yang Bin, Xiao Bai, and the Silver Ant King. Brothers, please rise, Xiang Chen commanded, his voice resonating with authority, exuding an imperial majesty that overshadowed his usual demeanor. The 10,000 Celestial Wolf clan members stood upright, their gazes fixed upon Xiang Chen like arrows. Why have I summoned you here? I trust you have all received the news. We, the Great Chu, the Yin Huang Hall, and the Celestial Wolf clan, will venture beyond the realms to carve out greater living space and seek resources. There, you shall face relentless bloodshed and fierce battles against the crocodile people and even other human sections. I ask you, my brothers, are you willing to join me, Xiang Chen, to forge a magnificent future for our Great Chu and Yin Huang? Xiang Chen's gaze pierced through the crowd, his voice rising in intensity. For the Great Chu, for the Yin Huang, we vow to follow you to the death. Yang Bin turned and led the charge, bowing with a fist clasped in reverence. The entire assembly knelt once more, uttering a single word in unison, dare. Ha, splendid. Truly, you are the chosen elite, untainted by cowardice. In less than a century, the realm of the 9 provinces shall bear the surname Chu. At that time, you shall all be the founding heroes of our great Chu dynasty. Let us join hands to create a new world, Xiang Chen declared with grandiosity, gesturing with a flourish as the Qianquan ring soared into the air, transforming into a swirling vortex of space. All 10,000 elite warriors above the Soul Moon realm unleashed their Celestial Wolf power, surging into the Qianquan ring. Among them was the Silver Ant King, a formidable force at the pinnacle of the Celestial King realm, who would also accompany Xiang Chen. In the battlefield beyond, Xiang Chen envisioned transforming it into a cradle for nurturing the Celestial Wolf clan. Over 10,000 individuals have just entered, and although only a few have stepped into the realm of Lingxiao, with a few years of rigorous training in the foreign battlefield, aided by the abundant resources and the formidable bloodline talent of the Tianlang tribe, they are destined to cultivate a powerful legion of swords in the future. In Chapter 1103, the hammer sets out. Xiang Chen's entourage includes several demon generals, Qing Ming, Gui Sihai, Long Yu, and Shu Yi. Shu Yi has brought a substantial number of Rat Clan experts alongside Xiang Chen to establish an underground world. None of these individuals have yet attained the Demon King realm, remaining in Lingxiao. Despite being formidable masters in the wasteland, they pale in comparison to the strong clans across the world, as the Lingxiao realm is hardly significant. The brutal environment of the foreign battlefield is most conducive to the growth of the demon race. Tianhua, Uncle Bai, after I leave, I must trouble you with matters concerning the Yin Huang Hall, Xiang Chen said, clasping his fists in respect. Xiao Bai reciprocated the gesture, his expression serious. This is our duty. The foreign battlefield is perilous. Young master, please exercise caution. Tianhua added, should you require our assistance, do not hesitate to summon us. Very well. Let us strive together to fulfill our ambitions. Without further delay, Xiang Chen stepped forward, unleashing a burst of true essence and soaring into the sky. Old Xiao, remember to treat me to a drink upon your return. The silver-sealed Ant King waved at Xiao Bai and followed Xiang Chen. Upon your return, the drinks shall flow. Xiao Bai waved back with a smile, as the two became brothers in arms. In the pitch-black sky, a purple thunder eagle circled, with Xiang Chen and the silver-sealed Ant King landing upon its back. The Thunder Eagle ascended towards the storm clouds and the starry sky. I have yet to engage with the Crocodile clan. I hope their king does not disappoint me, the silver-sealed Ant King remarked, his eyes filled with battle intent. Xiang Chen replied with a smile, Your strength is more than adequate to dominate that battlefield. Once I formally advance into the outer realms, I will assist you in plotting for the fire spirit Ant Emperor's blood. Haha, I am not in a hurry. Life is long. Young master, take your time. Now, being at the pinnacle of the Demon King realm, I can fully exert my capabilities in that foreign battlefield. Seeing that Xiang Chen remained concerned about his matters, the silver-sealed Ant King felt a touch of gratitude. Half an hour later, the Thunder Eagle broke through the storm clouds and soared directly into outer space. Xiang Chen, accompanied by over 10,000 others, made his way once again to the foreign battlefield. On the return journey, he deliberately instructed the Thunder Eagle to follow the same route he had taken before, and upon not spotting the spaceship this time, he felt a slight relief. It seemed those from the Blue Star had heeded his warning and returned. Ant King, have you ever encountered a civilization of technology? On the back of the Thunder Eagle, Xiang Chen took out some wine and began to converse with the Ant King while they drank. Civilization of technology? Young master, what is technology? The silver-sealed Ant King inquired with a puzzled expression. Xiang Chen pondered for a moment on how to explain, then said, "It is a civilization that does not cultivate the powers of heaven and earth. They rely on the study of various powerful weapons. And these weapons possess might that can rival divine powers, while they themselves are as frail as mere mortals." Ah, I see now. The young master speaks of the denizens of the mechanical civilization, individuals of remarkable intellect. However, their realm lacks the ethereal essence of heaven and earth, rendering them incapable of cultivation. Consequently, they resort to unorthodox methods, harnessing the energies of the universe to forge weapons. The silver-encased Ant King suddenly comprehended what Xiang Chen was alluding to. Xiang Chen, taken aback, inquired, "Have you encountered them?" The silver-encased Ant King nodded, responding with a smile, "It is not that I have encountered them myself, but during the dominion of our demon clan, we encountered such a stellar world. It is said that beyond the southern barbarians, there existed a celestial body known as the Blue Shield Star. The inhabitants of that world were woefully weak, devoid of cultivation. Yet they devised some peculiar contraptions of immense power, capable of obliterating cities and ravaging lands. They even aspired to conquer our world, but were met with fierce resistance from several celestial beings of our demon clan, who annihilated their fleet, sending them fleeing back to their realm. In the aftermath, internal strife engulfed that world, leading to catastrophic explosions that annihilated all life forms, turning the realm into ruins. Indeed, that is the celestial world in question. Young master, observe. It is said that on the day of its destruction, the entire starry realm was adorned with mushroom clouds resembling fireworks from our vantage point. The silver-encased Ant King pointed towards the distant starry expanse, indicating an ochre-hued celestial body. Xiang Chen gazed into the distance, where, thousands of kilometers away, the once thriving celestial world lay in desolation, its earth parched, marred by countless deep craters, while its atmosphere, thunderclouds, and protective layers had vanished. Xiang Chen sighed softly. The blue star of his former life had also suffered from severe internal conflict. Should a global war erupt in the future, it would likely unfold in a similar manner. True power is that which one cultivates within oneself, a force harnessed to safeguard one's homeland and loved ones. Those mortals, who tread the path of unorthodoxy, wield formidable weapons, yet lack the capacity and temperament to govern their own destructive might. For instance, my celestial hammer can be employed to obliterate cities or to forge steel and even crack walnuts. Its application is entirely under my command. This, indeed, represents true strength. As cultivators of the heavenly and earthly forces, we simultaneously revere the cosmos, fortifying ourselves with the ultimate aim of transcending mortality, not to bring about its destruction. The silver-encased Ant King shook his head, exhibiting disdain for technological civilization. It seems that such a civilization does not thrive well in this universe. Xiang Chen let out another sigh, acknowledging that had the blue star been imbued with the essence of heaven and earth, granting all the means for cultivation and longevity, it would hardly resemble a world dominated by technology. It would likely be one filled with soaring swords. Their journey was long, and the Thunder Eagle had traversed the cosmos for several days before arriving above the outer battlefield of this celestial world. The silver-encased Ant King, peering down at the starry landscape, exclaimed with excitement, "I can already sense the malevolent energies within this realm. This is indeed the 8th outer battlefield. The realms beyond have yet to commence large-scale occupation and development, and the laws of heaven and earth here remain incompletely formed. Those with the strength of ancient realms will be repelled. The creatures inhabiting this world cannot depart nor transcend into the ancient realm. As Xiang Chen explained, he directed the Thunder Eagle to descend directly. The Thunder Eagle pierced through the crimson clouds, gradually leaving outer space and entering the celestial domain of the outer battlefield. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, amidst the clouds, a flurry of arrows suddenly descended. A multitude of shafts hurtling towards Xiang Chen and the Ant King from over 10 kilometers away. "Master, save me," cried the Thunder Eagle, its body darting to evade the oncoming projectiles. It seemed fate had dealt a curious hand, for they had encountered a band of crocodilian warriors. With a flick of his wrist, Xiang Chen unleashed the dragon's edged demon blade, transforming it into a curtain of blades that shredded the arrows to pieces. Kill. Meanwhile, from all directions, nearly 100 crocodilian warriors roared as they charged forth, among them 11 formidable beings at the Heavenly King level, with the strongest reaching the 9th tier of the Transcendent Realm. "Haha, young master, this is my first battle here. Leave it all to me." The silver-sealed Ant King chuckled heartily, conjuring an exaggerated silver warhammer that dwarfed his own diminutive stature of merely 1.60 meters. The hammer standing at a towering 1.80 meters, creating a rather incongruous sight. Chapter 1104. Establishing the base kill. The 100-odd crocodilians surged from all sides, unleashing a barrage of attacks and spiritual treasures that threatened to engulf the two. The silver-sealed Ant King sneered, leaping into the air above Xiang Chen, and with a mighty swing of the heaven-crushing hammer, he struck fiercely into the void. 8 desolations shatter. Boom. As his hammer struck the air, a terrifying force erupted from it, radiating outward from their center for a radius of 3 meters. The space itself seemed to distort, unleashing waves of transparent power that spread in all directions. Bang, bang, bang. Wherever these waves coursed, the oncoming assaults were obliterated, including spiritual treasures, all shattered by the sheer might of a single strike. Huh. The silver-sealed Ant King raised his hammer high above his head, akin to smashing a block of iron, and brought it down with ferocity once more. With a resounding crash, thunder echoed as another wave of power surged forth, annihilating the advancing crocodilians. What an exquisite application of power, capable of directing force without affecting Xiang Chen or himself. Xiang Chen felt a twinge of fear. Then an astonishing scene unfolded. Kill. A crocodilian Heavenly King at the forefront suddenly changed countenance as the wave of power surged towards him, akin to a cataclysmic shock wave, far more potent than mere explosion. In that instant, he felt as though a mountain had collided with him, his body twisting grotesquely, bones shattering, and then, astonishingly, he exploded. But it was not only him. Bang, bang, bang. The crocodilians, as if caught in an invisible hand, began to burst apart one by one. In a heartbeat, nearly 100 crocodilians were obliterated. The sole survivor was the 8th tier Heavenly King among them. Yet even his protective vital essence shattered with a pop, sending him screaming and spitting blood as he was flung away, his bones fracturing with cracks and his insides nearly collapsing. Despair and terror flickered in his eyes. The silver-sealed Ant King then propelled himself forward, transforming into a colossal silver ant, its jaws agape. The fearsome Yue Crocodile King let out a terrified scream as he was swept into the gaping maw by an overwhelming force. Crunch, crunch. In an instant, he was devoured whole. A formidable, tyrannical, and terrifying power obliterated everything in its path. Witnessing this spectacle, Xiang Chen could not help but marvel at the sheer might of the bloodline of the mighty King Ant were it not for the constraints of the heavenly path. The silver-sealed Ant King, capable of unleashing 24 times the strength of his peers, could undoubtedly vanquish even the most ancient of foes with ease. A single battalion of crocodile men was annihilated with just 2 blows. For the silver-sealed Ant King, there is nothing beneath the heavens that cannot be resolved with a single strike. Should one strike prove insufficient, a second will surely suffice. Not that it mattered much. The flavor was passable. The silver-sealed Ant King transformed into his human form, grinning widely. Xiang Chen reciprocated with a thumbs up. Xiang Chen remarked, with the Ant King's assistance, "We are more formidable than 10,000 valiant soldiers." Haha, young master exaggerates. Within the realm of ancient powers, I can ensure you stride with confidence. The silver-sealed Ant King chuckled heartily, landing beside Xiang Chen. Let us proceed and reunite with the others. Leading the way, Xiang Chen soared towards the Taiyin mountain gorge, the two of them piercing through the void. Soon, they arrived at the gorge, where a gigantic purple centipede lay sprawled upon the ground, while other brethren were engaged in a barbecue. As the two descended from the sky, the delighted crowd quickly gathered around. "Brother Chen, you're back so soon? Did you bring anyone with you? Is that the Ant King? It's been ages since we last met." The crowd greeted warmly. Though Xiang Chen had spent a month on the continent, only about 10 days had passed here. "I have indeed brought everyone. We shall use this place as our base to establish our own extraterrestrial howling city." With that, Xiang Chen's Qinkuan ring unleashed a swirling vortex of space measuring over 10 zhang in diameter. One by one, figures emerged from the void. There was Long Yu, the proud Qing Ming, the earnest Gue Sihai, and Shu Yi. 10,000 howling warriors also soared into the valley. Alongside them, a cacophony of squeaks filled the air as thousands of large demon mice, mostly at the Yuanyang realm, burst forth. Shu Yi's entourage. The once empty gorge instantly transformed into a lively scene. Is this the extraterrestrial battlefield? The spiritual energy here is so richly mixed, with an astonishing concentration of oxygen. The sky is even a faint shade of red. The crowd buzzed with astonishment as they surveyed their surroundings. Silence. At that moment, Xiang Chen bellowed, and the raucous crowd fell silent, all eyes fixated upon him as he floated in midair. "From this day forth, this realm shall be our battlefield. We have two objectives: to ascend to the highest realm this domain can accommodate, and to conquer this land." Xiang Chen's gaze burned with intensity as he addressed the assembly. "Fight! Fight! Fight!" The voices of over 10,000 rose in a resounding cheer, their spirits soaring. Xiang Chen continued, "Shu Yi, heed my command. Your subordinate is here." In the crowd, a sharp-faced man with rat-like features knelt and responded. Xiang Chen stood with his hands clasped behind his back, exuding an imposing aura that commanded the heavens and the earth. "Immediately lead your kin to construct an underground castle for me. Furthermore, upon completion of this task, disseminate our intelligence network. I want the ears and eyes of the Yan Huang Palace's rat tribe spread across this vast land, monitoring every treasure and the whereabouts of the crocodilian tribes. Leave no stone unturned." The rat leader, Shu Yi, accepted the command, pledging to fulfill the king's orders within half a month. Rising to accept his mission, Shu Yi instructed the others to organize themselves into squads, battalions, and regiments, embarking on hunts with a minimum squad-scale operation. "Your current task is solely to cultivate your strength through hunting and devouring." Xiang Chen then turned his gaze towards the 10,000 or so sky wolves. "Understood," they replied in unison. "Very well, there are no further matters at hand. Disperse and assist the rat tribe in establishing the underground stronghold. Kuan Ling, you are responsible for fortifying the structure. The original team, along with Qing Ming, Long Yu, and Gue Sihai, shall remain for a meeting. The rest of you, attend to your respective duties." Dismissed. With a wave of his hand, Xiang Chen signaled for the assembly to dissolve, and everyone hurried off to their tasks. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen convened with the senior leadership to deliberate on matters of survival, management, and warfare in this realm. The rat tribe members burrowed into the hard earth with remarkable efficiency, resembling digging machines. They were experts at excavation, capable of rapidly establishing an underground city. Centered around this ravine, the first flag of the Yan Huang Palace's extraterrestrial conquest would be planted, heralding future battlefields that span the stars and the vastness of the universe. Chapter 1105. Seizing resources. More than a month later, under a silver crescent moon, lay the Sarin tribe, a crocodilian settlement of over 10,000. Within this tribe resided a vast mine, yielding spiritual ores of varying qualities, from 1st to 7th grade. Approximately 3,000 crocodilian warriors and 7,000 to 8,000 miners toiled in the extraction of these resources. The mountainous terrain had already been hollowed out, with the sound of clanging shovels echoing through the air. Beyond the mine, in the ancient forest, a multitude of figures lay concealed, stealthily approaching the site. The mine was protected by towering walls, rising 700 to 800 meters, sufficient height to deter even the most formidable of foes. The walls, over 50 meters thick, reinforced with special runes, stood strong and resilient. On these battlements, thousands of crocodilian warriors were stationed, with some squads patrolling the perimeter. 5 kilometers away, a large contingent of sky wolves drew near, halting to gaze at the imposing walls of the distant mountains. First team, prepare for action. Xiang Chen stated coldly from the perch of an ancient tree. First team, follow me. Li Huan commanded, transforming instantaneously into a wolf bat that soared into the night. In an instant, over 2,000 sky wolves morphed into bat-like creatures, flying towards the high fortress under the cover of darkness. On the walls, some stationed crocodilian warriors engaged in idle chatter. Rumor had it that the assailants responsible for the death of the 17th prince had yet to be captured. These humans were remarkably adept at evasion. Not long ago, the 15th prince led his troops to mercilessly slaughter over 1,000 members of the human race. Now, the number of humans remaining on the Red Cloud continent has dwindled to almost nothing, making the prospect of capturing one akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. How much better it is on our northern crocodile continent. This cursed land, once the term of my service is fulfilled, I shall never return. I long for my wife, alas. The crocodiles engaged in aimless chatter when suddenly, someone spotted a vast swarm of bats soaring toward their city walls in the darkness. Such a multitude of bats. Why are there so many tonight? Exclaimed a crocodile warrior, gazing at a bat that flew just above his head. Suddenly, that very bat erupted with a formidable energy. Transforming from a mere palm-sized creature into a colossal silver-furred sky wolf. With a deafening roar, it unleashed a powerful strike, its claw aimed straight for the warrior's head. Boom! In an instant, the crocodile's skull exploded. Concurrently, the countless bats that had ascended the walls morphed into wolves with wings, launching a ferocious assault on the defenders. What on earth is this? Demons! It's the demon race attacking our camp. Screams erupted atop the city walls as numerous sky wolves manifested, each one roaring and tearing into the crocodiles. Second wave, fire the arrows. Outside the walls, Xiang Chen bellowed. 5,000 to 6,000 sky wolves raised their ethereal bows, knocking an array of deadly arrows. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In an instant, the sound of a rain of arrows slicing through the air reverberated across the land, raining down upon the mining site from several kilometers away. Within the camp, around countless bonfires, numerous crocodile warriors gathered, drinking and feasting, while others practiced their skills. Suddenly, a series of piercing whistles filled the air. The warriors looked skyward, only to witness an overwhelming downpour of arrows. Thud! One crocodile was struck in the forehead by an arrow, instantly penetrating his skull, blood gushing forth from the back of his head. Ah! An enemy attack. In a heartbeat, chaos engulfed the entire mining site. Screams filling the air as a deluge of arrows fell mercilessly, many crocodile warriors being impaled on the spot. From the city walls came cries of despair. What is happening? A cadre of crocodile kings emerged from their stone dwellings, their faces draining of color as they unleashed their true energy, wielding their ethereal weapons to fend off the incoming arrows. My lord, it's dire. The demon race is launching a surprise attack. Demon race. The crocodile kings were astonished and incredulous. What demon race could possibly emerge from this land? How? At that moment, the chilling howls of wolves echoed through the night, as thousands of sky wolves surged forth from beyond the walls, easily breaching the defenses. Gather our forces. Follow me to battle, roared a ninth-tier crocodile king as he led a throng of warriors skyward to engage the enemy. Celestial moonlight wave. As the pack of wolves descended, each unleashed a wave of celestial moonlight, imbued with an astonishing chill of the underworld. Boom! One crocodile warrior, propelled into the air, was struck by the radiant wave, sent flying, and subsequently enveloped in the icy grip of the underworld's cold, freezing him solid. Kill! The crocodilian warriors transformed into their battle forms in an instant, evading the lunar waves while launching themselves at the oncoming pack of wolves. One crocodilian king swung his axe, the black blade slicing through the night sky, striking a charging celestial wolf with tremendous force. The wolf, clad in crimson armor, let out a horrific howl as its body was sent hurtling through the air, nearly cleaved in two. Die! Roared the crocodilian king, bringing his axe down upon the wolf's head. Yet, a furious wolf demon king retaliated with a powerful strike, shattering the axe's brilliance with a single blow. Subsequently, the other wolves unleashed their lunar waves upon him, sending the crocodilian king flying amidst his anguished cries. Elsewhere, another 9-layered crocodilian king dispatched 7 or 8 wolves with a single stroke, even splitting one in half, while the remaining wolves quickly carried away its severed body. Suddenly, a silver flash surged forth, a stout yet formidable man wielding a massive hammer descended with lethal force, akin to the detonation of a high-pressure air bomb. The nine-layered crocodilian king raised his blade in defense, but it shattered instantaneously against the hammer's might. With a resounding thud, the hammer crushed down upon his skull, obliterating it as though it were a watermelon. The nine-layered king was slain in an instant. Amidst the chaos of the battlefield, the sounds of slaughter echoed throughout the mine, while the miners, mere mortals of the Yuan-Yang realm, cowered in their tunnels. Xiang Chen fought valiantly at the forefront, actively seeking to eliminate the opposing kings. Monsters, perish! Two crocodilian kings swung their treasures menacingly at Xiang Chen. With a swift step, he unfurled his wolf wings and transformed into a streak of silver lightning. With a sharp clang, the sound of his blade echoed, and a flash of blinding light swept across the necks of the two crocodilian kings. Their heads fell to the ground, blood gushing forth. One after another, the radiant lunar wheels released by the brothers of the Yanhuang Hall tore through the air, sending heads rolling. The sheer number of the wolf clan, combined with their surprise attack, rendered them overwhelmingly dominant. The battle concluded in the span of a mere incense stick's burn, with over 3,000 crocodilian warriors, including around 200 kings, all slain. Then, an unexpected turn of events occurred. Suddenly, a half-dead crocodilian on the ground launched a spear in a desperate attempt to ambush Xiang Chen. In a flash, Xiang Chen grasped the spear with lightning reflexes, while Li Huan stepped forward to deliver a fatal blow, severing the crocodilian's head. After the battle, the wolf clan began to gather the bodies of their fallen foes, ensuring that no part would go to waste, as they would be refined into spiritual pills and other resources. Meanwhile, the several thousand crocodilian miners were rounded up and restrained. Brother Chen, we lost 18 warriors in this battle, their skulls shattered. However, with the protection of the ghostly servants, although they cannot restore their physical forms, they can transition into ghostly cultivators. Over 300 others are severely injured, Li Huan reported after assessing the casualties. Xiang Chen replied, record the names of our fallen brothers. Their heroic deeds must be documented and sent back to the Great Chu for their families to be well taken care of. Indeed. By the way, what shall we do with these crocodilian miners? Should we execute them? Or Li Huan inquired, gazing at the group of crocodilian miners who sat huddled on the ground, cradling their heads in despair. We vie for resources with the intent of strengthening ourselves, not to annihilate a particular race. Let these individuals remain here, to toil for us in the mines, with a strict prohibition against mistreatment. Inform them that they may eventually return to their homeland. Xiang Chen gazed at the multitude of crocodile folk, furrowing his brow. He could not bring himself to slaughter these defenseless beings. Indeed, we share this sentiment. From another perspective, these crocodile miners are also innocent. Li Huan nodded and went to make arrangements. Brother Chen, I utilized my Taoist techniques to investigate the mineral resources here. The yield of spiritual ore is likely no less than 30,000 tons, Zhuge Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Xiang Chen smiled and replied, with this batch of spiritual ore, we can forge a substantial amount of equipment to enhance our army. Ant King, the task of constructing the forging pavilion will likely fall upon your shoulders. He turned his gaze to the Ant King, a master craftsman of the highest order. Haha, no problem. Leave it to me. Within 2 years, I guarantee that every one of the young master's men will be clad in pristine spiritual gear. The Ant King boasted, his passion for forging and crafting rivaling his martial pursuits, having once aspired to temper even Han Zheng. Let us expedite the extraction of these mineral deposits and transport them back to the Wolf Fortress. The situation here cannot remain concealed for long. We must prevent the crocodile folk from organizing a counterattack. Xiang Chen commanded the troops clearing the battlefield, taking the lead himself in the mining efforts. Over 10,000 individuals, having just emerged from battle, now devoted themselves to the enterprise of mining, with the rat folk joining in as well. These materials would enable them to forge their own equipment and spiritual armors. Within a mere fortnight, every mine in the mountain range was efficiently excavated, yielding astonishing results. However, a month later, news of these events reached other tribes of the crocodile folk, causing significant upheaval. Yet, when a large army of crocodile folk arrived, they were met with desolation. The mountains lay barren, marred by pits and devoid of miners. Damn it! The human forces here possess such strength that they can assault one of our tribes. Tuoba Yuntian's expression darkened. He was the principal authority over this region of the battlefield. Investigate. Ascertain which group of humans is responsible and track their movements. Tuoba Yuntian ordered in fury. At Tyne Mountain Gorge, magnificent walls had been erected on all sides. Towering 300 zhong, constructed of diamond-like material and reinforced with formations and runes. The ley lines here had been fortified by Zhuge Yuan with a formidable array, rendering it nearly impregnable to even 100,000 troops. 700 meters underground, a subterranean city had been excavated, adorned with numerous stone towers. The captured 7,000 to 8,000 crocodile miners were relocated here. Most of these miners had resigned themselves to their fate. Relieved that the wolfmen did not resort to slaughter or abuse, they were merely compelled to serve. Those with indomitable spirits who resisted were naturally eradicated. Within the underground wolf city, a series of facilities had been established, including a dedicated forging pavilion for crafting equipment and an alchemy pavilion for concocting elixirs. It was evident that Xiang Chen intended for his forces to develop sustainably in this location. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye, half a year has passed. On this day, in the vast expanse of space, 8 ethereal vessels pierced through the skies, each adorned with the insignia of the Demons Sect, accompanied by a formidable escort of 200,000 celestial soldiers. The 2-year period has come to an end. The vessels of the Demons Sect arrived, halting above the battlefield of the Red Cloud continent. Upon the main ship, a formidable middle-aged man clad in azure armor, with flowing silver hair, stood at the bow, gazing intently at the Red Cloud continent. Reporting to the Grand General, "We have arrived at the Red Cloud continent," a commanding officer, exuding an air of authority and possessing the prowess of a legendary figure, approached respectfully. "Indeed, signal all the assessed disciples to assemble. We shall return to the sect." The middle-aged general replied in a deep voice. His name was Lu Wu, a general of the Batian army, commanding a vast legion and holding the esteemed title of elder within the Batian sect. In the hierarchy of the Batian army, ranks ascend from ordinary soldiers to lieutenant, captain, major, colonel, and finally, the highest rank of marshal. The Batian army is an extension of the Batian sect, with most high-ranking officers emerging from the sect itself. To attain the rank of colonel, one must typically possess a cultivation level at the first realm of the ancient epic. The Batian sect is further divided into core disciples, inner disciples, and outer disciples, with core disciples exhibiting the potential to ascend to imperial status. Inner disciples are generally at the realm of carefree transcendence, while outer disciples are those at the realm of soaring skies or below. The structure also includes the sect master, supreme elders, principal elders, various palace masters, peak masters, and the ranks of senior, mid-level, and junior stewards. Core disciples either ascend to become elders of the sect or join the military as colonels, while inner disciples, upon completion of their training, correspond to positions of mid to high-ranking stewards. As for outer disciples, they may only join the military as ordinary soldiers or remain within the sect as junior stewards. The promotion system is exceptionally well-structured, with future accomplishments hinging entirely on one's own capabilities. The 8th outer battlefield, referred to as the Red Cloud continent by the Crocodilian tribe, witnessed a fervent scene within the underground den of the Wolf clan. In the central square, numerous warriors of the Wolf clan were vociferously rallying. At the center, 2 figures clashed intensely, their colossal demon blade and thunderous hammer colliding, erupting bursts of fiery brilliance. The transformed warrior, Xiang Chen, engaged in a fierce battle with the silver-sealed Ant King, whose cultivation was suppressed to the 4th realm of carefree transcendence. 8 desolations shatter. Faced with Xiang Chen's onslaught of countless glimmering blades, the silver-sealed Ant King bellowed, striking with a hammer that shattered the array of blades. The force of this blow reverberated through Xiang Chen, causing him to stagger back, blood spilling from his lips. The silver-sealed Ant King, treading upon the void, unleashed a ferocious hammer strike aimed at Xiang Chen's chest. Even though his magical prowess was restrained, the force behind the blow remained potent enough to obliterate a 9th realm king. Chapter 1107. Come to my chamber. The silver-sealed Ant King's bloodline endowed him with 10-fold strength, rendering his physical prowess extraordinarily formidable. This amplified power, combined with his magical abilities, allowed him to engage fiercely with a 9th realm king, achieving remarkable feats even while at the 1st realm of carefree transcendence. However, should the bloodline of the mighty King Ant awaken, his power could surge to an astonishing 24-fold. rendering him capable of battling even the sacred beasts of the same realm with ease. As he brought down his hammer, a tempestuous pressure seemed to ensnare Xiang Chen, rendering him immobile. Yet, a glimmer ignited in Xiang Chen's gaze. In an instant, he distorted the very fabric of space and vanished from sight. With a resounding crash, the hammer struck nothing but air, unleashing a ferocious force that reverberated through the earth, causing the fortified underground castle to tremble. In a breathtaking display, Xiang Chen reappeared, almost at the flank of the silver-sealed Ant King. 5 tendrils of the devouring evil vine erupted from behind him, ensnaring the silver-sealed Ant King entirely. Bound in an instant, the silver-sealed Ant King roared in defiance, summoning his strength to break free, yet the devouring evil vine held him fast. Reluctantly, the Ant King was compelled to unleash a more potent force. With a thunderous boom, the power of the 6th level of Carefree Realm erupted, finally shaking off the tendrils. However, the Dragon's Edge Demon Blade was already poised at the silver-sealed Ant King's throat. Cheers erupted from the gathered Wolf Legion soldiers. "Well done," they exclaimed, acknowledging the prowess of the Ant King. Xiang Chen, clasping his fists in salute, smiled and remarked that their encounter was merely a friendly spar. Nevertheless, he had to concede that in a contest of raw strength within the same realm, he was no match for the Ant King, relying instead on his versatile abilities to gain an advantage. If the Ant King were to unleash his full might, a single blow would surely spell his demise. "Oh, the young master, your evil vine is remarkably domineering, effectively countering my brute strength. I never anticipated such a binding power within the same realm." The silver-sealed Ant King mused as he stretched his limbs. Xiang Chen replied, "This evil vine is also a form of life, not strictly a supernatural ability. It overcomes strength with flexibility, thereby restraining your overwhelming divine force." Nodding in acknowledgement, the silver-sealed Ant King remarked, with the 2-year term nearing its end, "The young master's prowess in the Carefree Realm will pose no issues, provided you do not encounter a legendary king like myself. Across the continent, including the realm beyond, there exist only 10 legendary kings, each possessing exceptional powers that have shaped history." Xiang Chen, having reached the pinnacle of the 4th level of the Carefree Realm, now wielded strength that transcended mere realm classification. As Xiang Chen prepared to speak, a sudden glow emanated from the identity jade token at his waist, relaying a message imbued with special runes. Upon probing with his spiritual sense, he discovered a summons to return to the sect. With a faint smile, Xiang Chen remarked, "As fate would have it, the 2-year term has concluded, and the Batian sect has come to retrieve us. Brother Chen, the summons from the Batian sect has arrived." At that moment, Wang Ying, Zhuge Yuan, and Qing Cheng gathered around, clearly having received the same news through their identity tokens. "Ant King, it seems we must depart. Qing Ming, I entrust the people of Wolf Fortress to your care." In a flowing azure dress, Qing Ming inquired, "When will you return?" Xiang Chen assured her, "I will visit often, so worry not. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, you can always contact me through the realm beyond. Rest assured, young master, I will be here. When we next meet, I shall ensure that these brothers present themselves with renewed vigor." The silver-sealed Ant King chuckled. In the past 6 months, they had absorbed 4 crocodile man tribes, acquiring vast resources, and many Wolf Legion warriors had ascended to the Lingxiao realm. "With your presence, I am undoubtedly at ease. Ant King, farewell everyone." Xiang Chen clasped his fists in salute to those who remained behind. "Farewell, our king." The soldiers of the Heavenly Wolf knelt on one knee in a gesture of respect. "Let us depart." Xiang Chen, accompanied by his 20-odd brothers and sisters, surged upwards through the passage, leaving the underground Wolf Fortress behind. "At last, I can escape this wretched place. Ha ha. 2 years. I have endured for 2 long years. Brothers, I am leaving. I shall fulfill the goals you could not achieve." Many of the examination disciples who had received the news knelt in sorrow, mourning their companions who entered together but could not leave together. Apart from them, other examination disciples also received the same news, with many even shedding tears of joy. Those who were still alive eagerly responded to the call of the Batian sect. Several hours later, figures converged from all directions, soaring skyward, returning to the flagship of the Batian sect. As the arrivals trickled back, nearly all had reached the realm of freedom. After waiting for half a day, approximately 18,000 individuals gathered, and by the 4th hour, very few newcomers remained. Xiang Chen and his companions also returned to the flagship of the Demons sect. Observing the examination disciples around them, many bore a newfound aura of ferocity, a palpable killing intent. Clearly, the trials of the past 2 years had transformed many. From 100,000, only this small number remained. Alas, this was no mere examination, it was a slaughter. Zhuge Yuan sighed, though he had anticipated this outcome. In the struggle for survival, the fittest prevail while the weak are eliminated, Xiang Chen stated calmly, unperturbed. In the art of Gu, the way of the insect Gu sees countless insects devouring one another, leaving only one to survive and become the Gu. Among 100 Gu, as they consume each other, the last remaining Gu becomes the Gu king. Handsome lad, Brother Tang. Haha, it's good to see you again. At this moment, a group approached. Among them a rugged man who greeted warmly. Brother Yue. Xiang Chen smiled as he looked over. This group of 400 or 500 were all from the Gun Intent Sect, led by a woman in black, her figure graceful, her beauty striking. Her demeanor as cold as unmelting ice. Yu Pingyun and Yue Ying have arrived. Yue Ying, gazing at Xiang Chen, could not help but grind her teeth. Brother Tang, I'm glad you're well. Oh, you've reached the 2nd level of the Freedom Realm. Impressive. Yu Pingyun approached with a familiar greeting, while Xiang Chen concealed 2 levels of his cultivation. Haha, it seems we shall be fellow disciples henceforth. Sister Piaoxiang. No, now she should be called Sister Daxiang. Look at you. Your figure now attracts men far more than before, Xiang Chen teased, his gaze playful as he turned to Yue Ying. You shameless rascal. This is all you're doing, causing me to be subjected to the peculiar gazes of my fellow disciples. At the mention of this, Yue Ying's face flushed with anger, her eyes glaring as she thrust her spear directly at Xiang Chen. Hey, what are you doing? Dare you strike your savior? Xiang Chen quickly sidestepped, grabbing the shaft of her spear. Yue Ying snorted, shaking the spear, the force of her 6th level freedom magic causing Xiang Chen's hand to release her weapon. Tang Yu, what exactly did you do to assist the senior sister? We too wish to become like her. In the realm of the Gun Intent Gate, a group of 5 or 6 female disciples, small in number yet fervent in their pursuit, quickly surrounded, demanding secret formulas, inciting a flurry of frustration in Yue Ying as she stomped her feet in exasperation. Fear not, everyone. Come to my room tonight, and I shall arrange matters for each of you, proclaimed Xiang Ergo, lost in his own hubris, completely oblivious to the presence of the formidable Xia Laohu behind him. Brother Tang Yu, you are truly remarkable, he continued, only to be interrupted by a sinister voice from behind. Unable to endure any longer, Qing Cheng reached out with her delicate hand towards his ear, and he was subsequently dragged away amidst his cries for mercy. Chapter 1108. The Dominance of the Heavens, Xiang Ergo. Among the returning throng, many disciples cast icy glares filled with murderous intent towards him. These individuals were disciples of the Ba Dao Mansion and Tianfu Hall, who had narrowly escaped death. Had it not been for their pursuit of Xiang Chen and others, they would never have fallen into the ambush laid by the crocodile race, resulting in their near-total annihilation. The survival rate of this cohort of disciples is astoundingly low, thought General Lu Wu, a senior elder of the Demons sect, as he observed the disciples gathering with a furrowed brow. Indeed, it should not be so, after all. Nearly 70 to 80,000 entered. Wang Qing, the head of the recruitment hall, also displayed a look of astonishment. The crocodile race has evidently reinforced their forces in the foreign battlefield of the Hongyan continent. Our sources indicate that the 17th prince of the crocodile race, Tuoba Xinyuan, has seemingly been slain by one of our examination disciples, stated another elder clad in white. Oh, slaying the 17th prince of the crocodile race is a significant achievement. We must thoroughly investigate who was responsible for this feat, General Lu Wu exclaimed with surprise. After waiting 2 days aboard the main ship of the Demons sect, it only set sail towards the celestial realm when no more examination disciples arrived. Clearly, in light of the previous ambush by the crocodile race, a substantial escort had been dispatched to ensure the safe return of the examination disciples to their sect. Demons sect, I, Xiang Chen, have arrived. On the main ship, Xiang Chen gazed at the starry world above the Nanman continent, his eyes brimming with anticipation. The celestial realm, situated in the skies over the Nanman continent, is an expanse of great magnitude, drawing upon the celestial energies above while channeling the earthly spirit below. The living conditions here are undoubtedly a treasure for practitioners. However, the atmospheric pressure is significantly stronger, rendering it impossible for those without cultivation to survive. After a day's voyage, the main ship surged into the vast celestial space of the celestial realm, descending towards the boundless lands below. Gazing down upon the myriad mountains and rivers, one could see countless spirit mountains, each blade of grass and tree infused with spiritual energy. Majestic cities dotted the landscape, teeming with a vast population. Every household and citizen possessed some degree of cultivation. The children born here inherently carried innate energy, emerging with divine potential, far surpassing those born on the mainland. Even without rigorous training, they would possess innate strength upon reaching adulthood. Moreover, the culture of cultivation here is widespread, with every city establishing academies where individuals can freely practice techniques up to the third rank of the spirit level. Such techniques are sufficient to elevate one's cultivation to the level of the soul moon realm. 8 ethereal vessels soared towards the celestial expanse of the outer heavens. The master of recruitment, Wang Qing, addressed the more than 18,000 surviving examination candidates. First and foremost, congratulations to all of you for enduring this brutal assessment. Upon entering our sect and upon the verification of your merits, those present will gain entry into our inner sanctum, becoming inner disciples, or even core disciples. We have now entered the territory of our Batian sect, which spans a vast domain in the outer heavens. The Batian domain stretches over 300,000 miles from east to west, encompassing an immeasurable spiritual sea abundant with resources. We possess 900 cities and a populace of 220 billion. Wang Qing commenced his exposition of the Batian sect's expanse. In every city within the Batian domain, we have established a Batian office, with 900 such offices forming the outer strength of our sect. Moreover, there are 8 peaks and 9 halls. The 8 peaks represent the 8 principal summits of the Batian sect, each inheriting powerful and mystical techniques, namely, the Red Sword Peak, the Mysterious Sword Peak, the Thunderblade Peak, the Golden Mysterious Peak, the Wood Mysterious Peak, the Water Mysterious Peak, the Fire Mysterious Peak, and the Earth Mysterious Peak. Each of these peaks possesses formidable legacies of magical arts. The 9 halls encompass the Alchemy Hall, Talisman Hall, Formation Hall, Medicine Hall, Mystical Hall, Law Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, Recruitment Hall, and Engineering Hall. After you join the sect, you may choose to enter one of the peaks or halls based on your path of cultivation. Once affiliated, all martial arts and divine abilities below the celestial tier will be free of charge. However, those above the celestial tier will require merit points for exchange. You may also practice techniques from other peaks and halls, albeit at double the merit cost. In the Batian sect, cultivation and the pursuit of knowledge necessitate merit points, while daily living expenses require spiritual stones. Our sect typically maintains around 120,000 inner disciples, though many more have graduated. Most of your senior brothers have joined the military or remained in the Batian sect, taking on responsibilities within the Batian offices of various cities. The current leader of our sect is the illustrious female master, Grandmaster Ziyu. She is the 67th generation leader of our sect, having reached the pinnacle of worldly cultivation, while also serving as the supreme commander of the Batian army, making her one of the most powerful figures among our human race. The revelation that the sect leader was a woman astonished many cultivators from the continent. Ziyu, with her icy demeanor concealing a softer, hidden nature, came to mind for Xiang Chen, who reflected on the days he had spent as her pet for a brief time. Behold, look at that mountain. It's actually suspended in the heavens. Not only the mountains, but also markets and cities floated in the sky. At this moment, people discovered that the Batian sect possessed towering mountains suspended among the clouds, their peaks rising majestically into the celestial realm. Even entire cities hovered in the firmament. A group of unsophisticated bumpkins, that is the Sky Street, sneered a disciple of the Royal Fist sect, unable to contain his derision. Such remarkable urban architecture employs floating formations combined with anti-gravity arrays, thus creating the stunning spectacle of mountains and cities suspended in the clouds. Zhuge Yuan's eyes sparkled with admiration as he could not help but express his awe. This civil engineering marvel seamlessly integrates intricate techniques, a rarity on this continent. A truly ethereal realm. Xiang Chen gazed at the floating Batian sect above the clouds, unable to suppress his admiration. Although it was not his first visit, and he was quite familiar with many places within the sect, he still found himself awestruck upon seeing it again. The main vessel descended towards the celestial city. where numerous magnificent jade palaces were perched atop towering mountains and undulating hills. With a thunderous rumble, the vessel landed on a vast jade plaza, where over 1,000 senior disciples had gathered to assist in settling the examination candidates. The candidates disembarked from the main vessel, accompanied by more than 200,000 soldiers of the Batian sect, led by Elder Lu Wu. The air was thick with rich spiritual energy, intermingled with a potent celestial aura, as this area encompassed 4 celestial veins within a 1,000-mile radius. Upon arrival, Zhuge Yuan quickly discerned the presence of these 4 celestial veins in the atmospheric field. Many disciples of the Batian sect had also arrived, discussing and pointing at the new initiates. Why are there so few in this cohort? Only a handful have returned. Indeed, our cohort had 60,000 pass the examination. But this year's numbers are dismally low. You may not know, but it's said that this time, the candidates encountered the crocodilian army before even entering the battlefield, resulting in over half perishing. What a stroke of misfortune for them. Oh, look, several of the new female disciples are quite charming. The senior disciples gathered around the plaza, exchanging remarks and observations about the newcomers. Batian sect. Father, I am finally on the verge of joining the esteemed Batian sect you have longed for. The newly initiated disciples, having endured the trials of life and death, surveyed their surroundings, filled with hope for the future. Let us commence the tally of merits. Those from the outer realm, please form 7 lines to account for your achievements, commanded Wang Qing. The original disciples from the 7 sects immediately organized themselves into 7 lines. Yet the division revealed a stark chill. The disciples of the Ba Dao mansion numbered a mere 150. The Hengshan sword sect and the Tian Fu hall fared little better. Meanwhile, the Chang'e sect, Huangquan sect, Jining sect, and Yaodu cave fared somewhat better, each boasting around 1,000 survivors. Why is this cohort from the Ba Dao mansion so scant? Indeed, how has our old sect dwindled to such numbers? Amidst the clouds, silhouettes loomed majestically, surveying the disciples below. A robust figure with thick brows and bright eyes, wielding a colossal blade, regarded the disciples of the Ba Dao mansion with a furrowed brow. This elder of the Batian sect, hailing from the Ba Dao mansion, was not alone. Several elders from the Tian Fu hall and Hengshan sword sect also frowned at the meager representation of their former sect's disciples. The scarcity of disciples merely reflects the inadequacy of your current cohort. Look at our Chang'e sect. We have several times more disciples than you. Other elders from the 7 factions could not help but scoff. Nonsense. Our esteemed disciple of the Hengshan sword sect, Zhao Tianxian, surely ranks among the top 3 in strength among all participants this time. A sword-wielding elder in a green robe huffed, his gaze scanning the Hengshan disciples with a furrowed brow. Where's Zhao Tianxian? He inquired. Indeed, our sect's current champion, Qian Zhan, has already comprehended the essence of the heavenly blade. Can he be surpassed by you? Countered an elder from the dominant blade manor. Strange, where is Lu Kai, the direct disciple of our palace master? Another elder from the heavenly talisman hall noted the absence of their champion. Unbeknownst to them, 3 of the 7 premier disciples from the outer realms had been swiftly dispatched by an enigmatic figure. Meanwhile, the admissions hall personnel began tallying the merits. Huangquan sect. Deng Tianling, merit of 1,020,000, having slain 52 members of the crocodilian clan, qualifies for core disciple status. A servant disciple from the admissions hall announced loudly, revealing Deng Tianling's merits. 1,020,000 merits, securing core status. How formidable is Deng Tianling? Many examining disciples gazed at a robust young man clad in golden attire, whose fists bore a faint golden hue, shimmering with unique patterns of light. Deng Tianling, the champion of the Huangquan sect, wore a proud smirk, exuding an air of arrogance. Yao Poison Cave, Dujiu, merit of 1,048,000, qualifies for core disciple status. A servant disciple from that sect proclaimed. Dujiu's prowess was indeed impressive, surpassing that of Deng Tianling. Many cast wary glances towards the figure shrouded in a black robe, surrounded by an aura of ominous energy. Jining sect, Niequangyun, merit of 1,012,000, securing core status. Spirit Pill sect, Ning Xianxian, merit of 920,000, confirmed to advance as an 8th grade Spirit Pill master. Granted core status in the Pill Hall. A red-clad woman, Ning Xianxian, achieved core status through her alchemical skills. At the Gun Intent Sect, After presenting a storage ring containing merits, Yue Ying unveiled a multitude of bones and genuine pills, astonishing all with her merits. Yue Ying, merit of 100,000. Gun Intent has thoroughly entered the realm of the transcendent, attaining core disciple status. 1,100,000 merits. My heavens! How extraordinary is the champion of the Gun Intent Sect? The crowd marveled. Remarkable. The Gun Intent Sect is poised to produce another of the top 10 core disciples. Yue Ying's achievements drew the attention of all present. However, her expression remained impassive, betraying neither joy nor sorrow, as she cast a glance towards the cultivators from the continent, including Xiang Chen. Well done, sister. Xiang Chen gave her a thumbs up. Bah, shameless. Yue Ying coldly huffed, still refusing to acknowledge the enigmatic figure. Haha, splendid. Our disciples of the Gun Intent Sect have brought honor. An ancient elder of the heavenly sect laughed heartily, his demeanor radiating satisfaction. In the realm of the Badeo Mansion, Hengshan Sword Sect, and the pitiful few sects, none produced a core disciple in this session. Those who were originally assured of their positions were mercilessly eliminated by an individual who seized their merits. Ultimately, it fell upon the mainland cultivators, who, in their multitude, formed long queues to have their achievements scrutinized. Yet, among them, not a single individual boasted a merit of 1,000,000. However, there was one prodigy, Yin Zhan, who had truly ascended to the celestial realm and secured his core qualification. Could it be that the mainland cultivators are so inept? Not one among them reached a merit of 1,000,000. Look at them, so many present, yet perhaps they merely hid away in the outer battlefield. For who would dare engage in combat with the crocodilian race to earn merit? The mainlanders remain as provincial as ever, which explains the scarcity of exceptional talent. Upon witnessing the mainland cultivators' silence during the inspection, many disciples from the heavenly beyond could not resist mocking them, reveling in their sense of superiority. Who are you calling provincial, you brat? A young mainland cultivator retorted, unable to contain his indignation. The disciple from the Royal Fist sect, with a cold smile, replied, I speak of you all. Over 10,000 mainland cultivators, and not a single one with a merit of 1,000,000. Don't you feel ashamed? A mere assembly of the inept. You. The mainland youth seethed with anger, his vital energy surging, yet found himself at a loss for words. You, who practice the royal fist. Shall we wager on who can endure the most humiliation? At that moment, a young chicken unexpectedly approached the disciple from the heavenly beyond. Startled, the young man exclaimed, Who are you, startling me like that? The chicken, with a cold smirk, replied, I am but one of the so-called mainland trash you deride. How about we make a wager? Oh, you're also a mainland cultivator. What do you wish to wager? The disciple, named Min Yan, was among the elite of his sect, having reached the 4th level of the free and easy realm. You claim there isn't a single cultivator from the mainland with a merit of 1,000,000. Let us wager on this. I bet that 10 individuals from the mainland can achieve a merit of 1,000,000. Do you dare to accept? Wang Ying mocked him with a sneer. 10 with 1,000,000 merits? Min Yan was taken aback, then burst into laughter. You think 10 of your mainlanders can reach 1,000,000 merits? Brothers, did you hear that? The mainland cultivators boast without a shred of evidence. Do you think 1,000,000 merits are as common as cabbages? You have merely 100 or so left to be inspected. Do you truly believe 10 of them can possess 1,000,000 merits? You must be dreaming. Indeed, the mainland cultivators lack strength and are the champions of boasting. A chorus of laughter erupted from the disciples of the Royal Fist sect, and others from the heavenly beyond joined in the ridicule. The younger generation of the heavenly beyond often looked down upon the mainland cultivators due to their origins, forgetting that their roots sprouted from the mainland itself. With a cold smile, Min Yin challenged, What shall we wager? The chicken chuckled, and with a flash of light in his hand, 10 blocks of ice materialized before him. Floating in the air, within the ice were the treasures of the 5 grains reincarnation, crocodile race's essence, and the finest human quality. Oh, this wretched creature, how repulsive! How could such a thing exist within the storage ring? Once again, it seeks to ensnare others into a foul predicament. I wonder which beast has imparted this vile trait. Such wickedness. Upon seeing this abomination, Zhuge Yuan could not suppress his nausea and cursed through gritted teeth. Suddenly, Xiang Chen dealt a fierce blow to Zhuge Yuan's head, his expression dark and foreboding. Brother Chen, why did you hit me? Zhuge Yuan exclaimed, bewildered. With a cold demeanor, Xiang Chen replied, Do I need a reason to strike you? This is utterly disgraceful. I do not know him. I do not know him. Zhang Dan, witnessing this scene, covered his face in regret, lamenting how he had been deceived by this fellow's sweet words. Xiao Ji produced 10 frozen heaps of the 5 grains of reincarnation. Having vowed to avenge himself on 100 individuals for the foul experience he had suffered at the hands of Xiang Chen, Wang Xiaoji proclaimed, "If I lose, you may have your way with me. However, should you lose, the 10 heaps must be consumed by 10 members of your Royal Fist sect. Do you dare to wager?" Min Yin and the members of the Royal Fist sect were taken aback. What a bizarre and revolting gamble. Min Yin glanced at the 60 to 70 continental cultivators yet to be evaluated, his heart steeled, and he sneered, "Very well, I accept your bet. If you lose, you shall consume all these 5 grains of reincarnation and kneel before us, bowing thrice while shouting, 'Continental cultivators are without merit.' We also accept your wager. I do not believe that you continental cultivators can produce 10 individuals of 1,000,000 merit," cried another. Immediately, 9 more from the Royal Fist sect stood forth to challenge Wang Ying. "It is settled then," Wang Ying smirked. An elder from the recruitment hall surveyed the remaining 40 individuals yet to be assessed and frowned. "In this generation, is there not a single continental cultivator with 1,000,000 merit?" Though the continent boasted many cultivators, their capabilities were ultimately inferior to those from beyond the heavens. Another elder shook his head. "Brothers, it is our turn," Xiang Chen called out, and his followers promptly lined up behind him. "Child, prepare yourself for the experience ahead." Wang Ying chuckled, swiftly joining the queue for merit assessment. Min Yin and the others scoffed in disdain, with only around 30 individuals left unassessed. How could 10 of them possess 1,000,000 merit? Come and see. The continental cultivators are wagering with us, claiming they can present 10 individuals of 1,000,000 merit. And if they lose, they must consume excrement, shouted someone beside Min Yin, drawing more attention, eager to witness Wang Ying's humiliation. A bet involving excrement? How amusing. 10 individuals with 1,000,000 merit? How could that be possible with so few remaining? With this proclamation, he indeed captured the interest of many. Finally, it was Xiang Chen's turn for assessment. "Release all your achievements from your storage ring," commanded the disciple from the recruitment hall. His expression devoid of emotion as he prepared to record. Xiang Chen's storage ring shimmered, and in an instant, a vast radiance enveloped the adjacent ground. With a thunderous roar, a stench of blood permeated the air as countless crocodilian heads, corpses, and true elixirs piled high, forming a mountain. Though encased in ice, the overwhelming scent of blood lingered fiercely. The heap of corpses rose to a staggering height of several dozen meters, comprising countless carcasses of the crocodile men. This scene startled those nearby, as they gasped in disbelief. "My heavens, how many crocodile men has this individual slain? Who is this person?" The magnitude of their accomplishments is truly terrifying. Countless onlookers were left in a state of shock, including the attendant disciples who were momentarily taken aback. Subsequently, he unleashed his spiritual sense to survey the scene, tallying the achievements with remarkable speed. Within mere moments, he fixed his astonished gaze upon Xiang Chen. The attendant disciple asked in disbelief, "Master, what is the name of this junior?" "The continental cultivator, Tang Yu." He cast a deep glance at Xiang Chen before continuing. "The continental assessment disciple, Tang Yu, has amassed an astounding 3,800,000 merit points. He has slain 200 of the Crocodile King and 1,800 of the Lingxiao crocodile. He has earned the qualification of a core disciple." At this declaration, an eerie silence enveloped the crowd, their expressions frozen in shock as they turned their gaze towards Xiang Chen. 3,800,000? How is this even possible? 200 slain crocodile kings. 1,800 Lingxiao. All eyes were riveted upon Xiang Chen, their astonishment palpable. Deng Tianling, Du Jiao, Nie Yunquang, and others regarded Xiang Chen with incredulity. This individual, Yue Ying, was equally astonished. "The young man who wagered against me has achieved the first 1,000,000 merit points. Remember this well." Wang Ying, positioned further back, exclaimed loudly. Xiang Chen collected the remains, calmly stepping aside. Next, Xiang Chen. Boom. Another mountain of corpses was revealed. The continental assessment disciple, Xiang Chen, claimed 2,300,000 merit points. He has secured core disciple qualification. This revelation struck the hearts of the crowd once more with a heavy blow. Yet, the surprises did not cease there. Continental assessment disciple, Zhuge Yuan, 2,210,000 merit points. Secured core qualification. Continental assessment disciple, Li Huan, 1,600,000 merit points. Secured core qualification. Continental Assessment Disciple, Gung Zhong, 1,112,000 merit points. Secured core qualification. This cascade of high-profile merit announcements resounded like a series of heavy hammers, striking at the hearts of everyone present. How can this be? The 8th, the 9th. The consecutive million merit points were utterly breathtaking. Not only were the assessment disciples present dumbfounded, but the other attendant disciples and senior members were also drawn in. Their astonished gazes fixed on the remaining 20 or so individuals. Impossible. This cannot be true. The 9th one. Could it be that there are indeed 10 with million merit points? The disciples of the Royal Fist Sect and Yue Ying, who had wagered on these 10 individuals, were drenched in cold sweat, and the 10th individual was none other than Yue Ying himself. He turned to the disciples of the Royal Fist Sect with a cold smirk, saying, "To those who underestimate us continental cultivators, behold, I am the 10th, and I assure you, I am not the last." From his storage ring, a mountain of corpses was released. Yue Ying, 2,100,000 merit points. Secured core disciple qualification. The attendant disciple was nearly numb with astonishment. 10. There are truly 10. The faces of the 10 individuals who had wagered against the Royal Fist Sect paled instantaneously. Next, Zhang Dan, 1,500,000 merit points. Also secured core disciple qualification. Another came forth, a brother from the Yanhuang Hall, also boasting million merit points. The last individual, Tuya, boasts an astonishing 1 million merits, while the 27 members of Yanhuang each possess 100,000 merits. To have 27 individuals with such accolades, how is that even conceivable? They are all cultivators from the mainland. Moreover, Tang Yu, with an unprecedented 3,800,000 merits, has shattered nearly a century's worth of assessment records. Not to mention the elders of the Overlord sect, who were left utterly speechless, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. At this juncture, the merits of all individuals have been thoroughly compiled. Yue Ying, with a cold smirk, approached Min Yin and the other 9, 10 icy lumps hovering above his hand. "Ladies and gentlemen, would you prefer a chilled treat or a warm meal? If warmth is your desire, I can certainly assist with that." As Yue Ying advanced, the 10 retreated in haste. "What do you intend to do, boy?" Min Yin barked through gritted teeth. "What is there to do? In this world, one must uphold their word. You have wagered against me, and should you lose, you shall partake in this. Come now, let's see it through." Yue Ying's mocking tone echoed, reveling in his advantage. "You dare?" Min Yin unleashed his true essence, glaring furiously, with the 9 others beside him also channeling their powers. "Ah, are you attempting to back out now? Fellow cultivators of the mainland, have you heard? This group looks down upon us, disdainful of our prowess. If they refuse to honor their wager, what shall we do?" Yue Ying bellowed, addressing the surrounding mainland cultivators. "How infuriating! A bunch of self-righteous fools, too proud to acknowledge their defeat. They must eat this, or I swear I will make them regret it," shouted a fiery-tempered disciple from the mainland, who had endured their arrogance for far too long. "Indeed, consume it." In an instant, no fewer than 5,000 or 6,000 mainland cultivators surged forward, encircling the group. "Do you dare? We are disciples of the Royal Fist Sect, with connections throughout the Heavenly Sect. Who dares to bully the disciples of the Royal Fist Sect must first reckon with me." Deng Tianling. Deng Tianling, a core disciple, commanded authority as he led his group. "Royal Fist Sect disciples, impressive, are they?" came the derisive laughter from the crowd. Suddenly, a figure, as swift as lightning, lunged forward, delivering a devastating punch imbued with the strength of a dragon and elephant. Deng Tianling's expression changed drastically as he realized a fist was hurtling toward him, and there was no evasion possible. Crack! His nasal bone shattered, his face blooming with blood. With a resounding thud, Deng Tianling was struck, sent sprawling and spewing blood. The figure of Xiang Chen then closed in, seizing his hair and forcefully slamming him down. Thud! Deng Tianling's head struck the diamond-hard ground with tremendous force. Thud! Xiang Chen then placed his foot upon Deng Tianling's head, lifting and then stomping down mercilessly. Deng Tianling's eyes rolled back, and he fell unconscious. "Master brother, you dare!" The members of the Royal Fist Sect glared furiously, realizing that the one who had struck was the most accomplished among them. "Enough with the idle chatter. Did you not see I have already taken action? Stop with the empty threats. I have demonstrated my courage through action," Xiang Chen declared, his gaze sharp as a blade directed at the members of the Royal Fist Sect. Goodness, this brother is truly formidable. The mainland cultivators gazed at Xiang Chen with admiration. Xiang Chen, with a swift kick, sent the unconscious Deng Tianling flying. He gazed coldly at Min Yin and the others, stating indifferently, in this world, one must acknowledge their mistakes and stand tall when faced with punishment. Your words are as empty as the wind. Since you have boldly wagered against my brothers, are you daring enough to deny your debts? Bring forth these 10 individuals and detain them. We shall see what your wager entails. Instantly, over 20 fierce brothers from Yan Huang surged forward, apprehending Min Yin and his companions. Wang Ying, with an icy treat in hand, approached Min Yin with a sinister grin. On such a sweltering summer day, how could one resist a refreshing scoop of ice cream? Brother, enjoy it thoroughly. No, please. Min Yin pleaded in terror as Wang Ying pried his mouth open and forcefully shoved the icy treat inside. With a wicked twist, Wang Ying ignited the core of the ice cream, causing it to melt and release its flavor, transforming the once firm texture into a gooey delight. With a powerful punch to Min Yin's jaw, he swallowed it all in one go, his throat convulsing. The two brothers holding him immediately retched and stepped away. Ugh! You little brat, I am going to. Min Yin vomited uncontrollably, his hands bracing against the ground as a foul odor filled the air. Meanwhile, Wang Ying continued his merciless advance towards the others. No, please. No. Ugh! The ensuing chaos was brutal, leaving many spectators gagging in horror. This group was undeniably ruthless. They were not to be trifled with. The sight sent chills down the spines of many cultivators present. Is that you, Tang Yu, with 380,000 merits? At that moment, a large group of individuals clad in white robes of the sect's elders approached. Among them was a burly man, towering over 2 meters, who inquired with a smile. It is Elder Xiaohe. The crowd recognized him immediately, bowing respectfully as he approached. Elder Xiaohe, the esteemed senior elder of the Batian sect, was a figure of immense power and a general of great renown. Indeed, I am, Xiang Chen replied, quickly cupping his fists in greeting. Elder Xiaohe smiled. You are Tang Yu, correct? I am Xiaohe, the senior elder of the Batian sect. You have great potential. I happen to be looking for a disciple. Upon hearing this, the surrounding crowd cast envious and jealous glances at Xiang Chen. The prospect of Elder Xiaohe wanting to take him on as a disciple was an extraordinary honor. Chapter 11-12. Accusations and defenses. Xiang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The elder's intentions were unmistakable. He wished to accept him as a pupil. Elder Xiaohe emanated a concealed yet formidable aura, exuding an overwhelming presence. Clearly a top-tier cultivator of his time. Just as Xiang Chen prepared to respond, a voice rose above the murmurs. We refuse to accept this. We of the Badiao Mansion do not agree. Wang Qing, the palace master, and esteemed elders, we report that this individual is a traitor to our human race. We do not accept this either. Those from the Tianfu Palace declare that Tang Yu and the others are traitors to our kind. Our Hengshan Sword Sect also denounces Tang Yu and his companions. They are traitors to humanity. A throng of several hundred individuals surged forward, kneeling before the palace master Wang Qing, their expressions filled with indignation as they pointed accusingly at Xiang Chen and his companions. Tang Yu and the others are traitors to the human race. Upon the utterance of these words, the atmosphere was immediately charged with astonishment. As countless gazes fixated on the kneeling disciples from the 3 factions, Elder Xiao furrowed his brow, while Wang Qing, surveying those who had knelt, spoke gravely. Qianjun, Zhao Tong, what is the meaning of your accusations? What evidence do you have to claim that Tang Yu and his companions are traitors of our human race? The disciple from the Blade of Dominance, named Qianjun, lamented, Lord, this man, Tang Yu, led his group to slay hundreds of our Blade of Dominance disciples, severely diminishing our strength as a race. Their achievements were obtained by plundering the storage rings of our fallen brothers. We of the Blade of Dominance refuse to accept this. Our senior brother, Qianzhan, was also slain by him. The declaration that Tang Yu had killed hundreds from the Blade of Dominance sent shockwaves through the assembly. Yan Huang's brother, Geng Zhong, appeared troubled, guilt gnawing at him. He had once been responsible for hunting down members of the Blade of Dominance. Yet some had managed to escape, now turning against him. How dare he kill so many from the Blade of Dominance? Many elder disciples from the Dominant Heaven sect, particularly those hailing from the Blade of Dominance, regarded Xiang Chen and his companions with icy disdain. I, from the Hengshan Sword Sect, Report that Tang Yu and his companions led us into the encirclement of the crocodile clan, resulting in our being besieged. Our senior brother, Zhao Tianxian, perished as a consequence. Tang Yu and his companions are traitors to our race. I, from the Celestial Seal Hall, corroborate that what the Hengshan Sword Sect states is true. It was Tang Yu and his companions who misled us into the ambush, causing us grievous losses, leading to the fall of Brother Liu Kai. The members of the Celestial Seal Hall began to voice their grievances as well. In that instant, the collective ire of the three factions was directed squarely at Xiang Chen and his companions. Elder Zhao's countenance darkened, for he too hailed from the Blade of Dominance. And many elders behind him wore expressions of discontent. How dare you speak such nonsense? If we were traitors, how could we have slain so many crocodilians? Wang Ying rebuked fiercely. You seized your merits from the corpses of our fallen brothers. Qian Jun retorted with indignation. Truly shameless. How could your three factions possess the strength to claim such merits if you were so easily overwhelmed and slaughtered by the crocodilians? Zhang Dan interjected coldly. Wang Qing's brow furrowed deeper as he inquired. Tang Yu, is there any truth to their claims? Lord, we have the recording mirror as evidence. Qian Jun from the Blade of Dominance produced a prepared recording mirror. He stepped forward, and Wang Qing took it, revealing an image where Xiang Chen and his group were fleeing ahead, pursued by a multitude from the three factions, only for them to suddenly vanish as a horde of crocodilians surrounded and attacked the three factions. The content of this mirror was an authentic recording, irrefutable. Wang Qing's expression darkened as he handed it to Elder Zhao. Upon viewing it, Elder Zhao's gaze grew frigid. Tang Yu, what do you have to say in light of this evidence? To dare betray our race and deceive our kindred, arrest them all, and take them to the Hall of Justice. Wang Qing's furious command was followed by the immediate encirclement of over 1,000 disciples. Hold on, Xiang Chen called out loudly. I have something to say. Tang Yu and the others cannot possibly be traitors. At that moment, a woman accompanied by a throng pushed her way forward, clasping her fists as she spoke. Yue Ying. It is the Gun Intent Sect. It is Yue Ying. Many recognize this group. We from the Gun Intent Sect bear witness that Tang Yu and his companions cannot be traitors. Gun Intent Sect had nearly 1,000 voices raised in defense. Wang Qing gazed at Yue Ying, narrowing his eyes, and inquired, Yue Ying, how do you prove this? Yue Ying, the daughter of the Gun Intent Sect leader and a formidable figure of the continent, responded. Our Gun Intent Sect has had dealings with Tang Yu and is well acquainted with his character. He is undoubtedly loyal to our human race. Furthermore, Tang Yu has slain the 17th prince of the crocodile clan, Tuoba Deep Abyss, who harbors an intense grudge against him. How could he possibly be a traitor? What? The 17th prince of the crocodile clan, Tuoba Deep Abyss, was killed by Tang Yu? How could that be? Does he possess such strength? Tuoba Deep Abyss commanded nearly an entire battalion. We have encountered him and barely escaped with our lives. Yue Ying's words caused quite a stir. Wang Qing and the elders present displayed expressions of astonishment. The 17th prince of the crocodile clan was indeed slain by Tang Yu? We can all testify to this, exclaimed Yu Pingyun and others. Xiang Chen, slightly taken aback, cast a grateful glance toward Yue Ying and the others, affirming, Indeed, I killed Tuoba Deep Abyss. I cannot be a member of the crocodile clan, nor can I be a traitor to the human race. He directed his gaze toward the visibly distressed Qian Jun and others, stating, I have indeed slain some members of the Blade Dominant Sect, but we had no choice. They killed my people and seized our merits. We had to resist. Ultimately, the three factions united to hunt us down, forcing us to flee. Who would have known we inadvertently stumbled into the encirclement of the crocodile clan? Fortunately, my disciples possess exceptional escape skills. How can you people be so shameless? Do you think that just because we are practitioners from the continent, we must stand idly by and allow you to bully and slay us? We were chased into the crocodile clan's encirclement by you. I say you are the traitors to the human race. If not for that, how could you have survived? Xiang Chen passionately pointed at Qian Jun and the others, exclaiming, Should we practitioners from the continent be condemned to death? Do not forget, the roots of the outer heaven come from the continent. His words immediately resonated with countless practitioners from the continent, prompting 7,000 or 8,000 to rise in protest, declaring, Tang Yu acted in self-defense. He is innocent. Indeed, the practitioners from outer heaven are overbearing, falsely accusing Tang Yu. I too have had my merits seized by them. I support self-defense. Tang Yu is innocent, innocent. Thousands of practitioners from the continent voiced their support in unison, creating an overwhelming momentum. Qianjun and others wore expressions of disgust, as though they had just consumed something foul. They were certain that Xiang Chen and the others had intentionally lured them into the encirclement. Wang Qing, observing the chaos among the new disciples, felt a headache coming on. The internal strife between the continent and outer heaven had long been a dilemma for the Batian sect, resulting in numerous disciples being killed in conflict each year. During the first year of a new disciple's admission, they remained under the management of the enrollment hall, which added to Wang Qing's troubles. He cast a peculiar glance at Tang Yu, realizing that the crocodile clan had been seeking the perpetrator behind Tuoba Deep Abyss's death, and unexpectedly, it turned out to be this young man. The pressure from Tuoba Qiantu regarding this matter was significant. If Tang Yu was indeed the killer, he could not be allowed to become a core disciple, lest the sect provide him with undue attention. Wang Qing's eyes darted as he exclaimed, "Tang Yu, do you acknowledge your crimes?" Xiang Chen, standing tall, replied confidently, "In response to the Lord of the Hall, what crimes do I bear? Is it a sin to have not stood idly by while the people from the Blade Dominant's house sought to slay us?" Wang Qing retorted indifferently, "When others seek to kill you, you certainly have the right to resist and flee. However, you have slain hundreds of disciples from the Blade Dominant's house, which is indeed a grave offense. With your strength, why did you not spare them and wait for the assessment to conclude for the sect to uphold justice?" Xiang Chen scoffed, "Spare them? Would they have shown me mercy? My brother Li Huan was dismembered by these savages, cruel beyond measure. If I had held back, I would have become just another corpse." "Nonsense. Li Huan is perfectly fine." Wang Qing snapped coldly. Xiang Chen replied, "That is because my medical skills are exceptional. Even when dismembered, I was able to revive him in a short span of time. Had I lacked such skills, would my brother not already be dead?" Wang Qing laughed mockingly. "Do you take me for a fool? A person who has been dismembered can still live? Indeed, I was dismembered by the Blade Dominant's house, but was subsequently revived. Tang Yu acted in self-defense. What crime is there in that?" Li Huan stepped forward, speaking coldly. "We can attest to this." Wang Ying and others also came forth. "What a joke," Wang Qing sneered. "I have yet to hear of any medical skill that can bring back someone who has been dismembered. If he truly possesses such abilities, would you dare to sever your own body and let him attempt to save you? You." Li Huan's eyes blazed with fury at Wang Qing's words. Xiang Chen and the brothers from the Yan Huang Hall also turned icy, filled with indignation, realizing Wang Qing was clearly targeting them. "Very well, I shall sever myself," Li Huan roared, determined to prove Xiang Chen's innocence. "There's no need." Xiang Chen restrained Li Huan's shoulder, fixing his gaze on Wang Qing. "If the Lord of the Hall wishes to witness my medical prowess, I shall gladly demonstrate." In a sudden movement, Xiang Chen lunged towards Qianjun. Before Qianjun could react, a flurry of blades descended upon him. With a swift stroke, his head was severed, blood gushing forth. Meanwhile, 3 spiritual needles shot from Xiang Chen's hand, piercing into Qianjun's head, sealing his soul. "Ah! Save me! Save me!" Qianjun's head rolled to the ground, issuing a harrowing scream. His headless body collapsed, blood spurting from the neck, a sight that horrified all present. "Boldly, you dare to kill a fellow disciple in public." Wang Qing seethed, a formidable aura emanating from him as onlookers stared in shock at Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, coldly lifting Qianjun's still screaming head, stated, "Did the Lord of the Hall not doubt my medical skills? I can only demonstrate for you. Who among you can reattach this head?" Xiang Chen surveyed the surroundings, holding the head of Qianjun as it wailed in terror. "Save me! Save me! I do not wish to die." Qianjun's head cried out in a chilling manner, instilling fear in all. Wang Qing thundered, "No one can save him. Tang Yu, if you cannot revive him, I shall immediately execute you for the crime of killing a fellow disciple." Xiang Chen laughed coldly. "Then let the Lord of the Hall open his eyes wide and witness the truth." Xiang Chen held Qianjun's severed head and placed it back onto his neck, channeling his celestial essence into it, weaving intricate threads that linked and restored it. Countless disciples gazed in astonishment at this spectacle. Could a severed head truly be revived? How could this be possible? Yet, to everyone's disbelief, Qianjun's head reattached and healed itself, miraculously growing back. Xiang Chen kicked him to the ground, and to their utter amazement, Qianjun staggered, feeling his head, and managed to rise again. My heavens, how could this be? Is there truly such mastery of healing in this world? This scene left all present utterly astounded. Wang Qing and others looked on, dumbfounded. Xiang Chen remarked indifferently. Do you believe me now, Hall Master? Wang Qing's expression soured. Even if you possess the ability to reattach heads, I still cannot believe you can revive someone who has been utterly dismembered. The incident with Li Huan does not suffice as proof of his death. Xiang Chen sneered. If you remain unconvinced, then I shall have to dismember him anew for demonstration. Upon hearing this, the still-standing Qianjun fell to his knees in terror, exclaiming, Hall Master, we were mistaken. We, from the Blade Sect, indeed killed someone. We truly murdered Li Huan and dismembered him. He wished to avoid further dismemberment. The sensation of having his head severed was already a shadow he would bear for life, and the thought of being torn apart was simply horrifying. Xiang Chen coldly retorted, Hall Master, I acted in self-defense, avenging my brother, and this is justifiable. Is there a crime in this? Hall Master, this man is indeed reckless and disrespectful. A notorious killer who will surely become a future menace. I suggest expelling him from the sect. At that moment, a young man clad in a dark blue robe approached. His voice cold. On his chest was the emblem of a three-leaf lotus. A core disciple. It was Brother Meng. Meng Ziki, a core genius of the Blade Sect, had fully attained the celestial blade realm, one of the 10 core disciples, and the brother of Meng Zikuan. Many senior disciples regarded him with reverence. Hall Master Wang recognized him as well. Meng Ziki, a core disciple of the sect, had reached the 7th level of the carefree realm, with his blade intent fully realized in the celestial realm. His brother, Meng Zikuan, was even more extraordinary. One of the 10 core disciples destined to become a commander of a legion in the future. Who are you, brat? What does it matter to you? Wang Ying sneered coldly. Meng Ziki's gaze turned icy, and in an instant he transformed into a blur, his speed astonishing, delivering a powerful kick to Wang Ying's chest. Wang Ying spat blood and was sent flying by the surprise attack. Wang Ying, little chick. The members of the Yanhuang faction erupted in fury. Meng Ziki prepared to deliver another kick, but was intercepted by Xiang Chen, who struck his foot with a punch, forcing him back. Meng Ziki was slightly taken aback. This youth could match his speed. Landing, Meng Ziki looked at the still-flying Wang Ying and coldly remarked, Is it fitting for an elder brother to be insulted by someone so ignorant of the rules? Wang Ying's face twisted in pain as Zhang Dan helped him up. Meng Ziki's kick had been incredibly forceful. Zhang Dan was seething with murderous intent. Had it not been for Xiang Chen's intervention, she would have sought to kill. We also propose expelling this child from the sect. A few senior disciples, also core disciples, stepped forward. Chapter 11:14. Dog, you are Tuyin Lu Jin and Zhao Wei. 2 core disciples emerging from the Hall of Heavenly Talismans and the Hengshan Sword sect stirred a commotion among the crowd. Their presence seemed to target Xiang Chen specifically. The disciples from both sects sneered derisively, clearly indicating that these 2 core disciples were summoned by them. Xiang Chen's countenance darkened. He regretted not annihilating these sects when he had the chance. Yet, many matters do not unfold as one anticipates, and it is impossible for him to eradicate all adversaries. Wang Qing's bloodthirst was evidently severe. He must be dealt with accordingly. Meanwhile, Xiao He, who had previously intended to take Xiang Chen as a disciple, now exhibited a cold demeanor, having evidently forsaken him. With Elder Xiao He's declaration, the disciples of the 3 sects felt a sense of certainty. It appeared that Tang Yu would soon be unable to remain. Wang Qing coldly remarked, Tang Yu, given the severe repercussions of your actions, the Hall Master has decided. What is happening? Why this uproar? At that moment, a figure, flanked by a throng of admirers, strolled into view. Senior brother, exclaimed the disciples in awe as they parted to create a path for him. Among the crowd was a remarkably handsome young man, adorned in brocade, with striking sword-like brows and starry eyes, a long sword at his waist, and a purple jade pendant adorned with tassels. The surrounding disciples gazed at him with utmost reverence and awe. How handsome our senior brother is. I can't believe we get to see him today, exclaimed several female disciples, their eyes sparkling with admiration. Upon seeing him, Xiang Chen immediately recognized the figure, Shangwan Jinghong. Shangwan Jinghong, the foremost disciple of the Batian sect, a protege of the sect leader, and a likely heir to the sect's leadership. Within Xiang Chen, Yue released a surge of intense resentment. Yue had once been a disciple of the Batian sect, and Shangwan Jinghong was the one who had taken her life. It is Jinghong, Wang Qing. The Hall Master smiled warmly upon seeing Shangwan Jinghong. Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, calculating. This individual has now become a powerful figure at the ancient realm. Perhaps he could be of use to me. Shangguan Jinghong was undoubtedly the pride of the Batian sect, achieving the ancient realm before the age of 50. It was rumored that he was a reincarnation of a past celestial being of the sect, possessing fragments of their wisdom. What is this wisdom? It is the memory of a previous life, retained in part in this one. He was also nearly the designated successor of the sect leader, his status rivaling that of a senior elder, supported by a formidable family that commanded respect even from ordinary senior elders. Wang Hao Master, what is happening? Why is it so noisy here? Shangguan Jinghong inquired. It is like this. Oh, senior brother Shangguan, I finally found you. Wang Qing was about to explain. But just then, Xiang Chen suddenly exclaimed, rushing forward to grasp Shangguan Jinghong's hand with great delight. Shangguan Jinghong furrowed his brow, looking at Xiang Chen, who was unfamiliar to him. Impudent. Who are you? Release the hand of the senior brother at once. A core disciple behind Shangguan Jinghong exclaimed, Shangguan brother, it is I, Tang Yu, the esteemed minister under Prince Qing. Behold, this is the ministerial decree. His Highness sent me to seek refuge with you. After enduring myriad hardships, I have finally found you. Xiang Chen appeared as if he had discovered a long-lost relative, leaving everyone in stunned silence, including his own brothers who were equally bewildered. Shangguan brother, I cannot express the trials I faced to come to you. Seeing you now fills me with overwhelming emotion, Xiang Chen said, his joy akin to that of a loyal subject finally reuniting with a wise sovereign. It was no wonder that the brothers of Yanhuang Hall exhibited such remarkable acting skills. Their leader was a master performer. Shangguan Jinghong, momentarily taken aback, gazed at the ministerial decree in Xiang Chen's hand and suddenly recalled a letter his close friend, Prince Qing, had written to him previously. You are Tang Yu, the one recommended by Brother Beixian, the healer reputed for his miraculous abilities? Shangguan Jinghong inquired in astonishment. Indeed, that is I. At long last, I stand before you, Shangguan brother, Xiang Chen replied with palpable excitement. A warm smile finally graced Shangguan Jinghong's face as he remarked, I have heard of you. Brother Beixian spoke highly of your extraordinary medical skills, claiming there is no ailment you cannot cure, even bringing the dead back to life. Xiang Chen scratched his head and replied modestly, Your Highness, the prince is overly flattering. He has sent me to assist you in earnest. Haha, splendid. I appreciate your efforts. How did the assessment fare? Shangguan Jinghong inquired with genuine concern. He aspired to become the sect leader, and possessing various talented individuals, particularly those with formidable medical expertise, was essential to his ambitions. Wang Qing and Meng Ziki exchanged glances, their expressions darkening. This fellow has ties with Shangguan Jinghong. Mediocre, I suppose. Over 3 million merits were earned, enough to secure a core disciple's position without bringing shame to Shangguan brother, Xiang Chen chuckled, displaying a sycophantic demeanor that seemed to revel in Shangguan Jinghong's service. Unbeknownst to him, Shangguan Jinghong was already falling prey to the machinations of ergo. Over 3 million merits. Shangguan Jinghong was slightly taken aback, but soon laughed. Indeed, you are a remarkable talent. Moreover, I bring over 20 brothers, each with merits exceeding 1 million, qualifying them as core disciples. Xiang Chen pointed to those behind him. Shangguan Jinghong's eyes sparkled at this revelation. More than 20 core disciples. His gaze toward Xiang Chen grew increasingly benevolent, for this man was practically delivering talent to him. Among those contending for the position of future sect leader, there were 2 rivals, while a total of 180 core disciples were destined to ascend to managerial roles within the sect. How could he not be pleased with such a significant influx of capable individuals? My good brother, you have worked hard. Soon, I shall have Lord Wang arrange suitable accommodations for you at Lingshan, Shangguan Jinghong said, clapping Xiang Chen on the shoulder, already addressing him as a brother. Xiang Chen, displaying a bashful demeanor, replied, Shangguan brother, we may have brought some trouble your way. Shangguan Jinghong furrowed his brow. Oh, what trouble? With a face of righteous indignation, Xiang Chen pointed towards Meng Ziki and the disciples from the Badao mansion, as well as those from the Hengshan sword sect, declaring, It is them, Shangguan brother. These individuals ambushed me and my brothers during the assessment. I have already stated that we have come to seek refuge with brother Shangguan, imploring them to show some leniency. However, these individuals treat brother Shangguan with utter disdain, particularly those from the Blade Dominance Manor, who have already slain one of my brethren, also a follower of yours. Fortunately, my medical skills saved him, yet they relentlessly pursue us with a vengeance. In our struggle for survival, I inadvertently claimed the lives of several hundred of them. And now they exploit this incident, seeking to expel us from the sect. Brother Shangwan, this is not merely an affront to us. It is a direct insult to you. A blatant act of defiance that is utterly infuriating. What do you think? Is it not maddening? Ergo, where is your integrity? Ergo replied, what is integrity? Can it be eaten? Is it fried or steamed? Chapter 11:15. The path to deification. Did I inadvertently kill several hundred? The individuals from the blade dominance manor felt both humiliated and enraged. Brother Shangwan, Meng Ziki was about to speak when Brother Shangwan's icy gaze turned towards him. You people from the blade dominance manor are truly audacious. You dare to kill my followers, believing that I, Shangwan Jinghong, possess no temper. Or has your Meng Zikuan grown impatient so soon? Shangwan Jinghong spoke coldly, aware that within their ranks, factions were abundant. He had two rivals, one of whom was Meng Zikuan, backed by the blade dominance manor. Meng Ziki's countenance darkened, his eyes fixed coldly upon Xiang Chen. Realizing that this young man was connected to Shangwan Jinghong, a disciple of the sect leader with numerous supporters. Brother Chun is remarkable. The brothers of Yen Huang could only silently commend him. When it comes to adaptability, Ergo has indeed reached a divine level. At that moment, Wang Ying interjected, Brother Shangwan, when we invoked your name to command them to cease, these ruffians retorted that the blade dominance manor's connections within Tianzong were unparalleled, dismissing your significance. Moreover, they took the lives of those who follow you, which deeply angered our brother Chunyu, prompting us to retaliate and slay several hundred of them. We may endure insults, but your honor must never be tarnished. Little Chicken is well versed in such incitements. He was once a rogue himself, and if not for encountering Xiang Chen, he would still be a tyrant. A true disciple. Xiang Chen silently gave Little Chicken a thumbs up. Is Meng Zikuan openly vying for the position of the sect's holy son against the senior brother? It is quite possible. Meng Zikuan's cultivation is now on par with the senior brother, and he has the support of the blade dominance manor, which boasts significant connections. The surrounding senior disciples were also engaged in hushed discussions. You speak falsely. We did not say such things, nor did you invoke Brother Shangwan's name. The blade dominance manor's Qianjun exclaimed in indignation. We all heard it, did you not? Zhang Dan and others stepped forward. Wang Qing, witnessing this turn of events, felt an even greater burden. Was this embroiling the core conflict between the two major factions over the Holy Sun? This cannot stand. Tang Yu must be dealt with, or it would not bode well for us. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Wang Qing's eyes. Shangwan Jinghong spoke coldly. You have already committed these acts, and yet you dare not acknowledge them? Inform Meng Zikuan that whatever game he wishes to play, I shall play along. These individuals are my brethren. Anyone who dares to harm them is, in fact, targeting me. Brother Shangwan is truly formidable. Xiang Chen gazed at him with admiration. Ahem. Allow me to say a few words. At this moment, Wang Qing coughed a few times and remarked, Indeed, Tang Yu has taken the lives of far too many from the Ba Dao manor. There is no denying his culpability. Shangwan Jinghong furrowed his brow, perplexed as to why this typically diplomatic elder, who had maintained neutrality, would now oppose him. Calmly, Shangwan Jinghong replied, Elder Wang, at that time, they were not yet considered disciples of our Batian sect. This matter should not be handled according to sect rules. Furthermore, Tang Yu acted in self-defense, which explains the numerous casualties. If a confrontation were to arise, Meng Ziki, disregarding any decorum, sneered, Senior brother, your statement is flawed. The individuals from Ba Dao Manor were indeed akin to disciples of the sect, and given Tang Yu's capability to slay hundreds. How could this be seen as mere self-defense rather than a deliberate massacre? Silence. I am conversing with the elder. Do you believe you have the right to interject? Shangwan Jinghong admonished coldly, unleashing an ancient pressure that compelled Meng Ziki to stagger back a few steps. Meng Ziki's countenance darkened, turning somewhat pale as he clenched his fists. Currently, Xiang Chen and his companions had publicly declared their allegiance to Shangwan Jinghong, who, regardless of the circumstances, was determined to protect them. Otherwise, it would dishearten his other followers. Moreover, Xiang Chen and his group possessed significant value as over 20 core disciples. A subtle smile tugged at the corner of Xiang Chen's mouth as he coldly mused, You treacherous scoundrel, I shall use you for my benefit first. As for the grudge against you Mei and your audacious intentions towards my woman, just wait and see how I bring your downfall. Wang Qing, the hall master, interjected. Meng Ziki raises a valid point. Indeed, the people from Ba Dao Manor were somewhat akin to disciples of the sect. Although Tang Yu's actions were excessive, his need for self-preservation cannot be entirely condemned. Therefore, I propose that expelling him from the sect is excessive. Let us strip him of his core disciple status and demote him to an inner disciple. Upon hearing this, countless individuals gazed at Xiang Chen with sympathy. For the disparity between the core and inner disciple statuses was monumental. Core disciples could eventually ascend to positions of elders or high-ranking officials, while the prospects for inner disciples were considerably diminished. Shangguan Jinghong felt discontent brewing within him, yet he refrained from escalating tensions with Wang Qing, choosing to remain silent. Xiang Chen maintained his usual demeanor, though a cold fury simmered within him. What had he done to offend this old man? With Shangguan Jinghong present, could he not extend a gesture of goodwill? You are merely an inner disciple. You shall have ample opportunities to bring about my demise in the future. Meng Ziki taunted Xiang Chen, his voice low and mocking, for the chasm between core and inner disciples was indeed vast. In the heavenly sect, the number of core disciples would not exceed 180, while the inner disciples numbered over 100,000. Inner disciples were required to bow to core disciples. And should a core disciple strike an inner disciple, the latter could not retaliate. This exemplified the disparities in status and access to resources. Xiang Chen replied coldly, "No need to wait for the future. If you possess the courage, in my life today. If you fail, I shall be the one to bring your end." At this, Meng Ziki fumed with rage, for had it not been for Shangguan Jinghong's presence, he would have certainly taught Xiang Chen a lesson. Enough. Let today's matters conclude here. You have all just joined the sect. Bring forth the formal identity tokens. Core disciples shall receive the purple spirit jade tokens, while inner disciples shall be granted golden jade tokens. Your information will be submitted to the sect, and the sect master shall personally review it. Wang Qing declared, "Let the tokens be distributed." The prepared disciples approached, each bearing numerous jade tokens, distributing them one by one. Wang Ying and the others received the coveted purple jade core tokens, while Xiang Chen was bestowed only a golden jade token. Do not be disheartened, Brother Chen. Anger is detrimental to one's health, consoled the brothers from Yanhuang. Rest assured, my core position is unassailable, Xiang Chen replied calmly. I will find a way to elevate you in due course, Shangguan Jinghong transmitted to Xiang Chen. Young man, what does it matter if you possess 300,000 merit points? Ultimately, you remain merely an inner disciple, remarked Qianjun and the disciples of the Blade Mastery Pavilion. Reveling in the spectacle, Meng Ziki smirked, crossing his arms in mockery. This dog has yet to find a worthy master. Xiang Chen cast a glance at him, his gaze as cold as that reserved for the deceased, before turning to Master Wang, stating indifferently, Master Wang, I recall a principle. Inner disciples are permitted to challenge core disciples. Should they succeed, they may claim the core position of the challenger. Wang Qing nodded, his brow furrowing. Indeed, strength is paramount within the sect, and such a rule exists. What do you intend? Pointing at Meng Ziki, Xiang Chen declared, Meng Ziki, inner disciple Tang Yu challenges you. Do you dare to fight? Chapter 11:16. The Great Battle of the Core. Do you dare to fight? The words hung in the air, momentarily stunning all present. Meng Ziki himself was taken aback. Then, with an incredulous sneer, he responded, Youngster, did I hear you correctly? You dare to challenge me? This Tang Yu, audaciously challenging senior brother Meng Ziki? Was this not a death wish? Meng Ziki had attained the 7th level of the celestial realm, completely mastering the heavenly blade intent, an opponent far beyond the reach of someone merely beginning to grasp a fragment of that power. The audacity of Tang Yu to challenge Meng Ziki was preposterous. The onlookers from the Blade Mastery Pavilion erupted in derision. Even the disciples of the continent gazed at Tang Yu in disbelief. Shangguan Jinghong was momentarily stunned. Was this not courting disaster? Tang Yu, you are far too impulsive, he urged. Xiang Chen replied, Brother Shangguan, this individual dares to belittle us and to disrespect you. Such insolence cannot be tolerated. Today, it is either him or me. Fear not. I can handle this. Shangguan Jinghong opened his mouth to speak, but Xiang Chen's resolve silenced him, leaving him with no choice but to acquiesce. Xiang Chen then turned his icy gaze back to Meng Ziki, asserting, You seek to harm your elder, wishing to undermine Brother Shangguan's strength. Today, I shall entertain you, so you may learn that Brother Shangguan is not to be insulted. This fellow was shifting all enmity from the Blade Mastery Pavilion onto Shangguan Jinghong. Yet, strangely, his words brought a sense of satisfaction to Shangwan Jinghong. Brother Tang, splendid work. Defeat Meng Ziki, and we shall support you against any retaliation, shouted a core disciple behind Shangwan Jinghong, filled with fervor. Indeed, our senior brother must not be disrespected. Brother Tang, well done. This audacious maneuver not only drew animosity towards Shangwan Jinghong, but also garnered the goodwill of him and his companions. Xiang Chen gazed at Meng Ziki. His voice icy. Your dominance at the Blade's sovereign house has become intolerable. Do you not wish to see me fall from grace, so you may extinguish my existence? Today, we shall see who meets their demise first. Do you possess the courage to engage me in battle, Meng Zixin? Meng Ziki's expression darkened as he replied, You fool. Since you seek death so fervently, I shall not hold back. However, there exists a rule. When an inner disciple challenges a core disciple, the latter may employ lethal force. Thus, should you challenge me, I hold the right to end your life on the battle stage. Xiang Chen smirked. Zixin, spare me your empty words. Let our prowess speak for itself on the battlefield. If you wish to court death, I shall oblige. To the death gorge. With a disdainful snort, Meng Ziki waved his sleeve and transformed into a streak of azure light, soaring into the sky. Xiang Chen followed suit, his resolve unwavering. Let us witness the spectacle, brothers. Onward. Ha! This new disciple is quite audacious, daring to challenge a core disciple upon his arrival. A throng of both new and seasoned disciples quickly followed suit. Alas, this batch of new disciples proves to be quite a handful, an elder from the recruitment hall sighed. Wang Qing's gaze gleamed with cold intensity. It would be advantageous for Xiang Chen to be slain, as it would benefit his own ambitions. Let us observe, lest a conflict arise between the factions of disciples. With a wave of his sleeve, Wang Qing ascended into the sky. This fool does not even understand the virtue of restraint. Should he perish, I shall be tasked with retrieving his remains, Yue Ying muttered, leading a group to follow. Quickly, come and witness. The new disciple Tang Yu challenges core disciple Meng Ziki on his very first day. Who is this new disciple? So audacious as to confront Meng Ziki on his inaugural day? Let us go and see. The news swiftly circulated within the sect, drawing many seasoned disciples summoned by friends through voice transmission stones to witness the unfolding drama. The Death Gorge. This was a vast chasm, deeply set underground, measuring 700 to 800 meters in depth, several kilometers in width, and stretching for a similar distance. Within the gorge, remnants of bones were visible, and some corpses had yet to fully decay, exuding an aura of resentment. This was the place where sect disciples settled deep-seated enmities and irreconcilable conflicts. As Meng Ziki landed in the gorge, he observed Xiang Chen approaching. Xiang Chen descended as well, his gaze icy from a distance of a few kilometers. His desire for vengeance against Shangwan Jinghong was genuine, and his intent to slay Meng Ziki was equally sincere. Come forth to meet your end. I shall grant you the first 3 strikes, Meng Ziki boasted, hands clasped behind his back, exuding arrogance. He was at the 7th stage of the free and unfettered realm, possessing formidable power. Even without comprehending the heavenly blade intent, he could vanquish those at the 9th stage. As for Xiang Chen, he was merely at the 2nd stage of the free and unfettered realm. What did he have to fear? Xiang Chen chuckled. I am most grateful, Zixin. Suddenly, a surge of lightning erupted from Xiang Chen's feet, and he transformed into a bolt of thunder, closing the distance of 2 to 3 kilometers in an instant. In a flash, a multitude of blade lights surged forth like streaks of lightning. Meng Ziki's expression shifted abruptly, and he swiftly morphed into a series of azure shadows to evade the impending attack. Boom, boom, boom. The ground upon which he stood was instantaneously sliced by hundreds of blades, erupting into a cacophony of shattered fragments. In that fleeting moment, a gleam of steel grazed the edge of his garment, rending his robe asunder. Such swiftness in the art of the blade. Meng Ziki felt a flicker of astonishment. The dragon elephant collapses the heavens. At that moment, Xiang Chen unleashed a punch that traversed 100 yards of empty space. The dragon elephant roared forth, a formidable force surging toward Meng Ziki. Thunderstorm Fist. Meng Ziki bellowed, his fist igniting with azure lightning, unleashing a tempest of energy. The Thunderstorm Fist is indeed a pinnacle of spiritual techniques, one he had mastered to perfection. Boom. The force of the Thunderstorm Fist collided violently with that of the dragon elephant, producing a thunderous roar as the two forces clashed, unleashing a storm that ravaged the surroundings. shaking the valley to its core. What a remarkable talent this Tang Yu possesses, able to hold his own against Meng Ziqi's thunderstorm fist. To dare challenge senior brother Meng Ziqi indeed speaks to his prowess. Surrounding the valley, a throng of spectators had gathered. Meng Ziqi cast a cold gaze upon Xiang Chen, his true essence surging forth, releasing a barrage of fist energy. You, indeed, possess some skill, but the disparity in cultivation and intent is your greatest flaw. Thunderstorm fist, intent. Kill. Meng Ziqi roared, a surge of thunderstorm fist intent erupting from within, amplifying his power as he relentlessly pressed against the dragon elephant's assault toward Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen smirked, a cold laughter escaping his lips. Spare me the theatrics. Let us see how quickly you can be humbled. The power of the celestial wolf. Fourfold true essence. Xiang Chen's heart roared as the power of the celestial wolf surged through his veins, transforming his arm into a wolf-like appendage. His true essence soaring to new heights. Dragon elephant fist intent. A ferocious aura, already half immersed in the transcendent essence of the dragon elephant, erupted forth as he unleashed a punch reminiscent of ancient titans. The encroaching thunderstorm fist intent was obliterated in an instant. The dragon elephant surged forth, colliding with Meng Ziqi. Boom. A stunned Meng Ziqi was sent flying by the force of the punch, blood erupting from his mouth as he crashed into the valley wall, creating a gaping chasm over 10 yards deep. Chapter 1117, The Brutal Ziqi. How is this possible? The disciples of the dominant blade pavilion gazed in shock at the unfolding scene. What a young man. He harbors 2 hidden layers of cultivation that I failed to detect. Elders observed in astonishment, realizing that Xiang Chen's cultivation was indeed at the pinnacle of the carefree 4th level. He had already stepped into the realm of the middle heaven. You brat, Meng Ziqi roared, nursing significant injuries from the blow. However, at that moment, Xiang Chen darted forward like lightning, delivering a vicious kick aimed at Meng Ziqi's chest. Crash! Meng Ziqi cried out in agony as his ribcage cracked, blood gushing from his mouth as he was forcefully driven into the stone wall. In that instant, Xiang Chen withdrew, crossing his arms, the Dragon K demon blade hovering beside him. Xiang Chen derided, "Thank you, senior brother Meng Ziqi, for allowing me 3 strikes. Having completed my 3 strikes, I grant you the opportunity to draw your blade." The arena fell silent, many spectators staring in astonishment at the scene. This was not an act of concession. It was clear that Xiang Chen's martial prowess utterly dominated Meng Ziqi. With a thunderous explosion, a figure enveloped in violent azure lightning was violently propelled from the rocky cliff, hair disheveled and chest stained with blood. "Tang Yu, I shall slay you." Meng Ziqi swallowed a healing elixir, forcibly stabilizing his injuries to ensure his true essence could function normally. A terrifying intent to kill erupted from him. The blade. With a swift motion, a 6-foot-long war blade materialized in his grasp, emanating a fierce aura. It was undeniably a 9th-grade spirit blade. "You have truly angered me. Your body shall be torn asunder." With the long blade in hand, Meng Ziqi transformed into a streak of light, charging forward. "Ah, you're angry? How frightful." Xiang Chen sneered, drawing his blade in an instant. Meng Ziqi unleashed a flurry of 100 blade strikes, his technique astonishingly swift. However, under the gaze of the moon-watching eye, each of his strikes was laid bare before Xiang Chen. The massive Long K demon blade swung like a shield, clashing with a series of resounding impacts as the azure blade lights struck against it, merely sending forth showers of sparks. "Meng Ziqi, your speed is lacking. Are you swatting at flies?" Xiang Chen mocked, defending while simultaneously undermining Meng Ziqi's composure. "Ah, I will butcher you, wind thunder quick slash." Meng Ziqi roared, swinging the long blade, his form spinning like a top, the blade lights merging into radiant rings as they sliced forth, the speed reminiscent of an electric motor. Xiang Chen decisively retreated. With a thunderous crash, the blade light struck the ground, creating a massive pit hundreds of meters wide. In the next instant, the swirling blade light shot towards Xiang Chen once more. At this moment, Xiang Chen's own blade remained calmly in hand, angled at his side. As he observed the approaching blade lights, now merely a few hundred meters away, Iato. In a flash, Xiang Chen drew his sword. This single strike was executed with such swiftness that it nearly transcended the realm of tranquility, the speed reaching 50 times the speed of sound. As the wind thunderblade light neared within 100 feet, it suddenly dissipated. Blood erupted as Meng Ziqi's arm, gripping the blade, was abruptly severed cleanly at the shoulder, a smooth break from which blood spurted forth. "Ah!" he screamed in terror, his eyes wide with fear. "How could you possess the heavenly Iaido of the Blade Sovereign Sect?" With a smirk, Xiang Chen sheathed his blade at his back. "I must thank your junior brother Qianzhan for bestowing this technique upon me." Xiang Chen surged forward, delivering a powerful punch that caused Meng Ziqi's remaining strength to wane, sending him reeling in a spray of blood. Following this, Xiang Chen crushed his foot onto Meng Ziqi's shoulder, shattering the bone and rendering his arms useless. Xiang Chen then seized his neck, hoisting Meng Ziqi aloft. At that moment, the crowd erupted in astonishment. Meng Ziqi had been defeated. "Brother Meng, how is this possible?" The disciples of the Blade Sovereign Sect gaped in disbelief at the unfolding spectacle. "Brother, you are magnificent." Wang Ying and others cheered, raising their arms in triumph. Shangwan Jinghong revealed a hint of a smile. "No wonder he was able to slay the 17th prince," Wang Chong mused, his brow furrowed. "How could this happen?" Meng Ziqi found himself grasped in Xiang Chen's hand, unwilling to submit, and subsequently spat out a mouthful of blood, succumbing to unconsciousness. Xiang Chen discarded him like a lifeless dog, casting a cold gaze towards Wang Qing, and indifferently remarked, "Master Wang Qing, according to the rules, having defeated a core disciple, am I not due for promotion to core status?" Wang Qing's face twitched slightly. This young man was effectively slapping his own face. Just moments ago, he had stripped Meng Ziqi of his core disciple qualification, and now, within a mere incense stick's time, Xiang Chen had usurped Meng Ziqi's core disciple identity. Wang Qing's expression remained composed as he nodded, stating, "Indeed, per the sect's regulations, you have bested Meng Ziqi and acquired his core disciple status." "Ah, my apologies for the disappointment," Xiang Chen sneered, his gaze shifting to the unconscious Meng Ziqi, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, he brought his foot down with force upon Meng Ziqi's head. "Ah!" Meng Ziqi cried out in agony, his skull sinking into the earth under the weight of Xiang Chen's foot. "You little beast, what are you doing?" Meng Ziqi's friends roared in fury. "How dare you target senior brother Shangwan? You shall pay!" Xiang Chen deliberately shouted, continuing to stomp mercilessly, nearly obliterating Meng Ziqi's face, reducing it to a bloody pulp, before finally relenting. Shangwan Jinghong. The members of the Bidao mansion cast resentful glances at their senior brother, certain he had instigated this. "Cease. Do not kill," Wang Qing barked, though inwardly he wished for Xiang Chen to strike a fatal blow, for then he could retaliate openly against him. Alas, Xiang Chen did not fall for this trap, and spared Meng Ziqi's life. Shangwan Jinghong furrowed his brows slightly, yet he refrained from voicing further objections. Xiang Chen ascended into the sky, landing in the valley, and clasped his fists towards Shangwan Jinghong, proclaiming, "Senior brother Shangwan, I am honored to have fulfilled my duty." Shangwan Jinghong responded with a faint smile, "I did not expect your martial prowess to be so profound. Truly, a well-rounded development of virtue, intellect, physique, and aesthetics." Xiang Chen smiled faintly, a derisive snort echoing in his heart. Shangwan Jinghong turned to Wang Qing and remarked, "Elder Wang Qing, this time Tang Yu has rightfully earned his core status through his own strength. You would not consider revoking it again, would you?" Wang Qing, with a placid demeanor, replied, "Of course not. Tang Yu's core disciple status shall be immediately restored." Shangwan Jinghong's smile was one of superficiality as he said, "That is good to hear, thank you. I hope the accommodations for my brothers in the mountain residence will be satisfactory." "Rest assured, I shall ensure they are provided with the finest quarters," Wang Qing replied, a hidden glimmer of coldness in his gaze as he regarded the new disciples around him. "On your first day in the sect, I will lead you to pay respects to the revered ancestors of the Batian sect. All new disciples, follow me." With a flourish of his sleeve, Wang Qing soared into the air, and the other disciples followed suit in succession. "Senior brother Shangwan, we shall accompany you as well," Xiang Chen said, clasping his fists. Shangwan Jinghong patted Xiang Chen's shoulder. "Go ahead and pay your respects to the ancestors. It is the custom. Soon, you will also meet the sect master, and afterwards, the admissions hall will arrange your accommodations. For the first year, the admissions hall will take care of your needs. Should you encounter any troubles within the sect thereafter, you may seek me at Yuhua Mountain, where I reside." "Understood." As Shangwan Jinghong's gaze swept over the crowd, it suddenly brightened, fixating on Xia Qingqing. "What a beauty!" Shangwan Jinghong felt an instant allure, inquiring, "This junior sister is?" Xiang Chen's eyes flickered, and he quickly replied with a smile, This is my beloved, Xia Qing. Oh, it is junior sister Xia. Shangwan Jinghong nodded with a smile, stealing another glance at Xia Qingqing. Such a stunning beauty. Her looks and demeanor surpassing even those of the junior sisters. To be with Tang Yu was truly a waste of such talent. Shangwan Jinghong had already set his sights on Qingqing. Xiang Chen noticed the inappropriate glint in this fellow's eyes, a chill running down his spine. What a lecherous man. We shall take our leave first, he said, grasping Xia Qingqing's hand as he led his brothers into the skies. That Tang junior brother is indeed impressive. He has certainly dealt a blow to Meng Zikuan, remarked a core disciple behind Shangwan Jinghong. Shangwan Jinghong turned to leave, coldly sneering, Meng Zikuan, daring to oppose me, will eventually pay the price. Over 10,000 new disciples followed the enrollment master, Wang Qing, as they soared towards the ancestor hall, while Meng Zikuan's people carried the nearly defeated Meng Zikuan away. Brother Chun, Shangwan Jinghong's gaze towards me fell off, Xia Qingqing said as she flew beside Xiang Chen. That man is a notorious lecher. We must remain vigilant, Xiang Chen warned. Chen, why are you so concerned about Shangwan Jinghong? Do you have a grudge against him? Wang Ying inquired from the side. They knew their elder brother's character well. When Xiang Chen was being overly accommodating towards someone, it was surely a calculated move. This man is the enemy of my ghost servant, Yu Mei, Xiang Chen explained. No wonder, the others realized. This will be entertaining. I will silently mourn for you. Shangwan Jinghong, they quipped as they flew towards the ancestor hall. The ancestor hall stood 100 feet high, resplendent and magnificent. Ascending the jade steps into the hall, they beheld numerous murals. These murals depicted ancestors of the Baishan sect, all ethereal and dignified, male and female, each bearing distinct expressions, imbued with an enigmatic aura of Tao. At the forefront stood a grand incense burner, behind which loomed a towering statue of a man. The figure wielded a colossal sword, exuding an imposing presence. His gaze commanding and disdainful, radiating an overwhelming pressure despite being merely a statue. As over 10,000 disciples entered the grand hall, curiosity sparked in their eyes as they observed the murals, which bore names and brief descriptions. Yuhua Xianshi, cultivated for 1,300 years, ascended to immortality, leaving behind the Yuhua sword technique. Guangzhan Xianshi, cultivated for 1,920 years, ascended to immortality, imparting the fist technique of madness and the Guangzhan Xianshi. The new disciples silently regarded the introductions, noting that the recorded immortal masters numbered in the hundreds. Master Wang Qing declared, Our Baishan sect has stood for over 10,000 years as a premier sect of humanity, with over 800 ascended immortal masters. Our founding ancestor, Baishan, forged the future of our kind, once dominating the era of the Demon and Sea clans. All new disciples, bow to our ancestor Baishan. With that, Wang Qing respectfully bowed to the statue of the ancestor. All disciples followed suit, paying their respects to the esteemed masters. Subsequently, he bowed once more to the magnificent figures depicted in the murals. After the ceremonial gesture, Wang Qing spoke. In this ancestral hall, the murals of each celestial master preserve their will and ethereal essence, concealing great opportunities. If you earn the recognition of these immortal beings, you may even inherit some of their legacies. I shall grant you 2 days to observe these murals closely. Within them lie the fortunes of the celestial masters. Upon hearing this, the disciples were filled with astonishment, each immediately releasing their spiritual senses to probe the murals. Some inquired whether the ancestral statue held any opportunities for inheritance. Wang Qing cast a glance at the inquirer and replied, Indeed, there are opportunities left by our forebears, but historically, only 3 individuals have ever obtained them. The last was our sect leader, and for the past 2 centuries, no one has been able to seize the ancestral fortune. To inherit from the ancestors could even position you to contend for the leadership of our sect. At this pronouncement, many disciples, envious and eager, rushed to observe the ancestral statue. Wang Qing added, Nothing in this hall should be desecrated or damaged, or else the consequences will be dire. In 2 days, when the time arrives, you will gather outside the hall to pay your respects to the sect leader and the elders. With that, Wang Qing exited the hall, momentarily pausing beside Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, indifferent as he scrutinized the murals, mused, Have I offended the hall master in some way? No. I have always adhered to the rules, Wang Qing replied, casting a glance at him before departing. Xiang Chen watched Wang Qing's retreating figure, a cold smile forming in his heart. Ah, Wang Qing, You are only digging your own grave. If you had not targeted me, I would not have noticed you. It seems the last ambush was indeed your doing. Shifting his focus back to the murals, Xiang Chen unleashed his perceptive abilities. Detecting the waves of will emanating from each mural, each one resembling a distinct realm unto itself. His spiritual sense expanded, making contact with these murals. Yet most of the wills depicted resisted his probing intent. Suddenly, Xiang Chen felt an unusual pull from one mural, as if its will was actively beckoning him. He turned his gaze to see a mural depicting a blind woman, her eyes concealed beneath a black cloth, her features remarkably beautiful, clad in a blood-red gown. She wielded a delicate dagger, the entire mural exuding a fierce aura of blade intent. Uniquely, this mural bore no description, leaving her name and origins unknown. Nevertheless, the will within the mural called out to Xiang Chen's spiritual awareness. In an instant, his spirit surged into the mural. Boom! His mind erupted in a cacophony as his consciousness was drawn into a swirling vortex. As he beheld the realm materializing within this will space, he was taken aback. The blind woman stood above the Gun Sect, and below her lay a sea of corpses. Chapter 11:19. The grievance of the Luo Sheng blade. Xiang Chen gazed in astonishment at this space. The sight of the Gun Sect strewn with bodies shaking him to his core. Who was this woman? Did she slay all these people? The woman gazed upward, though her eyes perceived nothing. Above, a colossal hand descended with ferocity, intent on obliterating the Gun Sect. This hand, adorned with ebony demonic scales, spanned thousands of feet. Its immense power accompanied by thunder and lightning, distorting the very fabric of space. The heavens trembled, and the Gun Sect quaked as if it were about to be shattered by this single strike. This blade harbors resentment, the woman declared coldly, as a portal of interwoven mystical inscriptions materialized behind her. Beneath, amid countless corpses, anguished souls and vengeful spirits were drawn and absorbed by this radiant portal. The woman unleashed a surge of formidable blade intent, crimson as blood, resonating with the essence of the Shura blade. With a single stroke, her blade erupted in a brilliance that soared for thousands of feet, a black-red light tearing through the heavens, striking against the descending hand. A resounding crash ensued as the demonic claw was cleaved apart, creating a vast rift in the sky, followed by the obliteration of the claw in a cataclysmic explosion. A chilling roar of fury reverberated through the cosmos, preceding a tremendous blast. What fearsome swordsmanship! Xiang Chen marveled, profoundly shaken by the display. At that moment, the woman turned, seemingly catching sight of Xiang Chen. I never expected that the Shura blade technique would ultimately be mastered by someone, she remarked icily. Who are you, esteemed elder? Xiang Chen inquired, clasping his hands in respect. I am but a sinner. Whether you can attain the complete Shura blade technique rests solely upon your own resolve. She replied indifferently, before slicing towards Xiang Chen. With a mere flick of her wrist, the strike landed upon Xiang Chen's will. A cry of anguish erupted from him as he cradled his head, groaning in torment. Brother Chen, what has happened to you? Wang Ying exclaimed, rushing to support Xiang Chen, who was now bleeding from his eyes, as if his very brow had been torn asunder. Within his spiritual sea, dark apparitions of vengeful spirits materialized. Return my life, they clamored. Bashwani, your heart is merciless. Kill. A torrent of resentful thoughts and negative emotions surged into Xiang Chen's spiritual realm, eroding his will. The wailing apparitions raged, seeking to gnaw at his soul. In response, Xiang Chen's essence roared, suddenly merging with his spirit, transforming into a celestial wolf of the soul moon. You little specters, I am the sovereign of demons. How dare you act with such impunity? The celestial wolf howled, unleashing a terrifying force of spirit. All these vengeful spirits were consumed, and as they were devoured, luminous patterns emerged within his spiritual sea. These patterns coalesced into a minuscule black-red blade, emanating waves of spiritual energy alongside a terrifying aura of resentment and murderous intent, capable of corroding the very will of a being. Shura blade technique, born of resentment. A flash of memory surged within Xiang Chen's mind, revealing the essence of the Shura blade technique. The Shura blade technique, nourished by slaughter, cultivates divine abilities through the essence of blood, allowing one to sever flesh in minor accomplishments and souls in greater feats. In its perfected form, it can accumulate murderous intent, influencing the minds of others, killing without a trace. Born for battle, The technique ignites the spirit and blood, compelling the enemy to fight until death, even at the cost of one's own vitality. The classification is evolutionary, with an initial medium level, requiring a foundational cultivation realm of the Yuan-Yang stage. The Shura blade technique he acquired was a legacy left by his elder brother, merely a method for severing flesh. Yet it stands as the mightiest divine ability of the Jin Ho residents. This resentment of life, combined with previous insights, completes the cultivation of the Shura blade technique. Capable of severing souls and transforming vengeful spirits into blades, slaying souls, and killing invisibly. Upon clarifying this memory, Xiang Chen felt an overwhelming joy, realizing that the Shura blade technique was the pinnacle of his swordsmanship. To his astonishment, he had stumbled upon a complete inheritance in this place. The Shura blade technique. It turns out, originated from here. Who was this woman? Why did she leave no introduction, only calling herself a sinner? Xiang Chen pondered. Brother, how are you? He snapped back to reality, noticing his comrades surrounding him with concern. I am fine. I have merely received an inheritance from a predecessor, he replied, shaking his head. Wow. Chen, your luck is extraordinary. Wang Ying and the others sighed in relief, mixed with a tinge of envy. What about you? Did you gain anything of value? Xiang Chen inquired. Nothing, damn it. I only see some ordinary murals, Wang Ying grumbled. Suddenly, Xiang Chen's gaze fell upon two individuals, Yue Yuan and Xia Qingqing. Both appeared dazed, their eyes lacking focus. Could it be that Qingqing and the chubby one acquired some inheritance? He mused, moving toward them and observing their detached state. Protect them, Xiang Chen commanded urgently, as the others began to notice their unusual behavior. Among the throng of over 10,000, a handful of fortunate souls had indeed received some teachings from the celestial masters. Upon regaining their senses, they erupted in joyous exclamations, drawing envious glances from many. Moments later, an astonishing sword intent suddenly erupted from within Qingqing, resonating with a powerful hum, bolstered by the forces of heaven and earth, coalescing into a tangible presence that captivated countless onlookers. Then, this sword intent grew overwhelmingly dominant, imposing a profound weight upon the hearts of those nearby, akin to a great mountain pressing down upon them. She has achieved minor success in the heavenly sword intent. Good heavens, who is this woman? Her talent is utterly terrifying. She has attained a level that many ancient powerhouses could not. Many sword cultivators gazed at Xia Qingqing with eyes filled with envy and jealousy. Minor success in the heavenly sword intent. This realm has eluded countless formidable figures throughout history. It seems Qingqing has indeed received immense benefits. Xiang Chen marveled at her newfound prowess, feeling a surge of happiness for her. At that moment, Yue Yuan let out a strange cry, suddenly igniting into flames, becoming engulfed in azure-purple fire. This is excruciating. Woyang Tianzuan, you rascal. He cursed, abruptly realizing he needed to control the flames. You foolish fat man, what are you doing? You nearly burnt me alive. Wang Ying scolded, having been burned by the self-igniting flames of Yue Yuan, leaving his face a dark hue and singeing his hair clean off. Apologies, I just acquired a particularly formidable fire-related Taoist technique. Yue Yuan awkwardly scratched his head, then turned his gaze towards the mural depicting a Taoist in a crimson robe. Respectfully bowing. Thank you, esteemed Taoist. May you be blessed with boundless longevity. Chapter 1120. Stability in soft rice fatty. What inheritance did you obtain? Wang Xiaoji inquired, channeling his spiritual energy to regrow his hair. Yue Yuan chuckled. Hee, it's a fire-based Taoist art called Phoenix Fire Chant. Damn it. What kind of opportunities have you and Chungu stumbled upon? Why is it that I, being so handsome, have none? Xiaoji expressed his disappointment. Yue Yuan retorted. Such opportunities depend on fate and character. Clearly yours are lacking. Curse you, Xiaoji shot back, giving him a kick on the backside. Meanwhile, the sword intent emanating from Qingqing suddenly vanished, returning to tranquility. Xiang Chen excitedly asked, Did you receive an inheritance? Qingqing nodded with a smile, replying, I obtained the inheritance from the statue. The others were astonished, gazing at the statue, recognizing it as that of the ancestor of the Batian sect. Qingqing had indeed acquired the fate of the founding ancestor of the Batian sect. Sister, how is your luck so extraordinary? I received nothing. It's utterly unjust. Xiaoji lamented further. Fate cannot be sought after. Just diligently practicing the bloodline's supernatural powers of our Tianlang clan is sufficient to dominate. Li Huan maintained a calm demeanor, Ha ha. I cannot believe I have received the inheritance of our founding master, the Emperor Fist Immortal. A young man suddenly erupted in laughter, his expression filled with excitement. This youth, bruised and battered, was none other than Deng Tianling, who had previously been ambushed and soundly beaten by Xiang Chen. Congratulations, senior brother. With this, you are destined to ascend and establish a legendary path. The disciples of the Emperor Fist sect showered praises upon him. Indeed, the top 10 positions in our sect are sure to have a place for you, senior brother. Just do not forget about us junior brothers. Is this real? Such a person can also receive fate? Wang Ying looked at the battered Deng Tianling, feeling a wave of frustration wash over him, and thought that Xiaoji might just succumb to depression. Haha, Tang Yu, just wait. Once I master this martial art passed down by the immortal, you shall see how I deal with you. I will ensure you suffer. Deng Tianling glared at Xiang Chen, unable to suppress his resentment. Xiang Chen, noticing this, suddenly flashed forward, arriving before Deng Tianling and yanking his hair, forcefully smashing his knee into him. Uft! Ah! Deng Tianling cried out, his face blooming with bruises. Senior brother. The disciples of the Emperor Fist sect were furious, witnessing Deng Tianling being held by Xiang Chen by the neck. Fool, haven't you yet mastered it? Xiang Chen sneered, delivering a resounding slap. Deng Tianling gasped, his head spinning. Tang Yu, do not go too far. The disciples of the Emperor Fist sect surrounded him. Who dares to strike? I have Shangwan Jinghong backing me. Xiang Chen coldly laughed, tightening his grip on Deng Tianling's neck, stirring up animosity towards Shangwan Jinghong. Despicable, taking advantage of one's power. The disciples of the Huangquan sect were seething with anger, and in that moment, they also harbored resentment towards Shangwan Jinghong. Alas, it is true. I am indeed taking advantage of my position. When faced with unreasonable provocations, why should I show mercy when I possess both reason and strength? If you are displeased, go and trouble senior brother Shangwan instead. Xiang Chen sneered, throwing Deng Tianling to the ground and delivering another harsh kick. He glared at the disciples of the Huangquan sect and coldly remarked, You a group of ungrateful wretches, stop looking down on us mainland cultivators. You may bully them with your power, but I too can wield my strength against you. From now on, I shall protect the cultivators of the mainland. Well said. Brother Tang. Brother Tang is formidable. I have long found these cultivators from the outer heavens displeasing. The surrounding mainland cultivators gathered closer, cheering in approval. Xiang Ergo, quite astute, had turned the situation into a matter of pride for the mainland faction, thereby gaining a wave of goodwill from them and expanding his network. Before you have mastered your skills, do not be complacent. Even if you possess some talent, do not let it go to your head. Do not look down upon those from the mainland merely because of a fortunate birth. Had you been born in the same environment, our mainland prodigies would easily surpass you. Xiang Chen chuckled coldly, kicking Deng Tianling aside, causing the disciples of the Huangquan sect to grit their teeth in frustration, yet they found themselves powerless against him. I relish your defiance. Despite your inability to retaliate, Wang Ying also sneered mockingly. This enmity has been irrevocably established. The disciples of the Huangquan sect spoke coldly as they helped Deng Tianling to his feet. By the way, Qingqing, what opportunity did you receive? Xiang Chen inquired of her. It is a sword technique, the Beishan sword formula. It must be the most formidable sword art within the Beishan song, Qingqing replied with a smile. Huh, impressive. It seems we have indeed come to the right place at the Beishan song, Xiang Chen remarked, giving a thumbs up. As 2 days swiftly passed, among the brothers of Yanwang, only Xiang Chen, Qingqing, and Zhuge Yuan had received opportunities. Additionally, around 10 others had acquired some form of inheritance from celestial masters. When the group exited the Patriarch Hall, Wang Qing and others were already waiting outside. Among you, who has received the inheritance from celestial masters? Wang Qing inquired. I have. Immediately, over 10 individuals stepped forward. Xiang Chen hesitated for a moment, but ultimately chose not to step forward. The Shura blade technique he had acquired, along with the mysterious identity of the blind woman, was too peculiar, especially considering the scene of the mountain of corpses and sea of blood. It was evident that the disciples of the Beishan song had been slain by that blind woman. Please register their names. Wang Qing instructed his subordinates. Qingqing also truthfully reported her acquisition of the Beishan sword formula. Upon hearing this, Wang Qing displayed a look of astonishment and swiftly approached Xia Qingqing. You have obtained the Beishan sword formula? Wang Qing asked in disbelief. Indeed, Qingqing affirmed with a nod. Wang Qing gazed at Qingqing in shock, and said, "You must come with me." Xiang Chen frowned and replied, "Patriarch, is there something amiss?" Wang Qing reassured her, "Do not worry. It is excellent news, nothing ill." Xiang Chen glanced at Xiang Chen, who nodded in encouragement, saying, "Go ahead and be safe." Only then did Qing Chen consent, nodding to Wang Qing. Wang Qing executed a singular maneuver, instantly enveloping Xiang Chen in a formidable aura of true essence. The two ascended into the skies amidst the astonished gazes of many onlookers. "Other disciples, follow me. We shall first pay our respects to the sect master." An elder clad in purple from the recruitment hall approached to oversee the proceedings, guiding everyone away from the scene. "Chenggu, what do you think Wang Hall master intends to do with my sister-in-law?" Li Huan inquired, furrowing his brow. Xiang Chen replied, "Since Qingsheng has acquired the ancestral fate of our sect's founding, she is likely to receive special attention, which should be a positive development." Wang Ying chuckled, "Hee. If my sister-in-law were to become a successor to the sect master because of this, it would be quite amusing. Then, Chenggu, you might not enjoy your comfortable life as much anymore." Xiang Chen's expression twitched as he delivered a sharp punch to Wang Ying's head. "Damn you. Am I someone who relies on others? A man must stand tall and possess a backbone. I only occasionally struggle to keep my teeth in order." Chapter 1121. The sect master's bestowal. The Chaozong platform stood majestically atop a towering mountain, spanning 10 kilometers in length and width, as if it had been cleaved flat by a mighty sword. Before it lay a ceremonial platform, a height of 10 feet. At this moment, over 18,000 new disciples had been gathered here. Surrounding the platform were more than 100,000 inner disciples, whose cultivation levels predominantly resided within the realm of carefree transcendence. These inner disciples were arranged into 2 disciplined formations, standing in perfect alignment, while the central area was reserved for the new disciples, who also formed an orderly queue. Among them, the 33 newly selected core disciples stood prominently at the forefront of the new disciples' assembly. At the very front of the disciple formation stood 10 individuals, arranged in a single line. These 10, 8 men and 2 women, appeared remarkably youthful and exuded an extraordinary aura. Some radiated a domineering sword intent, while others emanated an overwhelming sword energy. Yet, some maintained a subtle brilliance akin to the depths of a tranquil pool. Among them, Shangwan Jinghong occupied a central position. The 10 core disciples of the Batian sect. It was evident that all 10 had achieved the ancient realm of cultivation. In their century-long disciple phase, they were all under 100 years old, extraordinary prodigies among countless practitioners. Of these 10 core disciples, 3 cast their gaze towards the new disciple faction, their eyes locking onto Xiang Chen, revealing a chilling intent to kill. At that moment, a thunderous blast of horns reverberated across the Chaozong platform. The prolonged sound of the conch echoed through the heavens, instilling a weighty sense of gravity within the hearts of all present. As the ceremonial platform came alive, a throng of individuals surrounded a striking figure as she ascended the platform. All eyes were drawn to this leading woman. Her visage resembled the blossoms of April, her brows, akin to a crescent moon, her graceful neck emanated a fragrant allure. Her skin, delicate as frost and proud as snow, complemented her slender waist, which was captivatingly exquisite. At first glance, one might perceive her as a celestial maiden dancing among the heavenly courts. Yet the air of nobility about her suggested she was a queen surveying the mortal realm. Draped in lush green peonies and ethereal fabrics, her gown trailed gracefully behind her, interwoven with pink daffodils and verdant leaves, adorned with golden threads and delicate green gauze. Her hair cascaded down, accented with pearl and jade hairpins, and her beauty shone like a lotus emerging from the water. In that moment, countless hearts were utterly entranced by her presence. "Be respectful. This is our esteemed leader." An elder from the recruitment hall admonished the disciples who dared to meet the gaze of the sect master directly. Is this truly the sect master? How stunning! The disciples felt a jolt within, hastily lowering their heads. Though it was not the first time Xiang Chen had gazed upon the sect master, having even witnessed her in a state of undress, he was nonetheless captivated by her beauty and grace at that moment. "Brother Chen, what a remarkable beauty! This is the epitome of earthly perfection. No, a woman of such caliber must surely be a celestial being. What an enviable position to be in," Wang Ying exclaimed internally, relaying his thoughts to Xiang Chen, who appeared on the verge of drooling. The current sect master of the Batian sect, Zijin, bowed to the sect master. At that moment, Over 100,000 senior disciples promptly bowed, their expressions filled with reverence, their voices resonating through the heavens. Quickly, pay your respects. The master of the recruitment hall urged the new disciples. Bow to the sect master. The new disciples, regaining their composure, immediately bent at the waist in unison, their voices raised in salute. Zijin ascended the observation platform and took her seat upon an intricately carved dragon and phoenix jade chair, her beautiful eyes radiating authority. Beside her stood another figure, clad in a flowing red silk gown with a plunging neckline that revealed her ample bosom. She resembled a lotus flower, her brows like willows, and her enchanting eyes outshone even the peach blossoms. Her skin was as fair as snow, with dark hair elegantly styled into a lofty bun adorned with shimmering jewels that sparkled under the sunlight. Her crimson lips curved into a slight smile, presenting a vision of unparalleled beauty. While she appeared less regal than the sect master, she exuded a youthful vigor that suggested a harmonious blend of youth and maturity. Senior sister. Upon seeing this woman, Xiang Chen's heart ignited with fervor. He resolved to seek her out when the opportunity arose. Yi Tianjiao. The first woman I have truly possessed in my life, that ethereal night, the wild escapade in the cave. Do not bow. The sect master Zijin spoke, her tone cold yet commanding, though her voice was melodious. Thank you, sect master. Over 100,000 disciples straightened, their heads slightly bowed, not daring to meet her formidable gaze. Report from the recruitment hall. A senior elder behind Zijin announced solemnly. Elder Liu reporting. The elder from the recruitment hall stepped forward, performing a respectful gesture. Esteemed sect master, this year's new disciples number 18,400. All have passed the assessment. Among them, 33 have achieved outstanding results and are awarded the status of core disciples. Please, sect master, review their qualifications. As he spoke, he produced a jade platter containing a jade-bound book. Currently, there were 42 vacancies for core disciples, originally 30, but a few had perished in battle. A senior elder personally approached the observation platform, bowing as he presented the book to the sect master. This jade book contained the profiles and achievements of all the new disciples. Zijin accepted it and opened it for review, her gaze fixed upon the first page, which detailed the 33 core disciples. The first name listed was Tang Yu, Xiang Chen, with an impressive record of 3,800,000 battles, ranking first. The second was Xia Qing. Her soul force glanced quickly over the names, imprinting all their identities and achievements into her powerful soul memory. Who is Tang Yu? The sect master Zijin inquired. Tang Yu, step forward. The recruitment elder directed his gaze towards Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen promptly stepped forward, slightly lowering his gaze, and with both hands, he bowed respectfully, saying, I humbly report to the sect master, I am indeed the disciple. Master Zijin scrutinized him, her brow slightly furrowing. You have achieved the 4th level of carefreeness and amassed 3,800,000 merit points. How did you accomplish this? Such an achievement stands as the highest in nearly 5 centuries. Xiang Chen stood upright, neither servile nor arrogant, and replied, It is naturally due to my own strength in vanquishing my opponents. Moreover, this individual has slain the 17th prince of the crocodilian race. Showcasing extraordinary prowess among his peers, remarked the elder in charge of admissions softly. Master Zijin regarded Xiang Chen with renewed interest and stated, Our sect is known for its preferential treatment of geniuses. You have ranked first in this assessment. A reward is in order. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen immediately bowed again. Master Zijin, parting her crimson lips, decreed, bestow upon him the position of core disciple Tang Yu. Reward him with 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, along with 2 celestial crystals. Furthermore, grant him a scroll of high-grade martial arts. Lastly, a 9th-grade soul strengthening pill. Thank you for your generous rewards, sect master. Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude with a deep bow. Many gazed at him with envy, while Deng Tianling and others felt a pang of jealousy. The second-place contestant, Xia Qing, had other arrangements and would not receive her reward just yet. Master Zijin did not acknowledge the second-place Xia Qingqing. At this, Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, pondering where Qingcheng had been taken. Meanwhile, Master Zijin began to reward the third-place contestant, Zhuge Yuan, with 100,000 top-tier spirit stones, a celestial crystal, and high-grade martial arts, among other accolades. All core disciples received their rewards, with Xiang Chen alone claiming 4/5 of the accolades. Chapter 1122. The Three Core Disciples. After the core disciples had been honored, a senior elder grasped a scroll and began to recite the history of the sect. Our Batian sect is one of the three major sects of the human race in this realm, founded by our esteemed Master Batian. The sect has endured for 10,000 years, safeguarding the peace of our people and blessing the common folk with prosperity, resulting in over 800 ascended masters. Every disciple of Batian's sect must take it upon themselves to protect the tranquility of humanity, honor our ancestors, uphold loyalty, eradicate evil, and safeguard the lives of all. The elder's lengthy discourse nearly lulled Xiang Chen and the others to sleep. As today's initiation ceremony for new disciples was drawing to a close, the elder invited the sect master to speak. After the elder stepped back, Master Zijin rose, supported by Yi Tianjiao on her left, gazing down upon the new disciples. What you seek, Batian sect can provide. It all depends on whether you possess the strength to seize it. Whether you aspire for greatness or to be above the masses is entirely up to your own efforts. She refrained from further elaboration and, after concluding her address, signaled the elder beside her. The elder stepped forward, proclaiming loudly, "The initiation ceremony for new disciples is officially concluded. The admissions hall will arrange accommodations for the new disciples. Honor the sect master." Aware of the protocol, the senior disciples immediately bowed in farewell, with the new disciples mirroring their actions. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Master Zijin and her entourage departed the observation platform, while senior disciples began to disperse in small groups, though many lingered to observe their new junior brothers and sisters. The various deacons of the admissions hall began organizing the accommodations for the disciples. The admissions elder called out to the deacon disciples beside him, who promptly came forward to assist. "Who is Tangyu?" At that moment, several cold voices pierced through the air. Xiang Chen and his companions halted their steps, casting their gazes towards three figures approaching from the 10 core disciples. The central figure, imposing and towering at an astonishing 3 meters, was a muscular giant whose physique stretched his long robe taut. With a buzz-cut, fierce leopard-like eyes, and a lion-like nose, he resembled a human beast. Slung over his back was an enormous 3-meter-long heavy sword, devoid of a blade, yet emanating an air of invincibility that suggested it could cleave through anything. To his left stood another, clad in white jade robes, his long hair tied back, sharp eyebrows framing his bright eyes. 2 black-sheathed swords hung at his waist, making him appear as a long sword, radiating an aura of sharpness. On the right was an ordinary-looking individual, yet with a refined countenance, dressed in a scholarly white robe adorned with flowing runes. These 3 esteemed disciples were Meng Ziquan, Li Jianxian, and Lu Fuxing. The attending disciples regarded the trio with evident awe. Though they were technically his juniors in terms of sect initiation, their status far surpassed his. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, sensing that trouble had come knocking. "Are you the one who slaughtered hundreds of my sect's disciples, Tangyu?" Meng Ziquan, the most robust of the 3, inquired coldly, fixing his gaze on Xiang Chen. "Indeed, what counsel do you offer?" Xiang Chen replied with a calm demeanor. "You're quite audacious," Meng Ziquan suddenly bellowed, unleashing an overwhelming aura that bore down on Xiang Chen. This force, infused with the transcendent intent of the blade, was far beyond that of an initiatory level. The weight of this ancient energy pressed heavily upon Xiang Chen, though it was not sufficient to make him yield. "Youngster, my junior brothers have informed me that it was you who led them into the encirclement of the crocodile people, resulting in grievous losses for our Hengshan sword sect, culminating in the death of my junior brother, Li Jianxian, one of the 10 core disciples," stated icily. "My junior from the Heavenly Talisman Hall also fell victim to your treachery," Lu Fuxing added coldly. "My cousin, Lu Kai, perished in that ordeal. Curse it. It was your own junior brothers who sought death and dragged us into this. What business is it of ours?" Wang Ying retorted sharply, stepping forward, with the brethren of Yan Huang following suit, their eyes glinting with cold fury. At that moment, Meng Ziquan struck out with a swift palm. An immense surge of ancient true essence struck Wang Ying, sending him hurtling backward, blood spattering from his mouth. "Impudent fool! You court death!" The brothers of Yan Huang erupted in rage, unleashing their own true essence. Meanwhile, thousands of inner disciples gathered around, including several core disciples, their formidable aura enveloping the Yan Huang group. Xiang Chen's expression turned frigid. "Dare you raise your hands against fellow sect members at the sect's gates?" Meng Ziquan scoffed, The sect does not prohibit disputes, as long as you do not kill one another. Youngster, if you kneel and bow to me 800 times in tribute to my fallen 800 junior brothers, and then sever your own arms, I might let this matter slide. I will not bow to you. Li Huan suddenly surged forward, drawing his sword with lightning speed, aiming to strike Meng Ziquan. Meng Ziquan smirked, countering with a palm strike that was even swifter. Swish! A golden flash of a blade erupted, instantaneously tearing through Li Huan's body. With a splatter, blood gushed forth as Li Huan was sent flying by the strike. Meng Ziquan advanced with explosive speed, delivering a fierce kick aimed at Li Huan's lower abdomen. A blow powerful enough to shatter his core. Bang! However, a massive black-red blade interposed itself before Li Huan, emanating a thunderous force akin to ancient legends. Xiang Chen raised his weapon, blocking the kick. Meng Ziquan exhibited a hint of surprise, and then unleashed an even stronger kick. Boom! Xiang Chen was propelled backward. His arms numbed from the impact. He realized that facing a formidable opponent of the ancient realm was beyond his capabilities. It appears you have chosen to resist until the end. Bring forth individuals to break their legs. Meng Ziquan commanded. Thousands surrounded them, exuding a menacing aura. Kid, this is the consequence of crossing us. The disciples of the dominant Blade Manor looked on with cold laughter. Who dares to act? Suddenly, a furious shout pierced the air. Whoosh! A crimson war spear shot forth in an instant, its speed astonishing. Boom! The spear struck the ground before Xiang Chen and the others, releasing a formidable surge of spiritual energy and intent. Clear the way. From the crowd, a multitude rushed forward, led by a tall, handsome, and cold youth with long sideburns. Clad in black, accompanied by a woman in black. Over 1,000 followers trailed behind him, all wielding long spears. Yu Wu. Upon seeing him, Meng Ziquan and the others narrowed their eyes. This newcomer was Yu Wu, one of the top 10 core disciples, standing alongside Yue Ying, Yu Pingyun, and others. Meng Ziquan, Li Jianxian, and Lu Fuxing as esteemed core disciples. Do you find it honorable to bully newcomers? I, Yu Wu, shall protect these junior brothers. Yu Wu stepped forward, drawing his long spear, his demeanor proud and imposing, not yielding in presence to the three opponents. Chapter 1123, The Celestial Mountain of the Second Seat. Xiang Chen regarded Yu Wu, who had unexpectedly come to their aid, and noticed Yue Ying and Yu Pingyun by his side. There was no doubt that the good fortune he had cultivated on the battlefield beyond had begun to bear fruit. Such is the cycle of cause and effect. Those who assist others shall themselves be aided, while those who bring harm shall face repercussions. Brother Chen, your fierce sister is quite generous. She must have summoned external support. Wang Ying remarked softly, clutching his chest. How is your injury? Xiang Chen glanced at his wound. It's nothing serious. Rest assured, I will avenge this grievance. Xiang Chen replied coldly. Yu Wu, what do you mean? Do you intend to aid these youngsters? Meng Ziquan asked coldly, directing his gaze at Yu Wu. Yu Wu stood resolutely before Xiang Chen and the others, his spear held horizontally before him, and coldly declared, This individual saved my sister. He is also my benefactor. If you wish to harm them, you must first consider my spear. Boom. The 1,000 members of the Gun Intent Sect planted their long spears into the ground, creating an awe-inspiring atmosphere. Li Jianxian scoffed. Yu Wu, is it worth offending us for a few new disciples? You should think carefully. Li Jianxian. Do I seem afraid of you? Yu Wu retorted with a cold laugh, mocking him in return. Li Jianxuan's expression darkened. Yu Wu was notoriously straightforward and uncompromising. Meng Ziquan, are you brazenly bullying me? At this moment, a figure accompanied by a large entourage approached with a cold voice. The newcomer was Shangwan Jinghong. Surrounding Shangwan Jinghong were dozens of core disciples and a multitude of inner sect members, surpassing even Meng Ziquan's numbers. Yu Wu cast a glance at Shangwan Jinghong and then at Xiang Chen, his gaze growing somewhat indifferent, as if he held no particular fondness for Shangwan Jinghong either. Senior brother, Meng Ziquan said with a smile that did not reach his eyes, performing a respectful salute. Shangwan Jinghong approached, sneering. Does junior brother Meng not realize they are my people? Or are you eager to compete with me already? Meng Ziquan chuckled softly, replying, Not at all. It's merely that these new disciples seem unfamiliar with the rules, and I thought to teach them a thing or two. Since they belong to you, I shall let this matter slide. But I must remind you, senior brother, fortunes change. With a haughty demeanor, Shangwan Jinghong replied, No matter how they change, they will never favor your house. Who knows? Meng Zikuan retorted with a cold laugh, casting a sharp glance at Xiang Chen before turning to leave. Let us go? Since they are the dogs of their master, we ought to give their master some face. Meng Zikuan departed with his followers. Yu Wu glanced at Xiang Chen, then at Shangwan Jinghong, and said indifferently, So they are your people. It seems my efforts were in vain. Farewell. He turned to leave. Junior brother Yu, why the haste? Senior brother has always held you in high regard, Shangwan Jinghong remarked with a faint smile. Paths diverge, and thus we cannot conspire together. Yu Wu coldly replied, departing without a backward glance, his gratitude towards Xiang Chen and the others waning. You, how could you align yourself with Shangwan Jinghong? He is no good. Bullying the weak and damaging countless lives behind the scenes, Yue Ying transmitted to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen calmly responded, in your eyes. Should I not also be of his ilk? If so, Sister Daxiong, will you protect me in the future? I'll stick with you. Humph. I have no desire to meddle in your affairs, Yue Ying scoffed, stamping her foot before turning away. Brother, remember to reach out if anything happens. Don't suffer in silence, Yu Pengyun said loyally, patting Xiang Chen's shoulder and speaking softly. Rest assured, Xiang Chen smiled appreciatively at his goodwill. Tang Yu. Shangwan Jinghong then turned his gaze towards Xiang Chen. Do you have ties with Yu Wu and the others? Xiang Chen explained, in the outer battlefield. I once saved someone from the Changyi sect. I see. If you can draw this person into my camp, I shall reward you handsomely. Shangwan Jinghong clapped Xiang Chen on the shoulder. I will do my utmost, Xiang Chen nodded. All right, you may go. The enrollment hall will arrange accommodations for you. Shangwan Jinghong concluded. Then we take our leave. Xiang Chen cupped his hands and turned to depart. Damn it, it seems I must quickly elevate my strength. This feeling is intolerable. Wang Ying clenched his fists, the recent humiliation of a blade wound still fresh in his mind. Fear not, in a few years, we shall be revered among all disciples of the heavenly sect, Xiang Chen declared resolutely. The group was led by a disciple in charge to a grand black hall for registration and accommodation assignments. Suddenly, the disciple was called away midway. Outside the hall, a middle-aged man stood with his hands clasped behind his back, waiting. Hall master, the disciple in charge greeted respectfully. The individual in question is the master of admissions. Wang Qing. Li Rue has arranged this mountain residence for Tang Yu. In Wang Qing's hand appeared a jade tablet inscribed with the words, Number 9, Chilean Mountain. This one. The disciple expressed mild astonishment, inquiring, Master, is this not a place designated for the top 10 core disciples? Wang Qing replied with indifference, the previous core disciple, Qi Xiao, has been confirmed deceased, leaving this place in neglect, such waste. As the top achiever in assessments over the past 500 years, Tang Yu is indeed qualified to reside here. The attending disciple dared not voice further objections and accepted the jade tablet, yet felt a twinge of sympathy for Xiang Chen. Chilean Mountain. Although one of the 10 core disciples' celestial mountains, remains uninhabited due to fear, Xiang Chen and his peers, as core disciples, are entitled to their own mountain gates, each possessing an independent spiritual mountain, while inner disciples are confined to shared residences. The disparity in living conditions is stark. The brothers were also taken away to claim their respective small mountains. Xiang Chen was led by the attending disciple to a mountain range, featuring a peak soaring 1,000 zhang, spanning approximately 10 kilometers in diameter. The mountain appeared lush and vibrant, shrouded in spiritual mist, with a formation enveloping it. A transparent barrier encompassing the entire peak. A stone staircase wound its way to the summit, with the entrance to the formation located at the mountain gate. Tang Junior brother. This is Chilean Mountain, your new residence. This mountain is a secondary celestial peak exclusively for the top 10 core disciples, possessing a prime spiritual vein and a tributary of an immortal vein passing through. Cultivating here for a year absorbs the essence of heaven and earth, yielding results comparable to several years elsewhere, the attending disciple explained with a smile, handing a jade array plate to Xiang Chen. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's heart stirred, and he regarded the mountain with newfound vigilance. If only the top 10 core disciples are permitted to dwell here, why then is it bestowed upon him? Something is amiss. With a flash of light, Xiang Chen discreetly placed a storage pouch into the attending disciple's sleeve, smiling. Thank you, senior brother. But how could such a fortunate opportunity fall upon me? The attending disciple's spirit sense probed the storage pouch, revealing 1,000 premium spirit stones, causing his eyes to gleam with surprise. He looked around cautiously and began to relay explanations telepathically. Junior brother Xiang, you must exercise caution. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen's heart quickened. Indeed, there was something suspicious. This secondary celestial mountain originally belonged to the former core disciple, Qi Shao, who delighted in the study of poisons. Numerous venomous creatures had been nurtured here, their toxicity so potent that even a powerful ancient realm expert could perish if not treated promptly. Following Qi Zhao's untimely demise, several previous core disciples attempted to move in, but after only a few days, they fell victim to poisoning, narrowly escaping death. Thus, no one dared to inhabit this place thereafter. The attending disciple accepted the payment and divulged the situation to Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen's heart harbored a cold smile. It all made sense now. How could such a prime mountain peak possibly come to him? Poison? That was the least of his concerns. Thank you for the clarification. Senior brother, Xiang Chen said, clasping his hands in gratitude. No worries, junior brother. Exercise caution and prepare an antidote before settling in. Additionally, your reward will be delivered to you by the sect within 3 days. The sect leader has bestowed upon you a superior martial art from the heavenly tier, which you may select from your identity jade plate. Within the jade plate lies a spiritual inscription that details the catalog and descriptions of martial arts stored beneath the celestial tier of our sect. After making your selection and confirming your identity, the library staff will ensure its delivery. Thank you, senior brother. Well then, I bid you farewell. The disciple took his leave with a respectful gesture. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with suspicion. Who had orchestrated such an arrangement for his mountain dwelling? Was it Wang Qing? Since joining the sect, Wang Qing's demeanor had been unsettlingly antagonistic, and Xiang Chen could sense the underlying hostility. As for the reasons, he had gathered some insights into Wang Qing's secrets. Gazing at the golden jade plate in his hand, Xiang Chen approached the mountain gate. There, an invisible barrier of cosmic energy enveloped the entrance. A formation. He pressed his jade plate against the barrier, activating the runes. An luminous portal materialized at the mountain gate's entrance. Xiang Chen stepped through, and the portal vanished behind him. Upon entering the mountain, a rich aura of celestial energy, mingled with a trace of ethereal spirit, enveloped him. However, there was also an unusual medicinal scent wafting through the air. The noxious fumes emitted by the purple luo poison herb could be perilous, if ingested over time by someone at the free realm without an antidote. It could lead to gradual paralysis of the nervous system. Xiang Chen discerned the toxic essence within. Nevertheless, for him, only the poison released by the celestial-grade purple luo herb would pose a minor inconvenience. This level of toxicity was hardly daunting. With a cold smirk, he ascended the jadestone steps leading up the mountain, step by step. From this point onward, this mountaintop would become his private domain. To his astonishment, Xiang Chen observed numerous venomous creatures slithering along the jade steps. There were poisonous scorpions, golden arrow frogs, and various snakes entwined around the trees flanking the steps. Suddenly, a meter-long green viper shot from a branch towards Xiang Chen's neck with the swiftness of lightning. Xiang Chen's reflexes were sharp. In an instant, he seized the green serpent, barely over a meter in length. Recognizing the species, a green spear viper, capable of disorienting even the mightiest in the free realm with its venom and fond of consuming the brains of creatures, Xiang Chen regarded the creature with disdain. The viper struck, sinking its fangs into his hand, yet it felt as though it had struck against adamantine, failing to penetrate his flesh. Little creature, do you truly think you can poison me with such feeble prowess? Xiang Chen scoffed, summoning forth a blaze of solar fire from his palm. The green spear viper screeched in agony, swiftly succumbing to the flames. As he continued his ascent, he skinned the serpent, roasting its flesh as if it were a spicy delicacy, savoring it bite by bite. Along the way, he encountered many toxic beings that would pose challenges to ordinary individuals. However, Xiang Chen navigated the ascent with ease, unperturbed by defenses. A scorpion's sting merely led to its own demise at his hands. Unhurriedly, he climbed the mountain, delighting in the breathtaking scenery that adorned the path. The mountain rose 3,000 meters high, and soon thereafter, Xiang Chen arrived at its summit. The mountaintop, spanning several kilometers in diameter, appeared as if it had been leveled by a single stroke of a sword. Here, a courtyard of 400 square meters lay nestled, adorned with rows of houses, and behind them, a grove of spiritual trees flourished, many laden with crimson spiritual fruits. Xiang Chen also discovered a medicinal garden, where numerous potent herbs, primarily toxic in nature, were cultivated. "What a splendid place, Xiaobai, Han Jing. From now on, this shall be our abode," he declared, gazing at the small white tiger perched on his shoulder. On his wrist, a cold iron bracelet transformed into a radiant light, merging into the figure of Han Jing. Pushing open the courtyard gate, Xiang Chen noted the accumulation of dry leaves within, alongside an ancient well with a diameter of 6 or 7 meters. The piled leaves indicated that this place had evidently lain abandoned for quite some time. As he stepped forward, a surge of energy radiated outward, stirring a whirlwind that swept the dried leaves into the air. The courtyard contained 7 or 8 rooms, including a kitchen, latrine, cultivation chamber, alchemy room, hall, and sleeping quarters. It was exquisitely constructed from spiritual wood and refined iron bricks, exuding spiritual energy and remaining imperishable for millennia. "Han Jing, you may establish your own cultivation area nearby," Xiang Chen suggested. "Yes, young master," Han Jing nodded in acknowledgement. Suddenly, the little white tiger let out a low growl, instantly alert. Its gaze fixed upon the ancient well within the courtyard. With a roar, a terrifying demonic aura surged forth from the well, and a colossal figure emerged. Turning to face the source, Xiang Chen's expression remained remarkably composed. To his astonishment, it was a gigantic venomous python, with a girth of perhaps 6 meters. Its body was covered in palm-sized crimson scales, enveloped in a swirling miasma of red poison that resembled flames. Its massive head, akin to that of a locomotive, bore cold, scarlet eyes as it loomed over Xiang Chen, extending over 10 meters in length. "Ah, a celestial beast, the crimson Lian King snake," Xiang Chen remarked, slightly taken aback but unperturbed. The serpent bore a small emblem of the Batian sect upon its forehead, clearly indicating that it was a registered spiritual beast within their records. Its formidable presence unmistakably reached the ancient realm. This Crimson Lian snake had already attained royal status. "Who are you?" The Crimson Lian King snake inquired, its voice chillingly articulate. "I am the new master of this place. And you, who might you be?" Xiang Chen replied indifferently. "I am Qi Lin. This territory now belongs to me. Depart at once, or I shall devour you," the snake retorted coldly. A smirk played at the corners of Xiang Chen's mouth as he responded, "Such a temper. Feel free to test your strength, fortuitously. I am in need of a guardian for the mountain gate, and you shall fulfill that role." The Crimson Lian King snake's gaze hardened, and a torrent of dense demonic energy surged forth instantaneously. "Unappreciative, are we? In that case, I shall feast upon you," it bellowed. Chapter 11:25, The Yin-Yang Thief of Heaven. The Crimson Lian King snake let out a piercing roar, its aura swelling, as it lunged forward, jaws agape, aiming to strike down Xiang Chen. At that moment, the little white tiger let out a roar that reverberated throughout the Crimson Refinement Mountain, instantly enveloping the area with an overwhelming pressure emanating from a sacred beast, all of which bore down upon the Crimson Refinement King snake. The snake's expression changed dramatically, as if it had suddenly been burdened with an immense mountain, feeling an unbearable weight that suppressed its cultivation by a staggering 30% in an instant. Just then, Xiang Chen took a firm step forward, producing a black ancient cauldron in his hand, and brought it crashing down. The 10-Jiang-Tal cauldron released half of the gravitational force that Xiang Chen could muster, striking the body of the Crimson Refinement King snake with a thunderous boom. The creature let out a miserable howl, its head bloodied and broken, as it was forcefully pinned to the ground. The entire Crimson Refinement Mountain trembled under the weight of the cauldron's terrifying pressure, rendering the king snake's head immobile. Its eyes filled with horror. Xiang Chen stood upon its head, gazing down at the Crimson Refinement King snake with a cold smile, taunting. "You dare to act defiantly at the first level of the ancient realm? Do you yield?" The pressure emanating from him was unmistakably that of a sacred beast. The king snake looked at the little white tiger in shock, disbelief etched across its face. With a mere gesture, Xiang Chen commanded the cauldron to crash down once more. The king snake screamed in agony, spewing forth blood as it succumbed to unconsciousness. Xiang Chen formed seals with his hands, and threads of spiritual energy intertwined from his eyes, coalescing into a radiant talisman, the enchantment of beast subjugation. He struck the talisman onto the top of the king snake's head, causing it to surge into its spiritual sea. Within the king snake's spiritual sea, there existed a nearly corporeal soul serpent, an infant soul. This was a unique characteristic of powerful beings in the ancient realm. The spirit's mental energy had materialized, thus forming the soul infant. The enchantment of beast subjugation forcefully penetrated the soul infant, leaving behind a mark. Once the mark of the enchantment was established, Xiang Chen finally withdrew the ancient cauldron. He then infused a surge of true yuan into the crimson refinement king snake, channeling it into its mind. Gradually, the king snake began to awaken, and as it did, a look of terror and fear filled its eyes, instinctively sensing an awe that quelled any thoughts of resistance. The enchantment of beast subjugation. The king snake's eyes reflected bitterness, recognizing the long-lost method of beast subjugation. "Master," it said, raising its body before bowing its head again. Xiang Chen, with his hands clasped behind his back, replied indifferently, "You are called Qi Lin, correct?" "Yes, master. I am Qi Lin, a spirit beast of the Spirit Beast Hall. My previous master was Qi Xiao," the king snake replied respectfully. "You shall follow me from now on." "Have you remained here since Qi Xiao's demise?" Xiang Chen inquired. "Indeed, I was the guardian spirit beast cultivated by Qi Xiao. When he departed, I was tasked with guarding Crimson Refinement Mountain and the treasures he left behind," the king snake explained. "Oh, treasures." Xiang Chen's eyes glimmered with interest as he quickly asked, "What treasures?" "It is a royal goo, which is still in the process of gestation, located beneath this ancient well," the king snake revealed. "A royal goo? Let us go and see it." Xiang Chen was filled with elation and promptly issued commands. The myriad insects could transform into goo, and 100 goo could culminate in a king goo. Among these king goo, one could cultivate an imperial goo. Each goo possessed a variety of formidable abilities. Some could unleash a devastating fire poison, reducing victims to ash, while others could inflict grotesque decay, leading to death. Additionally, there were goo that could extend a person's lifespan. However, nurturing goo was a draining endeavor, requiring one's own essence and blood. Even though Xiang Chen raised venomous creatures, he refrained from cultivating goo. The golden scorpion, a creature he had nurtured, was not a goo and lacked the goo arts. "Master, please follow me." The crimson venomous king snake turned and re-entered the ancient well. Upon reaching the edge of the well, Xiang Chen gazed into its depths, where the water had transformed into a spiritual liquid. Without hesitation, he leapt into the well, with Han Zheng following closely behind. With a splash, Xiang Chen descended into the ancient well, beginning his journey downward. The well extended 100 fathoms deep, and as he proceeded, the space below expanded significantly, resembling a cavern hewn from the heart of the Crimson Refinement Mountain. Below, a veil of white light separated the well water, through which Xiang Chen penetrated and reached the bottom. At the base of the well lay a series of stone chambers. However, a chill coursed through Xiang Chen as he observed that many chambers were filled with human bones. Upon closer inspection, he discerned that the skeletal remains predominantly belonged to adolescents. The crimson venomous king snake respectfully coiled at the entrance of one stone chamber. "What is the meaning of these corpses?" Xiang Chen inquired coldly, his suspicions already forming in his mind. "These individuals were captured by the Crimson Hawk, used as food for the goo or as experimental subjects," the snake replied. "Crimson Hawk, it seems this individual is not a paragon of virtue," Xiang Chen remarked, his gaze turning steely as he approached a stone door. With a forceful push, the door creaked open, revealing a stone hall spanning over 200 square meters. The floor was adorned with intricate patterns, and at the center stood a pool measuring 5 to 6 meters long, with an altar rising from its depths, where a layer of congealed blood plasma remained. The plasma flowed in tendrils towards the altar's engravings, upon which rested a blood jade box the size of a human head. Yuanyang blood. Yuanin blood. Xiang Chen's eyes narrowed further. These terms referred to the blood of young boys and virgins. The Yin Yang blood altar. Could it be that the Crimson Hawk intends to concoct the Yin Yang thief goo? Upon seeing the blood pool, Xiang Chen quickly deduced the purpose behind it. His mastery over goo arts was vast and formidable, yet the methods of goo refinement often bore a moral ambiguity, leading him to seldom engage in such practices. For instance, the heart control goo required the blood of another's heart, while the soul control goo necessitated the direct extraction of a person's soul. These were merely means of manipulation, not lethal, yet there existed even more brutal goo that demanded thousands of lives as a price for their creation. His reluctance to refine goo was partly due to a lack of quality goo sources. As he entered the chamber to examine the intricate patterns, he furrowed his brow, noting, "This is indeed the Yin Yang thief goo pattern, albeit a minor and incomplete version." It appears that the Crimson Hawk is unaware of the complete methodology. Approaching the altar, he gazed intently at the jade box, penetrating its confines with his sight to discern the nature of the goo within. Before him lay a palm-sized, purplish-blue egg. It was evident that this goo egg had yet to reach fruition, remaining in its nascent embryonic state. Could it be? Upon seeing the egg, Xiang Chen exclaimed in astonishment, recognizing its origin. Chapter 1126. Cultivating the goo source, the Yangming evil crow. Xiang Chen discerned the life source of this goo. One of the two most formidable evil crows, the Yangming evil crow, a bird of death from the underworld, is a hybrid born from the fusion of the nether crow and the yang crow, which possesses the bloodline of the golden crow. The probability of such a birth is less than 1 in 1,000. Even 1,000 pairs of nether crows and yang crows may not yield a single Yangming goo crow. This crimson owl was indeed fortunate to discover a goo source rarer than a pure-blooded divine beast. Xiang Chen murmured to himself, his eyes sparkling with excitement in that fleeting moment. This goo would be perfect for my command. My golden crow blood and heavenly wolf blood are the finest materials for hatching and nurturing the Yangming evil crow. Overjoyed, Xiang Chen realized that if the Yangming evil crow were cultivated into a goo beast, it would become the yin-yang heaven-stealing goo. This goo possesses an extraordinarily peculiar technique, capable of absorbing the powers of celestial laws and devouring mortal souls, refining their true essence for its own growth and for its master's cultivation. Ha ha ha, Wang Qing. I must express my gratitude for your generous gift, a minor immortal mountain, and such a tremendous opportunity. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, unable to contain his elation. However, he noted that the goo patterns here needed to be replaced. This creature had evidently learned a flawed version of the yin-yang heaven-stealing goo patterns. Even if it managed to cultivate a small yin-yang heaven-stealing goo, it would be a mere shadow of its potential. Gazing at the goo patterns on the ground, Xiang Chen stepped forward, unleashing a surge of true essence. The blood on the ground served as a catalyst, causing the inscribed goo patterns to shatter instantly. In his hand, a talisman brush appeared. This brush, gleaming silver, radiated a soft, moonlit glow. It was a tiny talisman brush he had crafted from the wolf fur of his own tail, used for inscribing pill patterns and array formations. Xiaobai, come, lend me a claw. Xiang Chen extended his wrist before the small white tiger. With a swift motion, the tiger's sharp claws, like daggers, sliced through his wrist, instantly tearing open a wound. Xiang Chen suppressed his vitality, and a spurt of golden blood erupted, coalescing into a golden orb. Holding the tiny talisman brush, he dipped it into the golden crow blood. The tiny brush served as the medium, while the golden crow blood became the ink. This was the true confluence of yin and yang. As he grasped the tiny talisman brush, it absorbed the entirety of the golden crow blood. Xiang Chen, with the brush in hand, began to inscribe intricate goo patterns in the air. The golden goo patterns resembled tadpoles, marking the ground and forming new designs. Chenggu. Outside, voices of his brothers echoed from the mountain. The Yanhuang brothers had settled into their mountain dwelling and had come to seek him out. Han Zheng, go and have them wait outside for me. Xiang Chen commanded Han Zheng, who stood behind him. Understood. Han Zheng departed the ancient well to find the Yanhuang palace members. The yin-yang heaven-stealing goo comprised 1,200 intricate patterns, and it took Xiang Chen an entire hour to condense all of them into existence. The newly formed goo pattern resembled a yin-yang taiji diagram encasing the altar, with the convergence of yin and yang manifesting as the eye of yin-yang at the altar's location. Next, a significant sacrifice was required. Xiang Chen gazed at the blood pool before him, unleashing a torrent of solar true fire that incinerated the residual blood within. In an instant, Xiang Chen transformed into a colossal celestial wolf. With a powerful expulsion, a luminous orb emerged from within him. This moonlit sphere brimming with astonishing blood essence and the vitality of the celestial wolf. A drop of celestial wolf blood. This essence plunged into the blood pool, morphing into the eye of Yin. Subsequently, he transformed into a golden crow, releasing a mouthful of golden crow blood, which transmuted into the eye of Yang. As the eyes of Yin and Yang coalesced, the three-legged golden crow unleashed a torrent of pale golden blood that cascaded into the blood pool, releasing over 100 liters. After the 100 liters of golden crow blood were released, he transformed once more into the celestial wolf, pouring another 100 liters of celestial wolf blood into the pool. The two blood essences intertwined instantaneously, representing yin and yang, two sacred bloodlines merging yet remaining distinct, forming a blood map of yin and yang that flowed within the pool. The symbols previously inscribed by Xiang Chen immediately absorbed this genuine power of yin and yang, channeling it into the altar, with threads of this energy seeping into the goo egg. The anticipation of what kind of goo would be cultivated from the celestial wolf and golden crow blood, the two divine beasts, was palpable. A smile crept onto Xiang Chen's lips as he surveyed the altar. Just as he prepared to exit, his legs suddenly felt weak, nearly causing him to stumble. He felt drained. With a pale complexion and a bitter smile, Xiang Chen realized he had exhausted too much divine and vital blood. He retrieved 2 bottles of elixirs, the yang-boosting Lu Wei Di Huang Wan and a bottle of Yue Ying, consuming them to replenish his yin and yang essence. After resting for a while and regaining his strength, Xiang Chen finally departed the stone chamber. Qi Lin, you shall guard this place from now on, ensuring that no one approaches this stone chamber. Do you understand? Xiang Chen instructed the Red Lian King Snake. Yes, Master, the Red Lian King Snake replied, bowing its head. Guard well, and I shall bestow upon you the chance for evolution in the future. Xiang Chen cast a glance at the remains scattered about and sighed. Humanity yearns for brightness, yet in pursuit of power and personal gain, they commit the darkest deeds. These individuals, numbering no less than 100, unbeknownst to their origins, were captured by the Red Owl in their prime youth, destined to become goo fodder. With a flick of his hand, Xiang Chen gathered them up, preparing for their burial. He stepped forward, plunging into the ancient well, escaping the water avoidance array, and submerging into the well's depths. Outside, Wang Ying Li Huan and other brothers from the Yanhuang sect awaited him in his courtyard. Wang Ying was tossing stones into the well, one of which landed with a thud on Xiang Chen's forehead as he emerged. Brother Chen, you've finally come out. What were you doing down there? The group, engaged in drinking and chatting, immediately surrounded Xiang Chen upon his emergence. I discovered a cultivation chamber down below and was nurturing a goo, which delayed me a bit. By the way, has Qing Cheng returned yet? Xiang Chen inquired, scanning the crowd for her presence. Not yet. I just asked the enrollment hall, and they said that Sister Qing Cheng was taken away by a supreme elder of the Tianzong to receive some grand fortune. And she won't be able to meet us for a while, Zhang Dan informed him. A supreme elder. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow slightly. This was a figure who stood on equal footing with the sect leader, merely lacking in authority. He took out the communication jade, attempting to establish contact. Yet it seemed as though the spiritual energy for communication was being obstructed. After a moment of contemplation, Xiang Chen remarked, Qing Cheng has acquired the sword techniques inherited from the founding ancestor of our sect. There must be some other arrangements within the sect. He added, this should be a blessing rather than a curse, a fortuitous occurrence. By the way, Chenggu, this place has even attracted a strand of celestial vein energy, far superior to our mountain peak. Zhuge Yuan gazed around, his eyes sparkling with excitement. Xiang Chen walked towards the main hall and said with a smile, if you wish to reside here, you may build your own courtyards. Now, let us all enter the house and discuss our subsequent actions. Chapter 1127. Identity revealed in the hall. Aside from Han Zheng, 26 brothers and sisters from the Yanhuang gathered together. Chenggu, after entering the sect, we need to choose a peak to belong to. The Batian sect has 8 peaks and 9 halls. What are your plans? Li Huan inquired. The 8 peaks of the Batian sect include Shijian Peak, Xianjian Peak, Leda Peak, Jinxian Peak, Mushuan Peak, Shuixian Peak, Huashuan Peak, and Tushuan Peak. The 9 halls comprise Dan Hall, Fu Hall, Formation Hall, Medicine Hall, Xuanji Hall, Criminal Law Hall, Spirit Beast Hall, Recruitment Hall, and Engineering Hall. Xiang Chen replied, you may choose freely among the peaks. Select the one whose martial arts resonate with your cultivation. As for the 9 halls, the truly promising ones are Dan, Fu, Formation, and Medicine. The other halls do not wield much actual power within the Batian sect. I practice sword techniques. I shall go to Qijian Peak, Wang Ying declared. I will go to Leda Peak, as it is renowned for its blade techniques, Li Huan stated. I shall choose Xuanji Hall, the plump Zhuge Yuan opted, as Xuanji Hall primarily focuses on Taoist arts. Everyone had made their choices. Xiang Chen also selected Leda Peak, drawn to the blade techniques. At that moment, an unusual noise suddenly emanated from Xiang Chen's formation disc, buzzing ominously. Someone is coming, Xiang Chen frowned, sensing a knock at his mountain gate. Just then, Several figures soared into the air and landed atop the mountain, directly penetrating the barrier of Xiang Chen's mountain gate. Core disciple Xiang Chen, come out to meet us. A male voice called from outside. Xiang Chen and the others immediately rose and hurried out of the courtyard. Outside stood a man and a woman. The man was familiar to Xiang Chen. It was Yue, the brother of Yue Ying. The girl appeared to be merely in her teens, donned in a green dress. Barefoot, with a bell adorning her foot, her visage exceedingly adorable, embodying a youthful charm. Brother Yue, Xiang Chen exclaimed in surprise, stepping forward to clasp his fists in greeting. Brother Yue, how did you enter? I have yet to activate the mountain gate barrier. You are the one known as Xiang Chen. The girl gazed at Xiang Chen, her words causing the faces of Xiang Chen and his companions to pale. Xiang Chen, she addressed me by my true name. Young lady, I am unsure of what you are saying. Who is Xiang Chen? Xiang Chen feigned ignorance, his expression perplexed. Enough of your pretense, since we have sought you out. We have naturally uncovered all your secrets. The girl grinned mischievously, her demeanor shifting. Prepare for battle. Li Huan and others' expressions darkened as they immediately summoned their treasures. The maiden chuckled lightly. Put away your weapons. None of you combined could possibly match my strength. In that instant, a terrifying aura emanated from her, undeniably surpassing the pinnacle of the ancient realm. Xiang Chen and the others' expressions shifted. Had their identities been exposed? Yue spoke calmly. Xiang Chen, do not be alarmed. This is our third senior sister from Hidden Peak, Mo Ran. We at Hidden Peak have thoroughly investigated your background. There is no need to worry about your past transgressions in the Great Xia dynasty. As a core disciple of the Heavenly Sect, even the gravest of sins can be pardoned, let alone the injustice from the Huangzhou Academy, which is a mere misconception. Hearing this, Xiang Chen felt a wave of relief wash over him, signaling his men to sheath their treasures. In a solemn tone, he replied, I apologize. I did not intend to conceal my identity. I was merely fleeing from a bounty placed upon me by the Great Xia. I feared that the Heavenly Sect would not accept me, which is why I chose to hide my identity to seek enlightenment here. However, I remain curious as to how you discovered who I am. Zhuge Yuan had recognized his identity due to the 100 Illusions mask, which originated from their sect, and his secret technique. The identity he crafted for himself as Tang Yu was genuine and traceable, not fabricated. Ha, you little rascals, it has been a long time. I had no idea you could progress this far. A clear laugh echoed, and a figure suddenly landed before Xiang Chen and the others. They looked up to see a slightly plump middle-aged man, somewhat greasy in appearance. Senior Elder Wang Yang. The group exclaimed in delight, instantly recognizing him. Indeed, it was none other than Wang Yang from Huangzhou Academy. Xiang Chen was equally astonished, gazing incredulously at the smiling Wang Yang, an unexpected pang of nostalgia filling his heart. You're still alive, old man. Xiang Chen laughed heartily, rushing forward. Wang Yang embraced him, their relationship having grown exceedingly familiar over time. I hope I haven't caused you too much worry, Wang Yang said, patting his shoulder. Worry? Who else worried about you? Xiang Chen responded with a smirk, then scrutinized him closely. During his time in Zhongzhou, he had sought news of Wang Yang, but the information he received from Qing Wang was vague at best, leaving his fate uncertain. By the way, how did you end up here? Are you affiliated with the Batian sect? Xiang Chen asked, astonished. Indeed, I am associated with the Batian sect. The former dean of Huangzhou Academy is merely one of my many identities, Wang Yang confirmed with a nod. Then, did you merely feign your visit to the imperial capital? Xiang Chen's expression darkened. He had always been concerned for Wang Yang, who had saved his life and imparted formidable techniques to him. Their bond had been strong. If Wang Yang were in cahoots with the Great Xia dynasty, merely playing a role, the depths of such treachery would be unfathomably vile. No, my visit to confront Ji Weiyang was genuine. However, I was no match for him and nearly lost my life. But fortunately, my senior brother rescued me, Wang Yang replied with a wry smile. Fully aware of Xiang Chen's suspicions, Xiang Chen pressed further. Isn't the Batian sect one of the supporters of the Great Xia dynasty? Since you are a member of the Batian sect, why do you not reveal your identity to engage in discourse? Xiang Chen's companions also regarded Wang Yang with curiosity. Wang Yang sighed. The matters involved are rather complex. By the way, you little rascal, upon reuniting with an old friend, must you insist that I remain outside to speak? Oh, and yes, esteemed elder, brother Yue, please allow this sister to enter. Xiang Chen promptly gestured for the three to proceed inside. They entered Xiang Chen's courtyard and took their seats in the hall. Xiang Chen, I recall there is a fully matured Qi Lian King serpent here that you have subdued? Wang Yang's gaze drifted to the ancient well in the courtyard. Indeed. Who do you think I am? The foremost prodigy of our Huangzhou Academy, Xiang Chen grinned, revealing his true appearance as he concealed the 100 illusions mask into his flesh. How striking. Mo Ran's eyes widened in astonishment as she beheld Xiang Chen, whose transformation elicited surprise from Yu Wu as well. Xiang Chen's true visage could undoubtedly be described as a rare celestial beauty, far surpassing the allure of Tang Yu. Elder, reveal the truth, Xiang Chen urged Wang Yang. Chapter 1128. The Secrets of Ba Tian. Wang Yang glanced at Xiang Chen and the others, stating, the matters I am about to disclose pertain to sect secrets. Everyone except Xiang Chen must step outside. What secret could be so sensitive that we are barred from hearing? Elder, we are all comrades here, Wang Xiaoji muttered. Little chicken. Do not be foolish, Zhang Dan remarked, rising to exit the hall. Brother Chen, we shall take our leave as well. Li Huan and the others followed suit. Exiting the premises. Once the group departed, only Wang Yang, Yue Ying, and the formidable young lady, Mo Ran, remained in the hall. Wang Yang then unleashed a powerful surge of true essence, weaving it into a barrier that enveloped the entire hall, isolating them from external sounds. What are your thoughts on the Great Xia dynasty? Wang Yang inquired. Xiang Chen replied indifferently. What opinion could I possibly hold? The Great Xia dynasty has taken the lives of so many of my classmates. My purpose in coming to the Ba Tian sect was solely to acquire skills to avenge the palace master, my teacher, my 10,000 classmates, and you. His candidness evoked a smile from Wang Yang, who remarked, well said, young man, you truly value loyalty. In truth, our relationship with the Great Xia dynasty is not as amicable as you might presume. Oh, Xiang Chen raised an eyebrow. Isn't the Great Xia dynasty akin to the steward of the 3 human sects? Could it be that you harbor some grievances? Mo Ran swung her petite legs atop a high chair, munching on a bag of dried fruit snacks, while humming a tune, choosing not to interject. Yu Wu stood like a statue at the entrance of the hall, arms crossed, forbidding anyone from entering. Wang Yang continued, as you mentioned, the Great Xia dynasty involves the 3 sects, which includes not only our Ba Tian sect, but also the Dawdling sect and the Ling Mo sect. The relationships among these 3 sects are far from harmonious. The Dawdling sect tends to maintain a neutral stance, while our Ba Tian sect and the Ling Mo sect have historically been adversaries. Now, as the power of the Great Xia dynasty grows ever stronger and its foundation deepens, it has begun to slip beyond our control, drawing increasingly closer to the Ling Mo sect. Our Ba Tian sect's influence within the Great Xia dynasty is being systematically marginalized and diminished, which bodes ill for us. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen narrowed his eyes, instantly grasping the implication. Old man, are you suggesting that the Great Xia dynasty might ally with the Lingma sect against the Ba Tian sect? Wang Yang nodded in affirmation. Currently, the human race is under pressure from external forces. The Lingma sect likely dares not take such a step. However, once the external conflicts conclude, I believe a confrontation between the Ba Tian sect and the Lingma sect is inevitable, as they vie for supremacy over the world. One must be wary of the Great Xia dynasty potentially switching sides. Human ambition and greed know no bounds. Xiang Chen remained non-committal, recalling that his closest brother, Xiahou Wu, along with more than 20 other comrades, were still within the Lingma sect. I must find a moment to reach out to Houzi and inquire about their circumstances. He pondered silently. Moreover, what is your standing within the Tian sect? You mentioned Yin Peak. What exactly is that? He inquired further. Wang Yang smiled faintly. This is precisely the reason I sought you out. I hold no official status within the Ba Tian sect. My existence is not documented there. As for Yin Peak, it is a faction beyond the 8 peaks and 9 halls, a separate entity within the Ba Tian sect. Yin Peak does not answer to any elders of the Ba Tian sect, nor is it subject to the sect's direct governance. It only heeds the directives of the Elder Council. The responsibility of Yin Peak is to safeguard the Ba Tian sect and eliminate internal traitors and external spies. It serves as the unseen blade of the Ba Tian sect. Wang Yang glanced at the young woman and then at Yu Wu. I, along with my second senior sister and Yu Wu, are members of Yin Peak. Naturally, our identities within Yin Peak remain undisclosed to outsiders. To the world, Yu Wu is merely regarded as a core disciple of the Huishuan Peak, while only those at the elder level within the Ba Tian sect are aware of Yin Peak's existence. Even they are unaware of the number and identities of our members. The intelligence network of Yin Peak spans the realm. For instance, regarding your identity, we deduced it the moment you and your companions entered the sect. Primarily through my own insights, Wang Yang stated with a soft smile. Xiang Chen chuckled playfully. Old man, you share all this with me simply to recruit me into Yin Peak, don't you? Wang Yang did not mince words, replying, I knew you were astute. Indeed, your intellect, adaptability, strength, and talent would be a loss to Yin Peak if you did not join us. Of course, you could still join another peak as a cover. But ultimately, you would be beholden to Yin Peak. As Xiang Chen trimmed his nails with a pair of clippers, he asked, what benefits would joining Yin Peak confer? Wang Yang laughed heartily. You are quite the skeptic. Let me tell you, double the resources for core disciples. And as long as you do not commit any acts of treachery against the sect, you can avoid death. Additionally, joining Yin Peak as a core disciple grants you a scroll of celestial techniques. How does that sound? A scroll of celestial techniques. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with excitement. Currently, aside from his innate abilities, the most formidable techniques he practiced were the Shura Blade technique and the unknown-level Tianzong Fist technique, with the Quanglei Blade technique barely matching the lower tier of heavenly grade. The allure of celestial techniques was immense, promising significant enhancement of power even beyond the ancient realms. Are there any restrictions or regulations? Xiang Chen inquired once more. Wang Yang took a sip of tea and remarked, the fundamental rule is that one must not betray the sect, nor can one disclose the secrets of Hidden Peak to the outside world. Beyond that, there are truly no other restrictions. Any tasks assigned must be completed, but otherwise, there are no limitations. Furthermore, Hidden Peak possesses its own unique cultivation paradise. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow and inquired, then who do we listen to in our daily affairs? Those who enter Hidden Peak address one another as brothers and sisters. Typically, we heed the guidance of the eldest senior brother. The one who leads our Hidden Peak is the current chief elder, the former master of the sect, Teacher Tian Tongzi. We can also respectfully refer to him as Teacher, Wang Yang explained. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen began to weigh the pros and cons of joining Hidden Peak. This Hidden Peak resembled a clandestine force akin to the network he commanded, an underground unit of unparalleled status, providing access to the core of the Batian sect. Very well, I shall join Hidden Peak, Xiang Chen concluded after a moment of contemplation. He then looked outside the hall and asked, what about my comrades? The students from the Wild Palace? Are they unable to join Hidden Peak? At this, Yue replied indifferently. We are here to invite you into the very core of Hidden Peak, the Hive. Not everyone is qualified to enter the Hive. Your admission is largely due to the strong recommendation of the fourth senior brother, along with your commendable achievements and inherent potential. Your companions may only join the peripheral groups of Hidden Peak. Hive? Xiang Chen questioned, casting a puzzled glance at Wang Yang. Wang Yang smiled and elucidated. The Hive is the core group of Hidden Peak, currently comprising no more than 18 individuals, exclusively recruiting those with exceptional talent. Then am I the 19th? Xiang Chen asked. Indeed, upon your joining, you will be the youngest among us, possessing the least cultivation, and the only one whose abilities have yet to reach the ancient realm. The one ranked 18th is your senior brother, Wang Yang confirmed. Mo Ran pointed towards Yu Wu and cheerfully added, from now on, I shall be your third senior sister. Little youngster, do you have anything to offer in tribute to me? Xiang Chen chuckled and obediently addressed her. Third senior sister, my foundations are humble, my family poor. And I am but a modest height of 1.89 meters. I possess little of worth, save for this unparalleled beauty. Perhaps I could offer myself to you instead? Wang Yang and Yu Wu exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of sympathy for Xiang Chen. Surprisingly, third senior sister did not appear angered by his jest. She regarded Xiang Chen thoughtfully and replied, very well, from now on, I shall take you under my wing. You shall be my pet. Xiang Chen was taken aback. That was not the implication he intended. With a mix of amusement and exasperation, he said, third senior sister, I was merely joking. All right. Since you wish to join us at Hidden Peak, let us proceed to meet our teacher, the master of Hidden Peak and the previous sect leader, Wang Yang announced, rising and dispelling the barrier he had set. Where's Hidden Peak? Xiang Chen inquired, perplexed, for he had never heard of it before. Wang Yang smiled mysteriously. Come with us, and you shall soon find out. As they exited the hall, the brothers of Yan Huang awaited outside. Xiang Chen informed them that he had matters to attend to and instructed them to return to their cultivation for the time being before following Wang Yang and the others. upon witnessing that they possessed a formation plate allowing free access to his mountain gate. Xiang Chen expressed his astonishment. Is it true that the people of Yinfeng can freely enter the mountain gates of other disciples? Wang Yang transformed his appearance from that of a middle-aged man into a youthful figure, clad in the modest attire of a disciple. Indeed, apart from the mountain gates of the sect leader, the grand elders, and certain forbidden areas, we can access the mountain gates of core disciples and my elders alike. Thanks to this celestial pivot token, Elder Wang Yang remarked, raising the purple golden formation plate in his hand. This is truly a remarkable item. Xiang Chen's eyes gleamed with excitement as he rubbed his hands together and chuckled. Old man, could you spare me one? Everyone who enters my hive will receive one. Your teacher will provide you with it in due course. As they conversed, they soared through the air towards a mountain gate of the vast sky sect. Before them loomed a colossal peak, rising 8,000 zhang, perpetually shrouded in ice and snow, with frigid temperatures and swirling frost enveloping the mountain. The gate appeared dilapidated, its blue stones covered in moss. From below, a most ordinary stone staircase ascended into the clouds, and the mountain gate lacked any protective barriers, seemingly abandoned long ago. The vast sky sect, spanning 8,000 li, was home to countless spiritual mountains, yet few noticed this desolate snow-capped peak. Upon landing before the mountain gate, Xiang Chen gazed at it in bewilderment, rendered speechless by its unimposing appearance, which seemed inferior even to his own Chilean mountain. Is this truly it? He questioned, perplexed. You'll understand once you follow me, Wang Yang replied, ascending the staircase. With each step on the first stone stair, a circle of true essence runes manifested beneath his feet, and intricate patterns emerged upon the blue steps. With each ascent, distinct runes coalesced, revealing a series of formations. As Xiang Chen followed, he observed keenly, his brow furrowing at the realization, spatial runes. These stone steps are imbued with spatial inscriptions. Upon reaching the 999th step, still below halfway up the mountain, a resounding hum echoed as a 2-zhang-wide spatial vortex materialized amidst the swirling clouds. A portal to another realm. Xiang Chen marveled at the sight. Let us venture inside, Wang Yang urged, giving him a gentle push, and Xiang Chen found himself thrust into the vortex. Wang Yang, the second sister, and Yue followed him into the portal, which vanished in an instant. When it reappeared, Xiang Chen discovered he stood upon a vast altar measuring several dozen meters across, intricately inscribed with runes. The world before him had transformed entirely. Before him stretched a vibrant celestial expanse, beneath which floated a massive island, its diameter spanning several hundred kilometers, suffused with ethereal energy. Lush trees exuded extraordinary spirit, and amidst the forest, magnificent jade palaces stood tall, the island adorned with spiritual flowers and trees, presenting an exquisite panorama. The energy of this realm is astonishing, Xiang Chen remarked, gazing in awe at the island. This is the ancient Qiong Immortal Island, a celestial isle birthed during antiquity. Concealed in an alternate dimension, a true celestial abode, Wang Yang elucidated. Follow me. He darted forth like lightning, and Xiang Chen trailed behind, discovering an abundance of spiritual beasts and extraordinary herbs flourishing across the island. The air resonated with a thunderous rumble. Suddenly, from the depths of the earth, colossal vines burst forth, emerging from the soil with a diameter of over 10 meters, rising into the skies from all directions and transforming into an intricate web that ensnared Xiang Chen. His expression darkened as he surveyed his surroundings, finding himself ensnared by the iron-colored vines. In an instant, these tendrils elongated into slender spears, infused with formidable spiritual power. Flash! Xiang Chen bellowed, swinging his blade, the dragon's edge releasing a thunderous force of ancient caliber. Boom, boom, boom. The incoming vines were cleaved and exploded. Yet, a relentless barrage of vine spears surged forth, unleashing energy at the 8th level of the carefree realm. Solar fire. Xiang Chen opened his mouth, exhaling a torrent of searing, domineering solar flames. Accompanied by the might of the golden crow, a thunderous roar erupted as golden flames engulfed the heavens, incinerating the incoming vine spears, reducing them to mere ashes. Such tyrannical flames. Boy, you've fallen into my trap. This is your burial ground. A chilling laughter echoed from within the vine cage. Boom. Within the confines of the vine cage, massive flowering vines sprouted, their blossoms resembling a fountain, unleashing torrents of verdant water that surged forth to extinguish the solar flames. Hiss! Under the onslaught of this deluge, the solar flames were extinguished. The overwhelming flood carried astonishing impact and spiritual power, crashing forward. Yellow Spring's forbidden scripture, activate. Xiang Chen roared in fury, unleashing 9 streams of Yellow Spring's power from within, the icy force sweeping through the oncoming flood, freezing it solid into towering ice waves. Dragon Elephant shattering heaven. Xiang Chen punched with ferocity, shattering the ice waves instantly. Breaking free from the icy encirclement, he unleashed a full-force strike upon the vine cage. However, this cage proved immensely resilient. His powerful blow merely left a shallow scar. Give up, boy. My azure profound vine cage cannot be breached by your strength. This day marks your demise. The mocking voice resonated once more. Who are you? Why do you seek my life? Xiang Chen asked, his grip on the blade steady. His expression calm. I am a member of the Heavenly Talisman Hall. Do you comprehend now? The voice retorted with a chilling laugh. Xiang Chen's countenance darkened, and he shouted, Old man, where are you? Hurry and save me. Such naivety, the voice scoffed. Did you truly believe that the person you saw was Wang Yang? You can disguise yourself. So can our people, all to lure you here for a covert ambush. Scoundrel! Xiang Chen's face darkened. Come forth, tyrant man-eating flower. Boom, boom, boom. At that moment, more vines shot forth, the tips transforming into massive mouths resembling flowers, lined with sharp fangs, each several meters in size. Roaring, the swarm of tyrant man-eating flowers lunged at Xiang Chen, their gaping maws, filled with lethal teeth, capable of shattering diamonds. Xiang Chen spoke coldly. Since this is a death trap, I shall hold nothing back. Within the realm of spiritual vines, I reign supreme, devouring heaven's evil vine. With a sudden burst, flesh and blood tore open from his back, and 5 crimson tendrils erupted forth, each adorned with jagged fangs, lunging violently towards the encroaching carnivorous flower. The 2 distinct vines intertwined in a fierce struggle, splattering green ichor in every direction. Before the carnivorous flower could even sink its jaws into Xiang Chen, it found itself ensnared by the devouring heaven's evil vine, which coiled tightly around its stem, voraciously siphoning its life force. In an instant, the once formidable flower withered and perished. How is this possible? What kind of vine is this? A voice exclaimed in astonishment. The devouring heaven's evil vine then surged towards the vine cage, unleashing an astonishing devouring power, draining the cage's vitality until it turned a sickly yellow, its spiritual energy diminished. Thunderous fury of the heavens. Xiang Chen roared, cleaving forward with his blade, unleashing a curtain of lightning that tore through the air, crashing down upon the vine net. Boom! The net shattered, a gaping hole cleaved into it, and in a flash, Xiang Chen transformed into a streak of light. Propelling himself forward as a blaze of true solar fire engulfed the lifeless tendrils. Instantly, the vine cage was reduced to ashes. Ah! A figure shrieked, emerging from the earth. Xiang Chen gazed upon a green-haired youth clad in azure robes, who ignited with solar flames, fleeing at an astonishing speed into the distance. Damn you, this isn't over. Xiang Chen did not pursue, but instead surveyed his surroundings. Wang Yang, Yue Ying, and that so-called second sister were nowhere to be found. He remained vigilant, suspended in midair, employing his moon-gazing eye technique. Damn it, have I fallen into a trap? A sense of foreboding gripped Xiang Chen as he flew towards a distant structure. Suddenly, a colossal earthen hand erupted from the ground, expanding to an immense size, descending upon Xiang Chen as if swatting a fly. The terrifying power contained within that hand was capable of obliterating a mountain. The attack was imminent and unavoidable. Yet, Xiang Chen gripped his blade, countering the massive hand. Iato, draw sword technique. With a flash, a strike faster than thunder cleaved through the air, the blade's light tearing through all, aiming at the giant hand. However, the remarkably sharp blow merely sparked against the hand's surface. Boom! The hand forcefully struck Xiang Chen, sending him hurtling backward, crashing into the ground. The earth erupted, sharp golden swords piercing upward, turning the ground into a veritable hedgehog as Xiang Chen collided. Heavenly wolf wings, arise. He bellowed inwardly. A pair of heavenly wolf wings sprouted from his back, bursting forth and releasing a tremendous rebound force, stabilizing his descent and preventing him from landing amidst the deadly sword forest. Suddenly, a figure appeared on the ground below. The man was extraordinarily robust, bald, with yellow skin, towering over 3 meters in height, wielding a massive battle axe. "Boy, I have come to take your life," the man declared coldly, stomping forward with a resounding thud. He launched himself like a cannonball, moving with astonishing speed, delivering a ferocious punch that contained the profound essence of the earth, its power unparalleled. Dragon Fist, Flame Dragon Strike. Xiang Chen unleashed his own punch, a torrent of blazing solar fire roaring forth, augmented by the Flame Dragon Strike, transforming into a colossal golden fire fist that collided fiercely. The clash of their fists erupted with terrifying energy, yet within the opponent's punch, a transcendent intent of a celestial strike bore down upon Xiang Chen. Blood gushed from Xiang Chen's mouth, as if struck by a mountain, sending him hurtling backward. Vajra Wave Fist. The bald giant continued his assault, unleashing hundreds of shadowy fists that rained down upon Xiang Chen. In a flash, Xiang Chen's figure flickered like lightning, executing the celestial escape technique, merging with the earth and vanishing at a terrifying speed. The bald man sneered, "The earth is my domain." He stomped on the ground, causing a seismic force to surge towards Xiang Chen. Boom! Xiang Chen was violently propelled away by the overwhelming force, expelled from the earth itself. This adversary's comprehension of the essence of the earth was astonishing. A pang of astonishment flickered within Xiang Chen's heart. "Kid, perish!" The bald man chuckled darkly, slamming his palm onto the ground, unleashing waves of earthy spiritual energy that coalesced into a massive rock python, lunging towards Xiang Chen in an instant. Taking a deep breath, Xiang Chen's eyes ignited with a terrifying intent. This intent seemed capable of shattering the very heavens. Fist burial of mountains and rivers. He thrust his fist forward, the space folding as a tempest of fist intent erupted, a phantom of destroyed mountains and rivers appearing behind him. The fist's might surged forth like a deluge, crashing into the oncoming rock python. Boom! A thunderous explosion ensued, the rock python disintegrating under the ferocious force of the punch, which then bore down upon the bald giant. Struck, the giant spewed forth a mouthful of blood, sent flying, his eyes wide with shock. "Kill!" Xiang Chen surged forward, his fist intent transforming into the might of the dragon and elephant. In that moment, enlightenment flooded his mind, his spirit merging with the cosmos, entwining with the dragon-elephant fist. Buzz! The dragon-elephant fist birthed a power that commanded the forces of nature. Dragon-elephant fist intent, transcending the heavens. Dragon-elephant shattering the sky. Xiang Chen roared, his fist morphing into an ancient dragon-elephant, its roars echoing through the heavens. Diamond Shield. A radiant shield of diamond-like brilliance materialized around the bald giant for defense. Thunderous impacts resonated as the dragon-elephant fist crashed against the shield, which cracked under the strain. "Kill!" Xiang Chen's momentum surged, his fist power escalating. Bang! The shield shattered, and the bald man was slammed into the ground by a devastating punch. Yet, as Xiang Chen sought to deliver a finishing blow, the opponent melded into the earth, vanishing without a trace. Xiang Chen frowned. This fellow possesses formidable earth-based techniques. Escaping quite swiftly. How could I have been so careless, falling for such cunning? Their intelligence network is truly formidable, even uncovering my relationship with that old rogue. In his heart, Xiang Chen secretly mused. Soon he sensed a figure approaching. Suddenly, a black longbow appeared in his hand, the dragon hunter bow. In an instant, he drew the bow and released 7 arrows, each imbued with a formidable energy, hurtling towards a crimson tiger that was closing in from over 10 kilometers away. The arrows flew with astonishing speed, reaching their target almost instantaneously. However, the tiger vanished in a flash of fire, dissipating into thin air. Boom, boom, boom. The arrows struck the ground, creating massive craters and sending dust swirling into the air. "Ah, little one, how did you discover me?" From the flames emerged a woman clad in a flowing red dress, her striking crimson hair cascading down her slender form. In her hand, she wielded a crimson whip. Xiang Chen regarded her with indifference and remarked, "Disguising yourself as a beast, yet you lack even the most basic aura of a demon. Who are you?" The woman chuckled softly, "Clever boy, I am Sister Funyi. Few can see through my illusory beast spirit's mystique. I have come to claim your life." Xiang Chen observed the energy radiating from her, noting she was at the celestial realm, yet the terrifying blaze of intent surrounding her indicated she was a formidable opponent. He sneered coldly, "To kill me? I fear you may end up harming yourself." While I am a connoisseur of beauty, I am not one to shy away from uprooting a poisonous rose. Giggling, she replied, then come and try to break me. With a flick of her wrist, she unleashed the whip engulfed in flames, transforming it into a colossal fire serpent that lashed out towards Xiang Chen, its fierce energy distorting the very air around it. Xiang Chen stepped forward, evading like lightning, yet the whip swiftly altered its trajectory, ensnaring him. As he swung the dragon-quelling demon blade to sever the fiery whip, it coiled around his weapon, the whip's end morphing into the head of a fire serpent that lunged at him. His expression shifted slightly as he relinquished his blade, retreating to avoid the attack. The woman seized his weapon, mocking him. Little brother, without your blade, how do you intend to confront me? With a smirk, Xiang Chen retorted, my blade has a rather volatile temper. Suddenly, the dragon-quelling demon blade erupted with a violent surge of ancient, thunderous energy. Boom! The woman screamed as she was sent flying, her hair standing on end from the electric force. With a swift motion, Xiang Chen unleashed the blade, sending a torrent of lightning crashing towards her. Brother, sister is quite displeased. Her expression turned icy as she infused her whip with true essence, transforming it into a massive fire dragon that charged to meet his strike. Roaring, the dragon-quelling demon blade transformed into a thunder dragon, clashing with the fire dragon amidst a thunderous explosion, unleashing a cataclysmic wave of energy. In the blink of an eye, Xiang Chen vanished, reappearing behind the woman, his hand darting out like lightning to grasp her slender neck. Her face paled as he seized her neck from behind. Xiang Chen, gripping her tightly, smiled coldly, surprised. Did you expect this? The woman's expression mirrored shock. How could you move so quickly? Suddenly, a melodious laugh escaped her lips as she leaned against Xiang Chen, exhaling a fragrant breath. Is my dear little brother equally swift in bed? You shall find out. Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smirk, his fingers poised to crush her throat. To his astonishment, the woman transformed into a fiery python, her body instantaneously coiling around him. A colossal serpent's head fixated on Xiang Chen as it spoke human words. Brother, approaching your sister is not the wisest strategy in battle. The constricting power of the python surged, intent on gradually pulverizing Xiang Chen's form. Is that so? Xiang Chen scoffed, and in an instant, his figure swelled, morphing into a celestial wolf that sank its fangs viciously into the serpent's flesh. The python emitted a shrill cry before uncoiling, hurling the celestial wolf away. The python then reverted to her human guise, revealing a row of bite marks on her snow-white thigh. Are you part dog? She grumbled, rubbing her fair leg with a scowl. Xiang Chen chuckled, licking his lips. Sister, your flavor is delightful. I could indulge again. The woman paused, then teased, such audacity. To flirt with your sister. You resemble the roguish fourth senior brother. Xiang Chen smiled nonchalantly. One must embrace youth with a touch of romance. And to my other brothers. No need to feign. Step forward. Laughter erupted from the earth, and a bald giant emerged, the very individual who had battled Xiang Chen earlier, now emanating an aura far more formidable than the ancient realm. Indeed, you nearly singed my backside. Another man clad in azure appeared, the same who had fought Xiang Chen before, now radiating power surpassing the pinnacle of the ancient realm. The fiery woman also exuded a terrifying energy beyond that realm's summit. 12th junior brother, 7th junior brother, 9th junior sister. I have not misjudged my choices, have I? A gentle voice resonated, as Wang Yang, Yu Wu, and the 3rd senior sister Mo Ran made their entrance. This is dull. You all are rather inept, unable to best a mere novice. The 3rd senior sister scoffed at the trio. They felt a bit sheepish, having suppressed their levels to play with the young disciple, only to find themselves outmatched. How did you discern our intentions, little dust? Wang Yang inquired of Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen rolled his eyes and replied, Did you think me a fool? Initially, I was oblivious, but as the skirmishes continued, I sensed their lack of malice, realizing this was likely a trap laid by you, old lecher. Furthermore, your demeanor and mannerisms are not easily replicated by others, unless by you yourself. Wang Yang laughed heartily. So what do you think? Has this 19th junior brother met your expectations? Impressive, the bald man remarked. Indeed, quite astute. The young man in azure waved at Xiang Chen with a grin. Humph. Daring to flirt with my sister, the woman murmured, rubbing the bite marks on her thigh. Chapter 1132. The Hidden Peak Mission. How can a junior brother foster affection without some playful teasing? The shameless second dog continued. In the company of his 4 senior brothers, The young man known as Chun was introduced to his 12th senior brother, Lin Huang, and his bald, robust 7th senior brother, Qin Shan, the lady amongst them. His 9th senior sister, Fan Yi, possessed a rare phantom beast spirit, allowing her to alter her form. As for the speaker, he ranked 4th among the brothers of Yin Feng, while this esteemed 3rd senior sister, Yu Wu, was recognized as Chun's immediate superior, holding the 18th rank. The 1st senior brother was not present on Guqiong Immortal Island, but Chun would meet him in due course. The 2nd senior sister was the current sect master, Wang Yang, who proceeded to introduce the gathering, the 7th senior brother, the 9th senior sister, and the 12th senior brother. Chen Qiu performed a respectful salute to his seniors, who reciprocated the gesture. "Is the fragrance of your sister's legs appealing?" teased the 9th senior sister as she casually draped her arm over Chen's shoulder. Embarrassed, Chen replied, "It was merely a reaction in a moment of urgency. Senior sister, you are both beautiful and kind-hearted. Please do not hold a grudge against me." "Humph. I am not such a petty person," she retorted. "You are quite impressive, having utilized the true Sunfire earlier, which effectively countered my 1,000 divine ability." The 12th senior brother remarked with a smile. Chen nodded affirmatively. "Indeed, it is true Sunfire. I possess the Golden Crow spirit and fortuitously acquired the cultivation legacy of the true Sunfire." "Very well, you are now acquainted with nearly half the group. The remaining seniors you have yet to meet will appear in due time. Now, let us proceed to meet our master, the Lord of Yin Feng." Wang Yang patted Chun on the shoulder as they continued their flight toward a distant celestial mountain. This mountain towered 10,000 feet high, enveloped in ethereal mist. At its summit lay a courtyard, adorned with various spiritual fruits and vegetables, alongside a small bamboo grove. The group entered the courtyard, traversing through corridors until they arrived before a rustic hall. "Lower your voices," Wang Yang suddenly commanded, and the group moved quietly to the windows of the hall to observe. Inside, a large alchemical furnace blazed with vibrant crimson flames, while a figure clad in a gray Taoist robe, with hair ashen, sat cross-legged with his back to them. This individual intermittently infused the furnace with magical inscriptions, occasionally scratching his toes and sniffing them before resuming his alchemical work. Chun's expression twitched at this sight. Was this truly the Lord of Yin Feng, the esteemed elder? Such an unrefined display. Oh my, what a remarkable posterior, he thought. The old man occasionally emitted a lewd chuckle, engrossed not in the furnace, but in a pictorial book of living beings, occasionally inserting a spell into the furnace with a casual flick. Such a decrepit old man, the 9th senior sister sighed inwardly, before suddenly exclaiming, "Master, the furnace is about to explode." "Ah!" The elder jumped in shock, hastily stowing away his book and glancing into the furnace, before exhaling in relief and turning to scold. "Little Gio, you nearly frightened me to death. Old man, you should focus on alchemy rather than indulging in such trivial distractions." "This is how 4th senior brother was led astray," she retorted with a huff. "Ahem, I am merely exploring the origins of humanity. You understand nothing, right, little 19? The elder's face flushed slightly, and he coughed awkwardly. "Senior," Chun Qiu offered a slight bow. "In the future, you may also refer to me as Master, little 19. Please wait a moment. The elixir will soon be ready." The elder waved his hand, diligently concentrating on the formation of the pill. As radiant beams of light surged into the cauldron, the fragrant aroma of the herbs coalesced within, transforming into a multitude of purple vapor. The medicinal fragrance birthed clouds, heralding the appearance of a celestial-grade elixir. The elixir, a transitional concoction from spiritual to immortal, is also known as a secondary immortal pill. The lid of the cauldron soared into the air, and 9 golden rays emerged, descending into a nearby violet jade pill bottle. Upon securing the elixir, the elder finally stepped out of the humble abode. "Master, teacher," the gathered crowd bowed in unison. As Xiang Chen gazed forward, he beheld the elder, whose rosy complexion radiated warmth, exuding a kind disposition. His hair was silver white, flowing into a long beard, and he donned a gray-white Taoist robe, embodying an ethereal presence. Tian Tongzi, the esteemed elder of the Batian sect and the master of the Hidden Peak, acknowledged him. With a wave of his grand sleeve, Tian Tongzi placed a pill bottle into Xiang Chen's hands, containing the elixir he had just refined. "This is the Gu Yuan Tian Dan, capable of stabilizing one's realm and enhancing the power equivalent to a century of ordinary cultivation." "Thank you, Master," Xiang Chen exclaimed. his heart brimming with joy as he clasped his fists in gratitude. Little 19, your fourth senior brother has already discussed the rules with you. I shall refrain from further elaboration. The individuals selected by your fourth senior brother have my trust. Henceforth, you will be the 19th core disciple of our hidden peak. Our hidden peak serves as the sect's concealed blade and the eyes overseeing the elders from various factions, bearing significant responsibilities. Do you dare to shoulder this heavy burden? Tian Tongzi inquired with a gentle smile. Xiang Chen, with a serious demeanor, declared, a man must bear the weight upon his shoulders. What purpose would he serve otherwise? I am willing to undertake this responsibility. Tian Tongzi smiled faintly. Very well. Upon your entry into Hidden Peak, I shall assign you your first task. Should you accomplish it, you will officially become a member of our Hidden Peak, and there will be substantial rewards for your success. Another task? Xiang Chen's expression fell slightly. Tian Tongzi, with a hint of annoyance, replied, did you think one could merely join Hidden Peak through internal introductions? Naturally, your capabilities must also be assessed. Your strength and talent have been verified. You are indeed a seed of immortality. Even if you were to join another ordinary peak, tasks would still need to be completed. All right, what is the task? What rewards await upon completion? Xiang Chen inquired. Tian Tongzi chuckled. Upon completion, I shall reward you with a scroll of immortal techniques. Is that not a generous reward? Xiang Chen's eyes brightened as he responded. Indeed, it is substantial, but I shall heed the master's instructions. Haha, you truly are one who does not let go of the hare until the eagle appears. Regarding this sect's assessment, from start to finish, I ask you, have you discovered anything? Tian Tongzi posed the question. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen furrowed his brow, contemplating the inquiry, and then replied, indeed, I have identified certain issues. Oh, pray, elaborate, Tian Tongzi urged. Xiang Chen spoke confidently. There are traitors within the sect. Tian Tongzi maintained his composure, asking, what leads you to such a conclusion? Xiang Chen articulated his thoughts clearly. The routes and timings for sending disciples to the assessment are confidential, are they not? Yet, upon arriving at the outer battlefield, we encountered an ambush, resulting in significant losses among our assessed disciples. Is this not indicative of a mole leaking our movements? Tian Tongzi displayed an expression of appreciation and remarked, indeed, your discernment reveals a meticulous mind. There is, in fact, a traitor among us, who has been identified as Elder Mu Shou from the recruitment hall. This individual has fled to the Aaron tribe. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. Recalling one of the 3 elders from the recruitment hall, he subsequently shook his head and replied, no, I fear the traitor is not he. Chapter 1133. The Thunderstorm Blade. Oh, if not him, then who could it be? Tian Tongzi continued to inquire. Xiang Chen responded, if I were to name the traitor now, it would merely be conjecture without solid evidence. However, I possess a method to uncover the identity of the traitor. Moreover, teacher Tian Tongzi, your inquiry suggests you harbor doubts about Elder Mu Shou's guilt, does it not? Tian Tongzi laughed heartily, saying, indeed, you are sharp. Mu Shou is not the traitor. He is one of my hidden disciples, part of the swarm under Yin Feng's command, but he has already met with misfortune. As for the traitor who divulged your examination's whereabouts, I assign this task to you. You have 1 year to uncover the truth. Should you fail to do so, I shall have no choice but to seal your memory of Yin Feng and reduce you to an ordinary core disciple. Xiang Chen agreed, stating, very well. A year is sufficient. However, may I investigate the intelligence records of all the elders in the recruitment hall? Of course, and when necessary. You may also enlist the help of your senior brothers and sisters, Tian Tongzi replied. Upon hearing this, Xiang Chen turned to Wang Yang and the others, grinning as he clasped his fists together. In that case, I shall trouble all of you, and upon completion of the task, I will prepare a grand feast for my esteemed seniors. Ninth sister shot him a glance. Who would want to eat your grand feast? I have my eye on a golden feathered robe, which is rather modestly priced at 30,000 premium spirit stones. Heh, my wine is nearly finished. And I particularly enjoy the Millennium Brew, also not expensive, at 50,000 premium spirit stones per jar. Seventh brother produced a gourd of wine. Xiang Chen's lips twitched. This was a blatant and shameless hint. Fine, we shall purchase everything. He gritted through clenched teeth, cursing his greedy seniors. Ha ha ha. Well, this trivial matter is on us. Junior brother, they responded jovially. Xiang Chen sighed, realizing that the reward of 100,000 premium spirit stones he had received was unlikely to remain intact. However, He still possessed a mining operation, and premium spirit stones were being extracted, ensuring his fortune remained substantial. After spending a day on Guqiong Island, enjoying drinks with everyone and fostering camaraderie, Xiang Chen departed from the island. Upon returning to his mountain dwelling, he began selecting his examination rewards, which included a superior grade heavenly martial art. The heavenly martial arts are most suited for practitioners within the ancient realm. As his spiritual sense probed into the identity jade token, he discovered a repository of information within, transforming into a unique conscious space. Within this realm floated ethereal books, each detailing various heavenly martial arts from the Demons Sect. Xiang Chen focused on selecting techniques related to swordsmanship. The Stormblade had already been cultivated to its utmost potential, yet as his realm advanced, its power began to wane. While the Shura Blade technique was formidable, its lethality made it unsuitable for ordinary self-defense or sparring. One must choose a martial art that is both formidable and manageable, a blade technique that one can master with finesse. The Demons Sect truly deserves its reputation as one of the foremost sects of humanity, possessing no fewer than 1,000 celestial-level martial arts, among which there are dozens of celestial blade techniques. The Thousand Shadows Celestial Blade can conjure countless illusions, making it difficult to discern the real from the false. It is classified as a mid-tier celestial technique. The Broken Wave Blade technique boasts a profound and continuous blade aura, capable of laying down layers of blade energy that can erupt in combat. It is considered a superior celestial technique. The Crimson Fire Blade art is another noteworthy technique. Xiang Chen's consciousness traverses the information of these celestial-level techniques. The Wind and Thunder Celestial Blade requires one to comprehend the essence of wind and thunder, achievable only through the mastery of 3 distinct blade techniques: the Wind and Thunder Quick Slash, the Wind and Thunder Skybreak, and the Wind Wing Thunder Phoenix. The complete fusion of wind and thunder can amplify the power of a superior celestial technique to 4 times that of the same realm. The difficulty of cultivation is paramount. Xiang Chen's eyes sparkled with interest upon discovering this blade technique, the Wind and Thunder Blade art. It seems that Meng Ziki has cultivated this very technique, demonstrating considerable power. Unfortunately, his blade lacks a strong thunder essence. Meanwhile, my archery technique has already reached the pinnacle of wind comprehension, and my thunder blade intent is on the cusp of transcending to an extraordinary realm. Is this not the perfect match for this blade art? Xiang Chen felt a surge of joy. He had finally found a blade technique suitable for himself. Thus, he made his choice. This Wind and Thunder Celestial Blade would be his selection for the assessment reward. Xiang Chen withdrew his identity token and soon produced a formation plate. As his consciousness surged into it, he reported his request to the sect. Core disciples possess many privileges. They can directly report their resource needs within the monthly allowance of 10,000 premium spiritual stones provided by the sect. The sect dispatches external disciples to assist in delivering resources, and they even provide meals daily. Core disciples are also entitled to 2 servant slots, allowing them to select 2 external disciples to serve as their personal attendants. In essence, aside from being assigned certain tasks, core disciples have their daily affairs managed by the sect, allowing them to focus solely on cultivation and self-empowerment. However, half an hour later, a wave of energy fluctuations echoed from outside Xiang Chen's mountain gate. The delivery of the martial technique had arrived. Xiang Chen activated the formation plate, opening a passage at the mountain gate. Shortly thereafter, he heard 2 clear voices outside his courtyard. External disciple Amo, greetings to the esteemed core senior brother. I have come to deliver the martial technique. External disciple Shilin, greetings core senior brother. I am here to present today's spiritual meal. Please, enter. Xiang Chen's voice beckoned, and the courtyard door opened, allowing the 2 external disciples, appearing to be in their early teens, to step inside. One was a young man clad in a gray robe of an external disciple, with a handsome countenance, approximately 15 or 16 years of age, at the Yuanyang realm of cultivation. The other was a girl in white attire, with large, spirited eyes, carrying a food box. Greetings, core senior brother. Amo and Shilin said with utmost respect, bowing deeply to Xiang Chen. To them, a core disciple was akin to a celestial dragon, embodying their aspirations. The external and inner disciples of the Demons Sect are largely talented seeds sent from various regions, nurtured and cultivated from a young age within the sect, with many entering the Yuanyang realm in their teenage years. In this narrative, Xiang Chen and his companions arrived at the Demons sect through assessments. Seated by a stone table in the courtyard, the young Mu approached, presenting a sealed jade slip, the size of a bamboo tube, saying, "Senior brother, this is the martial arts manual sent to you by the scripture pavilion." He continued, "Senior brother, this is your spiritual meal for today, which includes 7-grade spiritual rice, jiao blood grain, a 7-grade Yue fruit, and a bowl of 9-bird soup." The young maiden, Shi Lin, also brought forth the spiritual meal. "Set it down. Thank you for your hard work. Here is your reward," Xiang Chen replied with a nod and a smile as he waved his hand, causing 2 elongated premium spirit stones to fall into their hands. "Thank you, senior brother." Amu and Shi Lin expressed their gratitude with a bow. After placing down the items, they bowed once more and gracefully retreated to the entrance, turning to close the courtyard door behind them. Thunderblade of wind and lightning. Xiang Chen's eyes gleamed with fervor as he gazed at the jade slip. The thunderblade of wind and lightning channels the essence of wind and thunder, merging their powers into a blade aura. It was created by the Thunder Immortal Master of the Demons sect, and when mastered, it could shatter the heavens. As his consciousness probed into the jade slip, the intricate law patterns transformed into luminous threads that surged into Xiang Chen's spiritual sea, leaving an indelible mark. The light patterns on the jade slip subsequently vanished, signifying that this transmission of knowledge was a singular event, a unique imprint that could not be shared with others. Xiang Chen diligently studied the cultivation methods and visualization techniques inscribed within the slip. After a moment, he rose and stepped outside his mountain abode, summoning the Dragon K demon blade into his hand. Channel the essence of wind and thunder. Within him, the true essence of wind and the true essence of thunder were unleashed. A rumble echoed through the heavens as torrents of wind and thunder converged, flooding into his being. As Xiang Chen wielded the Dragon K demon blade, azure lightning coiled around it, producing thunderous roars with each swing. Soon, his movements accelerated, conjuring a tempest of azure lightning upon the mountain, its ferocity intensifying. With each strike of the blade, beams of light sliced through the sky, extending thousands of meters into the firmament. Should one witness this spectacle, they would undoubtedly be awestruck. For Xiang Chen had only just acquired the thunderblade of wind and lightning and was already adeptly wielding it. On the mountain path, 2 outer disciples who had delivered items to Xiang Chen gazed at the rolling thunder atop the peak, their expressions reflecting reverence and aspiration. "Senior brother Tang Yu is truly generous and kind," the maiden Shi Lin remarked, eyeing the substantial piece of premium spirit stone in her hands. "Such cultivation resources are unattainable for us ordinarily. Senior brother Tang Yu is the top performer in this assessment, having vanquished over 200 crocodile kings and more than 1,000 crocodile masters. I aspire to become a formidable warrior like him one day," the young Amu said, turning to admire the tempestuous winds and thunder above. He, then let us strive together," the young pair declared as they ventured forth. Meanwhile, the path was sprinkled with poison-repelling powder by Xiang Chen. Otherwise, the myriad of venomous creatures in the mountain would have posed a threat that neither of the young ones could withstand. As Xiang Chen practiced his blade techniques, his speed increased exponentially, his movements oscillating between light and agile, like the wind, and powerful and thunderous, like a tempest. The winds danced with grace. The thunder struck with immense force, blending seamlessly to execute swift and lethal strikes. With a thunderous roar, Xiang Chen unleashed his blade, the momentum swirling into a cacophony of wind and thunder. The blade's radiance transformed into a spiraling vortex of light, its velocity surpassing even the swiftest lightning. As Xiang Chen struck forth, a cerulean whirlwind of thunder erupted, soaring skyward and unleashing its fury into the heavens. The blade's aura stretching for thousands of meters before it began to dissipate gradually. Insufficient wind, inadequate thunder. "Oh heavens, how dare you mock me!" Xiang Chen bellowed, brandishing his sword defiantly at the sky. The heavens, taken aback by such audacity, complied with his audacious request. A rumble echoed through the void as dark clouds gathered, and with a crack, a bolt of lightning descended ferociously, morphing into a dragon-like form as it hurtled toward Xiang Chen. With a resounding crash, the lightning struck him, enveloping the mountaintop in a storm of electric fire. Xiang Chen roared in exhilaration, wielding his blade amidst the tempest, cursing the celestial forces as he practiced his wind and thunderblade technique. For over 10 days, patrolling disciples could only witness the relentless barrage of lightning striking the crimson refinement mountain. What grievance does the heavens have against this mountain? They wondered. Perhaps its master was simply too malevolent, provoking divine wrath. Some disciples could not help but lament the situation. Amidst the tempest, Xiang Chen sat cross-legged atop the peak, grateful for the protective array that shielded Crimson Refinement Mountain from being obliterated by the ceaseless strikes. The Dragon Emperor Demon Blade lay across his lap as he meditated in midair. Surrounded by a cerulean vortex of thunder, his presence unwavering as he sat in the eye of the storm, steady as Mount Tai. The wind invigorated all life, while the thunder summoned vitality. Xiang Chen's consciousness melded with the cosmos, envisioning a realm where thunder and wind intertwined. His spirit was wholly absorbed in this realm of perception, where cultivators, spells, and the energies of the universe coalesced, centered around the self, perpetually grasping the myriad laws of existence. Every breeze, every bolt of lightning, and every blade of grass bore its own law. This visible world was woven from countless invisible principles. Space existed stably due to laws, while time flowed at varying speeds, and the flora blossomed and withered according to its own laws. Suddenly, he opened his eyes, a surge of formidable wind and thunder essence erupting from within. This force surged forth, enveloping a radius of over 10 kilometers in a torrent of elemental power. Wind and thunder, unite, he exclaimed, and at that moment, an overwhelming force of wind and thunder radiated from him, merging with his true essence. Instantly, his divine abode was affected, birthing a greater source of true essence, expanding his spiritual space and propelling his cultivation to new heights. Fifth level of the carefree realm. Thunderbolt, rend the heavens, Xiang Chen proclaimed. Moving with purpose as he ascended toward the sky, his blade infused with the essence of wind and thunder, his true energy as a conduit. With a resounding crash, the thunder roared as his strike transformed into a column of cerulean wind and thunder, cleaving through the void. The blade pierced through the vast expanse of 9,000 meters, unleashing a cataclysmic explosion, with the wind and thunder blade aura extending over a radius of more than 10 kilometers. Xiang Chen sheathed his sword, retracting its true essence, as the rolling, thunderous energy in the sky gradually dissipated. Indeed, the might of this wind and thunder blade was extraordinary, enhancing the power of my previous blade aura by at least fourfold. It truly deserved its status as a superior technique of the celestial tier. However, it was regrettable that the Wind-Winged Thunder Phoenix required a certain level of mastery in the realm of celestial intent to be utilized. And as I had only just entered this realm, I was unable to practice that particular move. Xiang Chen mused, having diligently trained for over 10 days. He had successfully mastered the first two forms of the Wind and Thunder Heavenly Blade. Within the realm of ancient times, this technique possessed astonishing destructive potential. Xiang Chen glanced at the numerous spirit meals laid out along the mountain path, his stomach growling in anticipation of food. Approaching the provisions, he opened one of the spirit meals, and a fragrant aroma of vegetables and rice wafted towards him. These spirit meals were imbued with exceptional spiritual energy, and consuming them daily would accelerate one's cultivation. The ingredients were all of 7th rank or higher, with the meat sourced from royal-level spiritual beasts. After devouring over 10 portions, he returned to wash himself and changed his attire, feeling thoroughly satisfied as he descended the mountain. With over 3 million merit points accumulated, he needed only 1 million to exchange for a celestial-level martial technique, and these points were more than sufficient to acquire a superior martial art from the Scripture Pavilion. Now that his cultivation had reached the realm of freedom, it was time to practice the technique from the Huangquan Forbidden Classic. Xiang Chen could hardly contain his eagerness to master the second move of the Huangquan Forbidden Classic. The Huangquan Forbidden Classic belonged to the realm of divine abilities and comprised 3 moves, with the first being the Huangquan Cold Chi. The second move was named Huangquan Fury, also known as Huangquan Inferno. This technique required a level of soul power commensurate with the realm of freedom, necessitating a substantial amount of soul energy to cultivate the Huangquan Inferno. The so-called Huangquan Inferno was, in fact, a flame from the Huangquan Purgatory, known as the 9 Nether Fiery Blaze. This flame was terrifying enough to directly assault the souls of living beings, possessing some resemblance to the ghostly resentment, although the latter transformed the vengeful souls into blade auras to sever both physical and spiritual forms. Ah, it is you too, Amor and Shilin, is it not? As Xiang Chen walked along the mountain path, he spotted two individuals ascending, the boy named Amor and the girl named Xiling, collectively referred to as Amor Xiling. Brother Tang Yu, they both hastily bowed, Xiling holding a food box, evidently there to deliver spirit meals to Xiang Chen. During his training, he had opened the mountain gate, facilitating their visits to bring him provisions. Amor, what happened? Who inflicted those injuries on your face? Xiang Chen inquired kindly, raising his hand as a surge of restorative true essence flowed into Amor's body. Amor felt a refreshing coolness on his face, and his injuries healed instantaneously. And no, it's nothing. I just fell. Is Brother Tang Yu going out today? Amor responded hastily. During his training, Amor had been accompanying Xiling daily to deliver meals, secretly observing his sword techniques. Xiling interjected, that's not the case at all. Brother Tang Yu. Amor was bullied by a group of outer disciples who took advantage of their connections in the inner sect to torment him. Xiang Chen chuckled and said, a true man must retaliate when wronged. Whenever you have leisure, feel free to visit my mountain. I shall impart my swordsmanship to you, should they overstep their bounds. Invoke my name. Hearing this, Amo's eyes sparkled with joy. Really? Senior Brother Tang Yu, may I train alongside you? Ha. Fortuitously, my mountain is in need of a disciple. Henceforth, you shall reside on my mountain and assist with various tasks. Thank you, Senior Brother Tang Yu. Amo's heart swelled with elation, for Xiang Chen was his idol. Congratulations. Amo, the girl chimed in with her own felicitations. Xiling, you too shall dwell on my red refinement mountain, Xiang Chen added, since you come daily to deliver my spiritual meals. Is that true? Thank you, Senior Brother Tang Yu, Xiling exclaimed, bowing deeply in gratitude. The mountain where Xiang Chen resided was a second-tier celestial mountain, far superior to their current abode. Today, I must depart. You too may ascend the mountain on your own. I have left some cultivation methods on the stone table in my courtyard for your contemplation. Beware, there is a great serpent in the ancient well of the courtyard. Do not venture down to explore. Xiang Chen gently ruffled the heads of the two youths, who were half a head shorter than him, before descending the mountain alone, leaving the two astonished by the unexpected fortune. At the age of 22, he was no longer a youth by mortal standards, often regarded as the pillar of a family. Yet, among cultivators, he was still but a fledgling. How marvelous! We can now reside on Red Refinement Mountain, and Senior Brother Tang Yu is truly benevolent. I shall finally be able to learn swordsmanship from him. The two were overwhelmed with excitement. Becoming mountain disciples was an extraordinary stroke of luck for external disciples. Their living conditions would vastly improve, and they would gain a formidable backing. The core disciples were akin to dragons and phoenixes among the disciple community, representing the pinnacle of excellence. Upon exiting the mountain, Xiang Chen soared into the air, piercing through the sky. Batian City. This was the urban expanse within the territory of the Batian Sect, a section of the ethereal street suspended above the ground. Batian City was home to numerous familial powers, all revolving around the Batian Sect. It brimmed with shops, and it was common to encounter disciples of the Batian Sect in the bustling streets. Adorned with a purple jade identity token, Xiang Chen attracted reverent gazes from passers-by, who regarded him with a mix of awe and distance. As he strolled along the ethereal street, which was teeming with activity, makeshift stalls lined the sides, enveloped in barriers, displaying a variety of wares, ancient, fragmented artifacts, spiritual herbs and medicines, elixirs, talismans, and even spiritual beast eggs, among an array of other goods. Observing the crowd, he noted that all were cultivators, the weakest among them being at the Yuanyang realm, and even masters of the Lingxiao realm could be seen walking among them. He couldn't help but marvel at the heavenly realm, rightfully regarded as the true domain of cultivation, devoid of any mortals. He paused before a shop named Wanbao Pavilion. It was a magnificent structure towering over 100 feet, resplendent in gold and jade. The three large characters of Wanbao Pavilion were prominently displayed, accompanied by the Batian Sect's insignia in smaller script. This establishment was a property under the Batian Sect. Upon entering, he found the first-floor lobby bustling with patrons and numerous disciples of the Batian Sect coming and going. In the grand hall, numerous product labels adorned the surroundings, featuring elixirs, potions, spiritual ores, and rare treasures from heaven and earth, alongside weapons and magical artifacts, creating an impressive emporium for practitioners of the arts. On the first floor, there was a service counter attended by a throng of fair-skinned, beautiful maidens clad in elegant palace garments, all dedicated to guiding customers. When Xiang Chen approached the service desk, the attendant maidens noticed the emblem of a core disciple, marked by the three-leaf lotus, and the purple spirit jade token he wore, their expressions transforming into utmost reverence. Brother Tangyu. Upon Xiang Chen's arrival, the line of enchanting attendants bowed in unison. Greetings, esteemed sisters, Xiang Chen replied amicably, inquiring with a smile, Dear sisters, I seek to purchase some other shore flowers and soul crystals. Might you have them in stock? One sweet-faced maiden responded softly, Brother Tangyu. How many years of other shore flowers do you require? And of what grade should the soul crystals be? Xiang Chen specified. I need other shore flowers over 1,000 years old, and soul crystals of the carefree grade. How many do you possess? Please hold for a moment. I shall check for you, the maiden said, producing a jade plate. After inputting the spiritual consciousness information, it returned with the desired details. Brother Tangyu, we have 200 other shore flowers aged over 1,000 years, and over 1,000 carefree soul crystals. Each other shore flower is priced at 100 premium spirit stones, while each carefree soul crystal costs 1,000 premium spirit stones. As you are a core disciple, you are entitled to a 30% discount. How many would you like? I will take all the other shore flowers, and for the soul crystals, let us start with 100. By the way, do you accept spirit coins as collateral for premium spirit stones? Indeed. The exchange rate is 1,000 spirit coins for 1 premium spirit stone. Having an abundance of spirit coins, Xiang Chen had brought over 10 billion with him. Please exchange all of them for me, deducting from here. He tossed a storage ring, filled to the brim with spirit coins, amounting to 15 billion, which would convert to 150,000 premium spirit stones. The maiden respectfully accepted it, verified the amount, and began processing the transaction while sending someone to fetch the items for Xiang Chen. Brother Tang, what a narrow world it is. Just then, a voice filled with resentment echoed from behind. Xiang Chen turned to look, spotting 3 individuals outside the Wanbao building. Among them, one person had their arm in a cast, suspended by bandages. It was Meng Ziki, the one whose arm he had severed upon entering the sect. Meng Ziki had come to procure healing potions for his injured arm, accompanied by 2 others, a man and a woman, one of whom was a core disciple while the woman was an inner sect disciple. Oh, I wondered who it might be. It turns out to be you, descendant. It has been half a month since we last met, and I have missed you dearly. How has your arm healed? As an apothecary, would you like me to take a look? Xiang Chen teased, adding salt to Meng Ziki's wounds. You scoundrel! I will exact my revenge for this severed arm. Today is truly a day of divine providence, allowing me to encounter you again, you little beast. Meng Ziki's face twisted in fury as the mention of his lost arm ignited his rage. TSK, 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 it seems you left home without brushing your teeth. As your breath reeks. What did you have for breakfast, feces? Such eloquence, my descendant. Pray tell, aside from having an elder brother to shield you, what gives you the audacity to speak so defiantly to me, when you cannot even match my prowess in combat? If we speak of insults, none can rival the vitriol of Xiang Ergu, whose words could provoke the very heavens to take notice, striking down thunder upon the unwary. You, Meng Ziki, are so incensed that your complexion turns a ghastly shade, your temper flaring as if it could dislodge your very gallstones. What do you mean by you? What do I mean by I? Your speech is so disjointed that I would suggest you return to your mother for a re-education. Xiang Chen scoffed, continuing his verbal assault on Meng Ziki. Tangyu. Meng Ziki's face flushed crimson with fury, his blood boiling until he spat forth a mouthful of blood. Truly infuriated to the point of hemorrhage. Junior brother Meng? Is he the infamous Tangyu? Inquired a burly core disciple at Meng Ziki's side. His tone as frigid as ice. Indeed, brother Fan, that is he, the one responsible for the demise of hundreds of my brothers at the Blade Dominance Academy. Meng Ziki replied weakly, his voice laced with resentment. Fan Ping's gaze turned sharp as a blade, locking onto Xiang Chen. What a sharp-tongued junior who lacks respect for his seniors. Today, I shall teach you the ways of the world, Tangyu. Do you dare to face me in battle? It was evident that he belonged to Meng Zikuan's faction. Brother Tangyu, your items have arrived, a maid whispered at that moment. Enough, you 3 descendants. Wait until I settle the payment before we engage in your so-called education, Xiang Chen remarked indifferently, casting a glance at Fan Ping, who was evidently within the realm of the carefree great heaven, around the 8th tier. 2 maids respectfully presented a storage pouch, filled with the items Xiang Chen had procured. Sister, how much is it? He inquired. A total of 120,000. However, As you are a core disciple, you qualify for an internal discount, bringing the price down to only 84,000 premium spirit stones. Your spirit currency has been converted to 1.5 million premium spirit stones, which has been deducted from the total. Brother Tang Yu, here is a spirit treasure card. All your funds have been deposited into this card, which possesses a small storage space for spirit stones and displays the amount, making transactions within the outer heaven much more convenient. The maid presented a golden jade card with both hands. Thank you, sister. Xiang Chen accepted the storage pouch containing his purchased materials, as well as the treasure card, casually rewarding the maid with a few premium spirit stones as a tip. This fellow possesses considerable wealth. Upon learning that Xiang Chen's card contained over 1 million premium spirit stones, Meng Ziki and his companions' gazes ignited with fervor. Yet, Xiang Chen's wealth was far greater. Having slain numerous crocodile men and Blade Dominance Academy disciples, he had amassed a fortune of over 1 million premium spirit stones. As Xiang Chen's consciousness probed into the storage pouch, he discovered 200 blood-red flowers, devoid of leaves, known as the other shore flower. This flower emanated a peculiar aura, infused with traces of resentment, blooming without foliage, its roots resembling garlic bulbs, and possessing a potent toxin. The other shore flower is said to be a bloom from the underworld, born in realms of the deceased, absorbing the grievances of the dead to nourish its spirit. Additionally, there were 100 irregular azure-purple crystals, radiating formidable soul vibrations. These soul crystals are formed from the residual energy of souls, whether human or beast, after death, encapsulating spiritual power that can be refined into soul-strengthening pills and similar elixirs. Moreover, these treasures are formed from the convergence of soul energy within beings of the realm of carefree existence. These two artifacts are intended for the cultivation of the techniques of Rushing Yuan and Huangquan Fury. Having completed his inspection, Xiang Chen felt a sense of satisfaction and turned his gaze towards Meng Ziki and Fan Ping. Descendants, speak up. How do you intend to provoke me? Xiang Chen approached the trio, halting 10 meters away from them. The tension between the groups drew the attention of many onlookers, with some disciples recognizing the individuals involved. Core disciple Fan Ping sought to challenge junior brother Tang Yu, uncertain if Tang Yu would accept his invitation. The robust young man sneered provocatively. Xiang Chen regarded Fan Ping, retorting, "Do you presume yourself to be the sect leader? You expect me to accept your challenge on your terms? Why should I?" Fan Ping laughed heartily, mocking. "So the first among this assessment is merely a cowardly man. Surely your merits are not the result of deceit?" The surrounding disciples began to murmur, aware that refusing another's challenge was a significant loss of face within the sect. Xiang Chen remained composed, devoid of anger, stating, "Your opinion of my courage is irrelevant. If you summon your sister or your younger sibling, I shall demonstrate my mettle to them, and then we shall see if you can still claim to be their uncle." Enraged by his words, Fan Ping exclaimed, "You scoundrel, your tongue is sharp. Do not misunderstand. My reluctance to accept your challenge is not born of fear. It is simply that I refuse to squander my precious time and the essence of my cultivation on you without compensation. Should we engage, time is indeed money. Should you lose, you will owe me 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. Do you dare?" Xiang Chen was never one to suffer losses easily. He was merely strategizing to maximize his gains. Fan Ping retorted with a sneer, "So, you wish to profit from my spirit stones? Very well, should I lose, I shall pay you 100,000 top-tier spirit stones. However, if you lose, you must kneel and bow 3 times to me and to your senior brother Meng." Xiang Chen smirked, agreed. "Let it be witnessed by all present." "You are doomed," Meng Ziki chuckled sinisterly, confident in Fan Ping's formidable spirit talent, which surpassed even Xiang Chen's. "Here, we cannot unleash our full potential, but 30 miles east, if you dare, come forth," Fan Ping declared as he turned to exit, followed by Meng Ziki and the accompanying female disciples. Naturally, Xiang Chen trailed behind them. An impending battle among core disciples was on the horizon. As the two factions departed, the disciples and patrons within the Wanbao building abandoned their purchases, hastening to witness the spectacle. Chapter 1137. The wheel breaks the diamond. The indestructible Fan Ping has challenged the first among the assessment. Tang Yu, do not miss this. Tang Yu? The individual with the highest assessment record in 5 centuries? How intriguing. This new core disciple certainly stirs up trouble. An exciting spectacle awaits. Tang Yu is under the mentorship of senior brother Shangwan Jinghong, while Fan Ping is affiliated with Meng Ziquan, creating an inevitable rivalry. It is said that Tang Yu has slain hundreds of disciples from the Ba Dao sect during the assessment, establishing an irreconcilable enmity between them. Fan Ping possessed an astonishing defensive talent and had cultivated the sect's golden body technique. Although his strength might not rank as the most formidable within the realm of freedom, his defensive capabilities were undoubtedly among the very best. It seemed that Tang Yu would soon meet his match. A throng of disciples from the heavenly street flocked to the scene, eagerly discussing the impending clash, for the world of cultivation thrived on such exhilarating spectacles of combat. 30 miles away lay a verdant mountain, where Fan Ping descended onto the flat ground at its base, arms crossed. Meanwhile, Xiang Chen landed a few thousand meters in front of him. Encased in a radiant golden aura, Fan Ping appeared impervious and majestic. Xiang Chen, with his moon-gazing eyes activated, focused intently on his opponent, instantly detecting a sharp and formidable energy emanating from him. Within 10 exchanges, I shall leave you unrecognizable, Fan Ping declared with confidence. Such empty bravado. Let us commence so I may collect my payment, Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smile. Today, I shall teach you to respect your seniors. Fan Ping bellowed, as he propelled himself forward, unleashing a tremendous punch imbued with formidable power, the golden light illuminating his attack as it surged towards Xiang Chen. This punch was the culmination of all his cultivation, a striking display of his superior technique. Xiang Chen, too, surged forward, transforming partially into a wolf, encountered with a punch that erupted with a wolf's howl. The ground trembled as their fists collided, generating a shockwave that cracked the earth beneath them. Both combatants reeling from the impact. Xiang Chen staggered back several dozen meters, while Fan Ping retreated a little over 10. Impressive strength. Prepare yourself, Fan Ping shouted, his form darting forward once more, delivering another powerful strike. Roar. Tiger roar, mountain-subduing fist. His punch echoed with the roar of a tiger, the force morphing into a colossal golden tiger charging forth with even greater ferocity. This was a technique of the heavenly tier. Dragon elephant collapsing heaven, Xiang Chen countered, unleashing a tempestuous surge of dragon elephant energy, which crashed against the golden tiger. The two forces clashed, tearing through the air and creating a powerful shockwave. The might of their fists proved to be evenly matched. Indeed, the core disciple of the Xiang sect demonstrated commendable prowess. For even an ordinary eightfold heavenly king might struggle to withstand a single strike from Xiang Chen. Attack. At that moment, Fan Ping wielded a golden broadsword, slicing through the air with a devastating force, the intent of the blade erupting into a Tianzhong arc of golden light. Xiang Chen summoned the Dragon K Demon Blade, engaging in close combat as their blades clashed in a flurry of strikes. Hundreds of blows exchanged in the blink of an eye. Yet, Xiang Chen's speed proved superior. His blade struck Fan Ping's chest, the golden aura shattering under the onslaught of wind and thunder. Fan Ping was sent flying several dozen meters, his robe tattered. Wind Thunderblade Chi. How is this possible? Has this lad also mastered the Wind Thunderblade? Meng Ziqi exclaimed in astonishment, as he too practiced this technique. Though Fan Ping's robe had been torn, revealing a crimson mark on his chest, no blood flowed. His skin resembled that of a diamond-like substance. With a cold smile, Fan Ping remarked, "Is that a mere tickle? My spirit is as resilient as diamond, fortified by the golden body technique. In the same realm, none can breach my defenses." As he spoke, an overwhelming aura of blade energy erupted from him, resembling a ferocious tiger pouncing forth. With a single stroke, he unleashed a blade that coalesced into 3 fierce tigers, the tiger severing heaven blade. Fan Ping swung his golden blade down as the 3 tigers roared and charged, their energy enveloping Xiang Chen. Xiang Chen, indifferent, declared, "There exists no defense that cannot be breached." He positioned his blade horizontally before him, releasing torrents of wind and thunderous blade energy, with azure lightning surging forth. The wind and thunder rapid slash. Xiang Chen spun, his form transforming into a swirling dragon of azure lightning and blade light, crashing towards the 3 tigers. Boom. The earth fractured, colossal boulders were raised and shredded, while the gusts of wind forced many onlookers to retreat, their faces stinging from the overwhelming force of the blade energy. In an instant, countless bolts of lightning in the shape of blade light whirled and cleaved through the 3 tigers, each sustaining relentless strikes that shattered them with overwhelming might. This fellow, Fan Ping's eyes widened in astonishment. Such a degree of wind and thunder rapid slash. The essence of wind and thunder must have reached a transcendent realm. Boom, boom. In a heartbeat, countless bolts of lightning struck Fan Ping, who, despite being repeatedly blasted away, remained unscathed. Truly, Fan Ping's defensive prowess was formidable. Even such a level of wind and thunder rapid slash could not penetrate it. The onlookers gazed in awe at the spectacle. Fan Ping, continuously struck, defended himself while coldly stating, "Foolish boy, your efforts are futile. My defensive capabilities in the realm of carefree transcendence are unparalleled. Once your vital energy is depleted, it will be your demise. Haha, your attacks even bring me a sense of exhilaration. Is that so? Then allow me to present this." Xiang Chen sneered, revealing his sharp wolf fangs as two fangs shot forth from his mouth. Swish, swish. The two fangs instantly transformed into blade-like incisors, merging to form a radiant moon disk of a yard in diameter. The radiant moon wheel, slay, buzz. The radiant moon wheel began to spin wildly, releasing an aura of terrifying sharpness, striking out with the swiftness of lightning. Fan Ping bellowed, swinging his blade towards the incoming moon wheel. However, upon contact, his blade was instantly torn asunder. Fan Ping's eyes narrowed, sensing an impending disaster. Thud! The radiant moon wheel struck his chest, golden light shattered, and his skin, akin to a precious gem, erupted in a cascade of sparks, soon fracturing and tearing apart. Ah! Fan Ping howled in agony, blood bursting forth from his chest. But the blood was swiftly frozen into crystalline ice by the chilling essence of the lunar cold, which surged into his body, directly freezing his internal organs. The radiant moon wheel continued to tear, intent on cleaving Fan Ping in two. Xiang Chen hastily withdrew, for he knew that if this fellow were to be slain, he would face severe punishment for killing a core disciple. Bang! Fan Ping collapsed to the ground, wailing in pain, a gaping, frozen wound visible on his chest. How is this possible? My defense. Fan Ping's expression twisted with anguish and fear, disbelief evident in his eyes. Brother Fan Ping. Meng Ziqi's face paled instantly. Fan Ping was no match for Xiang Chen. Fan Ping had been defeated. His defenses had been breached. What kind of treasure was that? Such terrifying destructive power? The observing disciples gasped, their astonishment palpable as they witnessed this scene. Chapter 1138. Again, it was severed. Xiang Chen landed before Fan Ping, clicking his tongue in ruthless mockery. Still feeling exhilarated? I have cultivated an indomitable body. My spirit is as resilient as diamond, and none can penetrate my defenses. How is it that I find myself struck down? Just like this? You, Fan Ping, enraged by Xiang Chen's sharp tongue, spat out another mouthful of blood and bellowed. You shameless wretch. You wield an artifact of superior grade. In the sect's sparring, using such an artifact is utterly dishonorable. Xiang Chen forcefully stamped his foot upon Fan Ping's chest, causing the frozen wound to shatter, eliciting a series of anguished cries from Fan Ping. What utter nonsense! Who could discern that the aura of the artifact was of superior grade? You lost. Pay up. I refuse to accept this. Fan Ping roared. Xiang Chen remained silent, coldly pressing his foot down on Fan Ping's head. Fan Ping howled, his head driven into the earth by the force, rendering him unconscious with a single blow. I do not require your submission. I only seek my due, murmured Xiang Chen as he plucked a storage ring from Fan Ping's finger. With his formidable spiritual sense, he penetrated the seals left by Fan Ping, discovering a considerable number of spirit stones and various elixirs within. After extracting 100,000 premium spirit stones, Xiang Chen, being a man of principle, refrained from taking more, and instead stuffed the storage ring into Fan Ping's nostril. Xiang Chen then approached Meng Ziqi, who appeared pale and retreated in fear, his companion beside him also lowering her head in trepidation. Now it is your turn, Xiang Chen smirked. Tengyu, what do you intend to do? I have not challenged you. Meng Ziqi exclaimed, his voice laced with anger, attempting to muster his courage. Is it not you who provoked me? Did you not wish to trouble me? Perhaps you should try again. Who knows? This time I might not be able to defeat you, Xiang Chen sneered, closing the distance. And no, that will not be necessary. I have yet to have breakfast. I must take my leave. Meng Ziqi turned to flee. Ah, I have not eaten either. How about we go together? Xiang Chen chuckled coldly, appearing before him like a flash, causing Meng Ziqi to recoil in fear once more. Xiang Chen scrutinized his arm and remarked, which incompetent physician set your arm? The technique and medicine employed are utterly mismatched. I too possess medical knowledge. Come, let me assist you in reattaching it. And no, please. Meng Ziki gasped in alarm. But Xiang Chen had already closed in, seizing his arm encased in plaster. With a firm squeeze, a resounding crack echoed. Ah! Meng Ziki screamed, the plaster shattered. His arm nearly crushed. With a swift tug, a splatter of blood erupted as his reattached arm was torn asunder once more. Tang Yu, I will not let this rest. Meng Ziki howled, cradling his severed limb in agony, curled up on the ground. What a shoddy reattachment. 18 meridians remain unconnected. Even if you recover, it will leave lingering injuries. I am merely aiding you. Seek a competent practitioner to reattach it. Once driven by dreams of wielding a sword across the world, he later learned it was against the law. Barely out the door, he was caught and forced to drink 2 bowls of tea, incurring a fine of 2008. Xiang Chen smirked, flinging aside Meng Ziki's severed arm. Then, hands clasped behind his back, hummed a tune as he soared away. The onlookers quickly parted, their gazes filled with awe for the foremost candidate in the assessment, who indeed lived up to the rumors of his audacity. Meng Ziki gazed at his severed right arm, on the verge of tears. Again, it is broken. Having procured the materials, Xiang Chen did not return to his mountain gate, but ventured forth to another location, Ling Tian Peak. Ling Tian Peak, the most esteemed place for cultivation within the sect, also serves as the residence of the sect leader. Towering at an impressive height of 10,000 zhang, it reaches more than 30,000 meters into the clouds, instilling a sense of insignificance and reverence in anyone who stands before this majestic mountain. Xiang Chen gazed upon Ling Tian Peak, recalling his previous visit. It was here that he had unexpectedly fallen into the realm beyond the heavens, landing in the spiritual lake nestled within the mountain. The esteemed leader of the Zijin sect resides here, alongside Yi Tianjiao. The imposing mountain gate is guarded by 10 armored, golden-clad warriors, each at the pinnacle of the carefree realm. Several mountain paths, paved with spirit stones, lead away from the gate. Senior sister, it has been years. How have you fared? Xiang Ergo looked at the towering celestial mountain, his gaze reflecting a hint of nostalgia. He had 2 matters to attend to on this visit. Approaching the gate, he respectfully saluted the warriors. Esteemed brothers, I am Tang Yu, a newly admitted core disciple, seeking an audience with the sect leader. One of the gatekeepers, eyeing Xiang Chen's waist token, replied coldly, Is there a summons from the sect leader? No, he responded. But I have a matter to discuss with the leader and kindly request your assistance. This is a small token of appreciation, a modest offering for you to enjoy some drinks. He presented a storage bag, discreetly filled with 10,000 premium spirit stones. The warriors regarded Xiang Chen with newfound warmth, acknowledging his thoughtfulness. Please wait, junior brother. I shall report to the sect leader. However, whether the leader receives you is uncertain, the smiling gatekeeper added. Thank you, esteemed brother. Xiang Chen replied with a fist salute, waiting while engaging in casual conversation with the guards. Such is the nature of human relations. Money can indeed facilitate many interactions, while the lack thereof can complicate matters. Shortly thereafter, the gatekeeper returned, smiling. Junior brother Tang Yu is fortunate. The sect leader has just concluded his cultivation and is willing to meet with you. Thank you, esteemed brother. Xiang Chen said with a bow as he entered the mountain gate. This junior brother Tang Yu is quite perceptive and interesting. The gatekeepers had enjoyed their conversation with Xiang Chen, particularly when he had playfully brought up the topic of the beautiful women within the sect, which had piqued their interest. Men typically converse about 3 themes: career, the world, and women. As Xiang Chen stepped into the mountain, he was enveloped by the rich aura of celestial energy, far denser than that found in his own Qilian mountain. Streams of colorful light converged from the heavens towards Ling Tian Peak. Clearly familiar with the surroundings, he swiftly made his way along a jade path winding through the forest toward the summit. Before long, he arrived at the edge of a spiritual lake, where a magnificent palace shimmered in golden hues, with numerous maidens bustling about. You must be the Tang Yu here to see the sect leader. He is admiring the flowers by the spiritual pool. Follow me, said a graceful young girl clad in green. Thank you, Xiao Ju, Xiang Chen replied with a smile. How did you know my name? The girl asked in surprise, as this was their first meeting, of course. Xiang Chen had seen her when he was in the guise of a golden canary. Perhaps it is a matter of mutual understanding, Xiang Chen chuckled lightly, earning a playful eye roll from Xiao Ju as she led him onward. In the ethereal pool, resplendent with vibrant spirit lotuses, Each blossom signifies a rare ninth-grade spiritual herb. Beside the pool, a stunning woman clad in a purple palace robe stands, casting spirit pills into the water to nourish the spirit koi. Remarkably, these koi exhibit dragon patterns and scales, suggesting latent potential for transformation into dragons. As Chapter 1139 unfolds, titled Reunion with Senior Sister, the koi, despite their potential, would only become the lowest-ranking dragons, regarded as mere sustenance in the eyes of deities, yet still formidable in this mortal realm. Xiang Chen approached, slightly bowing and clasping his hands in a respectful greeting. Core disciple Tang Yu pays homage to the esteemed sect master. The purple-clad sect master continued to feed the fish, her demeanor indifferent as she replied, Tang Yu, I believe I should address you as Xiang Chen. Have you come to seek something from me? Xiang Chen straightened, lowering his gaze as he spoke. You may call me as you wish, esteemed sect master. I have come to inquire about my fiancée, Xiang Chen. Since Hidden Peak was aware of his identity, the sect master would surely be cognizant as well. Xiang Chen is your fiancée? The sect master of Purple Jingxian expressed mild surprise, her beautiful eyes finally resting upon Xiang Chen. Indeed, since she was taken away upon entering the sect, I have had no news of her. I wish to know her current circumstances. The sect master responded, she is well, thriving in fact. However, she is currently undergoing the complete ancestral inheritance within the sect's forbidden grounds, and it is likely that you will not meet her for some time. Once she completes her inheritance, she will ascend to the status of our sect's sacred maiden, her position comparable to that of a senior elder. Xiang Chen furrowed his brow. He was not particularly concerned with her inheritance, questioning if it could possibly match the cultivation techniques that the elder brother had bestowed upon Qingqing. Nevertheless, he deemed it a positive development and inquired, how long will this process take? Perhaps 3 years, perhaps 10. It all depends on her personal comprehension. However, given that she has been chosen by our ancestors, her aptitude is undoubtedly extraordinary. When she emerges, your status may not be worthy of her. The sect master remarked without reservation. Xiang Chen remained unfazed. The bond he shared with Qingsheng could not be diminished by status or rank. He replied calmly, as long as Qingsheng is well, that is sufficient. I appreciate your guidance, esteemed sect master. No need for thanks. Once you pass the Hidden Peak assessment, you shall address me as senior sister, the sect master said, shaking her head as she discarded the remaining fish feed and took a seat in the pavilion. The maidservants promptly served tea and prepared refreshments. Senior sister? Xiang Chen was momentarily taken aback, struggling to process this information. The sect master lifted a cup of spirit tea, blowing gently into it before saying, please, take a seat. My master is Tong Tianzi. I believe you have met him. Once you enter Hidden Peak, we shall be considered as fellow disciples. Thank you, esteemed sect master. As Xiang Chen settled across from her, realization struck him. The venerable Tong Tianzi had such a profound background, being the sect master's master. It was no wonder that his cultivation was so unfathomable, likely reaching the level of an earthly immortal. You are aware of the task assigned to you at Hidden Peak. You boldly declared a year. Have you perhaps gleaned some insights? The sect master asked, sipping her tea. Xiang Chen smiled. You possess remarkable foresight, esteemed sect master. Indeed, as a principal participant in the assassination incident, I have formulated some conjectures, though I lack the evidence to speak freely. The esteemed Master Zijing proclaimed. If you can truly uncover the true culprit, not only shall I refrain from discussing the rewards that Yinfeng may bestow upon you, but upon your achieving eternal renown. I shall promise you the esteemed position of an elder in the middle seat and bestow upon you the title of a minor general to oversee a contingent. The junior disciple expressed his gratitude. I thank you in advance, senior sister. Rising, Xiang Chen offered a respectful bow. Once you have identified the true perpetrator and entered the Yinfeng sect, then you may call me senior sister, Master Zijing remarked coldly, issuing a subtle dismissal. A hint of bashfulness flitted across Xiang Chen's countenance as he inquired, might I have the privilege of visiting your magnificent Lingtian Peak? Master Zijing, slightly taken aback, acquiesced. You may do so, but there are areas marked as prohibited, and my palace is off limits. However, you are welcome to explore freely. Thank you, Master Zijing. Xiang Chen expressed his gratitude with a fist salute before taking his leave. Upon departing from Master Zijing's residence, Xiang Chen hastened towards the opposite side of Lingtian Peak. Following the path of spiritual stones through the forest for several kilometers, he arrived at an exquisite courtyard spanning over 1,000 square meters. Within this courtyard, the sharp sound of swordplay resonated. A captivating woman clad in a crimson dress wielded a long sword, her movements graceful and powerful, even without the projection of sword energy. The engravings upon her blade emanated formidable strength. As Xiang Chen beheld the enchanting figure practicing her swordsmanship, his heart ignited with fervor. Approaching the entrance, he found himself unable to enter due to a barrier encompassing the courtyard. He knocked gently, and the sound of swords ceased abruptly. The door creaked open to reveal a stunning beauty who gazed quizzically at him, a handsome young man clad in white. "Who are you?" Yi Tianjiao inquired with an air of indifference. Xiang Chen smiled. "Senior Sister Yi, I am the newly initiated disciple Tang Yu. Do you remember me?" Yi Tianjiao furrowed her brow, then suddenly recollected, exclaiming in surprise, "You are the new core disciple Tang Yu, who achieved the highest battle merits in this assessment." "Indeed. That is I," he affirmed. "May I inquire if you have a moment? The master has permitted me to visit Ling Tian Peak, and upon discovering your practice, I wish to see you. May I enter for a drink?" "Absolutely not," Yi Tianjiao coldly declined. Taken aback by her abrupt refusal, Xiang Chen stammered, "Very well. However, I do have a matter to discuss. I hail from the mortal realm and am acquainted with a friend named Xiang Chen. He sent me to convey his regards to you and to deliver an item." At this, Yi Tianjiao's eyes brightened with excitement as she eagerly inquired, "You know Xiang Chen? How is he? What has become of him? Where is he now?" With a teasing smile, Xiang Chen responded, "Might I come in for a moment? Please." Yi Tianjiao hastily stepped aside, her demeanor transforming upon hearing news of Xiang Chen. As Xiang Chen entered the courtyard, she closed the door, sealing the barrier. "It has been years since we last met. I did not expect you to have ascended to such heights in your cultivation, reaching the pinnacle of the carefree realm," he remarked. Yi Tianjiao observed his retreating figure with a furrowed brow. "It seems you are familiar with me?" Turning around, Xiang Chen donned a mischievous grin and declared, "Years ago, I encountered you by chance, and from that moment, I became deeply infatuated. Today, I have come to fulfill a long-held wish." Xiang Chen's gaze became intensely aggressive as he fixated on Yi Tianjiao's voluptuous and graceful figure. Yi Tianjiao's expression immediately darkened, sensing the malice behind his stare. "Tell me about Xiang Chen, then leave at once," she commanded. Xiang Chen chuckled heartily, and in an instant, he launched himself towards Yi Tianjiao with remarkable speed, delivering a powerful punch aimed directly at her. Seeking death, Yi Tianjiao's face grew cold as she swiftly retreated a few steps, drawing her sword like lightning, the blade's aura howling as it collided with Xiang Chen's oncoming fist. However, Xiang Chen suddenly vanished, reappearing behind her, where 5 tendrils of the devouring sky evil vine sprouted instantly, ensnaring her and binding her tightly. Yi Tianjiao's expression shifted. Realizing that this man had appeared behind her in the blink of an eye, she had not sensed his approach at all. A beauty indeed, with commendable strength. "Yet your reflexes leave much to be desired," Xiang Chen taunted, deliberately testing her current abilities while seeking to avenge the earlier humiliation she had inflicted upon him. Yi Tianjiao sneered, remaining silent as a radiant light suddenly blossomed from her brow. A rose of azure gold flames coalesced in her grasp. This was the ice spirit sacred fire, the manifestation of her sacred soul. Boom! The ice spirit sacred fire erupted, unleashing a formidable blaze that swiftly spread, yet it bore no searing heat, only an icy chill. In that moment, the devouring sky evil vine was instantly encased in ice, and Xiang Chen found himself transformed into an ice sculpture. "How careless of me to forget she possesses a sacred soul, one I helped elevate," he thought, astonished. Yi Tianjiao, transforming into a beam of light, freed herself from the frozen tendrils and gazed at the encased Xiang Chen, her sword radiating a terrifying sword aura. "To dare lay hands on me within the sect is to invite death," she bellowed, unleashing a sword strike aimed directly at Xiang Chen's head. "This is it. I intended to tease her for a surprise, yet it has turned into a fright. The worst outcome, my rival Tianjiao," Xiang Chen thought as he observed the incoming strike. Suddenly, a formidable force of yin and yang surged within him. Boom! The ice shattered, and as the sword approached, Xiang Chen quickly transformed, his clawed hand grasping the blade just before it pierced his forehead. "How is this possible?" Yi Tianjiao gasped, astonished that someone in the Xiaoyao realm could escape the binding power of her ice spirit sacred fire. In a swift motion, Xiang Chen slid behind her, this time wrapping his arms tightly around her, the devouring sky evil vine enveloping them both, his claw resting upon her chest, constraining her neck. You seek death. Do you realize where you are? Yi Tianjiao seethed, furious at his bizarre and tenacious behavior. Senior sister, how I have longed for you, Xiang Chen murmured, resting his head against her fragrant shoulder, his tone softening into a familiar timbre. Yi Tianjiao's fury momentarily froze on her delicate features. As this voice sent a tremor through her heart, she turned to face Xiang Chen. The young man had undergone a remarkable transformation. With flowing silver hair and exquisitely delicate features, possessing a beauty that surpassed even that of a girl. Yet, he exuded a masculine charm that dispelled any notion of femininity. This harmonious blend of yin and yang in his allure was truly unforgettable. Yi Tianjiao's eyes instantly brimmed with tears, which cascaded down her bright orbs. She bit her lip, stifling a sob. You little rascal, you finally returned. Do you still remember me? She grasped his hand that rested on her abdomen. Xiang Chen inhaled the intoxicating fragrance that enveloped her, whispering, Senior, you are someone I can never forget in this lifetime. How could I possibly erase you from my memory? I have kept my promise and come to the Demons Sect to find you. Yi Tianjiao turned to face the youth, whose face was adorned with a mischievous grin, and she threw her arms around him tightly, as if wishing to meld him into her very being. In a moment of impulsive affection, she bit down on Xiang Chen's shoulder, her voice choked with emotion. The mountains recede into the horizon. Where can I find the phoenix? The waters stretch endlessly. Where shall I seek the koi's tail? You little scoundrel, do you know how much I long to see you? Xiang Chen gently patted her back, feeling a pang of bittersweet longing. Their encounter had been serendipitous, yet he had grown genuinely fond of Yi Tianjiao. Such emotions are inescapable. They linger at the brow, yet weigh heavily on the heart. Senior, I miss you dearly as well. Yi Tianjiao released him, gazing into his eyes before capturing his lips with her own, her delicate arms entwining around his neck. Xiang Chen embraced her waist, kissing her back, and lifted her in a princess carry as he moved toward the room. With a thud, the door closed, igniting a fervent passion akin to dry tinder meeting fierce flames. 2 hours later, beneath the crescent moonlight streaming through the window, Yi Tianjiao lay languidly in Xiang Chen's embrace, their garments scattered across the floor along with a pair of shoes. The scene echoed the poetic line, the bright moonlight before the bed. 2 pairs of shoes upon the ground, a couple entwined, yet you are absent. Xiang Chen recounted the fall of the Huangzhou Academy and shared his experiences with Yi Tianjiao, mentioning the recent assessments. You mentioned that Xia Qingcheng received the ancestral legacy? Upon hearing Xia Qingcheng's name, Yi Tianjiao's delicate brows slightly furrowed. Indeed, this is a positive development. But what troubles you? Are you two still at odds? We are to be one family henceforth. I certainly do not wish for discord to arise within the old Xiang family. Xiang Chen playfully slapped her thigh. Yi Tianjiao let out a light huff. I have no intention of joining your so-called old Xiang family. Your primary consort is quite domineering, and I refuse to let another woman overshadow me. Xiang Chen was taken aback and asked, So, you want to marry me in the future? With a teasing smile, Yi Tianjiao replied, Did I ever say I would marry you? Xiang Chen's expression darkened as he pushed her away, wrapping himself in the blanket, shamelessly lamenting, You heartless woman. How could you treat me so irresponsibly? My first experience was ruined by you. Yi Tianjiao laughed. You little rascal, can you have some dignity? Who was it that forcefully pursued me back then? Xiang Chen retorted with a cold smirk. Yi Tianjiao, with her long legs, kicked Xiang Chen off the bed, rolling her eyes as she exclaimed, Enough of the past. I've already compensated you. Oh dear, Yi, you have crossed the line. Just wait and see how I handle you. Xiang Chen leapt up from the floor, theatrically lunging towards Yi Tianjiao. Come at me, little man. The ensuing playful chaos was akin to a grand spectacle of mischief. However, 2 hours later, both were utterly spent, and they embraced, drifting into a deep slumber until the break of dawn. Upon awakening, Xiang Chen found the room adorned with an exquisite breakfast spread. Yi Tianjiao, clad in a sensuous, sheer garment, sat at her vanity, tending to her flowing locks. Stretching languidly, Xiang Chen approached her from behind, admiring her beauty as she prepared herself. Ah, such unparalleled beauty, a sight to behold. Could this enchanting maiden be a celestial fairy descended from the heavens? Yi Tianjiao, turning to pinch Xiang Chen playfully at his waist, retorted, "Flattery will get you nowhere. Hurry and dress for breakfast, you shameless one. I must go pay my respects to my master." With a flourish, Xiang Chen summoned his spirit-weaving robe, which enveloped him gracefully. With a teasing grin, he remarked, "I forgot to mention, in due time, I might just become your uncle, with your master transforming into my elder sister. Perhaps I should expand our affectionate family further, allowing your master-disciple bond to deepen even more."